Chapter 1. A Calamity Unfolds. During the time of my great-grandfather, he recounted a most extraordinary tale. It was August of 1931, and the town of Wangjia was besieged by relentless torrential rains. The downpour persisted for 3 days and nights. As soon as the skies cleared, the village chief summoned my great-grandfather, proclaiming that a grave matter had arisen. At that time, my great-grandmother had just given birth to my grandfather and was in a weakened state, unable to leave her bed, anxiously gazing out the window. My great-grandfather was absent the entire day, only returning late in the evening, his appearance disheveled and reeking of fish, his clothes and shoes still dripping with water. My great-grandmother presumed he had been fishing, but his subsequent words left her utterly astonished. Upon entering the house that night, my great-grandfather gulped down a large ladle of water and, wiping his mouth with his sleeve, gasped, "It's terrible. My wife. A dragon has fallen." "Who is deaf?" My great-grandmother thought she had misheard. "It isn't a matter of anyone being deaf. It's a dragon. A great dragon has plummeted from the heavens, dark green in hue, with scales of this size." As he spoke, my great-grandfather gestured with his hands, fearing that my great-grandmother might doubt him, for the tale was indeed fantastical, and without witnessing it firsthand, who could believe it? "Do you remember that thunderous roar from the day before yesterday? The dragon came crashing down with a resounding bang, and it has been lying there for several days. Its body is beginning to rot and has created a vast pit in the eastern wasteland. I must go see it." My great-grandmother, being of an impulsive nature, declared as she prepared to dress. Wait, please don't. The wind outside is fierce. Your condition cannot withstand it." My great-grandfather hastily restrained her. In those days, there were no mobile phones. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would have taken a picture to show my great-grandmother. Sitting on the bed, my great-grandmother hummed a lullaby to soothe my grandfather to sleep while stealing glances at my great-grandfather, who was eating, convinced he was merely spinning a tall tale. Having devoured 2 cornmeal buns in the kitchen, my great-grandfather returned to say, "Wang the blind from the north of the village claims that the dragon has transgressed heavenly laws and has been sent down to endure some hardship. Perhaps it will return to the celestial realm one day." The following day, just as dawn broke, my great-grandfather was summoned once more. My great-grandmother stood on the bed, peering toward the eastern wasteland, where indeed a crowd had gathered. The dragon measured over 20 meters in length. Its body is round as a barrel. Its head is large as an ox, adorned with 2 horns atop its head. The dragon's dark green body was covered in scales, its eyes half closed, lying motionless in the pit, appearing to be injured. My great-grandfather hurried over, noticing the dragon's scales had begun to crack from desiccation. He seized a bucket and splashed some water upon it, eliciting a sizzling sound as a scale the size of a basin fell away. Surveying the area to ensure no one was watching, my great-grandfather swiftly snatched it up and concealed it within his clothing, making a clandestine return home. "Wife, you must see what I have," he exclaimed before even stepping through the door. "The dragon is injured. I just witnessed it shedding a scale, so I brought it back for you." He unveiled the cloth to reveal a scale that was thin, resembling fish bone, shaped like a fan, its color a striking mix of emerald and peacock blue. My great-grandmother was horrified. The dragon is a celestial being. If it loses a scale, it will be incomplete, and in the heavenly realm, it shall be punished. With that, she seized a feathered duster from the bed and hurled it at my great-grandfather, urging him to return the dragon's scale immediately. At the tender age of 20, my great-grandfather, filled with curiosity, promised to do so, but, upon stepping outside, secretly stashed the scale at the nearby Earth Deity Temple. In that era, the Earth Deity Temple lacked proper offerings, and it was little more than a mere fod. My great-grandfather wrapped the scale in a scrap of cloth and hid it behind the statue of the Earth Deity, reasoning that the dragon had merely erred and would return to the heavens the following day, leaving the scale behind. However, as the days passed, the sun's rays began to decompose the dragon's body, prompting the village chief to summon Master Qingshan to recite scriptures. The villagers, simple folk, contributed their labor, carrying buckets of water to douse the dragon's form for 3 consecutive days and nights. Finally, on a fog-laden morning, the dragon ascended into the sky, leaving behind a colossal pit. Master Qingshan furrowed his brow and sighed, declaring, "The dragon's descent heralds calamity. great event shall befall Wangjia village. Indeed, thereafter, Wangjia village experienced an unyielding drought, the fields parched and rice crops failing, necessitating a shift to sweet potatoes. From that year forward, every newborn in the village was given a name infused with the element of water. My grandfather, initially named Wang Chung, was renamed Wang Xiuqing, signifying water flowing to its course. My father was named Wang Jianghe, my second uncle Wang Quan, and our neighbor's son, 3 years my senior, was named Wang Yang. As for me, I was born in 1995 on the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. That day, snowflakes fell like goose feathers from morning until night. When my mother gave birth to me, the town hospital was without water, leaving her parched and nearly desperate. Fortunately, a resourceful nurse collected a basin of snow, melting it into water for my mother to drink, thus ensuring my safe arrival. On the day following my birth, as the snow ceased, my grandmother, with a basket of eggs, came to visit my mother. Just as she reached the entrance, a gust of wind swept by, causing her to slip and tumble, sending both her and the basket airborne, resulting in shattered eggs strewn across the ground. My grandmother broke her leg in the fall, sitting on the ground, striking her thigh and cursing, "You little wretch, you've just been born and already seek to bring misfortune upon me." My grandfather rushed over, and upon seeing my grandmother collapsed, panicked, and slipped as well. That new year, our family celebrated in the hospital. At that time, a woman from the neighboring bed, reputed for her fortune-telling, noticed my grandmother's gaunt appearance and pallor, and approached her. "Old sister, I fear you may not wish to hear this, but has your family encountered any misfortune recently?" While my grandmother pondered this, my father brought me over to join the conversation. The fortune-teller, upon seeing my pale face, staggered back several steps in fright. She informed my grandmother that I was the reincarnation of a ghost star, born with a Yin constitution, and should not be kept near, lest I bring death to my kin. My grandfather, educated and skeptical, rolled his eyes at the fortune-teller's claims. Yet my grandmother believed her, pulling my father aside in secret. "This girl is of no use. She's already caused your father and me to break our legs at birth. Who knows whom she might bring misfortune to next?" With that, she reached out as if to strangle me. My father, alarmed, disregarded my grandmother's leg still encased in plaster, and forcefully shoved her away. "Mother, this is your own granddaughter, a living being. What you're contemplating is murder and against the law." Infuriated, my grandfather, leaning on his cane, scolded, "You old woman, have you lost your mind? Why do you believe every word you hear? From now on, keep your distance from my granddaughter." My grandfather was a man of letters, while my grandmother hailed from a family of merchants. He often looked down upon her, believing her illiterate, while she disparaged him for his lack of wealth. As for how they became a couple, my grandfather once humorously remarked that he had been blinded by love, gullibly swayed by a matchmaker's fanciful tales. When it came time for my household registration, my father discreetly sought someone to calculate my fortune. The fortune-teller proclaimed that I was marked by misfortune, lacking the water element in my destiny, and thus I was given the name, Wang Miao Miao. Chapter 2. What kind of dragon are you? When I was 8 years old, an unusual event transpired in Wangjia village. The river god temple at the western edge of the village collapsed. On that rainy morning, a low rumble echoed, startling the villagers living nearby. The village chief investigated, but found no signs of human destruction or decay, leaving the villagers terrified. A temple that had stood for over a century had suddenly vanished, surely a sign of the river god's wrath. Rebuilding the temple took nearly half a month, and on the day of its completion, the village chief, unbeknownst to us, had invited an old charlatan, scruffy and scarred, who claimed that the river god was lonely and required a bride for sacrifice, one who must be beautiful and of the water element. Upon hearing this, the village chief discreetly summoned my father. "Your daughter is 8 years old, quite lovely, and her name contains 7 instances of water. I believe she is the right choice." My father vehemently shook his head. "Absolutely not. My daughter lacks water in her fate, which is precisely why I chose this name. It is not suitable." The village chief whispered something further into my father's ear, causing him to frown in contemplation before reluctantly nodding. When my grandmother learned of this, she refused to intervene, while my grandfather, furious, hurled a teacup, but ultimately did nothing to stop it. I then turned to my mother, my last hope, but she said nothing, simply wiping away tears. I later learned that the village chief had promised my father a second child quota. In our backward and superstitious little town, the family yearned for my mother to bear a son to carry on the family line. Upon hearing this, I rolled on the ground in distress, crying incessantly. My mother comforted me. Meow meow. Do not fear. As long as you spend the night at the river god temple on the 7th day of each month, you will be fine. It is merely a statue, it will not frighten you. However, upon arrival, I discovered that it was far from what I had been led to believe. At the age of 8, adorned in a red bridal gown and veiled with a red hood, I was carried in a flower palanquin by my father, second uncle, and 2 other village uncles to the river god temple. That night, the temple was festooned with bright lanterns, the garish red wedding characters giving me chills. I cast my veil to the ground, clinging to my father's leg in tears, refusing to let him depart. Ultimately, my second uncle had to pull my father away, locking the temple door with a resounding click. I pounded on the door with all my might, crying out, "Wang Quan, you are a scoundrel. I hate you. I will never forgive you." Uncertain whether it was the exhaustion from weeping or the overpowering scent of fresh paint from the newly renovated river god temple that had overwhelmed my senses, I found myself lying on a mat, my eyelids growing heavier, eventually succumbing to a drowsy slumber. In a hazy state, I felt a cool little hand brush against my face, startling me awake. Upon opening my eyes, I beheld a boy, seemingly of similar age to myself, tilting his head and gazing intently at me. He was clad in a long, teal-hued robe, his cheeks flushed, and his hair stood erect, fashioned into a top knot atop his head. Silver-white scales adorned his cheeks, neck, and the exposed skin of his arms, rendering him reminiscent of an operatic performer. I hastily sat up. "Who are you?" I stammered. I knew all the boys in Wangjia village who were around my age, yet this one was unfamiliar. "My name is Zilin, but you may also call me Little River God," he replied, blinking his large eyes and speaking in a bright, clear voice. "Little River God? Are you a ghost?" I instinctively raised my voice in surprise. He reached out, touching my face gently. "I am not a ghost, see. I can touch you." "Then are you a fish?" I mustered my courage and reached to feel the scales on his face. "I am a dragon, the 10th prince of the Dragon King," he said, lifting his chin slightly, a hint of pride in his voice. "10th prince? But doesn't the Dragon King have only 9 sons? The first son is Chinyo, the second is Yazi, the third is Chaofeng, the fourth is Puyao, the fifth is Swanli, the sixth is Bishi, the seventh is Bilian, the eighth is Fushi, and the ninth is Chiwen. Which one are you?" I asked, perplexed. He was momentarily taken aback by my question, standing there in a daze. "I have heard that the Dragon King has only 2 wives. One is the Dragon Mother, and the other is the Sea Goddess. Who is your mother?" I foolishly pressed on. "You." His eyes turned crimson with rage, fists clenched, his expression fierce as though he were ready to devour me. I was not afraid. I had always assumed he was just a mischievous child from the neighboring village who had wandered off to play. "You have quite the audacity to insult me, but fortunately for you, I never strike women otherwise. You would have perished 800 times already." He raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. With that, he sat cross-legged and began to munch on a chicken leg from the altar. "May I ask you another question?" I timidly glanced at him. I had always been talkative. My incessant why questions had worn my parents thin, but my great-grandfather was patient, often sitting down to explain everything to me as if telling a story. "Zilin, the text state, a dragon with scales is a jiao, one with wings is a inglong, one with horns is a chilong, and one without horns is a chilong. What type of dragon are you?" I squatted beside him, my curious eyes fixated on him. He almost choked on his food, sputtering in surprise. "Little girl, is this what your teacher taught you? It's clear you don't study diligently. Those are mere legends and not to be trusted," he sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "I haven't started school, yet my father says it's useless for girls to study," I said, resting my chin in my hands, feeling a touch of sadness. "The mind enriched with literature radiates beauty. Reading is always beneficial. Go back and ask your father to let you attend school," he said, handing me an apple and patting my head gently. "Then what type are you?" I persisted, refusing to relent. knowing he would not harm me. I grew bolder even if he truly was a dragon. I felt no fear now. You are quite the amusing girl, and you are rather charming, he observed, turning to appraise me with a smile. What is your name? Wangjia, I replied, my words somewhat muffled as I chewed on the apple. Wangjia, I shall remember that. Go tell your village chief that on the 3rd day of the next month, I will bestow a gentle rain, beginning at the hour of the pig and concluding at the hour of the tiger. Consider it a gift for our first meeting. He rose, hands clasped behind his back, his smile radiant, exuding an air that belied his years. As dawn broke, I found myself drowsily clutching a pillar of the river god temple, on the verge of sleep. Who would have thought it would dawn so soon? Wangjia. Return home and rest. I shall come to see you again on the 7th day of next month. He stood, waved his sleeve lightly, and with a click, the temple door unlocked. With bleary eyes, I swayed and stumbled in the direction of home. Having walked quite a distance, I heard him call out behind me, Wangjia, I shall return to see you on the 7th day of next month. Chapter 3. Old man, what are you laughing at? My home is situated at the easternmost edge of Wangjia village, where a river named Zhuelong River lies dry year-round at my doorstep. Zhuelong River, also known as Suoming River, has been the site of strange occurrences that began a few years ago. Though it is referred to as a river, I have never seen a drop of water in it since my birth. Curiously, every year, several children playing by its banks drown, merely from the little mud found in its riverbed. The villagers, fearing for their lives, have hurriedly moved to the west side of the village, anxious to escape the water ghosts that lurk within. Now only my family and the neighboring Wangyang family remain. Every year during the Ghost Festival, the village chief takes the 2 of us to the riverbank to burn river lanterns, claiming it is to guide the lonely spirits and wandering ghosts. My great-grandfather told me that this river was formed from the pit created by a dragon that had fallen, and that there lies a vengeful spirit within, awaiting a fated person to deliver it. And I am that destined one. That at the time, I was perplexed and thought my great-grandfather was merely sharing a joke. Upon exiting the river god temple, I skipped joyfully along the way, my spirits high. Before I reached my home, I noticed a crowd gathered by Zhuelong River. Spotting my father among them, I dashed over to grab his pant. That my father, startled upon seeing me, exclaimed, Meow meow. How did you come back? Did your second uncle unlock the door? The little river god helped me, I replied without hesitation. He said it will rain on the 3rd day of next month, from the hour of the dog to the hour of the tiger, as a gift for me. And he asked me to go to school. That my father first responded with an "oh," then raised his voice. What? Who did you just mention? The little river god, I answered absent-mindedly. My gaze fixed on a small boy at the riverbank. Drenched from head to toe, he appeared to be only 4 or 5 years old, wearing a yellowed vest, his complexion pale, and water dripping from his body. Just as I was about to approach, my father yanked me back. Meow meow, go home, don't run to the riverbank. People drown there. Who drowned? I asked curiously. That was the village chief's son from Baijia village, only 5 years old. We don't know why he came to our village, said Wang Yang, a neighbor standing nearby. But that little boy is just standing there fine, isn't he? I remarked, and no sooner had I spoken than a dozen pairs of eyes turned to me. My father, frightened, quickly covered my mouth and dragged me home. Since childhood, I have been able to see ghosts, yet I have never feared them. At 5 years old, I once saw a ghastly figure with a green face and sharp teeth on the roof of the Wang family house. Preparing to set it ablaze, that time, no one was home, so I picked up a stone from the ground and threw it. The ghost glared at me and, with a yelp, vanished, clutching its head. Oddly enough, after that incident, the ghosts in Wangjia village would avoid me, except for my great-grandfather. The first ghost I ever saw was my great-grandfather, and he passed away before I was born, his tablet enshrined in the Wang family ancestral hall. Every first day of the lunar month, my grandfather would take me to pay respects, bringing fine wine and dishes. When I first saw him, he was sitting at the offering table, sipping wine. Noticing me staring, he beckoned me over. At that time, I was only 3 years old and waved my hand in refusal. This amused my great-grandfather, who laughed heartily while slapping the table. Old man, what are you laughing at? I shouted, slightly irritated. That my grandfather, who was offering incense nearby, glanced at me. That I pointed to my great-grandfather by the offering table and said, there is a bad old man over there laughing at me. I described my great-grandfather's appearance with the limited vocabulary I had. Upon hearing this, my grandfather took my hand to leave that moment. My great-grandfather called out to me, "Little girl, you are the child of the river. River is my father's name." "Who are you?" I asked in a high-pitched voice. He took a hearty sip of wine and pointed to my grandfather, whose face had turned ashen, saying, "Tell your grandfather to buy the snake wine brewed by Wangjia from the west side of the village next time. It is quite a kick." After speaking, he stood up and staggered toward the back hall. "Why should I deliver your message?" I retorted, "Because I am your great-grandfather, and I can help you open your wise eyes and avert disasters." Since then, I often visited my great-grandfather, who was fond of wine. Sometimes, when he drank too much, he would speak of karma, retribution, and similar matters that I found confusing. He told me that I was a reincarnation of a ghost star, born with an fate, and that once I opened my wise eyes, I could traverse the ghost realm and descend into the underworld. No, great-grandfather, there's no need for that. I don't want to open my wise eyes." I firmly refused, waving my hands repeatedly. Being able to see ghosts was already troubling enough. Who knew what would happen if I opened my wise eyes? My great-grandfather sighed. "Meow meow. Many things are destined. You cannot escape." In truth, only my father, my grandfather, and my great-grandfather knew about my ability to see spirits. Not even my mother was informed. When my mother saw my father dragging me back, she rushed over, hugging me tightly, patting my head and checking my body, worried that I might be missing a limb. "Mom, I'm fine. That river god is just a kid like me. He won't hurt me." He even said it will rain on the 3rd day of next month as a greeting gift. I grabbed a steamed bun and bit into it while speaking. "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, my mother burst into tears. My father tried to console her, but she scolded him, claiming it was all his fault for scaring our daughter into talking nonsense. I am not talking nonsense, but they didn't believe me, so I had no choice but to seek out my grandfather. My grandfather is an atheist, but ever since he learned I could see my great-grandfather, he has been asking me daily if there were any ghosts in the house, in the neighboring houses, or on the streets. When I told him there were none, he felt reassured enough to venture out. My grandfather took me to the village chief's house, where I mentioned the upcoming rain on the 3rd day of next month, but he listened with skepticism, then handed me an apple, saying he needed to discuss something with my grandfather, and asked me to return home alone. As I passed by Juelong River, I glanced over, and the little boy was still standing there, drenched. "Sister, come here," he beckoned. The term water ghost suddenly sprang to mind. Curiosity compelled me to approach him. I was not afraid of ghosts. I was Wang Meow Meow, and ghosts would always steer clear of me. I silently encouraged myself. "Sister, I don't want to harm anyone anymore," he said, his voice breaking into sobs as I drew near. "Please don't cry," I said, feeling flustered. "Little brother, what is your name?" I attempted to change the subject. "I don't have a name. They all call me Xiaobai." "Xiaobai, was it you who drowned just now?" I asked softly. He shook his head, sniffling. "That was my younger brother. I can't harm anyone anymore. The water granny said if I do, I'll become a vengeful ghost." I recognized the water granny as the river spirit who had asked me for clean water to bathe last year. He kept insisting he could no longer harm anyone. "Sister, can you accompany me to a place?" he inquired quietly, his head lowered. "Where to?" I immediately became alert. "The ghost market," he answered in a hushed tone. Chapter 4. Do water ghosts eat people? The Ghost Festival, also known as the Mid-Autumn Festival, is a day when the gates of the underworld are wide opened, and on this day, the yang energy is at its lowest. It is best to stay indoors to avoid encountering ghosts and to refrain from speaking disrespectfully of the spirit realm, lest one provoke the vengeful spirits. Last year, while the village chief took me to burn river lanterns at Juelong River, he cautioned me about this. However, this year during the Ghost Festival, I boldly entered the ghost market with a 5-year-old ghost child. The entrance to the ghost market lies before the river god temple, beneath an ancient locust tree. With a wave of his small hand, the ghost child transformed our appearances, turning us into 2 dashing young men, one wearing a look of trepidation and the other exuding confidence, as we strolled through the ghost street. In the ghost realm, the Ghost Festival is akin to the Qiqiao Festival, and the ghost market was bustling with lanterns of all shapes and sizes, illuminating the place like a fairyland. The ghost street was teeming with souls, and at the far end stood a century-old locust tree. Beside it, a vendor hawked red strings, proclaiming that if one tied 2 copper coins of fate with a red string and tossed them onto the tree, they would be bound in ghostly love. hand in hand until the end of time. Beneath the old locust tree, a ghost couple stood. The male ghost bought a red string, tied 2 copper coins, and handed it to the female ghost. She slowly accepted it and tossed it onto the tree, where the coin swayed for a moment before settling securely on a branch, their eyes filled with affection. Yearning to speak, the ghost child eagerly tugged at my hand, brimming with excitement that I hurriedly pulled him away. Such wishes for eternal love and companionship could not be made lightly, that I would rather become the wife of a river god than marry a little ghost. As we passed a stall selling clay figurines, the ghost child picked up a male figurine and turned to ask, "Does this look good?" I hesitated before responding. "It looks good," he nodded, glancing at a pair of male figurines, casually grabbing 2 and saying, "These are for you," then tossed a ghostly banknote as if it were nothing, striding ahead with a feigned nonchalance that I was taken aback. Did this little ghost child have poor judgment? How could he choose 2 male figurines? The vendor, upon seeing the ghostly banknote worth 10,000, was taken aback, awkwardly laughing as he addressed the young master. "Just now, you chose 2 male figurines. Would you like to select 2 female ones to match?" I glanced at the female clay dolls at the stall, and the more I looked, the more unappealing they became. Without hesitation, I declared that I would not take one, and immediately turned to catch up with the pace of the ghostly boy. Strange occurrences abound, particularly this year. During the Ghost Festival, it is customary for male and female spirits to appear in pairs. Yet today I encountered a pair of male spirits instead that I wondered if they could ever achieve a happy ending. As I turned, I heard the vendor sighing and shaking his head at the 2 solitary female clay dolls that in truth, I am a water ghost raised by an old man known as Bai. I am his twin, but only one of us could be allowed to live, and they chose him. Unfortunately, that fellow is quite feeble, prone to stumbling even while walking. The old man, having gained a son in his later years, was understandably reluctant to accept this fate, but he sought out numerous physicians, ultimately finding a nefarious practitioner. This wicked sorcerer employed vile methods to bind my soul, forcing me to assist that sickly wretch in borrowing yang energy. I was unwilling, and so they sold my one soul and spirit in this ghost market as leverage against me. That I stared at him in shock, recalling what my great-grandfather had told me. Both humans and ghosts possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. A human lacking in souls and spirits becomes foolish, while a ghost deprived of its essence cannot reincarnate. His gaze held a tinge of sorrow as he continued. The most ridiculous part is that the old man feigned sorrow before me, claiming he had no choice in the past, that he had always felt guilty and wished to make amends for me. Inside the ghost market's tea house, the ghostly boy reserved a private room and ordered a pot of tea, coldly recounting his tale, that if I were not mistaken, the old man he referred to as Bai was indeed his father, while the sickly one was his brother. That I felt a surge of indignation. Could such a father truly exist? Even if the choice made long ago was one of desperation, what of the present? Binding his soul with a sorcerer's aid, compelling him to drain the life force of others. Was that also out of necessity? Denying him reincarnation, was that not an act of cruelty? And now that your brother is gone, do they think they can simply let you go? I asked him, my sympathy evident. Yes, he is gone now. But the score between us remains unsettled. I will slowly make them pay. He lifted his head, a fierce white light flashing in his eyes that I shivered in fear. That in truth, the ghostly boy's features were quite striking, his phoenix-like eyes adorned with long lashes, a high nose bridge, and lips as red as coral against white teeth. Yet, there lay a dark red birthmark beneath his left eye, lending him a somewhat frightening appearance. Perhaps this was the reason his parents had chosen his brother over him. Am I truly that ugly? He chuckled softly, transforming back into the image of a graceful young man. That I hastily shook my head. Only now did I comprehend that the children who had drowned in the long river must have been those from whom he borrowed yang energy for his brother. But then, why had his brother drowned? He stood up and clapped his hands, summoning a staff member from the tea house, who approached with a deep bow. Young Master Bai, how may I serve you? The attendant's eyes held a peculiar mix of respect and fear as they regarded him. Bring forth the finest offerings of both white food and black food. His expression was devoid of emotion as he commanded, sounding anything but like a child. From the moment I entered the ghost market, I sensed something amiss. How could a 5-year-old water ghost so easily navigate such a place? Moreover, when he purchased the clay doll, he had handed the vendor a bill worth 10,000 ghostly coins. Where had he acquired such wealth? The attendant's demeanor towards him suggested he was indeed a frequent patron here. What is white food? What is black food? You cannot possibly be 5 years old. Who are you really? What do you intend by luring me here? I unleashed a barrage of questions, disregarding whether he retained any of them. In simple terms, white food refers to food meant for humans, while black food is intended for ghosts, and I in the realm of the living. I was indeed the 5-year-old son of the deceased village head of my village, raised as a little ghost by that old man. However, in this ghostly realm, he cleared his throat, deliberately leaving me in suspense. I am afraid you are still too young for me to disclose my full identity. As for the final question, I did not deceive you. I would never do such a thing, that I sought your consent before bringing you here, and I will reveal my intentions shortly. With that, a smile graced his lips as he erupted into laughter. That was tantamount to saying nothing at all, that I shot him a disgruntled glare. Just yesterday, he had played the part of a pitiable child by the river, tearfully claiming he had never released a river lantern, begging me to accompany him to buy one, only to present such a performance now that water ghosts consume humans. Was his intention to wait until I grew older to devour me? I instantly entered a mode of indignation. Water ghosts do consume humans, particularly those who, like you, relish arguing, he replied, his brows raised, his eyes sparkling with mischief, a look that could ensnare souls. Prompting me to avert my gaze to that moment, the attendant returned, accompanied by 2 delicate-looking female ghosts bearing food. The 2 girls kept their heads lowered, hastily placing the offerings down before swiftly retreating. The ghosts fear other ghosts. It must be that your appearance frightens the little female ghosts so much they dare not lift their heads. I teased, unable to contain my vexation. He paused for a few seconds before returning to his previous demeanor. My brother is nearing death, and the old man has instructed me to capture another child to prolong his life. That wicked sorcerer has set his sights on a girl with a particularly auspicious fate, named Wangjia. At the time, I did not realize it was you, until I heard your father calling your name amidst the crowd. He sighed before continuing, what they do to me matters little, but should they wish to harm you, I will be the first to oppose their plans. Momentarily taken aback, I found myself unable to respond as he seized my hand and led me back onto the ghost street. Actually, I brought you here today to ask for your assistance. That he gently placed his hands on my shoulders, speaking deliberately. Chapter 5. Congratulations to this pair of male ghosts on their union in the ghost street. Beneath the old locust tree, a vendor selling red strings wore a broad smile, particularly when he looked in the boy's direction. Such deference stirred my curiosity regarding his identity. The ghostly boy handed over a ghostly bill and received a red string along with 2 copper coins for marriage. Tying them together and presenting them to me, I intended to refuse, but the surrounding little ghosts began to cheer, leaving me no choice but to comply and toss it symbolically onto my head. The red thread swayed momentarily on the branches before wrapping itself around, much to my astonishment. The ghostly boy stood nearby, a smile playing on his lips. Congratulations to this pair of male ghosts on their union. A mocking voice suddenly emerged from the crowd, causing the other spirits to scatter, and silence enveloped the ghost street. Fian. You are late, the ghostly boy snorted, addressing the newcomer. That a fragrant aroma of wine wafted through the air as a figure clad in crimson appeared before us. This male ghost, adorned in exquisite satin attire, possessed raven-black hair and alluring peach blossom eyes, complemented by a charming smile revealing a pair of tiger-like fangs. That he held a feathered fan, swaying it rhythmically in the breeze. This ghost is stunning. I sighed softly from behind the ghostly boy. Is this the little lover you have been searching for so long, young masterby? The enchanting ghost floated gracefully towards me, his gaze appraising as he observed my youthful form. Just a little girl, he remarked with an amused expression, seemingly unfazed. I was just wondering how our illustrious young masterby ended up in such a predicament. Enough with the chit-chat. Do you have the items I requested? The ghostly boy snapped impatiently. The beautiful ghost pouted, glancing towards the tea house across the way. You expect me to simply hand them over without compensation? I want wine, the finest wine. With that, he strolled directly towards the tea house. It is said that in the ghost realm, there exists a renowned judge known for his tall stature and striking features. Wielding a ledger of life and death in one hand and a soul-reaping pen in the other, countless female ghosts are enamored with him. Yet he remains indifferent to women, preferring to indulge in fine wine and often providing special treatment for a particularly exquisite brew. Such a remarkable figure emerges only once every millennium. Yet he is a notorious slacker, earning the moniker of the flower wine judge. Inside the tea house, Mo Fian, clad in blood-red attire, exuded an enchanting aura as he listened with a smile to the gossip of the little ghosts around him. Far from being offended, he approached a shy little ghost and inquired, "Sister, have you seen the judge? Am I more handsome than he?" The little ghost cast a fleeting glance at him before lowering her head. Her pallid cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. When he saw her silence, he turned to me and asked, "Have you seen the judge? Am I more appealing than he?" I awkwardly shook my head. "I have not seen the judge, so I cannot say if you are more attractive. I am that judge," he declared proudly, a hint of roguishness in his grin that did not pay him any mind. The ghostly boy interjected, pulling me closer, his expression darkening as he seemed to harbor some dissatisfaction with this individual. Who would have thought there existed such a self-absorbed ghost in the realm? I muttered under my breath, "Only to have him over here, then am I not good-looking?" he inquired, pulling out a copper mirror to inspect himself from various angles that moment. The attendant rushed over, flustered that I sincerely apologize. "Young Master Bai, I did not notice your arrival. Please forgive me. Young Master Bai rarely graces us with his presence. Do not delay in fetching the finest lotus wine," Mo Fian commanded, still preoccupied with admiring his reflection in the mirror. All the while exchanging knowing glances with the attendant. The attendant glanced at the ghostly boy, who nodded slightly, allowing him to proceed to fetch the wine. The lotus wine is famed throughout the ghost street, not only for its exquisite flavor, but also for its exorbitant price. So steep that a single jar could purchase 1,000 jars of ordinary wine, earning it the title of 1,000 jars of fragrance. As Mo Fian introduced, he fixated on the wine jar before him, his peach blossom eyes suddenly magnifying several times, truly deserving of the title of the flower wine judge. "Don't just drink, bring me what I requested first." The ghost boy snatched the wine jar away, looking at him with a playful expression. "Ditto. I told you I'd give it to you. Why are you so anxious? Who would carry something so important with them every day?" "I will definitely give it to you tomorrow, tonight, this evening." "All right." A male ghost pouted, a rare sight to behold, especially since he was a stunningly beautiful male ghost. The ghost boy and I exchanged a glance, both shaking our heads in exasperation. Did I in no time? The jar of wine was nearly empty. The ghost boy signaled the waiter to bring another jar, and casually shot me a glance, which I acknowledged with a nod. An hour ago, he had brought me to Ghost Street, saying that a friend would be visiting soon and asking me to assist him in stealing something from this friend, if he is a friend. Can't we just borrow it? Why must we resort to theft? I firmly rejected without a second thought, but he paused mid-sentence, seemingly struck by a thought, and began to chuckle. "Once you meet him, you'll understand why." He added that I would receive a treasure as a token of gratitude once the task was accomplished. With Mo Fian pulling the ghost boy, they each took a cup, and within a mere 15 minutes, both were sprawled across the table, intoxicated. "Xiao Bai, Yin Gei," I called out their names, ensuring no one responded, before stealthily approaching Mo Fian, extending my hand to search him while silently reminding myself not to be intrusive. After nearly 15 minutes, I finally pilfered the soul-snatching brush hidden in his sleeve. The brush felt heavy. Judging by its color, the handle appeared to be made of bronze, intricately engraved with exquisite Qilin patterns. As I cautiously tucked the brush into my pocket, I cursed the ghost boy for having me assist in thievery, and yet, inexplicably, I had agreed. Beneath an old locust tree, I found a clean stone step to sit on. Waiting for a long time until the ghost boy staggered over, that I hurried towards him. "Are you all right? What do you need this for? Isn't this the brush the enchanting ghost uses to write the ledger of life and death? If you steal it, won't he be punished?" I handed him the brush, bombarding him with questions. "Are you concerned for me or for him?" He tucked a stray hair behind my ear, smiling with a hint of meaning. "I'm fine. The wine is a bit strong. I'll be all right in a moment. The reason I need you to steal this is to alter a person's fate on the ledger. As for him, since this item is in my possession, no one will punish him." He placed the brush into his sleeve and took my hand, leading me toward the end of Ghost Street. "Did I he going to be all right? That enchanting ghost judge just drank so much. Who knows when he will wake up?" I inquired, feigning concern. "You seem quite concerned for him, but it's of no use. That fellow prefers drinking over women." He chuckled, a sound that made me glare at him. "Who said I was worried about him? I'm just asking. Since you stole it, it doesn't matter to you, but if he finds out it was me who took it, what will I do if he comes after me?" I retorted, indignant, that don't worry, with me around, he won't dare to cause you trouble. You just promised me a treasure as a token of gratitude. I reminded him. He extended his hand and presented me with a gleaming token, golden and about the size of my palm, inscribed with incomprehensible symbols reminiscent of ghostly runes. Take good care of this. Don't lose it. With this, other ghosts won't dare to harm you, he said, a smile playing on his lips. This is made of gold. It must be quite valuable. That I held the token in my hand. Astonished, he paused, seemingly taken aback by my question. You little money grubber, the sky is darkening. Let me escort you home, or your parents might worry. And what about you? I asked, feigning concern that I need to go to a place to handle some matters. It might take a long time. Perhaps 3 years or 5, but it won't exceed 10 years. Wangjia, before you turn 18, I will surely return. Hold on to the token and take care of yourself. Wait for me. Chapter 6. Wangjia was not easily frightened that night. Upon returning from the ghost market, I tied the token Xiao had given me around my neck. That it was significantly larger than an ordinary pendant, and when worn, it felt pleasantly cool against my skin. Though I was uncertain of its exact purpose. Wearing it, I went to the Wang family ancestral hall to present wine to my great-grandfather. He looked at me strangely, and, as I was about to leave, he called out, "Meow meow, have you met anyone unusual recently?" I nervously shook my head, denying it. He took a hearty swig of wine and sternly advised me not to go out for the next few days. No matter what. Numbly, I nodded, but on my way home, my right eyelid kept twitching, as if something was about to unfold. Upon reaching my doorstep, I noticed a crowd gathered in my yard, with my father arguing with someone while holding a shovel. "Dad!" I called out, moving closer, but a sudden chill swept through, and it felt as though my body was immobilized, making it difficult to move. That in an instant, a man with triangular eyes, a hooked nose, a face full of wrinkles, and a fierce gaze floated before me, eyeing me with an unsettling look. That a ghostly fate of a girl, a rare find indeed, marvelous, marvelous. Who are you? What do you want? Let me go, I struggled fiercely. He stroked his few scraggly beard hairs, grinning maliciously. Little girl, don't bother wasting your energy. Your fate is extremely keen. You bring misfortune to your parents and kin while alive, and even after death, you could easily become a vengeful spirit. Why not hand over your soul to me, and I shall assist you in fulfilling your final wish? Bah! You think too highly of yourself, you old man who's half buried in the ground, bullying a little girl in broad daylight. Aren't you ashamed? Let me go, or you'll regret it. I retorted defiantly. You little brat, your tongue is quite sharp. Refusing to drink the offered wine, you choose the punishment instead. Today, I shall seize your soul to extend my nephew's life. With that, a withered hand suddenly grasped my neck tightly. That I struggled desperately, trying to claw at his arm, but his grip was too powerful, leaving me weak and helpless. That I felt my eyelids growing heavier, my body becoming lighter. Suddenly, the token around my neck radiated a burning heat, and a cool breeze rushed from behind. The old man screeched and was sent flying far away. Gasping for breath, I watched as the old man spat blood on the ground. Surrounded by numerous little ghosts, you little girl can actually repel spirits, he said, fear evident in his eyes. What do you mean repelling spirits? I was bewildered. Could it be? I reached up to touch the token around my neck, and the little ghost stood in formation, as if awaiting my command. Bind him up and throw him into the river. I tentatively instructed the little ghost. That in an instant, over a dozen little ghosts lunged forward, swiftly binding the old man and tossing him into the muddy waters of the Zhuanglong River. What on earth is happening? I was utterly astonished, unable to fathom that the token Xiao had given me was so powerful. The little ghosts obeyed my command, and I tentatively called out again, and to my amazement, hundreds of little ghosts gathered before me, all staring blankly at me. I was dumbfounded. Who exactly was Xiao? A mere token could command so many little ghosts. That old man is temporarily out of commission. You may return for now. That I chuckled awkwardly at the little ghost. That a gust of wind swept through, and everything returned to tranquility. Had it not been for the lingering warmth of the token around my neck, I would have doubted whether the recent events were merely a dream. That be why the Zhuanglong River, a crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle. The old man lay bound by a transparent rope, motionless in the mud, groaning. Dead in my yard, the village chief of my family village, accompanied by several burly men, was embroiled in a heated verbal battle with my father. My daughter's fate being is none of your business. Don't crowd around my yard like gatekeepers. Leave at once. Wangjia, you mustn't be deluded. Your daughter is the reincarnation of a ghost star. She cannot remain by your side, that if you think the compensation is insufficient. We can negotiate. I can offer an additional 100,000. How about it? My father and the village chief were at an impasse, while my mother, in a fit of anger, splashed a basin of water at the village chief. You shrew, giving face but not taking it, hand over your daughter, or I will take her by force. The village chief wiped the water from his dripping hair, shouting furiously. Several burly men seized my mother's arms and began to drag her away. Seeing this, my father grabbed the shovel and swung it at them, but the men were too strong, and with a few pushes, they knocked my father to the ground. The onlookers whispered among themselves, none daring to intervene. Stop right there, I shouted angrily, rushing to stand in front of my parents that, oh, speak of the devil, is this the ghostly girl? Quite a beauty indeed. The village chief, with a face of utter grotesqueness, one eye larger than the other, a crooked nose and prominent cheekbones, spoke in a tone that was both obnoxious and mocking that I had no desire to look at him any longer. I just wanted them to leave my house immediately. Your grandmother has already sold you to my son as a child bride. Come with uncle today, that he grinned obsequiously, revealing a row of sharp teeth, making him resemble a rodent. Which son are you referring to? Is it the one who drowned by the banks of the falling Dragon River a few days ago? Or the little white one you have been nurturing as a water ghost? I raised my head and asked him mockingly that I am a cursed spirit, an ominous woman. If you take me home, do you not fear that I shall bring about your demise? Are you tired of living? The more I spoke, the more fervent I became, causing the old man to puff up his cheeks and glare at me, his face turning crimson. Later, I learned that his ailing son had not perished. I know not what dark sorcery he employed to bring him back, yet he remained frail, requiring a ghostly reincarnation to prolong his life. Guided by that wicked master, he sought me out, offering a sum of 100,000 yuan to purchase me, ostensibly to serve as a child bride for his son, while in truth, he sought to leverage my fate to extend his son's life. Thus, the preceding scene unfolded. You all, immediately, get out of my house. I shouted vehemently at them. At some point, the fellow entangled in the mire had freed himself from his bonds and floated towards me. You which, at such a tender age, you can command the spirits. It seems I have underestimated you. Speak, was it that useless water ghost who taught you? Where is he now? I hope I do not catch him, for if I do, I shall ensure his soul is shattered. He spoke menacingly while drifting closer to me. So, he is indeed the wicked master that Littleby mentioned. What? Just now your bones have not yet scattered, and you wish to try again? I, Wangjia, am not easily frightened. I glared at him defiantly, the talisman around my neck beginning to heat up once more. Were it not for the fact that this sorcerer has recently expended much of his power to save my nephew. What can those wraiths do to me? He was so enraged that veins bulged on his forehead, his entire body trembling, that I shall spare you this day, but rest assured, I will not let you off so easily in the future. He glanced back at the white village chief, wiped the mud from his face, and departed with a flourish. Upon seeing the wicked master leave, the white village chief exchanged a glance with several burly men beside him. And in a fit of rage, he too took his leave. My mother rushed over, hugged me, and wept, only to be forcibly dragged back into the house by my father, that I thought that their sinister plot had failed, and they would abandon their designs. Little did I expect that trouble would arise again that night. Chapter 7. Are you the gambling ghost? Between Bai family village and Wang family village, only the falling Dragon River separates them. As the river runs dry year-round, the villagers can only traverse on land. To reach the other village, one must pass through a forest. And speaking of this forest, my great-grandfather has tales to tell. This forest has long been the source of nightmares for generations in Wang family village. The elderly all know of the nameless graveyard hidden within. Each night, ghostly lights flicker in the graveyard, appearing and disappearing, creating an eerie spectacle. My great-grandfather said that a ghost resides there, a gambling spirit who delights in ensnaring passers-by to play cards with him, that if you win, he resorts to trickery. If you lose, he demands something from you, perhaps your lifespan, your soul, or even a body part, such as an eye or an ear. In those days, there was a carpenter from our village who frequently visited the town for work. One evening, as the sun set, the carpenter returned carrying a jug of wine and ventured into the forest. Not long after, The sky darkened, and the carpenter felt a surge of anxiety, quickening his pace. As he passed the graveyard, a sudden chilling wind swept through, sending shivers down his spine. Summoning his courage, he lit a cigarette and began to curse the graveyard. Eventually, the village accountant, accompanied by two older men from the village, each wielding a shovel, approached from the other side of the graveyard. The carpenter felt a bit of relief and hurried to greet them. The accountant explained that they had just returned from digging wild ginseng and opened a sack to reveal 2 ginseng roots the size of radishes, causing the carpenter's eyes to widen with greed. Such large wild ginseng would fetch a handsome sum in town. Envious, the carpenter suggested they go to the accountant's house to play mahjong, secretly plotting to claim the ginseng for himself. The accountant and the 2 other men, all old bachelors who would return to cold beds, readily agreed. The carpenter, with stars in his eyes, felt as though he arrived at the accountant's home in the blink of an eye. They played mahjong all night. Initially, the carpenter was on a winning streak, collecting all the money from the 3 men and eventually seizing the wild ginseng as well. The accountant waved his hand, pulling out a gold bracelet and suggesting a higher stakes game. The carpenter, riding high on his luck, accepted whatever the accountant proposed without hesitation. The accountant declared they would roll dice to determine the stakes. If he won, he would take the bracelet. If he lost, he would forfeit a hand. The carpenter laughed heartily, saying, "You old bachelor, you must be mad. What use is my hand to you? If you win, I shall simply return the money I won from you." The accountant shook his head, taking the dice and rolling them. The carpenter broke out in a cold sweat, his gaze fixated on the tumbling dice. .6. "You lose." The accountant burst into laughter. The carpenter felt a piercing pain in his hand and fainted. It was not until dawn that the carpenter awoke, finding himself not at the accountant's house, but propped against a grave mound, with several slender green snakes and a pile of paper money before him. "I've seen a ghost." Terrified, the carpenter fled, sprinting home in a panic that a few days later, while working in town, he accidentally severed his hand with a bow saw, thus ending his carpentry career. Whenever the villagers spoke of this tale, they would shake their heads in dismay. After that incident, no one dared to enter the forest at night, and the name of the ghostly forest spread like wildfire. My great-grandfather claimed to have encountered that gambling ghost, describing him as tall and handsome, urging that if I ever stumbled into the ghostly forest, I must mention his name, that I glanced at my drunken great-grandfather, dismissing his tales as mere boasting, that I had no intention of venturing into such a cursed place. "Little girl, wake up, it's the middle of the night." I was sound asleep when suddenly a clear voice roused me, that a cool breeze swept through, and I felt hands encircling my waist from behind. Alarmed, I sat up abruptly, realizing I was not in my home, but rather lying on a dark red, intricately carved wooden bed, surrounded by antique redwood furnishings. The window across from me was open, revealing a paper lantern inscribed with the words, "Ching Fu. What is happening? Have I crossed over?" I blinked hard, yet the scene before me remained unchanged as a hand reached out from behind, causing me to start and push him away, tumbling to the floor. "Who are you, and why am I here?" I asked in a panic, ignoring the pain in my body. "What, are you a cursed spirit, afraid of ghosts?" A young man, tall and graceful, with long hair and striking features, floated before me, lifting me from the floor and placing me back onto the bed. "Who are you?" I retreated to the edge of the bed, curling up and whispering my question that I in recent days. I had encountered too many peculiar individuals. No matter how bold I was, I remained an 8-year-old child at heart, that I am the master of this Qing Fu. "Qing Xian, you should be grateful. I just saved you." He rose and walked to the table, pouring himself a cup of tea, speaking leisurely. "Tonight, at the first watch, I was taking a brief rest in my abode when I saw a shadow darting through the forest at remarkable speed. It appeared to be a practitioner, carrying a girl on his shoulder. He said, pointing at me, that I noticed this girl had a peculiar fate, so I engaged the man for a while till he was injured and could not contend with me, abandoning you and fleeing. Fearing you would be devoured by wolves in the wilderness, I brought you back with me, that a shadow, injured. Could it be that wicked master?" A chill ran down my spine. He truly would not give up. "So, how do you intend to thank me?" He raised an eyebrow, striding toward me. "What are you doing? Don't come any closer," I shouted, desperately retreating to the corner of the bed. That he halted. "What are you afraid of?" "I have no interest in a little girl like you. I merely wish to inquire, on this long, dark night, would you care to join me for a game of cards?" "A game of cards?" Are you the gambling ghost? My eyes widened in disbelief. How dare you? No one else would ever dare to call me that. He glided towards me, furious, attempting to grasp my throat. The moment his hand made contact, it felt as though he had been jolted by electricity, and he stumbled back in shock. Why do you have Xiao Bai's talisman? He staggered, his expression one of disbelief that he even recognized Xiao Bai. The ghostly child had said that wearing this talisman would protect me from harm. It seems it was indeed true. This was a gift from him. Thank you for saving me today. Could you perhaps escort me home? I looked up at him, my large eyes blinking innocently. Why would he give you such an important item? His eyes turned crimson, glaring at me with menace. Anyone who dares to covet Xiao Bai will not have an easy time of it. With a wave of his hand, my body lifted against my will, and in the next moment, I crashed forcefully onto the bed. Are you out of your mind? You, a male ghost, are secretly infatuated with Xiao Bai. I struggled to sit up. Clutching my chest, he snorted disdainfully, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, clearly wounded by the talisman. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I cautiously asked, Do you know Wang Xiuqing? I saw his eyes light up. Who are you to Xiao Wang? I replied, I am Wang Miao. He is my great-grandfather, I obediently remarked, and he cast a bewildered glance my way before turning his face towards the window, offering a wry smile as he said, Forget it. After all, it is I who have been overly persistent. He must have already forgotten. Was the he mentioned referring to Xiao Bai? A tinge of doubt flickered in my heart. Yet I refrained from voicing it. You may stay here tonight. I will see you back home first thing tomorrow morning, he said, rising to approach the window, softly sighing. The osmanthus this evening is wonderfully fragrant. And the moon is so large that I wonder when I will see him again. Chapter 8. Have you fought with the osmanthus spirit? This year's osmanthus is particularly aromatic, especially at night, when the sweet scent envelopes my dreams. Yet, for some reason, it has suddenly lost its fragrance over the past 2 days. Early in the morning, after Qing Xian escorted me home through the morning mist, he departed without uttering a word. My mother was already in the yard, harvesting vegetables, and upon seeing me return, assumed I had gone to the backyard to play with my uncle's cat, paying little mind to my presence. Just as my mother stepped back inside, the sky darkened. I raised my head to gaze at the heavens, only to find thick, ominous clouds rolling in like a tidal wave, followed by a fierce wind and torrential downpour. Before long, a tremendous crash echoed as a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, startling me into a frenzied dash inside. It's raining! It's raining! I shouted as I ran. Today is the 3rd day of the lunar month, and this downpour is a welcoming gift from the river god. I joyfully dashed about the house, only to be yanked back to the dining table by my father, who insisted I eat properly. Shortly thereafter, the village broadcast crackled to life, awakening everyone in the vicinity. It's raining. Wangjia village has finally received rain, a welcome relief after such a long drought. We owe this rain to the little Wang Miao of the Wangjia family. Her spirit of self-sacrifice for the greater good is truly commendable and worthy of emulation. The village head's excited yet hoarse voice resonated from the broadcast room. My father glanced at my mother, remaining silent, his brow furrowed. The matter of me being offered to the river god as a bride is not a secret in the village. Yet it is hardly a point of pride, akin to receiving accolades or recognition. Initially, we believed that with time, everyone would forget, but now that it has resurfaced, my parents feel a sense of shame. Miao. Recount the events of that day at the river goddess temple once more, my father said gravely, pulling me aside to ask seriously. I recounted the events of that day from start to finish, intentionally emphasizing the part where I was told to attend school. Upon hearing this, my grandfather stood up, cleared his throat, and said, Let Miao attend school with Xiaoqian. My grandfather had previously served as a private teacher in the village. And after retirement, my uncle took over his role. My uncle immediately objected. No, she is too foolish. She will lower the overall performance of our class. Wang Quan, who are you calling foolish? I retorted, slamming my hand on the table in frustration. In truth, the animosity between my uncle and me had been brewing since I was 3 years old, a tale that I shall gradually unfold. And aren't you foolish? When I was your age, I could recite the 100 family surnames, the 3-character classic, the 4 books and 5 classics, and Tang and song poetry with ease. And you can't even write your own name. My uncle lit a cigarette and stepped in front of me, raising an eyebrow, deliberately provoking me. Who says I can't write my name? You, a single dog with a sharp tongue. Just wait. I shall write it for you. I huffed, storming into my grandfather's room to fetch paper and a pen. I returned, diligently writing not only my name, but also the names of my entire family. Then my father glanced at my mother, who shook her head, indicating she hadn't taught me, then looked at my grandfather, who also shook his head. How about that? Impressive, right? I, Wangjia, am self-taught, I declared proudly, lifting my chin defiantly at my uncle that in truth, not only could I write my name, but I could also recite the multiplication table and classical poetry, all of which my great-grandfather had taught me during my visits. Let Miao attend school with Xiaoqian. That is settled. Once my grandfather spoke, no one dared to oppose. It was as good as set in stone. I was overjoyed and deliberately ran in front of my uncle, sticking out my tongue to tease him. He waved me aside, muttering under his breath, "Little brat, just wait. Let's see how I deal with you. If you survive a semester, I'll take your surname." Immersed in my own delight, I paid him no mind and even had an extra bowl of rice at lunch. "Jianga, come here quickly." After lunch, while I was playing chess with my grandfather, my mother called out to my father, appearing somewhat flustered. "Look at that river." She pointed towards the Zhuanglong River outside the door at that moment, due to the excessive rainfall. The water level in the river had begun to rise alarmingly, threatening to overflow. "Isn't this rain a bit excessive?" my father asked, donning a raincoat to check on the chickens in the yard. As soon as he opened the door, water surged in from outside, startling him into quickly shutting the door again. I rushed to the window, where the rain continued to intensify. "What is happening?" Zilin said there would be a gentle rain, but he never mentioned that it would flood Wangjia village. "Didn't you say this rain was for you? Hurry and contact your river god husband. If this keeps up, Wangjia village will be doomed." Wang Quan lounged on the bench, unconcerned, waiting to see me flounder. My face flushed crimson, and I stood rooted, unsure of what to do. I had only encountered the river god once, and I had no idea how to reach him. He had mentioned coming to see me on the 7th day, but today was only the 3rd, meaning I would have to wait 4 days. I could wait, but Wangjia village could not. If the rain continued like this, it would likely be submerged by dawn. As the rain continued to pour down, I could think of nothing else and sprinted to my room to grab a raincoat. My father, having momentarily glanced away, did not notice as I jumped out of the window. My mother was horrified, anxiously pacing by the window and calling for me to return, but I dashed away too swiftly for her to catch me. The torrential rain intensified, the water in the street rising to my thighs. I trudged towards the river goddess temple with great difficulty, nearly swept away by the rushing water if not for grasping a tree along the way. The street was deserted, save for 2 mischievous spirits frolicking in the water. Thinking quickly, I retrieved the token Xiaobai had given me and called them over. The 2 spirits hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing the token in my hand, they obediently floated to me, awaiting my command. "Do you 2 have any way to take me to the river goddess temple?" I inquired tentatively. They exchanged glances, and before I knew it, I was indeed flying, soaring effortlessly through the air until I reached the river goddess temple. Fortunately, there were no onlookers. Otherwise, I surely would have been mistaken for a specter. Thank you so much," I exclaimed repeatedly as they bowed and scampered off to resume their play. "Zilin, are you there? Please come out. I beg you to appear quickly, if you don't stop the rain. Wangjia village will be flooded." I called out into the empty temple, but there was not even a mosquito in sight. "Zilin, please come out," I cried out hoarsely, repeating my plea until my throat grew raw. Yet I saw no sign of him. It dawned on me that he had said he would come on the 7th day, and today was only the 3rd. Exhausted, I collapsed onto the mat and drifted into a restless slumber. In a daze, I was enveloped by a strong scent of osmanthus as a bloodied child staggered towards me. Startled, I sat up, instinctively recoiling. "Who are you? What do you want?" I croaked, my throat aching painfully. "Wangjia, don't be afraid. It's me, Zilin." Upon opening my eyes, I saw his pale face, swaying weakly beside me, his dark robe stained with blood, and his arms and face marred with wounds. "Zilin, you're hurt. Did you fight with the osmanthus spirit?" I blurted out in a panic. "I'm fine, Miao. Don't worry. The rain has stopped, Zilin. Are you in a lot of pain? We should go to the hospital." I insisted, still not reassured by his injuries. Miao. "Tell me a story," he murmured, leaning against the pillar of the temple, his voice weak. Chapter 9. The past of my uncle. I have a rather annoying uncle named Wang Quan. notorious in Wangjia village as that in truth, to label him as such is merely my personal bias. In my eyes, he is a gregarious sort, always appearing wherever there is a gathering, a trait best described in the local dialect as self-initiated familiarity, or in modern parlance, social butterfly syndrome. In the eyes of outsiders, he is an avid reader, possessing profound knowledge, and stands out as the most exemplary teacher in the village primary school. Markedly different from the idle individuals around him, he often asserts that those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trivialities. Thus, despite having spent over 20 years in academia, now in his 30s, he is yet to find a wife. His grandfather frequently chastises him for being oblivious to the world outside, while only his grandmother believes that her youngest son is a pillar of talent. Possessing lofty aspirations and disdainful of those around him, in addition to this, he harbors a peculiar passion for hunting, a pursuit that many villagers engage in. What sets him apart is that he never kills his captures. Instead, he brings them home to keep as pets. His grandfather has scolded him countless times, claiming he has turned their home into a zoo. Nonetheless, he remains unrepentant, and the family, unable to change his ways, has reluctantly allocated a space in the yard for his endeavors. I recall that it was during the 3rd year of my existence when he mysteriously procured an owl. This owl was unlike any ordinary one. Its head was as large as a wash basin, and its feathers shimmered with a golden my grandmother, terrified, insisted it must be a transformed spirit and urged him to release it, but he refused, claiming he wanted to study it. This research led to unforeseen complications. One night, my second uncle, having indulged in drinks with friends, returned home with some leftover food. Nothing extravagant, just peanuts and ham sausages. He staggered, nearly losing his footing in the yard. A pair of strong hands caught him, effortlessly relieving him of the food and summoning several jars of liquor from the kitchen, settling down to drink in the yard. My uncle, dazed, could not recall who this person was, especially since it was the height of summer and he was clad in a heavy black mink coat, seemingly oblivious to the heat. This stranger leisurely drank his fill, while my uncle sat beside him in a stupor until dawn broke, only to discover that the jars of snake wine my grandfather had prepared for my great-grandfather were completely emptied, and the food he had brought had vanished without a trace. My uncle slapped his forehead in confusion. Unable to piece together the events of the night, he cursed, just as he noticed me peering through the crack in the door. My uncle had spent the entire night drinking with the owl I called out to him in my childish voice, and he shot me a glare before storming off to confront the creature. He found the owl, reeking of alcohol, blissfully asleep in its cage, with a few scattered peanuts nearby. My uncle, a staunch skeptic of the supernatural, suddenly found himself believing, and his disdain extended to me as well. That very night, he released the owl, but summoning spirits is far easier than dispelling them. Every fortnight, the creature would return to wreak havoc, either consuming the household's hidden liquor or shredding the books in my uncle's study. Instead of growing angry, my uncle would secretly prepare food for it. On one occasion, while I was in the backyard fetching wine for my great-grandfather, I stumbled upon the spirit indulging in its thievery. I recalled my great-grandfather mentioning that animals require a century of cultivation to transform into human form. Presumably, this owl was of a similar age to my great-grandfather. Feeling bold, I hurled a brick at it. Striking it squarely, it bled from its head and, enraged, flew directly at me. Just then, my uncle appeared, shielding me, but the creature clawed at his arm before taking flight. From that moment, my uncle regarded me as a thorn in his side. And compounded by the incident at the river god's temple, our enmity was firmly established. I recounted the tale of my uncle Wang Quan de Zilin, who turned pale and managed a weak smile. Sharing a story of his own uncle de Zilin's uncle, named Tianchi, was once a prominent figure in the Dragon Palace of Linghai, renowned not only for his striking appearance, but also for his exceptional talents. The number of little fairies in the palace who harbored secret crushes on him could circle the entire Linghai. Yet he fell in love with a mortal woman and fathered a child with her. Such a union was an affront to the celestial laws, and although the heavenly emperor valued his talent and intended only a light punishment to encourage repentance, Tianchi stubbornly refused to acknowledge his wrongdoing, inciting the emperor's wrath. Consequently, he was banished to the Dark Dragon Cave, the deepest recess of the palace, where light was scarce and the surrounding rocks and seaweed absorbed all spiritual energy, making escape nearly impossible. Tianchi, proud in spirit, accepted his punishment without despair. Instead, he sought out the flower goddess to obtain osmanthus seeds, declaring that osmanthus was his beloved's favorite flower, and he intended to fill the entire dark cave with them. "And what of your uncle's lover and child?" I asked curiously, but he shook his head. "I do not know." "What about that injury?" I hesitated, wanting to hear him elaborate. "Recently, the osmanthus in the dark dragon cave bloomed vibrantly, attracting many fairies who could not resist visiting to admire the flourishing trees, each 3 times the size of a regular osmanthus. That it was on that very night that his uncle escaped the cave, and upon his departure, the blossoms withered, carpeting the ground." Escape? Wasn't he willing to accept his punishment? What prompted such a sudden flight? My confusion was palpable. Perhaps he received news concerning his lover and child. Zeline speculated that in a fit of fury, the heavenly emperor dispatched numerous celestial soldiers to search for him, yet to no avail. That I was uncertain whether it was a trick of my eyes or not. But I noticed a fleeting smile at the corner of Zeline's mouth, quickly replaced by his usual demeanor. "But how did you sustain those injuries?" I reached out, wanted to touch his face, but hesitated, fearing it would cause him pain, and withdrew my hand. He chuckled, taking my hand and placing it on his face, assuring me that the minor wounds were inconsequential, long since healed. That I blushed and looked down, unable to meet his gaze. That in truth, I inflicted these wounds upon myself. That he coughed a few times and adjusted his posture, a smile creeping onto his lips. "What? Are you out of your mind? Do you have a penchant for self-harm?" My eyes widened in shock. That I had no choice. That on the night of my uncle's escape, I was on duty, and I couldn't let them suspect me, for I was the one who freed him. I was once again struck with disbelief. Why? My uncle is the closest person to me. That I have always been the weakest, the one unable to control even the rain, while my brothers can soar through the clouds. They bullied me, but my uncle has always cared for me. He's the one who treats me the best in the entire Dragon Palace of Linghai. If I ever gain power, I will not allow anyone to harm him. His fists clenched, his gaze resolute. "So, the incessant rain in Wangjia village is tied to this matter?" I whispered. That he nodded. "My body has been weak these past few days. Thus I cannot control the rainfall." "Wang Miao Miao, I am sorry. That I intended to help you, but..." He lowered his head, thinking I was blaming him, and offered a guilt-ridden explanation. "That do not apologize, Zeline. You have already been of immense help. I should be the one expressing gratitude." "Miao Miao, I possess something I have long wished to give you. Would you accompany me back to the Dragon Palace to retrieve it?" Chapter 10. A day tour of the Dragon Palace of Linghai as we glided over the azure waves. I felt as though I were wandering through a painting. Zeline took me on a boat ride along the river, and within a short span of time, we arrived at a magnificent cave entrance. Wide and adorned with vibrant clouds and a lifelike stone statue of a green dragon. Inside, the stone walls were embedded with pearls and jade, while the coral reefs beneath our feet shimmered with a golden glow. The scenery before me resembled a celestial paradise, breathtakingly beautiful. Unable to resist, I dashed to a section of the stone wall and reached out to touch the pearls embedded within, which were astonishingly the size of eggs. "Miao Miao, do you like pearls? I have plenty at home. I will bring them all out for you later," Zeline declared with great enthusiasm as he approached me. That moment, I wished for nothing more than to find a crevice to hide in. Utterly mortified by my previous display of naivety, that my face felt ablaze with embarrassment, and I repeatedly waved my hands. No, it's not necessary. I was merely curious and wanted to take a look in an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness. I feigned interest in my surroundings while my mind raced to shift the conversation elsewhere. "Zeline, isn't the Dragon Palace located beneath the water?" I asked quietly. "Indeed, it is beneath the water. This cave is merely one of the passages to the Dragon Palace. A secret hideout from my childhood. Look over there at that spring. The ancient turtle inside is one I saved when I was young." Following Zeline's finger, I spotted a turtle in the spring. Its shell as large as a grinding stone, eyes half closed and snoring, appearing to be fast asleep. "Old turtle, look who I've brought!" Zeline exclaimed excitedly, causing the turtle to tremble slightly, open its eyes just enough to glance at me, and then turn its head away. "This little girl carries a ghostly aura. Your Highness may want to keep your distance." The turtle spoke. I stared at Zeline in disbelief, my eyes wide. Our turtles in Linghai are divine turtles, imbued with spiritual energy, hence they can speak, Zeline explained. "Divine turtles may live long, but they too have their time. I muttered softly, surprised by my own words. What did you say, Meow Meow? Zeline looked at me quizzically. In truth, I had no idea what it meant. I had merely remembered it from a lesson taught by my uncle to his students. You little rascal, I merely remarked on your ghostly aura. And you dare to curse me to death? The old turtle coughed a few times and cast a discontented glare in my direction. Did I apologize? I truly do not understand the meaning. I merely spoke thoughtlessly. I explained awkwardly, tugging at Zeline's sleeve. The terror of ignorance. Fortunately, grandfather has consented to my schooling, and soon I shall acquire more knowledge, thus avoiding such embarrassing blunders in the future. I noticed Zeline struggling to suppress a chuckle. And with a sigh, I lamented, It's all right, Meow Meow. Take your time to learn. You are so clever, you'll grasp it all in no time. Zeline affectionately patted my head. The old turtle glanced at him and cautioned. Young master, do not blame this old fool for his verbosity. Your fates are intertwined with this young girl. Should you remain stubbornly ignorant, before the old turtle could finish, Zeline snatched a rock from the ground and hurled it. The old turtle let out a cry and withdrew his head into his neck, promptly falling back asleep. Meow Meow disregarded his ramblings. Come, I shall take you to the Dragon Palace. Zeline, fearing I might overthink, hurried to comfort me. We traversed through a cave and arrived at a thundering waterfall. I was horrified and instinctively began to retreat, but Zeline seized my hand and leaped down. I screamed desperately. Yet the experience was not as I had envisioned. I was neither injured nor swept away by the water, but instead found myself in a magnificent palace of gold and jade. Welcome to the Spirit Sea Dragon Palace, Wang Meow Meow. Zeline gestured for silence and stealthily led me to a secluded inner hall. Upon entering, I sensed something amiss. The interior was strikingly plain, devoid of the opulence of the main hall, with the floor uneven and littered with jagged black stone. Just as Zeline was about to explain, a girl's voice echoed from outside, prompting him to swiftly pull me beneath the bed. Zeline, is that you returned? Why haven't you come to play with me? The footsteps grew louder, and I saw Zeline's brow furrow, sweat beading at his temples. Zeline, are you there? A girl with fair skin, tall stature, clad in a flowing blue gown, adorned with an emerald crown and covered in silver scales, rushed in. Stop hiding, I know you're here. Come out, she proclaimed arrogantly. I glanced at Zeline, who sighed softly before rolling out from beneath the bed. Your Highness, what brings you here? Zeline inquired coldly from a distance. In the next moment, the girl dashed over, draping her arms around Zeline's neck, and pouted, Why are you so heartless? I heard you were injured, so I sneaked away to check on you, and you're playing hide and seek with me. I stifled a laugh from my hiding spot, while Zeline maintained his stoic demeanor. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. It's merely a minor injury, nothing serious. You should return quickly, lest the king worry. The girl stomped her foot in frustration, only to turn back after a few steps. Zeline, where did you just go? Why does this room feel so haunted? She searched the room, and I held my breath beneath the bed. Feeling like a thief. There is nothing to find. I encountered a ghost on my way back and had a scuffle with it. Zeline replied, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead as he feigned calmness. You fought a ghost? Zeline, you're impressive now. I must tell my dragon father about this, she exclaimed, skipping away. I sighed in relief and crawled out from beneath the bed. Who is she? Surely she can't be your childhood sweetheart. I raised an eyebrow, curious. She is the princess of the Dragon Palace, the youngest daughter of the Dragon King. She is quite spoiled, so do not take her too seriously, Zeline explained apologetically. She is a princess? No wonder she is so beautiful. Zeline, does the princess have feelings for you? I continued to pry, clutching at his sleeve. Wang Meow Meow, do you so fervently wish for other girls to fancy me? He turned away in exasperation, leaving me puzzled as to what I had said to offend him. That if you don't like her, then just say so. No need to be angry. I pouted in confusion. You little rascal, he chuckled despite his annoyance, shaking his head in resignation. Here, this is for you. Zeline produced a gem from seemingly nowhere, the size of a pigeon egg of vibrant green, resembling the fabled luminous pearl. What is this? I asked, holding the gem, inspecting it closely. Despite its small size, it felt surprisingly heavy and warm to the touch. This is a dragon pearl, also known as a water avoidance pearl. With it, you can remain submerged underwater indefinitely. Zeline explained earnestly. Zeline, your father calls for you. The princess's voice rang out from the outer hall, causing Zilin to furrow his brow. Meow meow, I am truly sorry. I had hoped to show you around the Dragon Palace today. But unfortunately, I must send you back first, that I shall visit you again on the 7th day of the month, Zilin said as he escorted me back to the cave we had just come from before hurrying away. Just as I was about to leave, the old turtle called out to me, Young lady, may I request a moment of your time to share a few words? Chapter 11. The Cactus in the Desert. My name is Wangjia, and today marks my first day of school. I hope to receive everyone's kindness. Standing before the class for the first time, my legs trembled slightly as I completed my self-introduction and swiftly returned to my seat. Wang Quan shot me a glance and cleared his throat, addressing the class. As a new student, Wang Miao Miao has graciously volunteered to clean our classroom for a month to demonstrate her commitment to joining our class. Let us give her a round of applause. Amidst thunderous applause, I noticed a mischievous grin on Wang Quan's face. Wang Quan, you're quite toxic. I hope you remain single for eternity, a perpetual bachelor. I seethed inwardly, though I forced a smile on the outside. Wang Quan's class was the 2nd grade that my father initially intended for me to start in preschool, but grandfather insisted I was clever enough to keep up and insisted my second uncle teach me. My second uncle was reluctant, but he could not ignore grandfather's wishes, which were like divine edicts. Before leaving home in the morning, my second uncle threatened me, saying if I were to hinder their esteemed class, he would drag me back home to plant sweet potatoes. That I stuck my tongue out at him, thinking to myself, I, Wang Miao Miao, am as resilient as a cactus in the desert. I will not be easily intimidated. The first lesson my second uncle taught was mathematics, which he animatedly presented while the other children listened intently. However, I found it exceedingly dull. That it turned out that 2nd grade math consisted of nothing more than basic addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, lessons my great-grandfather had already taught me long ago. Perhaps it was my indifference towards my second uncle, coupled with the simplicity of the lesson, that led me to doze off at my desk in the back of the classroom. In a hazy slumber, a cool hand gently brushed through my hair, startling me awake. That I in broad daylight. Could it be that I was seeing ghosts? Wang Miao Miao, what are you doing? A piece of chalk flew through the air, striking me squarely on the forehead. I winced in pain, yet I could not show disrespect in class, so I bore the discomfort and sat up straight. Wang Miao Miao, you shall answer this question, my second uncle said, tapping a math problem on the blackboard with his ruler, looking at me with glee. That if 1 bottle of soda costs 1 yuan, and after drinking it, 2 empty bottles can be exchanged for another. How many bottles of soda can you drink with 20 yuan? 37 bottles. I blurted without thinking. No, it's 38 bottles. A deep voice chimed in beside me. Only then did I recall that someone had touched my hair moments ago. I turned to see a boy with spiky hair and glistening scales on his neck and face sitting next to me, methodically outlining the solution on my scratch paper. Zilin, what are you doing here? I exclaimed, both excited and surprised. He shushed me, signaling for me to pay attention in class. That on your first day of school, slacking off and not listening. If you don't want to learn, pack your things and go home to plant sweet potatoes. Wang Quan proclaimed, deliberately raising his voice. The mention of being sent home to plant sweet potatoes, the entire class erupted in laughter. That I felt the heat rise in my cheeks. But then a clever idea struck me. With a smile, I confidently replied, it's 38 bottles. I misspoke earlier. And can you explain why it is 38 bottles? My second uncle leaned closer, tapping my head with his ruler. With 20 yuan, you can buy 20 bottles. After consuming them, you have 20 empty bottles, which can be exchanged for 10 more bottles. After finishing those, you can exchange the remaining 5, then 2 more, and with the last bottle, you can borrow 1 from the shopkeeper, returning both empty bottles after drinking. Upon hearing my explanation, astonished glances filled the classroom. That I mimicked my second uncle, clearing my throat and addressing my classmates. Do you know why teacher Wang posed such a question today? Because he promised to treat everyone to soda after class, 1 bottle each. Instantly, I felt a rush of satisfaction, relishing in the mischief as I watched my second uncle's face shift from pale to flushed. The classroom burst into excitement, and with over 60 students present, it seemed Wang Quan's frugality would soon be put to the test. The thought of his impending monetary woes filled me with glee as I hummed a little tune while cleaning that evening. Meow meow, let me help you clean. Zilin reached out, attempting to take the broom from my hands. That no, you shouldn't. Your health is not well. You ought to rest properly, I insisted. The divine turtle specifically warned me the other day to refrain from causing you any trouble. Lest I face its wrath that I uttered this thoughtlessly, yet Zeline took it to heart. So, meow meow, do you intend to distance yourself from me? Observing his desolate demeanor, I wished fervently to sew my lips shut. No, no, that's not it. I'm merely concerned you might overexert yourself, that if anything were to happen to you, I would have no one to play with. I hurriedly reassured him. All right then, I will strive not to fall ill. And I shall accompany you. By the way, Zeline, what brings you here? Tomorrow marks the 7th day. I couldn't wait to see you, so I snuck out. Meow meow. How about I attend classes with you from now on? If you encounter any questions you cannot solve, I can explain them to you. But if you attend classes with me every day, won't your family notice? I tilted my head, gazing at him, that I only step out for a short while each day. It has nothing to worry about, that if Meow Meow doesn't object, I shall take that as your consent. That he joyfully spun around the classroom, unwittingly scattering the scraps I had just swept up. Well, if it means making Zeline happy, I can always clean up again. That be by the time I finished tidying up, the sun had already set, casting a golden hue over the ground. Meow meow. Let me walk you home, Zeline offered, carrying my backpack as he led the way. I skipped along behind him, and the scene resembled a tender moment of a father picking up his daughter from school. Wang Meow Meow is truly foolish. She can't even solve the simplest math problems. As I entered the courtyard, I heard that irritating Wang Quan fabricating stories about me. Anger welled up within me, and I rushed inside to argue. Wang Quan, what nonsense are you spouting? Who can't do it? I finished it, didn't I? Don't think I'm unaware. You must have overheard the answers from the students at the neighboring desks. He lounged on the sofa in a carefree and infuriating manner. Don't go too far. Be careful, or I'll reveal your secret with Xiao He. I clenched my fists, glaring at him, for Xiao He was the name he had given to the owl that had scratched his arm. Oh, don't be angry. Look at how upset my dear niece is. I was merely joking with you, don't be mad. In the future, I'll look out for you. Oh, I forgot to tell you. There will be a mock exam this week. Your grandfather just said that if you do well, you can stay in our class, but if you don't, he will drag you back to plant sweet potatoes. Upon mentioning sweet potatoes, I felt a surge of frustration and hurled an ashtray from the table at him. He nimbly dodged and winked at me. Wang Quan, just wait. An exam is just an exam. I, Wang Meow Meow, have benefactors, so I'm not afraid. However, on the day of the exam, Zeline did not arrive, looking at the questions on the paper. I felt as if I had been dealt a crushing blow. Chapter 12. Cheating to achieve first place, my benefactor was absent, and this was disastrous, staring at the sheet filled with unfamiliar symbols. I seriously suspected Wang Quan was intentionally setting me up. The questions clearly were not meant for second graders. Straining my neck, I peeked at the students in front and beside me, realizing their papers were different from mine. My paper was indeed a unique one in the examination hall. Good grief, Wang Quan, just wait. This time, I will expose all your sordid antics. Focus on your own paper and stop looking around. The invigilating teacher, a middle-aged woman roughly the same age as my mother, had sparse hair and sunspots on her face, wearing thick glasses with lenses that appeared to be at least 1,000 degrees. Seeing me constantly peering around, she threw a piece of chalk my way, which I narrowly dodged with a tilt of my head, showcasing my unique evasive skills. She glared at me, but said nothing further. I lowered my head, anxiously glancing at the back door of the exam room, contemplating whether to sneak back home and report to my grandfather when a strange man floated in through the back door and sat beside me. He was dressed in a long robe resembling that of the Song dynasty, holding a green-skinned scroll, gliding as he walked, reciting, the master said, "Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Is it not a joy to learn and practice regularly? Is it not gentlemanly to remain unperturbed when others are unaware? Who are you? Can't you see we're in the middle of an exam? Take your recitations outside and don't disturb my answering." Deceived by my uncle, I was already feeling disgruntled, and I, Wang Meow Meow, despised people who did not communicate properly, speaking in riddles instead of being straightforward, but he seemed momentarily taken aback, looking at me incredulously. "Young lady, how can you be so rude at such a young age? I am here to prepare for my scholarly examination. How can you so brazenly reproach me? Preparing for scholarly examinations. Are you a mummy that has been asleep for 1,000 years? Look outside the window and then at this group of students. It is already the 21st century. The era of top scholars and champions is long past." I poured out my thoughts, and he stared vacantly out the window, suddenly collapsing onto the desk in tears. Everything has changed. I, Wang, have diligently studied for decades, hoping to one day achieve the highest honor. But alas, fate had other plans than on my way to the examination. I encountered a torrential downpour and met my demise. Yawning, I listened to his flowery lament for what felt like an eternity before grasping the situation. This man was named Wang Xiaohang, an orphan who had lost his parents and devoted himself to studying the classics. Yearning for a career in politics, a true impoverished scholar, I asked for why he appeared here. It seemed to be as he said. On his way to the capital for the examination, he unexpectedly encountered a storm and perished. Yet due to his unfulfilled desires, his spirit lingered here, unable to reincarnate. All right, stop crying. Why cling so desperately? With the time spent crying, you might as well seek rebirth. Years later, you could still be a hero. I urged him, but he cried even harder than before that I had this intention long ago. Yet I cannot find a body, making it impossible to reincarnate. This posed a bit of a dilemma, with the passage of time and the changes of dynasties. It had been so long already. Where was I to find your remains? Plus, considering the storm all those years ago, perhaps they had long been washed away into ashes. Students, please focus on your own papers and refrain from looking around. The bespectacled teacher announced loudly from the invigilator's desk. Oh no. I was too busy bickering with this down-and-out scholar that I haven't answered a single question, and there's only half an hour left until we submit. What to do? If I turned in a blank paper, Wang Quan would undoubtedly mock me, insisting I return home to plant sweet potatoes. Glancing at the still sniffling scholar beside me, an idea struck me. Wang Xiaohang, stop crying. Let us make a deal, shall we? You help me pass today's exam, and I'll help you find your remains. 2 birds with 1 stone. What do you say to this collaboration? But, young lady, I have never studied these questions on the exam paper. That is fine. Just help me search for formulas in the books beside me. Hurry, there is no time. I urged him, feeling increasingly anxious. But isn't this cheating? No, I absolutely cannot partake in such dishonorable actions. Seeing him shake his head repeatedly, my frustration boiled over. Wang Xiaohang, do you still wish to be reborn? If you don't reincarnate, you'll wander here forever, becoming a lost soul. Can this young lady truly assist me in finding my remains? Seeing him still hesitating, I nodded fervently. Very well, then I shall engage in this act of dishonor today. But may the sages not hold it against me. If blame is to be placed, let it be upon this young lady. The destitute scholar clasped his hands together, muttering a prayer. Enough with the delays. Find the book, I urged, kicking him lightly to prompt action. Ding, ding, ding. The clear sound of the bell rang, and students began submitting their papers and exiting. That I wiped the sweat from my brow and sighed in relief. Finally finishing just in time, that if you achieve the top score, may I ask for your assistance with one more favor? Just as I was about to dash out of the exam room, the scholar grabbed the hem of my clothing, pleading softly. What favor? You don't intend to follow me everywhere, do you? That one dude, and I pulled my clothing away from his grasp and stepped a meter away. How could I? I dare not presume. In this cold midnight hour, I merely wished to ask for a jug of wine to warm myself. The scholar bowed politely, reaching into his sleeve to produce a silver coin, offering it to me. Please accept this as a token of gratitude. This item is called 1,000-mile vision, allowing one to see all within 1,000 miles. What? Is this for real? Skeptical, I accepted the coin and examined it closely. It was small, no larger than a pigeon's egg, crafted from pure silver, adorned with numerous open and half-closed eyes. Holding this object, I felt a tingling sensation throughout my body, and my vision brightened considerably. Peering into the distance, I was astonished to see Wang Quan in the teacher's office, grading papers alongside another female teacher, who was marking my own exam paper, filled with check marks. The female teacher appeared to be becoming increasingly adept. And finally, a smile graced her lips as she wrote a perfect score of 100 in the scoring section, that I scored full marks. Joy has arrived so unexpectedly that even I find it hard to believe. Of the perfect score I attained, a significant portion is owed to the diligent scholar who assisted me by flipping through books and searching for formulas that I, Wang Miao, am not a stingy person, especially since he gifted me such an intriguing treasure. Without a moment's hesitation, I proclaimed grandly, "Fear not, dear scholar, for I shall bring you wine tomorrow, and not just tomorrow. Whenever you wish to indulge, I shall frequently provide it." "Then I shall trouble you, young lady," the scholar replied with a respectful bow. Just then, the class bell rang, and he obediently returned to the classroom, taking a seat beside me, still basking in the afterglow of my recent joy. I was abruptly interrupted as Wang Quan stormed into the classroom, clutching a stack of papers, his expression seething with anger. Wang Miao Miao, stand up. In this exam, whose paper did you copy? Chapter 13. Awakening the insight to no one's fate, it was the first time I realized that even ghosts can fear humans. Upon seeing Wang Quan striding aggressively toward me, the scholar vanished through the back door in a flash. You coward, Wang Xiaohang. I cursed silently. Wang Quan approached, slapping the paper against my face, veins bulging in his hands. I did not copy from anyone. I stood tall, meeting his glare without flinching. This paper contains 6-grade questions that if you did not cheat, how could you score a perfect 100? He bellowed irrationally. You know this is a 6th-grade exam. I am the only one in the class whose answers differed from everyone else's. Can you explain that? I countered, my voice rising with indignation, that if you accuse me of cheating, fine, present your evidence. Whose paper did I supposedly copy? As I spoke, feeling increasingly wronged, tears began to well in my eyes. How would I know? You took the exam in class 6-1. Perhaps the proctor handed out the wrong papers. His gaze was shifty. Up and down, clearly betraying his guilt, you are the teacher. Your word is law, I scoffed, not waiting for him to retort before grabbing my bag and bolting out of the classroom. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became, my steps quickening until I found myself at the ancestral hall of the Wang family. My great-grandfather had taught me to never visit guests empty-handed, meaning I should always bring a gift when visiting elders. Thus, each time I came to see him, I would bring wine. However, today, I had come empty-handed that I hesitated at the entrance, torn between entering and remaining outside. After countless internal struggles, I ultimately decided to go in. Seeing me without a gift, my great-grandfather's face darkened, and he snorted, Is my grandson Jiang he experiencing financial difficulties? Why else would he come without even a bottle of wine for his grandfather? Not at all, great-grandfather, and my father had bought several jars of snake wine from the Wang family for you, stored in the kitchen, but your little grandson Wang Quan gave them away. I thought to myself while recounting Wang Quan's misdeeds to my great-grandfather. I was not lying. Indeed, the wine I had previously purchased for my great-grandfather had been given away by him, specifically to that owl Xiaohe. However, that was several years ago. To whom did Xiao Quan give my wine? My great-grandfather inquired, visibly displeased that a rather fierce spirit, a gigantic owl with an oversized head, that has gained sentience and can transform into human form, that my second uncle used to hang out with it frequently. I reported, plotting how to deal with this wayward second uncle. Transforming into human form signifies it possesses some power. An owl entering the home is not a good omen. Your second uncle must have simply wished to coexist peacefully with it. He should avoid provoking it. Grandfather coughed a few times, speaking slowly. Then, if hypothetically, I accidentally provoked it, would there be any consequences? I asked, feeling somewhat guilty. That creature holds grudges that if anyone offends it, it will certainly seek revenge. What? Revenge? I nearly toppled from my seat in shock. Meow meow. You haven't angered that spirit, have you? My great-grandfather gazed at me, incredulously. Lowering my head, I recounted the events of that year, that great-grandfather. That was 5 years ago. I am perfectly fine now. It must have forgotten, right? I asked quietly. Not necessarily. Birds shed their feathers every 3 years and spread their wings every 5. This year marks the 5th year. Meow meow. You must be cautious. My great-grandfather looked at me with a complex expression, hesitating to speak. What does it mean to shed feathers every 3 years and spread wings every 5? In simple terms, it means that every 3 years. They change their feathers, and with each change, their power increases. Every 5 years, they must face off against those who have harmed them or whom they could not defeat before. Meow meow. Would you like me to help you awaken your insight? Perhaps then the spirit will be too afraid to harm you. My great-grandfather regarded me with utmost seriousness. Before I could respond, he placed a finger on my forehead, that a surge of heat, like electricity, coursed through me. Great-grandfather, I feel awful. I cried out in distress, yet he did not relent. My entire body felt as if it were being roasted, swelling bit by bit, and my consciousness began to fade. Meow meow, just a little longer. My great-grandfather's complexion grew paler, sweat beading on his forehead, yet he persisted that I lost track of when I fainted, but when I awoke, The sky had darkened, and my great-grandfather was nowhere to be seen, presumably resting in the back hall. I pressed my forehead, which throbbed painfully, feeling heavy as though I were draped in a rain-soaked garment. Stumbling back home, I found everyone in the living room waiting for dinner. Damn, why mother stood to serve me a bowl of rice as I entered. I washed my hands and tiptoed to the dining table. The atmosphere felt distinctly off. Even Wang Quan, who usually bantered with me, sat in silence, his head bowed as he shoveled rice into his mouth. Could it be that Wang Quan reported my truancy? Yet, given his character, he would have first mocked me and then told me to abandon my studies and return home to plant sweet potatoes. I picked up my chopsticks, placing a piece of vegetable in my bowl, pretending to eat while discreetly observing everyone at the table, hoping someone might break the silence. Meow meow, your father has something to discuss with you. Your mother is pregnant, already over 2 months along. You are soon to have a little brother. My father deliberately bypassed my mother and sat beside me. However, our family's quota for a second child has already been filled. So would it be possible to adopt you under your second uncle's name? He is unmarried and childless, so your brother could then have a legitimate household registration. What do you think? His expression was somewhat conflicted, ostensibly consulting with me, while actually informing me. Why not adopt the child in my mother's womb to my second uncle? Why must it be me? I stared wide-eyed at him, while he averted his gaze. Unable to meet my eyes, isn't this all just about wanting a son? You can stop dreaming. The child in my mother's womb is a girl. That I set down my chopsticks, feeling utterly wronged, and dashed back to my room, burying my head under the blanket and crying, if you don't want me, why have me? Is a son truly that important? Meow meow. Open the door. You just said your mother is having a girl. You're not lying. Right. How do you know? My father continuously knocked on my door. Yes, it's a girl. I saw her, and she was smiling at me from inside my mother's belly. I opened the door and replied, my expression devoid of emotion. Chapter 14. Do birds suffer from schizophrenia? I truly saw her. I discovered that after my great-grandfather opened my insight, although I felt somewhat heavy and fatigued, I could perceive many things previously hidden from my sight. For instance, just now, I saw a little girl with a ponytail inside my mother's belly, calling me sister and smiling sweetly at me. Meow meow. Is what you said true? My father was not enough. My mother also leaned in, questioning me with skepticism that if you don't believe me, then just dismiss it as nonsense that you'll know when she is born. Uncle and aunt, I feel a bit tired. I will sleep now, with a loud slam. I shut the door and chose to ignore them. Since they wished to adopt me to my second uncle, I would henceforth refer to them as uncle and aunt. The October winds had begun to cool, the air fragrant with fallen osmanthus blossoms, that I lay beneath a thick blanket, window open, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind howled, causing the window to rattle and creak, that I jolted awake and hurried to close it. Just as I reached to shut the window, a furry hand reached in, and I screamed in terror, "There's a ghost! Help!" I pounded on my door. "Help! Let's see who can save you today." A hand covered in black fur reached toward me. I, being small and slender, managed to dodge it. "You vengeful owl! After drinking so much of our family's wine, I merely gave you a light tap, and you refused to let it go. How petty!" While I engaged him in conversation, my mind raced with thoughts of how to save myself. "You ambushed me from behind, leaving me severely weakened. Today, having emerged from my confinement, I shall surely feast upon you to avenge my injuries." As I spoke, that furry hand reached out towards me, and when it was about a meter away, I hesitated, contemplating whether to leap through the window to escape. Turning my head, I suddenly spotted a small owl perched on the banyan tree outside, its large head indicating it belonged to the same species as the creature in the room. The little owl flapped its wings vigorously, its feathers all fluffed up, while a cobra coiled beneath it on the branch, flicking its tongue in a menacing manner. With the scholar's gift of farsight, even in the darkness of night, I could discern the unfolding drama on the branch with crystal clarity. The little owl was clearly at a disadvantage. If I did not intervene, it would likely face dire consequences. "Hurry, your child is in danger. A cobra seeks to devour it." In my desperation, I had no time to inquire whether this creature was indeed related to the little one. I prioritized saving the small creature first. "How do you know?" He looked at me, astonished, retracting his hand. "Let us not dwell on that. I can see it, right there on the banyan tree branch at the door. There's a cobra." Before I could finish speaking, the large-headed owl soared out the window. Then I looked up again, but outside was shrouded in darkness. Nothing was visible. What on earth? Is it possible that the far sight can only be used once a day? No matter. The next time I encounter that scholar, I must ask him thoroughly, lest I possess a treasure without knowledge of its use. What a waste that would be. I approached the window, intending to shut it and return to sleep. But in the next moment, that furry black hand reached in again, that I noticed it was smeared with blood, and behind it hid a small, fluffy, adorably dark owl. That you're injured. You, a creature that is cultivated for a century, were bested by a mere snake. I spoke without thinking, regretting my words the next moment. This owl bore grudges and was rather fierce. I feared it might seek to devour me in retaliation. Truly, my words could bring calamity. Who told you I was injured? This is the snake's blood. He cast me a sideways glance, offering a nonchalant explanation. Well, I saved it today, so how about you spare me? I pointed at the little owl, casting a nervous glance his way. You think a mere word can settle matters? He suddenly raised his voice, and my heart raced. I feared the worst. Not only did this creature hold grudges, but it also lacked gratitude. Despite my rescue of its child, it still intended to consume me. I, the Black Feather, bear no enmity towards humans. However, should anyone seek to harm me, I shall not let them go unpunished. After stating this, he glanced at me once more and continued, Likewise, I shall forever remember those who have shown me kindness. Should my benefactor find themselves in distress in the future, they may certainly seek my assistance, and I shall do everything in my power to lend a helping hand. This owl can change its demeanor faster than one can turn a page. Just moments ago, it was poised to attack, and now it calls me benefactor, pledging eternal loyalty. Shall you come thank your savior? The creature glanced at the little owl, which flapped its wings a few times and surprisingly flew onto my shoulder. Gently pecking my cheek, I asked, this your child? How adorable! I asked while stroking the little one. No, its expression suddenly soured. If you like it, then you may have it. I take my leave. With that, it turned and flew away through the window. I stood there momentarily stunned. Do birds suffer from split personalities? Just moments ago, it was fine, and now it has changed its tune. What did I say wrong? I glanced at the little owl perched on my shoulder, gazing at me with its clear, large eyes, looking utterly charming. Little did I know, this small creature would become my most significant companion in life, assisting me in times of difficulty. You are called Xiao Yu, correct? Was that fellow your father? I asked, somewhat reluctantly. It seemed to understand my words, nodding affirmatively with remarkable awareness. How curious. If that is indeed your father, why was he so angry when I inquired? Why did he abandon you and leave? Xiao Yu tilted its head, seemingly as puzzled by its father's behavior as I was, and shook its head vigorously. Oh well, let it be. Let us sleep. Did I place Xiao Yu in a small basket woven from bamboo, fearful it might be cold during the night, and layered a towel over it before finally returning to bed. Utterly exhausted, I lay down and covered myself with the blanket, just as I was about to drift into slumber. The window I had just closed was blown open by the wind. I thought that split-personality bird had returned to take its child. Not even lifting my gaze, I pointed to the bamboo basket and said, Xiao Yu is over there. However, after a considerable time with no response, I forced my eyes open and glanced towards the window, only to see a dazzling golden light outside, a large green dragon coiling around my house. My brow furrowed as I looked out. Could it be him? Chapter 15. The dragon soars above, the flood dragon swims below. In our household, the subject of dragons has always been taboo for long ago. My great-grandmother was frightened to death by one, but although my grandfather did not believe in such supernatural tales, the bond of mother and child was profound, leading my father to strictly forbid any mention of the word in our home. My grandfather recounted that the day before my great-grandmother passed, he had vigilantly stayed by her side. That morning, the fog hung thick in the air, and my great-grandmother claimed to have seen a dark green dragon circling the house. My grandfather later explained that this was merely an instance of retrogressive illumination. In our village, there exists a belief that, just before death, a person may suddenly exhibit clarity of mind, able to communicate normally and see things beyond the perception of the common person. Prior to that moment, my great-grandmother had been frail and bedridden for over a year. Yet upon witnessing the dragon encircling the house, she astonishingly sat up from her bed and walked to the window. Muttering repeatedly that he had come to AT that time, I was still in my mother's womb, entirely unaware of the events, and the story was one my grandfather later shared with me, that my great-grandfather had passed away before my great-grandmother. So when I inquired about the matter later, he had no knowledge of it. The phenomenon of a dragon circling a house is also referred to as soul reception. It is akin to the notion that some souls, before departing, might see the messengers of death awaiting them at the door. However, seeing the dragon circling indicates that one has offended a celestial being during their lifetime, and thus, as they near death, the celestial being arrives to escort their soul. This was information my grandfather learned from a master he consulted for my grandmother's memorial service. Despite being young at the time, he remembers it vividly. My great-grandmother's eyes were filled with terror as she repeatedly exclaimed, "He has come! He has come!" Before long, she collapsed to the ground, her life extinguished. Could it be him? Though I did not know who he was. The azure dragon continued to circle my home, each revolution stirring a gust of cool wind. Whether from fear or chill, I was covered in goosebumps, and my calves trembled. Gigi, Xiaoyu, awakened by the cool breeze, fluttered its wings and landed on my shoulder, chirping. The last time the azure dragon appeared, my great-grandmother passed away. Now it has returned. Could it be that our family has truly offended some deity? Meow meow. Do not fear. I am here. As I stood hesitantly, unsure of what to do, a familiar voice rang out from behind me. Ziline? I widened my eyes, astonished. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? How did you find my home? Meow meow, be silent. He stealthily grabbed an apple from my desk, tiptoeing toward the window, tossing the apple outside before quietly closing the window, that in no time, the dragon vanished. And the night outside returned to its tranquil darkness that I stared at him in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Meow meow, I apologize. There was a sudden issue at the Dragon Palace today. So I couldn't accompany you to class. That I assure you it won't happen again, he said, raising 2 fingers in a sincere gesture that I had yet to recover from my recent fright, and numbly nodded. Do you remember the last time I took you home? Of course I remember, where Meow Meow lives. Just as he reached out to pat my head, he was startled back by Xiaoyu's claw. Xiaoyu, do not fear. He will not harm us, I reassured the little owl, stroking its round little head. Meow meow, when did you acquire a raptor? Ziline retreated a considerable distance, seemingly quite frightened of the little creature. I did not acquire it. It was a gift from someone else. This matter is somewhat complicated and cannot be explained in a few words, so I decided not to elaborate to Ziline for the moment, planning to discuss it in detail at a later time. Seeing that I had no further explanation, Ziline did not press the issue but instead patted my head, encouraging me to rest early. Stating he had to leave, Ziline, just as he was about to turn, I called out to him. What exactly happened just now? After much inner turmoil, I finally voiced my question. The dragon soars above, the flood dragon swims below. The dragon feasts on the pure, while the flood dragon consumes the flesh. Just now outside was my second elder brother, who has cherished apples since childhood. I recall when we were young, he would often be punished for his mischievous antics during practice, and I would secretly bring him apples to enjoy. However, he is the cleverest among my brothers and was the first to transform into a dragon and ascend to immortality upon realizing my presence. He departed. Dragons consume pure sustenance, while flood dragons indulge in flesh. If you adore chicken legs, does that imply you are a flood dragon rather than a dragon? I am perplexed by my own thought process. I often perceive issues from angles distinct from others. The flood dragon, upon entering the water, can summon clouds and mist, ascending into the cosmos, and after a millennium of cultivation, can traverse the rivers and seas to transform into a dragon. In a certain sense, I am a dragon, albeit my current cultivation is insufficient. He did not exhibit anger, but rather patiently elucidated the matter to me. Just now, was your second brother searching for you? I inquired to know. He was looking for my second uncle. However, I cannot fathom why he would chase after you. My uncle is currently in a very secure location, so it is improbable he would be here. Could it be that he has lost his way? This matter is so perplexing that even he, being his brother, is unaware of the reasons, leaving me even more bewildered. Never mind, let us not dwell on it. Meow meow, quickly retire for the night. You have school tomorrow. I shall return to the Dragon Palace now, and shall come to find you again tomorrow. Then I nodded obediently, and returned to my bed. Just as I was about to lie down, the window swung open once more. That split-personality owl has returned. Well, it seems sleep is out of the question now that I rose and sat at my desk, rolling my eyes dramatically at him. Did you not just give me Xiao Yu? What, are you regretting it and wanting him back? Once you have given him, he is yours. I hate you, and not want to go back on my word. However, Xiao Yu is still young, so I hope you will take great care of him in the future. If you are not here to reclaim your son, then what brings you back? You do not intend to consume me again, do you? I regarded him with a hint of suspicion that I have returned to request something from you, if you would be so kind to assist. What could be so vital that it surpasses your son? I looked at him in confusion. That is the snake wine from your kitchen in the backyard. Yes, you know, eagles are always the natural enemies of snakes. Thus the cobra sought to harm my son today as an act of vengeance. However, your two families are adversaries. What connection does that have with your request for wine? Whether it was his unclear expression or my lack of understanding, I found myself increasingly baffled. That snake wine is beneficial for cultivation. Since the last time I was injured by you, it has been a full 5 years since I have had any. Thus, I have come to request a jar from you if you would oblige. I shot him a disgruntled glance. Although he appeared exceedingly polite, his words subtly hinted that had it not been for my initial attack on him, he would not have been deprived for 5 years. Therefore, whether I give you the wine or not, it is of little consequence. The wine may be granted to you, but do you not wish to elucidate why you were inexplicably angry just now? I raised an eyebrow and inquired. When Xiao Yu was young, he was captured by a Taoist priest, and my beloved sacrificed his life to rescue Xiao Yu. Upon uttering this, his eyes were filled with profound sorrow. Chapter 16. The human bone necklace cries at midnight. As the owl spirit departed with the wine, it unwittingly dropped a necklace from its sleeve. It picked it up carelessly and tossed it to me, stating it was a human bone necklace. The so-called human bone necklace is made by grinding human bones into powder, mixing it with black dog blood, and pouring it into a mold to dry, thus creating a necklace that wards off evil and attracts wealth. That I held the necklace in my hand, examining it repeatedly, and recalling the spirit's words sent a chill down my spine, that I wondered whose unfortunate remains had been used to create this necklace. Sleep, sleep. If I do not sleep soon, dawn will break. I yawned, lay back down, and after a night of turmoil, I was utterly exhausted. Just as my head touched the pillow, I fell into slumber. Wow, wow, what sound is that? I shivered and quickly wrapped myself in the blanket. Could my ears be deceiving me? In the dead of night, why do I hear someone weeping? Wah! The cries persisted, seeming to echo right beside me. I turned my body, too frightened to move, fearing that if I rolled over, I might glimpse something I should not see. Wah! The weeping not only failed to cease, but grew louder. Unable to bear it any longer, I summoned my courage and sat up. The surroundings were pitch dark, with nothing amiss. That I turned on the light, and everything appeared normal. Nothing was out of the ordinary. How strange! Who is playing tricks on me? Trying to scare me, are you? I, Wangjia. Fear nothing. I felt as if I had been infected by that owl, succumbing to a split personality. Just moments ago terrified, now I felt emboldened, that I no longer crying. If so, I shall return to sleep. I shouted into the air and promptly fell asleep again. That night, I tossed and turned, feeling utterly drained, and it seemed that just as I closed my eyes, my alarm clock rang. My mother knocked on the door, urging me to hurry and get dressed for breakfast before heading off to school. That I hastily consumed a couple of steamed buns and prepared some food for Xiao Yu, locking my room door tightly to prevent my family from discovering him as I left. Today, Zilin did not come again, and I found myself distracted throughout class. Surprisingly, Wang Quan did not trouble me either. I could not tell if the sun had risen from the west or if he was harboring other nefarious thoughts. During recess, Wang Quan handed me a registration form for a math competition being held in town, requesting that I represent Class 2, Year 1. Could this be yet another trap he has laid? Just as I was about to decline, he had already exited the classroom with a ruler in hand. Wow, Wang Miao, did your uncle win the lottery today? He seems in good spirits, not bullying you and even bestowing such a significant competition opportunity upon you. Indeed, I heard our school has only 2 slots available. One for lower grades and another for upper grades. That it remains a mystery how teacher Wang managed to secure a spot. The 2 classmates conversing were my desk mates, residing at the western end of Wangjia village. The fairer one with 2 long ponytails was Wang Bingbing, the village chief's niece, while the darker one with larger eyes was Wangjia, that I awkwardly shook my head. I do not know. Though I had only just started school a few days ago, my classmates had already noticed Wang Quan's continuous attempts to undermine me. Why, then, could my parents not see this? They not only ignored my plight, but also intended to hand me over to him. The more I pondered, the angrier I became that I was so absorbed in my thoughts that I failed to notice the scholar gliding in from behind, taking a seat beside me, that he wants me to participate in the math competition, hoping to embarrass me in front of more people. Wang Quan, I shall not allow you to succeed. My lady, what has stirred such ire within you? The scholar's voice startled me. You move without a sound? You nearly frightened me to death. I glared at him, patting my chest to calm myself. Indeed, I am a ghost. Naturally, I tread silently. Ghost, how impressive. Yet you still come to me to beg for wine. I discreetly retrieved a jar of wine from my backpack and placed it quietly on the desk. This was the wine I had set aside for the owl last night. However, how can I give it to you? If others cannot see you, how can you brazenly carry the jar out? They would think the jar had come to life, and it would scare them to death. No matter, I have a gourd. My lady need only pour the wine into it. The scholar said, producing a wine gourd from his waist and offering it to me, that I placed the jar and gourd into my backpack, stealthily slipping out the back door to the playground. Seeing no one around, I emptied the jar into the gourd and returned to the classroom to hand it over to the scholar. By the way, I have a question for you. Is the 1,000-mile gaze you gave me usable only once a day? The scholar nodded while sipping the wine, confirming the limitation. Furthermore, it recognizes its master. If one day it is conquered by you, it will unleash even greater power. What greater power could this small token possess? I skeptically touched the silver medal in my pocket, which was only slightly larger than a coin. I feared that one day I might mistakenly treat it as currency and use it to buy candy, so I stealthily tucked it into my clothing pocket that I adjusted my buttons. The human bone necklace inadvertently slipped from my pocket and fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. The scholar widened his eyes and asked, "What is this?" "It is a necklace, meant to ward off evil." I replied nonchalantly, "Forgive my ignorance, but if I am not mistaken, this should be made of human bones." "Yes, it is indeed a human bone necklace," I responded with a casual demeanor. "Nay, this is a talisman of the ghostly arts. A tiger's tooth. I have heard that whoever possesses this can bind souls, manipulate hearts, and command legions of spirits. It is, without a doubt, a genuine evil artifact." "An evil artifact? Surely not. This was given to me by an owl. I saved its son just last night, so it should not wish me harm," I stated with firm conviction. "Young lady, you are still naive. Do not trust others too easily," the scholar remarked, sipping his wine with a sardonic tone. "I still do not trust you. How could a down-and-out scholar possess such extensive knowledge? Who are you, and what are your ulterior motives?" I questioned him with utmost seriousness. I am merely a scholar, having heard of such matters but never seen them firsthand, nor do I harbor any schemes. He turned his gaze to the window, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly. "I do not believe you. You must be concealing something from me, that do not entertain any wicked notions. Otherwise, I shall ensure you regret it." I stood, throwing my backpack onto the desk as a warning. The scholar was startled into a shiver by my sudden appearance, curling his lips in disdain as he remarked, "My identity is rather unique. The young lady shall come to understand in due time." With that, he swiftly floated away through the back door of the classroom, that I in front of me. Wang Bingbing turned around, her brow furrowed in confusion. "That it's nothing, nothing at all," I replied awkwardly, forcing a smile to be by the way. "Wang Miao Miao, if you have no desire to participate in the math competition, might you consider passing your spot to me? My uncle would surely shower me with lovely little dresses if he knew I could represent the school." Wang Bingbing, having lost her parents at a young age, was raised by the village chief, who had never married. He indulged her every whim, nurturing her into a princess-like figure, which led the other girls in the village to shy away from her. "This is beyond my jurisdiction. You ought to consult Teacher Wang," I said, reluctant to delve further into the matter, merely passing the responsibility to one with authority. "PFF, what are you pretending for? You can't honestly believe Teacher Wang wants you to go. He's merely toying with you. Although you are indeed his niece, it is common knowledge that your parents have little regard for you, having sent you to the river god. Henceforth, we shall call you the river god's bride. Not everyone can participate in this math competition. A deep voice resonated from the podium, causing Wang Bingbing to glance back with a look of bewilderment. Meanwhile, as I turned to face the individual at the podium, I was momentarily struck dumb. Chapter 17. Is he Xiaobai? He appeared to be in his early 20s with fair skin, a prominent nose, and a pair of almond-shaped eyes that glimmered with a hint of mischief. Strangely enough, he bore a slight resemblance to Xiaobai. I am Bai Jingyan, hailing from the provincial city. Teacher Wang Quan will be attending a training session in town for the next month. Thus, I shall be your instructor during this period. As soon as he completed his introduction, whispers erupted among the students below. This teacher is so handsome, so fair-skinned. No wonder he is called Bai Jingyan. PFF, what is so handsome about him? Did you see that birthmark beneath his eyes? It utterly detracts from his attractiveness. In front of me, Wang Xiaoyu and Wang Bingbing exchanged barbs, each trying to outdo the other. I sat in the back, gazing at the youth ahead, reminiscent of that day in the ghost market when Xiaobai had worn a similar expression, a smile tinged with a hint of roguishness. Wang Miao Miao, please rise and lead the class in reciting today's ancient poem. Being unexpectedly called upon, I jolted upright, a flurry of questions racing through my mind. How did he know my name? Why was I the first to be called? Could he truly be Xiaobai here? I stood, stammering as I recited. 2 yellow orioles sing in the verdant willows. A line of white egrets flies across the azure sky. The window frames the western peaks. Cloaked in autumn snow, the door harbors boats from Dongwu, sailing 1,000 miles. Excellent, splendid, well done. Please take your seat, the teacher instructed. Wang Miao Miao, the student in front of you, please stand and explain the meaning of this poem. He spoke so naturally that I nearly believed he intended to vent his frustrations on my behalf. Wang Bingbing was thrust into a dilemma beyond her capacity, her face betraying her embarrassment as she mumbled. I don't know. You don't know? Very well. Let us hear how the other students respond. The student with the large eyes in front. Wang Xiaoyu, steeling herself, stood up, ready to admit her ignorance, only to hear Bai Laosher clarify. The charactering in ancient text can be interpreted as to sing. The yellow oriole is a type of bird, so how should we interpret 2 yellow orioles singing in the verdant willows? It means 2 yellow orioles are singing melodiously atop the lush green willows. Wang Xiaoyu responded, her excitement palpable. Very good. Exceptionally well done. Please take your seat. Throughout the entire lesson, Wang Bingbing remained standing, while I concealed my laughter from the back. This Bai Laosher was far superior to my second uncle. I sincerely wish my uncle would remain in the provincial city for his training, or better yet, stay there indefinitely. When the bell rang, Wang Bingbing stormed out of the classroom, and as she exited, I couldn't tell if she had accidentally collided with someone that I in the corridor, her sharp voice pierced through, clear even from within the classroom. Are you blind? With such a wide corridor, why must you bump into me? This dress is quite expensive. Can you afford to pay for damages? Curiosity piqued. I inquired of Wang Xiaoyu, who had also rushed out to witness the commotion. What transpired outside? Wang Bingbing knocked down Granny Wang, who was in charge of cleaning the school. Instead of apologizing, she blamed the old woman for dirtying her dress, that no one could persuade her, and in the end, the principal had to take Granny Wang to the hospital in town. So she had been berating Granny Wang. I recalled how back when school first began, Wang Quan had tricked me into cleaning the classroom. Each time I finished, dusk would descend, that as the sun set, amidst swirling dust. I would often catch sight of Granny Wang sweeping the playground, always smiling whenever I glanced her way. Wang Bingbing's behavior was utterly reprehensible. How could she bully an elderly woman? I could not abide her arrogant and willful demeanor. If she had the courage, she should confront others directly instead of gossiping behind their backs. She ought to be wary of her words. Just as I thought this, Wang Bingbing's voice echoed from the back door. And before I could turn to look, a pungent smell of blood wafted through the air. The next moment, a headless girl approached me and sat down, causing me to tremble in fear. Thankfully, I covered my mouth with my hand. Otherwise, my scream would have echoed to the neighboring class that I glanced at my classmates beside me. They seemed oblivious, continuing their chatter as if nothing were amiss. Ever since my great-grandfather opened my third eye, I have been able to foresee certain impending events. Could it be that Wang Bingbing was nearing her end? She appeared as if her head had been severed. It must be an act of vengeance, given her haughty disposition and the many enemies she had surely accumulated. Wang Miao Miao, please come to the front. Before the class bell rang, Bai Laosher entered with the textbook in hand. Could he see the headless figure in front of me? Fearing I would be frightened, thus beckoning me to sit closer. As I lost myself in endless speculation, I muddled through the lesson, relieved that I was not called upon, for I would surely have faced punishment. When class ended, I intentionally turned to glance at Wang Bingbing. She remained headless, while her classmates chatted animatedly beside her, that I shivered at the sight. It was too surreal to bear, that in truth, I had been contemplating whether to warn her. Although I often disapproved of her temperament, she was still just a girl, deserving of a chance to mend her ways. Just as I was about to approach her, a large hand grasped my arm, pulling me back. The cycle of cause and effect. Try not to meddle where you shouldn't. Bai Laosher, now wearing glasses perched upon his nose, appeared scholarly, completely masking the roguish demeanor he had previously displayed. I stared at him for quite some time. Was he Xiao Bai? But hadn't Xiao Bai mentioned he would be away for an extended period? If he wasn't, how could he resemble Xiao Bai so closely and seem so familiar with me? Moreover, his name was Bai Jingyan, sharing the same surname. What a curious coincidence. My thoughts wandered when a burly middle-aged man burst into the classroom, brandishing a kitchen knife, causing an uproar among the students. "Who is Wang Bingbing?" the man shouted. The classroom fell silent, all eyes involuntarily turning to the now pallid Wang Bingbing. The man approached and seized her, dragging her out of the classroom as terrified screams erupted. The principal rushed in at that moment. "Call the police!" he shouted in a panic that I noticed Bai Laosher calmly picking up the classroom phone, hesitating for a moment before putting it down again. "There's no time. Better to notify her family to come collect the body." His voice was so low that only the principal and I could hear. "What?" The principal looked at him in shock. "Granny Wang's son is a butcher in town. He will wield that knife with great skill," he explained coldly. Chapter 18. Wang Bingbing's spirit returns. The principal made several phone calls in the hallway before returning to the classroom, where over 100 pairs of eyes fixated on him. Granny Wang has passed away. Wang Bingbing's body has been discovered in the woods behind the school, and the perpetrator has turned himself in. The principal's face bore a bitter expression as he stood at the classroom door, as if delivering a report. After relaying the news, he began to comfort everyone. "Students, do not be afraid. Today's events were purely incidental. You will all have a few days off to rest at home. Bai Laosher, you might want to return to the town for a while." "No need for that. I will stay at Wang Miao's home." "Ah!" Everyone turned to me in astonishment. Wang Quan instructed me to look after his small animals. "I can simply sleep in his room." Bai Laosher adjusted his glasses, smiling warmly. Realizing this, I let out a sigh of relief. I had completely forgotten about my second uncle's request, so they were acquainted. Just as the police car arrived at the school, the village chief stormed in with several others, brimming with anger. The principal instructed Bai Laosher to lead us out through the back door, assuring us he could handle things alone. As I walked ahead, Bai Laosher followed closely behind, both of us lost in our thoughts, without a word exchanged. Upon reaching my home, just as I was grappling with how to explain the situation, my grandfather greeted us with a warm smile. "Welcome, Bai Laosher, to our humble abode. Wang Quan just called and informed me of your arrival. Please make yourself at home and treat this place as your own." My grandfather chuckled as he opened the door for us and asked me to wash some fruit. I had just washed a few apples in the kitchen and carried them outside when I discovered that both my mother and father had also emerged, engaging in conversation with Teacher Bai about my academic performance. Teacher Bai was extolling my virtues to such an extent that I could hardly bear to listen, feeling quite overwhelmed. It seemed that in our family, the cleverness of Miao Miao was akin to my own. My grandfather stroked his beard and burst into a proud laugh, that I stood there awkwardly, my toes nearly digging into the ground out of embarrassment. I simply had to interrupt this situation. "Teacher Bai, would you like some fruit?" I offered the apples, obediently adding, "Let me show you the small animals my second uncle raises." As he turned around, our eyes met, and I playfully blinked at him, and he smiled slightly and agreed. "Miao Miao, you take Teacher Bai to Xiaoqian's room for a look, and I shall call you when dinner is ready," my mother cheerfully instructed before heading back into the kitchen. "Your sister has some weaknesses. Tell your mother to be extra careful not to let any malevolent spirits latch onto her." Teacher Bai, who had been all smiles moments ago, suddenly changed his expression upon exiting. I gazed at him in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. "What is the matter? Weren't you fond of asking questions before? Why the silence today?" He positioned himself in front of me, looking down at me with an imposing demeanor. You remind me of a friend of mine, hence, I lowered my head, stammering an explanation. What friend? He suddenly crouched down, scrutinizing me closely. Just a friend named Xiaobai. I awkwardly pushed him away and scurried to my second uncle's small courtyard to wait for him. My second uncle lived in the back of our house, as he had a penchant for bringing home all sorts of peculiar animals, prompting my grandfather to assign him a separate yard. This was also why no one had noticed when Xiaobai had been sneaking off with the liquor. This is my second uncle's little courtyard. Teacher Bai, feel free to explore. See if there's anything you need, and I can fetch it for you. The room on the left is where my uncle usually stays, and the ones on the right are where he keeps his small animals. I spoke while cradling a small black cat in my arms. A cat my uncle had rescued while hunting last month, that I adored it, but my uncle stubbornly refused to give it to me. This cat is delightful. It's a spirit cat. Teacher Bai remarked, glancing at the little creature in my embrace before stepping into my uncle's room. Hearing my mother call for me loudly, I set the cat down and dashed over. During dinner, Teacher Bai mentioned he had research to attend to, so my mother asked me to serve him some food. Perhaps feeling that dining with our large family might make him uncomfortable, that as soon as dinner concluded, dark clouds gathered overhead, and rain began to pour, the raindrops tapping against the windows until it finally ceased just before bedtime. I changed into my nightclothes and prepared to open the window for some fresh air, only to see a white figure swiftly glide out from my uncle's room, reaching the front door in the blink of an eye. Teacher Bai, where could he possibly be going at this hour? Curiosity piqued. I rushed outside, attempting to catch up, but he moved so swiftly that I soon found myself panting and utterly lost, the figure slipping from my grasp. The surrounding darkness engulfed me, and I wondered where I had ended up. Upon glancing around, I realized I was in the woods behind the school. How had I ended up here? Just as I contemplated returning, a headless female corpse appeared before me. I collapsed in terror, my legs turning to jelly, my throat tightening to the point where I couldn't even scream for help. Are you the spirit of Wang Bingbing? I trembled, asking. Wang Miao Miao, since you know, why did you not save me during the day? In the classroom, you clearly saw my spirit, yet you chose to ignore it, watching as I was dragged away and killed in this very woods. Are you satisfied now? She advanced slowly towards me, and I instinctively pushed myself back, my hands bracing against the ground, retreating until I was at the edge of a slope, on the verge of tumbling down. I had intended to give you another chance, but you failed to awaken to your senses. Since you do not wish to be reincarnated properly, go and experience the suffering of the underworld. A familiar voice called from behind, and a flash of red cloth swept past me that I turned to see it was the flamboyant ghost judge, Mo Fian. Narcissistic ghost. What brings you here? Aren't you the judge who oversees the book of life and death? Why are you involved in the affairs of the underworld? I asked, astonished. Thanks to you and Xiaobai, I had the chance to experience the life of a lowly ghost official. He rolled his eyes dramatically, speaking with a mocking tone. Realizing I had stolen his soul-collecting pen last time, I feared that was the reason for his punishment, that I quickly fell silent, apprehensive that he might seek retribution against me. Wang Bingbing, I do not wish to get my hands dirty. You should come with me willingly. Mo Fian, sensing my unease, stopped to address Wang Bingbing coldly. Why should I go with you? Why is it that I must perish while she is blameless? She did nothing to save me. Is that not a crime? Wang Bingbing shouted, pointing at me that I jumped, hastily sitting up from the ground and hiding behind Mo Fian. Wang Miao Miao, don't think I fear you just because you have a ghost official backing you. You wait. I will return to settle the score. A wisp of black smoke rose, carrying Wang Bingbing's spirit away. This is bad, Mo Fian exclaimed, immediately chasing after the escaping soul, leaving me alone in the dark. Meow meow. What are you doing here? Another familiar voice called from behind that I frowned, slowly turning around. Chapter 19. The petulant male ghost lives the best life. A young man in a blue robe with long hair and striking features floated before me. Sizing me up. Little girl, it seems you've grown quite a bit since I last saw you. Qingxian. What brings you here? I was astonished to realize it was the gambling ghost. Have you seen Xiaobai? I feel he has returned. His eyes shimmered with a mix of intensity and hesitation, standing there entranced that I haven't seen Xiaobai, but there's someone who resembles him living in my house. I briefly explained Teacher Bai's situation, and he immediately lit up with excitement. Wang Miao Miao, can you take him to the ghost forest? I haven't seen him in ages. Are you sure he is Xiaobai? If so, I will seek his consent before bringing him to meet you." Qin Xian beamed, thanked me, and floated back into the forest. Just as I was about to turn and head back, I noticed Teacher Bai standing behind me, unbeknownst to me. "Who were you just speaking to?" He scrutinized me with evident displeasure, making me feel quite uneasy. "Teacher Bai, what are you doing here?" I asked, surprised that Mo Fian asked me to assist him, that I was halfway through when I saw a wisp of black smoke heading toward your home. So I turned back to check. "Is everything all right?" I inquired anxiously. "That I don't know." When I returned, the shadow had already vanished. The night was too dark for me to discern his features, but at that moment, I was certain he was Xiao Bai. That shadow had taken away Wang Bingbing's spirit, and Mo Fian was already in pursuit. That I quickly added, "Let us go help him." Xiao Bai bounded toward me, taking my hand as he urged me to follow. "Where to?" I stumbled along behind him, questioning as we went. "The underworld," he replied succinctly. "The underworld? No way. I refused to go there." From childhood, I had known that the underworld was a place one should avoid. A realm of punishment. Regardless of one's status or wealth in life, the judges would flip through the ledger, and when the time came, whether one would be boiled in oil or sliced on a mountain of knives was all part of a swift service. With no escape for anyone. "You haven't done anything wrong, so why fear it?" He smirked, his eyes narrowing playfully. "Even so, I won't go. That I am human, and casually visiting the underworld could shorten my lifespan." That I struggled to break free from his grasp. Attempting to escape. "You seem to know quite a bit." "Don't worry, your name is not on the book of life and death," he reassured, pulling me along once more. "Not on the list?" Could it be that he previously asked me to steal the soul-collecting pen to alter my fate? In the river of forgetfulness, the waters had grown parched from a lack of souls to nourish it. Before the bridge of helplessness, a woman in red held a ladle, gazing forlornly at the desolate underworld. Utterly alone, that I hesitated, observing this legendary place, my heart filled with confusion. Why is it so dilapidated and devoid of any souls? I questioned Xiao Bai beside me. "The underworld is empty because all the malevolent spirits are in the mortal realm." He frowned, as if answering me while lost in thought. "Since you, young Master Bai, departed, this underworld has been left without a master. Young master, would you be willing to return and reclaim dominion over the netherworld?" Restoring the underworld, the woman in red who had been holding the ladle asked softly. "That I refuse," Xiao Bai replied flatly, his expression unyielding. The woman sighed softly. "Since you insist on declining, I shall seek a new master for this underworld. In the name of the thick earth, I beseech the heavenly laws to appoint Wang Xiaohang as the new lord of the netherworld, governing the spirits and ruling the underworld." The new master was none other than the down-and-out scholar. I rubbed my eyes in disbelief, nearly convinced I was dreaming. "Wang Miao Miao, it has been a long time that I previously encountered you all disguised as a commoner. Today, to meet you once more in this underworld is quite the reunion. Shall we share a drink?" At this moment, the scholar donned a black official robe, adorned with a resplendent seven-colored glass crown atop his head, presenting a stark contrast to the previously delicate and feeble individual he once was. Meanwhile, Miao Miao, still youthful and unable to partake in liquor, was advised to focus on governance, especially with the newly appointed Ming Jun striving to rejuvenate the underworld. Xiao Bai, pulling me aside, coldly declined on my behalf, stating, "Indeed, I shall heed the elders' counsel and ensure that within 6 months, this desolate and decayed atmosphere is entirely eradicated." I stood beside him, utterly perplexed. The scholar had now ascended to the throne of the underworld. Yet he appeared before Xiao Bai with utmost reverence. "That I have matters to attend to and shall not intrude further. I vow never to set foot in this place again." Xiao Bai then seized my hand. Departing the underworld without a backward glance, heading towards Baijia village, in hushed tones, I expressed my suspicion that the individual might indeed be the malevolent master you had previously mentioned. That I recounted the incident of his father and the malevolent master causing a ruckus at my home from beginning to end. Upon hearing this, his brow furrowed deeply. He squatted down, gripping my shoulders, and softly uttered an apology. "There is no need for apologies. This is not your fault." I quickly reassured him that he had no control over his lineage. Yet he possessed the power to shape his own destiny. The transgressions of his former kin were not his burden to bear. What purpose does the malevolent master have in capturing Wang Bingbing's soul? I hastily shifted the topic, inquiring. "Corpse refining ghost," he replied. "What does that entail?" I bombarded him with questions throughout our journey, and he patiently elucidated. Simply put, a corpse-refining ghost transforms weak spirits into formidable entities for their own use. For their own use? Were you not also subjected to this corpse refining? I pressed on. Not at all. With his meager skills, he could not refine me. Does that mean Mo Fian cannot defeat him? Must you accompany him? I persisted. He can certainly handle it. However, with my presence, he feels more at ease. I shot him a disapproving glance, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Xiaobai, why did you arrive so late? Leaving me alone in this unfamiliar place at such an hour? How could you? I lamented. Had it not been for Mo Fian's charming visage, I would have almost been nauseated by his earlier words. Indeed, it appeared that the pampered male ghost enjoyed an enviable fate that I in the next moment. Xiaobai patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. With your prowess as the flower and wine judge, you could resolve this alone. Why summon me? Xiaobai arched an eyebrow, his smile radiating warmth that I stood aside like an unwelcome third wheel, observing the two handsome men exchanging glances in the dim light of night. A scene almost too painful to witness. Must you both carry on as if I am invisible? I complained, feeling somewhat miffed. Did you manage to track down Wang Bingbing's soul? Suddenly recalling our purpose, I promptly inquired of Mo Fian. That we lost her. She fled. However, she separated from the shadow, which returned to Wangjia village, while the female spirits seemed to drift towards your home. Chapter 20. From now on. Call me brother. During my absence, I wondered why the underworld appeared so dilapidated and desolate. Doesn't this judge take any responsibility? After you left, Hong Xiu wandered about as if she had lost her soul. She refused to let me intervene. Mo Fian lamented, his expression one of helplessness. From their conversation, it appeared that Hong Xiu was the red-clad woman wielding a ladle earlier. But are you truly set on leaving with that old man for training? To sever ties with the ghost realm? Yes, I returned to see Miao Miao and to attend to some matters along the way. What? I trailed behind them, astonished to hear that he had returned for me. Mo Fian turned to wink at me before resuming his conversation with Xiao Bais. They discussed affairs of the underworld. I found myself unable to interject, merely listening as we approached my home. By the time we reached the door, dawn was breaking. Mo Fian mentioned he had urgent matters to address and would meet us later. Upon entering, I found my mother in the courtyard, picking vegetables. Though she was now pregnant, she still rose early each day to prepare meals for the entire family. Teacher Bai, why are you up so early? Did Miao Miao disturb you while attempting to catch a cat? My mother assumed I had awakened Teacher Bai when she saw Xiao Bai and me returning. Not at all. Ani, we went for a morning jog. Xiao Bai cheerfully replied that's good. Come inside for some water. Breakfast will be ready shortly. As my mother stood with a basket of vegetables, I suddenly noticed something amiss with her belly. She was only 2 months pregnant, yet her abdomen appeared as if she were 5 or 6 months along. The morning mist had obscured my view, but now that I approached, I discerned a dark aura emanating from her. That I glanced at Xiao Bai, who wore a grave expression, lost in thought. Could Wang Bingbing's soul be inside my mother's womb? I whispered and he nodded in response. During breakfast, my grandmother joyfully served my mother. While her complexion turned pale, her eyes darkened, she barely sipped 2 spoonfuls of porridge before vomiting it all back up. What is happening? Just a few days ago, she was well. Why can she not keep anything down today? My father rushed her aside, visibly anxious. That I don't know. Last night, I dreamt of a little boy running into my room, calling me mama. When I woke up, my belly was much larger than before, and I feel utterly exhausted, my mother weakly explained, resting her hand on her forehead. Could that Master S fertility talisman have taken effect? Upon hearing my mother mention the little boy, my grandmother beamed with delight. What fertility talisman? My father abruptly stood, glaring at my grandmother. That is none of your concern. I consulted the master about it, and with it, your wife is sure to bear you a healthy son. Mother, could you refrain from these superstitions? Last time, you had her drink some talisman water. Now you bring up possession talismans that at your age. Can't you just settle down? My father slammed the table in frustration, helping my mother back inside. Why are you shouting at me? Everything I do is for you. My grandmother, feeling embarrassed by the scene, began to throw a fit that you've forgotten your mother after marrying. Jiang He, you heartless child. I raised you, and now you've brought me a jinx of a daughter-in-law and don't want to give me a grandchild. My grandfather shot her a stern look, ignoring her as he retreated to his study for some peace and quiet. I exchanged glances with Xiao Bai, and we discreetly made our exit as my grandmother continued her lamentations. Xiao Bai. Will that soul in my mother's womb harm her and my sister? I asked anxiously as we stepped outside. For now, it won tea. However, she shares a body with your unborn sister, and in a couple of months, she will likely consume the host at that point. We must find a way to extract her. How do we do that? I pressed. There are only two ways to expel her. Either she willingly leaves, or your mother must terminate the pregnancy. He replied with evident reluctance. Did I ask there truly no other option? I questioned, realizing that neither of those choices seemed feasible, despite her earlier intentions to have me adopted by my uncle. I had never truly held a grudge against her. Seeing her in such distress made my heart ache. Perhaps there is someone who can assist, he mused after a moment of contemplation. However, this individual is rather peculiar. I can handle it myself. Meow meow. You stay here and wait for me. No, I wish to accompany you. If the underworld can take me, why should I not meet this person? I insisted, eager to understand who this individual was that he wished to keep from my sight. Very well. He relented after considerable hesitation. As we traveled, I imagined the person could be an irascible old man, or perhaps a strikingly beautiful woman. Indeed, a stunning woman. Surely, she must be his former lover, and he feared I would mock him upon discovering the truth. However, to my surprise, he led me to the ghost forest, and the person he referred to was none other than Qing Xian. That it dawned on me that Qing Xian had asked me to bring Xiao Bai to meet him just the previous night. And now Xiao Bai was personally delivering him. The thought of Qing Xian made me chuckle involuntarily. No wonder Xiao Bai was reluctant to bring me along. Qing Xian harbored feelings for him. And after such a long separation, the reunion would surely be a sight to behold. One Xiao Bai would prefer I not witness the BY day. The ghost forest was far less eerie, resembling any ordinary woodland. Before long, the characters Qing Fu came into view. Before we could even knock, the gambling ghost stumbled out, and what followed was a scene I found difficult to watch. That I beheld Qing Xian, tears streaming down her cheeks, rushing toward Xiao Bai and flinging herself into his embrace. Brother, I missed you so much, brother. What is happening? Wasn't this gambling ghost enamored with Xiao Bai? I stared, incredulous, at the two locked in an embrace, nearly doubting my own ears. Xiao Xian, we actually came to ask for your assistance. Xiao Bai gently patted her shoulder, speaking with utmost seriousness. And oh problem, brother, whatever you need, just ask. Qing Xian wiped her tears, brimming with excitement. Subsequently, Xiao Bai recounted the intricate history between them. That turns out they had known each other for quite some time, even before Qing Xian had become a ghost. During that period, Qing Xuan's father had a fondness for girls and often dressed him in girls' clothing, leading him to believe he was a girl himself. It wasn't until he turned 10 that Qing Xuan's father offended a corrupt official in the court, resulting in the family being falsely accused and executed, with only Qing Xian escaping thanks to the timely intervention of a passing Xiao Bai. The fervent and passionate nature of youthful infatuation is often marked by that one fleeting glance, capable of etching itself in one's memory for eternity. Xiao Bai entrusted him to a Taoist priest residing in the mountains and then hurriedly departed. As time passed and Qing Xian matured, he eventually realized he was male, and that two boys could not be together, which brought him to tears for a prolonged period. That on a rainy night, he descended the mountain alone in search of Xiao Bai, confessing his long-suppressed feelings of love. Xiao Bai affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, "From now on, you shall call me brother." Chapter 21. The soul guide Qing Xian had lived merely 30 years as a human before transforming into a ghost. At that time, the ghostly forest was not known as the Ghost Forest. It was called the Soul Guide Forest. The emissaries from the underworld frequently passed through this area while on official duties, creating a need for a liaison and seeing no one else willing to take on the task. Qing Xian offered himself for the role. Upon arrival, he discovered the place was desolate and dilapidated, having not hosted a single emissary for hundreds of years. As a newly turned ghost, Qing Xian displayed an exceptionally irritable temperament. Any passerby who disturbed his peaceful slumber would be seized for his amusement. Those who fell victim to his whims not only lost their fortunes, but were also required to offer something more, resulting in Qing Xuan's abode being filled with countless rare treasures. That he amassed a collection of 3 souls and 7 spirits in a glass vial, not to mention other gruesome items. The populace claimed that the ghosts within this forest were exceedingly malevolent. Losing one's soul was the least of one's worries, as one could very well leave without a complete corpse. This reputation led to Qing Xian's notoriety, and no one dared to step foot into the ghost forest thereafter. Years passed without a single visitor, and Qing Xian lost track of time. He had no idea how many times the peach trees outside his abode had blossomed. Out of sheer boredom, he encountered none of the snakes or ants that inhabited the forest. He was the sole ghost in this desolate realm. One day, a bespectacled youth inadvertently stumbled into the ghostly woods, and for the first time in years, Qing Xian felt a thrill of excitement. After so long, he finally saw a human figure, but he quietly employed a trick, causing the boy to wander the forest throughout the night until exhaustion overtook him, prompting him to plead for mercy. I am Wang Hushing. Having accidentally trespassed into this forest, I am unaware of whose dreams I may have disturbed. I beseech your forgiveness. Indeed, that boy was my great-grandfather, and I was taken aback upon hearing this. Later, Qing Xian stated that he was too lonely and desired companionship. But upon witnessing the boy's gentlemanly demeanor, he found it rather dull and decided to let him go. Yet, just 2 days later, the boy returned, bringing along chess, playing cards, and dice for Qing Xian, suggesting that if Qing Xian felt bored, he could come often to chat and alleviate his ennui. This bewildered Qing Xian. Others who encountered him would be terrified, and those who had previously suffered at his hands were either foolish or mad. Only my great-grandfather, unafraid, brought him gifts and offered to keep him company. Thus began the friendship between a ghost and a human. My great-grandfather would frequently visit Qing Xian with wine, and the two would indulge in drunken revelry, during which Qing Xian recounted tales of his past, including his secret affection for Xiaobai. Their friendship endured for 60 years until my great-grandfather's passing. So, what are you trying to convey with all this? While Xiaobai was busy selecting souls from his treasure vault, Qing Xian shared this tale with me, that I wished to convey that my bond with your great-grandfather was one of utmost camaraderie. Should anyone else attempt to vie for Xiaobai's affection, I would ensure their soul is shattered and their chances of reincarnation extinguished. Is such a drastic measure truly necessary? I asked, feeling somewhat intimidated, instinctively stepping back 2 meters from him. That in truth, my relationship with Xiaobai is merely that of friendship. There is no need for such hostility towards me. For the sake of my own safety, I had to firmly establish my stance and distance myself. Who said we were friends? Unbeknownst to me, Xiaobai had approached from behind, his expression stern as he fixed his gaze upon us. Qing Xian, if you frighten him again, I assure you I will never return to this abode, Xiaobai warned, glaring at him. Brother, please don't be angry. Did I promise not to scare Wangjia again? Did I hold you in such high regard that I shall protect him as I do you? Qing Xian pouted and dashed over to Xiaobai, clutching at his sleeve and whispering, Remember what you said today. Xiaobai raised a hand and firmly tapped Qing Xian on the head. Have you found the item? I noticed Xiaobai holding a bottle and inquired with concern. Indeed, this fellow previously only favored the souls of men. It took me quite a while to find one of a female spirit steeped in, he replied, lifting a porcelain bottle no larger than a snuff bottle. The bottle's exterior was strikingly beautiful, snow-white and translucent, resembling jade, with intricate patterns of landscapes and flora painted upon it in a technique unknown to me. Peering through the semi-transparent vessel, I glimpsed a wisp of azure smoke swirling within. Is this truly effective? Looking at such a diminutive object leaves me somewhat apprehensive. I voice my doubts, that my brother assures me there is no cause for concern. Meow meow. You need not worry. Qing Xian tossed his long hair, revealing a handsome visage. Qing Xuan's temperament hardly matched his striking appearance, and one could only wonder how many lovesick maidens had wept for him in the past. Let us return. Xiaobai brushed the dust off his clothes and took my hand to leave. Qing Xian trailed behind, his lips twitching as if he wished to speak several times, yet ultimately remained silent, merely watching us depart the ghost forest with longing. How is this to be utilized? I resumed my barrage of questions on the way back. Stew it and drink. He replied leisurely. Oh, are you joking? I exclaimed, astonished. The next moment he chuckled, revealing that I had been tricked. By Jing Yan. This was my first time addressing him by his full name. Could you not be serious for once? Seeing my irritation, he took his time to explain. At the hour of midnight, place this soul in your mother's chamber. Wang Bingbing is a new ghost and has yet to pass her head 7th. during which the is at its peak. This is that of a woman who died over a century ago, possessing the heaviest, making it perfect for countering her. I nodded, feeling a weight lift from my heart. That night, just past midnight, I stealthily approached my mother's door, only to find Xiao Bai already waiting there to retrieve the porcelain bottle from his sleeve, opened it, and released the inside. After nearly half an hour of waiting, I could no longer sit still and asked, "Is there still no movement?" Xiao Bai squinted his eyes, signaling me to wait a little longer. Another quarter of an hour passed, and sudden, violent noises erupted from within the room, sounding as if furniture were colliding. Unable to restrain myself any longer, I rushed over. Just as I was about to open the door, he grasped my hand. "Don't go in," he whispered. "But what if my mother is in danger?" I felt a surge of fear as I listened to the cacophony. "Trust me." His gaze was resolute as he reached out to pat my head, calming my restless emotions, after about 7 or 8 more minutes. The room fell silent. Xiao Bai shot me a look, urging me to open the door, that I dashed over, pushed the door open, and found everything seemingly normal inside. My mother was peacefully asleep under a blanket. Where then did that noise come from? As I pondered, a wisp of black smoke drifted behind me, and a cold hand clutched my throat, that in the next moment, the jade pendant around my neck radiated a scorching heat. The black smoke let out a shriek and, rising up, crashed against the wall, revealing its true form. "Wang Bingbing, I bear you no grudge. Why do you seek to harm my mother and sister?" I admonished loudly. "No grudge. Your indifference to my plight is enmity. I offered you countless chances for reincarnation, yet you refuse to leave and instead choose to harm others. That do not blame me for being ruthless." Mo Fian appeared out of nowhere, binding Wang Bingbing's spirit and swiftly collecting it, his movements seamless. "Xiao Bai, I must return to report. We shall meet again." "Until we meet again," Xiao Bai replied, despite the tremendous commotion. My mother remained sound asleep, likely exhausted from carrying the baby. As Xiao Bai and I exited the room, I quietly closed the door behind us. "Xiao Bai, thank you for saving my mother and sister," I said sincerely, gazing at him. "Not at all." He shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Meow meow, I must take my leave now. I actually have official business to attend to. That do not forget our promise. Wait for me." Chapter 22. Capturing souls and dreams. No sooner had Xiao Bai departed than my mother emerged from the room. Her complexion remained pale, her eyes vacant, resembling someone who had just recovered from a severe illness. Fortunately, her belly appeared normal, far less alarming than the previous day. "Meow meow, are you not on break? Why are you awake so early?" My mother asked weakly. That I was just seeing Teacher Bai off. He had an urgent matter and decided not to disturb everyone. So he left for the provincial capital without saying goodbye. I obediently answered, and my mother nodded, picking up a basket to go to the yard to gather vegetables for breakfast as soon as she opened the door. Her balance faltered, and she swayed before collapsing. Alarmed, I quickly called for my father. Upon hearing that my mother had fainted, my father rushed in. Scooping her up and bringing her inside, he turned to call for an ambulance, but was halted by my grandmother, who approached and insisted, "Do not go to the hospital. It brings misfortune. My grandson has yet to be born, and the hospital is filled with negative energy that could harm my precious grandchild." Grasping the phone line with both hands, she adamantly refused to let my father make the call. My father was furious, nearly beside himself with rage, and if it weren't for my grandfather holding him back, he might have smashed the phone to pieces. Amidst their bickering, my mother regained consciousness and called out for my father, who immediately rushed to her side. "See, she's fine," my grandmother remarked, casting a sidelong glance at my father, who followed her with a limp, hands clasped behind his back. "Xiaomu," she chided, "your constitution is terribly weak. That I have told you time and again to engage in some physical labor and exercise, but you never listen. It is already this late, and breakfast is not yet prepared. Even while pregnant, you must remain active. Laziness may lead to giving birth to a girl." My grandmother stood at the door, her sharp words making even my father frown. "Mother, could you please stop? Xiaomu is pregnant and unwell. Have some compassion and lend a hand yourself. You should also exercise more and not simply wait for others to serve you." While my grandmother, like many rural matriarchs, was steeped in superstition and unreasonableness, I must admit, it was fortunate to have my father, who always stood by my mother's side. That it is said that they were in a love match, and during his school days his textbooks were filled with my mother's name, not to mention the notes he would send her. Jiang Xiaomu, I like you. My mother was beautiful, while my father had a more earnest demeanor. Yet through his diligent spirit and shamelessness, he managed to stand out among my mother's many suitors, eventually winning her heart. Wangjia. It is said that once a man marries, he forgets his mother. I should never have permitted you two to fall in love freely. My grandmother fumed, her face contorting with anger as she limped about, still verbally assaulting my father, that in truth, my grandmother harbored another reason for her disdain towards our little family of three. When I was just born, she had heard that my fate would bring misfortune to my relatives and, in a fit of rage, nearly attempted to suffocate me. Thankfully, my father intervened. He had pushed my grandmother, who was still recovering from a leg injury at the time, to the ground, which led to her leg never healing properly, leaving her with a permanent limp. My grandfather, however, was indifferent to the situation. He had never held my grandmother in high regard and had fathered two children solely for the sake of the Wang family lineage, not expecting that those two sons would turn out to be disappointments. With just a single grandson to hold, as my father tended to my mother in the room, I went to the kitchen to prepare some simple porridge for them. With no school for a few days, I made breakfast and then headed to my uncle's backyard to play with a small black cat. Knowing that my uncle would not return for several days, I decided to take the little cat back to my room. When Xiaoyu saw me carrying the black cat, she flapped her wings and chirped excitedly, "Don't be afraid, it's your kind. We are both felines." I reassured her, stroking the cat's head, while the owl-like fur fluffed up in response. At lunchtime, my mother was still asleep, and my father mentioned that she might be experiencing low blood sugar and needed to rest. He would take over the household meals from now on, provided everyone didn't mind if they were not to their liking. After eating, I prepared some food for the little black cat and Xiaoyu, locked the room door, and settled down for a nap. Just as my head hit the pillow, I plunged into a terrifying nightmare that I dreamt that someone was calling my name from outside the front door. I got up to investigate. I found no one there. Just as I turned to return to sleep, I caught sight of a figure resembling my mother and followed her footsteps to a desolate graveyard. The clouds were dark and the wind mournful. When the figure turned around, I was immediately petrified, for it was not my mother, but a faceless apparition with a stark white visage. My legs turned to jelly as I watched the eerie figure approach. Suddenly, a shadow leapt from the side, lunging at the faceless entity. The apparition's face was scratched, blood streaming down in grotesque lines, making it appear even more sinister. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was the small black cat my uncle had raised. Only 2 months old, yet its claws were unexpectedly sharp. With its eyes glowing crimson, it stood defiantly in front of me, glaring fiercely at the apparition. The faceless figure screeched in anger, and, turning away, glided into the graveyard. I awoke in a cold sweat, relieved to find it was just a dream. However, upon glancing at the little black cat, I noticed one of its front paws was stained with blood, sending me into a panic as I rushed to check on Xiaoyu, who was peacefully asleep under a blanket. I exhaled deeply, having thought they had fought. But if Xiaoyu was unharmed, then where had the blood on the cat's paw come from? I was utterly perplexed. Pushing open the window, I took in the sunset, the sky ablaze with the colors of dusk, reassuring myself. It was still early evening. Surely I had not encountered a ghost. Perhaps I was merely overthinking it. For dinner, I found myself lacking an appetite and chose not to go downstairs, with the date of the math competition fast approaching. Whether my uncle intended to see me fail or truly believed in me, one thing was certain. I, Wang Miao Miao, could not afford to falter this time. I remember my uncle saying that the competition would take place in town, and I felt a surge of anticipation. I had never traveled far and wondered what sights awaited me in the town. After completing 2 sets of practice problems, I glanced at the clock and realized it was already 11. I quickly washed up, tucked Xiaoyu under her blanket, and prepared for bed. The little black cat, noticing my disregard, leaped onto my bed, meowing softly. "Do you wish to sleep with me?" I tentatively asked it. Meow. It pressed its head against me unexpectedly, then burrowed into my blankets. Wang Miao Miao, Wang Miao Miao. In a hazy state, I heard someone calling my name, the voice oddly theatrical, deliberately pitched higher. I turned over, cradling the little black cat in my arms, and drifted back to sleep. When I awoke, the jade rabbit was descending in the west, and the crimson sun was rising. It was morning. I stretched my limbs and walked to the window, only to find a throng of people gathered in the neighboring yard. A crowd amassed around an ambulance. What has happened? I rushed to ask my father, and he frowned deeply and murmured, "Someone has died next door, in Wangyang's family." Chapter 23. Do you dare to answer me if I call? Being one who loves to be in the midst of excitement, upon hearing of the neighbor's misfortune, I quickly donned a black jacket and hurried over. Upon arriving at the gate, I realized it was not only an ambulance that had come, but the police were also present. Using my small stature to my advantage, I squeezed to the front of the crowd, spotting a man with a purple face emerging from the house in a daze. Wasn't that Wang Yang's father, Wang Haitao? Could it be that he was the one who had died? "Wang, uncle," I called softly, taking advantage of the distraction around us. He looked up, astonished. "Meow meow. Can you see me?" I nodded and quickly inquired, "Wang, uncle, who has harmed you?" His expression turned pained, and after a long pause, he could not articulate the reason. The my brow furrowed, if he did not know who had caused his demise. How would the police investigate? I couldn't sleep last night, and went to the kitchen for a bit of alcohol. You know how Wang Yang's mother usually keeps an eye on me and doesn't let me drink. Just as I was about to return to bed, I faintly heard someone calling my name. The voice was strange, almost like a theatrical performance that I thought I had misheard due to the drink. But then I heard it again. Wang Yang's mother heard it too. She thought it was someone from the village calling me out for a drink, so she answered. After that, I don't remember anything. Someone called your name in the dead of night? Is this a soul-snatching? If you don't answer, it's fine, but if you do, your life is forfeit. So it turned out that what I had heard last night was this very thing. Meow meow, look, they have come to take me away. Following his finger, I saw two towering figures standing outside the crowd, undoubtedly there to escort his spirit. Meow meow, I left in such a hurry, without time to make arrangements. Could you do me a favor? He looked at me with urgency. Uncle, what is it? Please tell Wang Yang's mother that there is a hole behind the water tank in the kitchen where I hid 11,100 yuan. I saved it little by little while working in town. The 10,000 was meant to buy her a gold bracelet. When we first married, we were so poor that I couldn't provide for her. Now that I have the means, I want to make it up to her. The 1,000 is for the child's tuition, and the last 100 was meant for a little drinking money, which I no longer need. As soon as Wang uncle finished speaking, the two figures stepped forward and began to pull him away, but not before he nodded at me that I was somewhat dazed. They didn't even know me. So why did they nod? Just then, a group of people emerged from the house, carrying a covered body. The shape indicated it was indeed Wang Haitao. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Did you hear? Wang Haitao was taken by a soul-snatching ghost. Last night, he heard someone calling his name, and though he didn't respond, his wife did, leading to his demise. Don't speak nonsense. My father was not killed by my mother. A boy dressed in mourning burst into the crowd, shouting loudly that, "Oh, Wang Yang. Everyone is simply concerned. Don't take offense." At the northern edge of the village, Wang the blacksmith's newly wedded plump wife hurriedly attempted to mediate the situation. At that moment, I noticed Wang Yang's mother drifting out of the house, heading toward the well in the courtyard. This was dire. She seemed intent on taking her own life by jumping into the well. However, the figure that floated by appeared to be merely her spirit. Could this be a premonition of what was about to transpire? Wang Yang, quickly return to keep an eye on your aunt. Do not let her approach that well. To avoid drawing attention, I trotted over to him and whispered. Previously, at the edge of the Zhuanglong River, Wang Yang had already realized that I could perceive things invisible to ordinary people. Thus, as soon as I uttered my warning, he dashed back in haste, just in time to intercept his mother, who was in a daze and about to walk toward the well. Fortunately, Wang Yang managed to intervene before any tragedy could occur. Recalling what my uncle had instructed me earlier, I took the opportunity to slip past the caution line and rushed into their home. Upon seeing me enter, Wang's aunt displayed a hint of surprise. Although our families were neighbors, we rarely interacted, as Wang Yang was a son and my family had no male heirs. Thus, my father never wished to share drinks with Uncle Wang, that I in rural culture. A family without sons often feels a sense of shame. Aunt Wang, just now Uncle Wang asked me to convey a few words to you that there were many relatives present in the house. I leaned in and whispered a few sentences to her. Finally, I comforted her on behalf of Uncle Wang, saying, he said to continue living well and to raise Wang Yang into a fine man. He will protect you both from the underworld, and in the next life, you shall still be a family. That as soon as I finished speaking, Aunt Wang burst into tears that I stood awkwardly beside her. I had delivered Uncle Wang's message, and now it was time for me to leave. Just as I stepped out, I heard the plump new bride from Wang the blacksmith family arguing with several middle-aged women. I caught snippets of their conversation. What do you mean, will you dare to agree? Son Wukong's son. If I call your name, will you dare to respond? Initially, I thought they were discussing a television drama. Pondering the insensitivity of debating such matters at a time of mourning, I wasn't until I approached the gate that I realized they were warning each other about the soul-snatching ghost. Advising not to acknowledge it if it called your name in the dead of night, that I took mental note of this, relieved that I had slept soundly the previous night and had not responded. For the ensuing events were too terrifying to contemplate that I was still young, just a child, with a long journey ahead and many things left to accomplish. I could not afford to die, just as I thought this. I heard someone calling my name from behind. Wang Miao Miao. Wang Miao Miao. My heart sank. I feared that the soul-snatching ghost was becoming overly audacious, daring to haunt me in broad daylight. Wang Miao Miao. The voice grew closer, and I was frightened into a sprint. Wang Miao Miao, do you not wish to participate in the math competition anymore? I thought as I ran, astonished that this ghost seemed well-informed enough to know about my academic endeavors. Fortunately, Wang Yang's home was near mine, and I reached my doorstep in a matter of moments. Otherwise, I would have exhausted myself on the long road and surely been captured had I pounded on the door, shouting, "Father, open the door! Grandpa, guard the door! Open up!" Yet no one inside responded. Realizing it was still early, and everyone likely remained asleep, despair washed over me. I thought it was all over, just as I reached my lowest point. A large hand landed atop my head, breathing heavily that I'm not a ghost. Why are you running? Do you not want your gift anymore? The voice sounded familiar, and when I turned, I discovered it was my second uncle. Chapter 24. The emergence of the mirror spirit. My second uncle was burdened with packages, accompanied by a beautiful girl with long hair reaching her waist. Wang Miao Miao, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up and open the door, my second uncle urged, clearly exhausted from chasing after me. That I glanced at the girl, finding her somewhat familiar, though I couldn't quite place where I had seen her before. Noticing my gaze, she smiled at me, her expression somewhat piercing, sending chills down my spine. That I quickly turned my head away. Xiaoquan is back. My father emerged from the kitchen carrying a basket of vegetables. Upon seeing the three of us, he promptly set down the basket and helped my second uncle with his load, bringing it into the house. That my second uncle led the way, and I followed at the rear. As we ascended the steps, he brazenly took the girl's hand, indicating a romantic involvement. That I inwardly cursed Wang Quan for being such a scoundrel, having only been in town for a few days before charming a girl. He was utterly lacking in restraint. Allow me to introduce, this is Lin Jia, a primary school teacher from town, who has come back with me for an exchange program. That my second uncle eagerly introduced his girlfriend as soon as he entered the house. My grandmother, noticing Lin Jia's attire, a tank top and a mini skirt, cast a disdainful glance her way, muttering softly about her lack of decency. Coincidentally, Lin Jia overheard and shot my grandmother a fierce glare. I observed this exchange, and she remained unperturbed, offering me a chilling smile. That I sensed that this girl was not simple. Glancing back at my second uncle, he appeared blissfully unaware, still grinning. Frustrated, I picked up the plush toy he had bought for me and threw it at him. Sure enough, within a few days, a series of peculiar incidents began to unfold. The first incident involved my grandmother's inexplicable recovery from her leg ailment. That I recalled my father mentioning that he had accidentally pushed her years ago, resulting in a leg fracture that had never healed. He had felt guilty ever since, taking her to numerous hospitals in the provincial capital, all of which had declared her condition hopeless, forcing him to give up. Yet, after 8 long years, my grandmother's leg mysteriously healed. This could not merely be termed a medical miracle. It was downright uncanny. Even my grandfather, upon witnessing this, frowned and privately inquired if my grandmother had acquired some sort of witchcraft remedy. Truth be told, the situation was indeed suspicious. Had it not been for my second uncle bringing back that girl to introduce herself, our entire family would have been convinced that my grandmother was near her end, experiencing a fleeting moment of vitality. Born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, I had noticed Grandma's difficulty in moving the day before and had brought along my acupuncture kit. I decided to try acupuncture on her, and to my astonishment, several acupuncture points opened up. Today, she could walk normally. Lin Jia grew increasingly animated as she recounted the tale, had it not been for her vacant and erratic gaze. I might have believed her words entirely. Meanwhile, my grandmother, who had previously expressed disdain for Wangjia, was now holding her hand and leading her to the backyard to pick apples, the two of them arm in arm. Resembling a mother and daughter, that I scrutinized her figure, growing increasingly familiar. Yet I could not recall where I had encountered her before. As dusk fell and the moon rose, I took some food from the kitchen for Xiaoyu and the little black cat. After washing up, I settled at my desk to work on my assignments. In a daze, I suddenly realized the power had gone out, plunging the room into darkness. In the faintest whisper, I heard someone crying. The sound was reminiscent of the weeping I had heard in the dead of night a few days prior. Feeling frightened, I curled up tighter, sensing the cries drawing nearer. The sobbing intensified, and I felt dizzy. Unable to move. Xiaoyu, I struggled to call out the name of the little owl. Upon hearing my voice, it awoke from its slumber, fluttering over and pressing the light switch with its little claw, illuminating the room and silencing the weeping. Xiaoyu, you're amazing. All my teachings were worth it, I praised, patting its round little head. However, who had been crying just now? As I pondered, my gaze fell upon the human bone necklace resting on the table. A gift from Xiaoyu's father. I recalled that the disheveled scholar, now presumably known as the king of the underworld, had mentioned that this necklace, known as the tiger tooth, could capture souls and control hearts. Commanding spirits. Could it be that the weeping had come from the spirit contained within this necklace? Alarmed, I quickly tossed the necklace far away. As it flew through the air, wisps of smoke emitted from it. And upon hitting the ground, the white bone pendant transformed into a deep red hue. What a sinister turn of events! I glanced at Xiaoyu, who perched on my shoulder, watching the necklace intently as it flew toward it, and returned the necklace to me. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? It chirped twice in response. You can't possibly want me to wear it, can you? It nodded affirmatively. But doesn't that mean it holds a spirit? After a moment of hesitation, I resolved to give it a try. Unlike the token Xiaobai had gifted me, this human bone necklace felt warm against my skin. In an instant, I sensed a gentle warmth coursing through my veins, intertwining with two distinct energies within me. Suddenly, a female ghost in a flowing red dress appeared before me, startling me into a scream. Master, her voice trembled, as though she had not spoken in ages. Master has finally allowed me to be free. I am so overjoyed. She floated around the room in exuberance while I stood frozen in shock, observing her. Are you the spirit trapped within this necklace? Were you the one crying just now? I inquired softly. Yes, it was me who cried. Do you not remember me, Master? I am the Mirror Spirit. She winked at me, appearing quite familiar. Your name is Mirror Spirit. Correct. Might I ask if we are acquainted? I find myself rather perplexed. Has my master truly forgotten me? I am but a spirit dwelling within the mirror, who in a moment of mischief was inadvertently ensnared by this human bone necklace. It has been over 2 centuries, and at last I have emerged. She provided a disjointed explanation, leaving me utterly bewildered. Might my master take me for a bath first? It has been an age since I last washed, and it would be delightful to have some flower petals, preferably pink roses. Her excitement grew, entirely oblivious to my presence, which bore an expression of exasperation that a bath could be taken at the nearby Xiaolong Lake. Yet alas, there are no pink roses, nor any other kind for that matter. If it pleases you, I could perhaps pluck some aloe vera from the garden, Master. You have changed. You no longer love me, she exclaimed, bursting into tears once more. This mirror spirit bore a striking resemblance to a female version of Emofian. I stood there, helpless, when suddenly I heard a fierce quarrel erupting from the living room. Upon stepping outside, I was taken aback to find my father and my second uncle engaged in a brawl for reasons unknown. Chapter 25. Where's the chicken? Our living room was a disaster area. With 4 vases shattered by my father and second uncle, the floor strewn with petals and shards of glass, that I quietly observed the unfolding chaos, with little you perched on my left shoulder and a small black cat jumping onto my right. The mirror spirit, having no place to linger, clung to the hem of my garment, trailing behind me. With guardians on either side and a follower behind, I felt akin to an ancient noble. After some time listening, I finally grasped the absurdity of their argument. They were squabbling over a chicken that my father insisted it was meant to nourish my mother, while my second uncle claimed his girlfriend had a penchant for chicken. Grandfather, in a state of exasperation, intervened for quite some time, and ultimately agreed to procure several chickens from the village farm later, thus bringing their dispute to a close that I took the mirror spirit to Xiaolong River for a bath. And I must say, once she was cleansed, I discovered that this little spirit was indeed quite lovely. Her skin fair and translucent, her features delicate and refined, every smile and frown reminiscent of a fairy. "You are fortunate," I remarked, "for had you emerged sooner, the Xiaolong River would have been dry, leaving you without water for a bath. It is only thanks to the little river deity that the rains have fallen." Speaking of the river deity, a wave of sorrow washed over me. Counting the days, Zillion had been missing for over half a month. Ever since his second brother searched around our house for him, he had vanished without a trace. Even on the 7th day of the lunar month, when I spent the night at the river god's temple, he did not appear. I could only wonder what had transpired. In the evening, grandfather returned with 6 chickens, stating that they would be kept in the yard for the 2 sons to share, and he would procure more once they were consumed. That night, a second peculiar incident occurred. After dinner, the once clear sky suddenly darkened, thunder rumbled, and a torrential downpour ensued. That as our home lacked a chicken coop, grandfather, fearing the chickens would perish in the rain, cordoned off a small area in the living room with straw. Ushering the chickens indoors that night, as I slept soundly, one chicken flapped its wings and rushed into my room, pursued by a scrawny local dog. Terrified, it darted about, leaping onto my bed, followed closely by the little yellow dog. Startled, I sat up and patted my chest, relieved to find it was merely a dream. Lately, I had been unable to sleep well, plagued by nightmares. That I lay down, drowsy, and prepared to drift back into slumber. I heard the chickens rustling in the living room. Glancing at the clock on the wall, I noted it was 3 in the morning and thought it rather early for the chickens to be awake. So I returned to sleep. At dawn, still groggy, I was roused by my father's booming voice. Sleepily, I wandered into the living room, only to be utterly stunned by the sight before me. The place was in disarray, littered with feathers and blood. Those very chickens grandfather had purchased yesterday had inexplicably died. "What has happened?" Grandfather emerged from the room, equally astonished. Perhaps the window was not securely closed, and a weasel slipped in to wreak havoc. My father speculated, furrowing his brow as he began to clean up the mess, instructing us to return to our rooms, as he intended to conduct a thorough disinfection. Breakfast was thus rendered impossible, and I retrieved a pack of biscuits from the cupboard, sharing 2 pieces with little you, while the little black cat mewed insistently, refusing to eat. That I had no choice but to return it to my second uncle's backyard, hoping he would feed it some cat food. Just as I placed the little cat back in the yard, Wangjia emerged from my uncle's house, clad in a white dress. How scandalous to reside in someone else's home before marriage. The teachers in town are truly liberal, I mused inwardly. For reasons I could not fathom, I harbored a strong aversion to Wangjia. She seemed to sense my hostility, striding arrogantly towards me upon her arrival. The little black cat unexpectedly extended its sharp claws, its fur bristling, emitting an angry growl. "Little beast, if you continue to act fierce, I'll stew you tonight." Wangjia threatened menacingly. That I end the next moment, upon seeing my uncle. Her demeanor shifted entirely as she sweetly clung to him. "Darling, that black cat is so fierce." It almost scratched me. I was so frightened. My uncle, ever the smitten fool, dotingly reassured Wangjia while glaring at me, insisting I take the little black cat away as it was a gift to me. Fuming, I clutched the cat food, holding the little black cat in my arms as I stormed out of the backyard. Turning back, I noticed Wangjia wearing a victorious expression. The more I pondered, the angrier I became. How could Wang Quan possibly be enamored with such a pretentious woman, after so many years of education? He still could not escape the label of mediocrity. I trudged into the house, where I discovered my father had cleaned the living room spotless and was prepared for disinfection. But where's the chicken? I suddenly recalled the gruesome sight of the dead chickens from that morning, having envisioned a delightful lunch. Thrown away. "Chickens bitten by the yellow sage cannot be consumed," grandfather declared, emerging from his study with a furrowed brow. Deep in thought, "This won't do. I shall buy 2 more. He resolved that I must uncover which yellow immortal has devoured my chickens. With that, he strode off towards the chicken farm, leaving my father and me exchanging bewildered glances in the living room. Before long, grandfather returned with 2 chickens in tow. This time, perhaps in a fit of whimsy, he had purchased 2 large roosters, whose crowing began at the break of dawn, making it impossible for anyone to sleep. For several days, the two roosters thrived, and just as everyone believed the previous incident was merely a coincidence, another calamity struck. That it was once again 3 in the morning. That as I slumbered soundly with the little black cat, I was jolted awake by the roosters flapping their wings and crowing mournfully. That I leapt from my bed, quickly donned my coat, and rushed to the yard, discovering a white figure crouched beside the chicken coop. "Who goes there?" I called out, initially assuming it was a chicken thief, so I raised my voice deliberately to alert my family. Though my family did not respond, little you and the little black cat swiftly arrived, one landing on my shoulder and the other standing by my feet. To my astonishment, the white figure showed no intention of fleeing. Instead, it continued to squat there, swaying slightly. Grabbing a shovel from the yard, I bravely approached the apparition, while little you fidgeted nervously on my shoulder. Sensing danger, that I patted its head in an attempt to soothe it. Just as I raised the shovel to strike, the white figure turned to face me, revealing a mouth smeared with blood, clutching a rooster in her hands, gnawing on it raw. Startled, I swung the shovel at her, and at that moment, my uncle fortuitously appeared from the backyard. Witnessing the scene unfold, rushing towards the white figure, to my utter disbelief, it was Wangjia who had been knocked unconscious by my shovel. Chapter 26. I want to marry her. I found myself equally bewildered. Just moments ago, I had clearly seen Wangjia with blood on her lips, devouring a chicken, yet when my uncle arrived, he saw me raising the shovel over Wangjia, who was merely feeding the chickens in the dead of night. What was she doing feeding chickens? It was 3 in the morning, not 3 in the afternoon. Such an excuse would not hold water. I lowered my gaze, glaring at the girl wrapped in bandages, softly moaning in my uncle's embrace, indignantly retorting, "Wangjia, you have gone too far. How could you knock out such a frail girl with a shovel? You offer no apology and stand here defending yourself, utterly lacking in decorum. Frankly, you should forgo your studies altogether." My uncle, utterly smitten, seemed enchanted by whatever spell Wangjia had cast upon him, constantly defending her. "I will not apologize. She is clearly a demon. Think of all the strange occurrences that have transpired since her arrival," I shouted in frustration, my voice rising in front of the entire family. Yet no one believed my claims. My father stood with a complex expression, while my grandmother sided with my uncle and Wangjia, not only berating me, but also grabbing my hand, insisting I apologize. "I refuse to apologize," I protested, struggling against her grip, but her strength overwhelmed me. In a moment of desperation, I bit her hand. Grandmother released me, cursing vehemently at me, calling me a wretched little bastard, a motherless little wretch daring to bite her. "Just wait. I shall teach you a lesson today," she declared, seizing the ashtray from the living room and hurling it at me. I, being small and agile, swiftly turned and evaded the projectile, which struck my second uncle Wang Quan squarely on the head, causing blood to trickle down his forehead. This only incited grandmother to curse even more harshly, while my father's expression darkened by the moment. Before he could utter a word, grandfather erupted in a furious exchange with grandmother. "You old hag, who do you dare call a bastard? Miao Miao is the biological daughter of Jiang, He and Xiaomu, my precious granddaughter. How dare you label her as such?" Father joined the fray. "Mother, your words are utterly outrageous. How could Xiaomu raise Miao Miao without a mother?" The living room was now rife with chaos, the air thick with tension. Meanwhile, in another room, my mother was drenched in cold sweat, groaning in agony. Perhaps the clamor from the argument had been too intense, for she called out to my father several times. But he remained oblivious. Eventually, she had no choice but to knock a glass off the bedside table, which finally silenced the tumult in the living room. My father rushed over, lifting my mother to take her to the hospital. But grandmother wailed and blocked their path. In the end, Wangjia offered to try and help. I eyed her warily as she smiled gently. "You may glare at me all you wish, but it won't change a thing. The town's hospital is a 4-hour journey from here. We might not make it in time. Your mother merely seems to be having some spasms. A few acupuncture needles will suffice." Before I could object, she had already sent my second uncle to fetch the acupuncture kit from the backyard. Perhaps Wangjia truly possessed some acupuncture skill, for she inserted a few needles into my mother's hand. And immediately, her pain subsided. My father expressed his gratitude profusely, having already cast aside the morning's events. "I hope you harbor no ill intentions. Otherwise, I shan't let you off easily," I thought, observing her. though her words were sharp. Her demeanor had evidently softened. Contemplating, I realized that since Lin Jiajia's arrival, grandmother S. leg had healed, and she had just saved my mother. Aside from a few chickens that had perished, she seemed to have done no harm. She might be a creature of the supernatural, but perhaps she genuinely cared for my second uncle. My perception of her shifted anew. My attitude toward her softened, yet my little black cat remained unyielding. Each time it encountered her, its fur bristled, and it emitted a low growl, displaying significant hostility that I could only strive to keep them apart. Could humans and supernatural beings truly coexist? As I lay in bed, sleep eluded me, that I pondered my second uncle's noticeably darkened eyes and sunken cheeks over the past few days, that if this continued, I feared for his life. Just then a knock sounded at my door. "Meow meow, are you still awake?" he asked, nervously rubbing his hands together, seemingly burdened with something he wished to confide but found difficult to express. Pacing anxiously in my room, that if you don't speak soon, I shall sleep. After a tense 10 minutes, he finally steeled himself, sitting before me to recount the tale of his enigmatic classmate. That it turned out that during high school, he had harbored a secret crush on a school beauty, Lin Jiajia. She was an art student, not only charming in appearance, but also exceptionally talented in painting. Many sought her affection, yet she chose to pay attention only to my second uncle, who was equally gifted. At this point, I feigned a cough, eliciting an annoyed glare from him. Yet he continued. Lin Jiajia had a penchant for chicken legs, and every lunchtime, my second uncle would use his meal card to buy them for her. In return, she crafted little gifts like scarves and sweaters for him, and thus their romance blossomed. However, tragedy struck when the school organized an outdoor sketching trip for the art department, resulting in an accident involving Lin Jiajia. The rocks on the hillside gave way, and she fell off the cliff. When the rescue team arrived, there was no trace of her, not even a body, as it was rumored that fierce beasts prowled the area, likely having carried her away. From that moment on, my second uncle sealed his heart, avoiding relationships and women, drifting aimlessly until he turned 35. Until recently, when he happened upon a girl in town who bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Jiajia. Despite the passage of 10 years, he recognized her instantly, that I knew she was not human. The night the chickens perished, I had seen blood at the corner of her mouth when she returned. Yet, she had never harmed anyone and had consistently aided our family, had she not? As my second uncle spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, leaving me momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to console him. Since I could remember, my second uncle and I had engaged in a perpetual banter, and I had grown accustomed to it. A day without our quarrels felt incomplete, so, "Is there a reason you came to see me today?" I inquired, instinctively sensing that his visit was not merely to share a story, as expected. He spoke up almost immediately. "Meow meow, can humans and supernatural beings truly never be together?" I pondered briefly before responding. "It isn't impossible, as long as you're not afraid of having your vital energy drained." That he pursed his lips, suddenly serious. "Your uncle has lived half his life, thinking he would meander through the next without purpose. Yet he never expected to encounter her. Meow meow. I am not afraid of death. I wish to marry her." Chapter 27. So this is love. My reckless uncle, ready to sacrifice for love, while I feigned disdain. My mind raced to devise a solution for him. When it came to supernatural beings, the first person who came to mind was Xiaoyu's father. The large owl, named It. My uncle had been secretly giving him alcohol, and I hoped he wouldn't refuse to help. That I distinctly remembered him saying that if I were ever in need, he would certainly assist me. "Xiaoyu, do you know where your father is?" I approached the little owl, smiling cheerfully. Noticing my smile seemed forced, it turned its head away, unwilling to engage. "Xiaoyu, being disobedient, are we not wanting to drink snake wine?" I realized that the tendency to drink ran in the family. If his father was a drunkard, it was no surprise that the son took to it as well. The mention of snake wine, its round eyes lit up with excitement, that I sighed, "Truly resembling your alcoholic father. Speak quickly. Where is your dad? If you don't tell me, I shall tear you apart." I playfully pretended to grip its neck, though I applied no real pressure. "Master, please let go. This little creature is far too adorable. It would be a shame to harm it." Jingling, believing I was serious, emerged from my necklace to intervene. "I was just playing with it. Fret not," I reassured, gently smoothing the long hair that cascaded down to its waist. "By the way, do you know how to handle such matters?" I recounted my uncle's situation with Lin Jiajia to Jingling. Isn't this simple? It's a matter of transformation. Either turn the human into a supernatural being or vice versa. The former is easier. The latter is considerably more challenging. Transform a human into a supernatural being. Is that feasible? I asked, skeptical. What is not feasible about it? The universe is filled with myriad forms, aside from humans. Whether gods, demons, or spirits, they all fundamentally rely on cultivation. Humans may seem simple, but their hearts are the most complex. As Jingling spoke, she appeared to grow melancholic. However, while she referred to me as her master, I had no recollection of when I had met her. Perhaps it was in a past life? That would be a different story. How does one transform a human into a supernatural being? Is there a danger involved like drinking blood? The memory of Lin Jiajia with blood on her lips haunted me. My uncle must truly love her. Otherwise, witnessing her in that state would have terrified anyone. Great-grandfather had once said that the emotions of this world cannot withstand scrutiny. Many profess love, yet when asked to make sacrifices, they flee faster than rabbits, leaving no trace behind. Only those who endure the test of time can claim true love. Your future aunt must have perished, her soul residing within a yellow fox, and she drinks blood to preserve her corporeal form, that in truth, for supernatural beings. Human blood is the most potent data. Upon hearing this, my perception of Lin Jiajia shifted yet again, that if she wished to harm people, she could easily drink their blood. Yet she chose the most humiliating path for herself. That I recalled that day when I had struck her with a shovel and felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. No wonder my uncle had been so furious, insisting that I apologize. Having said all this, you still haven't told me how to turn a human into a supernatural being. I tugged at her, who was busy brushing her hair in front of the mirror, anxiously pressing for an answer. This is simple. Just let your second aunt bite your uncle. She squinted her eyes, her expression playful, yet nonsensical. Jingling, I'm discussing serious matters, not some horror film. I retorted, my voice tinged with frustration, that I'm not joking. It's true. As long as their blood merges, they can undergo a transformation. She winked, beaming with delight. Are you certain? I still find this hard to believe. It sounds like something out of a zombie movie. Of course. However, once she bites your uncle, her traits will also merge with him. For instance, if she drinks blood, he will too. Drinking blood is preferable to losing one's life. With a determined resolve, I gritted my teeth and decided to share this method with my second uncle. As the moon waned and the sun rose, heralding another morning, after breakfast, I called out to him and recounted the technique that the mirror spirit had imparted to me. That I had anticipated a reprimand for my folly, yet to my astonishment, tears welled in his eyes as he grasped my shoulders, fervently asking, Meow Meow, is what you say truly so? This is wonderful. I can become akin to her. This is truly marvelous. This way, Jiajia will no longer have to bear everything alone, nor feel inferior. That I stood there, momentarily stunned, unable to gather my thoughts. This was what unwavering love felt like. If you were to embrace me, cherish me deeply, and protect me completely, I would willingly close my eyes, not discerning whether you were human or spirit. Perhaps, as I mature, I will come to understand this fully. That on the day my second uncle proposed to Lin Jiajia, I was tasked with arranging the venue. He had prepared a lengthy confession, and upon hearing it, Lin Jiajia was moved to tears. Afterwards, she secretly approached me, expressing her gratitude and sharing an unexpected revelation. Wangjia, do you know why I initially disliked you? I do not, I replied, my words flowing quickly. Truth be told, I have always harbored feelings for Shaoqing. Even in death, when my soul inhabited a yellow fox, I yearned to cultivate my abilities solely, to see him once more, even to be by his side. Knowing he enjoyed hunting, I concealed myself in the mountains, waiting for him to set his traps so that I could leap into them. There were several occasions when my movements were too slow, and other creatures beat me to it. Until one fateful night, I finally seized the opportunity and jumped into his net. In that moment, my heart soared with excitement, dreaming that I could finally be with him. But then you appeared and, to my utter disbelief, you pulled me out of the net and set me free. What? Her words left me utterly embarrassed, and no wonder I had found her face familiar. It seemed my good intentions had led to an unfortunate outcome. Should I not thank you, she said, trying to maintain a serious expression as our gazes met. But soon, we both erupted into laughter. Nonetheless, meow meow, I truly must thank you. When Xiaoqing spoke to me yesterday, I was utterly astonished. His willingness to do so much for me assures me that I shall not let his deep affection go to waste. That we chatted happily. My second uncle approached, seemingly a touch jealous, and urged me to leave, claiming the ensuing matters were unsuitable for children. Wang Quan, do you realize you are ungratefully discarding me after having begged for my assistance yesterday while in tears? Now that the issue is resolved, you hasten my departure. This is no way to treat a friend. I shouted as I ran away. Wang Quan, infuriated, chased after me, claiming my words were excessively numerous, and that he would find tape to silence me. As I reached the threshold of my home, I spotted a tall figure standing ahead. Upon seeing me approach, he cleared his throat and turned to inquire, "Are you Miss Meow Meow? I am a retainer of the 10th young master." He is in trouble. Chapter 28. Zilin has disappeared. The mention of the 10th young master momentarily left me bewildered. However, upon noticing the scales adorning his neck and face, I swiftly realized he hailed from the Dragon Palace. What has happened to Zilin? What trouble has befallen him? I rushed forward, gripping his clothing in a state of urgency. That he has gone missing. Young lady, please accompany me back to the Dragon Palace. We can discuss everything there. Certainly, my mind raced with thoughts of Zilin's whereabouts and the reasons behind his sudden disappearance that I did not ponder further. This marked my second visit to the Dragon Palace, and this time, the retainer escorted me through the grand entrance. The main gate was indeed more magnificent than the side entrance, adorned with resplendent golden dragons coiling majestically upon the palace doors. Towering stone columns flanked the grand hall, exuding an imposing grandeur. When did you first notice Zilin was missing? What precisely do you wish for me to do? I followed closely behind him, observing how the Dragon Palace felt significantly more desolate than my previous visit. Miss Meow Meow, your relationship with our 10th young master is quite profound. With you present, surely he will return. He cast a sly glance at me, his tone laced with cunning. What do you mean? Are you attempting to manipulate me into bringing Zilin back? I halted, disbelief etched across my features. Otherwise, what do you think we called you here for? A leisurely tour of the Dragon Palace. A tall girl with fair skin approached, her demeanor haughty as she mocked me. This girl was the princess I had glimpsed during Zilin's last visit to the Dragon Palace, though I had remained hidden beneath the bed, and she had never seen me. What have you done to Zilin? Though my heart raced with unease, my voice remained firm. What have we done to him? It is this traitor who has brought ruin upon us all. The retainer suddenly erupted in fury, shouting at me. I flinched, utterly confused by his outburst. You may not know yet. Zilin's second uncle, Tianqi, has violated heavenly laws and is imprisoned in the underworld dragon cave. The Jade Emperor has decreed that he must not roam freely. Yet Zilin, under the guise of a guard, managed to release him. The princess exclaimed, her anger palpable. His single misstep has brought calamity upon the entire Dragon Palace. The Dragon King has dispatched additional personnel to search for him. And if he remains unfound, we shall all face punishment. The retainer added with a menacing glare. I recalled when Zilin's second brother had transformed into a dragon, circling my home in search of his uncle. Zilin had mentioned this before, claiming his uncle was in a very safe place. Bring her here, bind her, and take her to the windward platform, commanded the princess, and 2 towering shrimp soldiers rushed over, binding me with ropes. Let me go. What do you intend to do? I struggled fiercely, but the ropes were too thick, tightening with every attempt, causing tears to stream down my face. Little did I know. The so-called windward platform was actually a gallows, a place designated by the Dragon Palace for punishing errant servants. Yet I was not one of them. Why should I be subjected to such treatment? An elderly woman, the keeper of the windward platform, observed my outcry and kindly advised, Dear girl, cease your shouting. Save your strength. The winds are strong up here, and the more you scream, the drier your throat will become. Do not let yourself perish before the tide returns at night. What tide? Panic surged within me as I realized they intended to leave me bound here to drown when the tide came in. Regret washed over me for having followed that retainer here. Now, my very survival until dawn was uncertain. The windward platform was cold and damp, and having donned only a thin jacket before leaving. Each gust of wind felt like knives slicing against my skin, inflicting unbearable pain, that I cried bitterly, Zilin, the people of the Dragon Palace are truly cruel. ganging up to torment a mere child. The elderly woman, unfazed, merely rolled her eyes and retrieved a pipe from her sleeve. Lighting it and smoking leisurely, as the winds grew fierce and night silently descended, waves crashed violently against the windward platform. The elderly woman tucked her smoking pipe into her sleeve and shouted, "The tide returns." Instantly, colossal waves surged forth, crashing against the platform. After a day of shouting, my throat was parched and sore. At that moment, I lacked even the strength to open my mouth that a massive wave crashed over me. And I felt dizzy, my nostrils and mouth filled with salty sea water and silt that I realized that if this continued, I would either drown beneath the waves or suffocate in the mud. My mind raced, desperately conjuring ways to save myself, that in my moment of despair, a turtle the size of a grinding stone surfaced, swimming towards me. That wasn't this the spirit turtle I had seen in the cave before? "Grandfather Divine Turtle, please save me. Help me," I shouted with all my might. Just then a towering wave crashed in, and the ropes binding my hands, soaked in seawater, began to loosen. That in the next instant I managed to pull my hand free. Another massive wave approached, and I lost my footing, swept into the sea that I could not swim. After choking on a few mouthfuls of seawater, I recalled the water avoidance pearl Zeline had given me. That I quickly retrieved it and held it in my mouth. Allowing my breathing to ease, the spirit turtle swam to me, lifting me from the water and heading towards the cave. Exhausted, I collapsed on its back and fell asleep. When I awoke, the moon shone brightly, and the sky was dotted with stars. It was already evening. That I stumbled to my feet and thanked the old turtle. "Thank you, Grandfather Divine Turtle, for saving me. I shall repay your kindness in the future." "Is that so? You refer to me as Grandfather Divine Turtle after I saved you?" The turtle coughed, teasingly. "You are indeed Grandfather Divine Turtle. By the way, do you know where Zeline is? They deceived me into coming here by saying he was missing." I had just been choked by seawater and began to cough uncontrollably. "The 10th young master is with his second uncle, in a very secure place. You need not worry, dear lady. Did I imagine that after that fierce tide, the people of the Dragon Palace must believe you were washed away by the waves and will not trouble you further. You may rest here tonight, and return home at dawn," the turtle stated, leading me to an inner cave. The entrance was somewhat narrow, but upon entering, I discovered a world of comfort within. A bed, a table, chairs, and wind chimes made from an array of exquisite pearls and shells. Previously, the 10th young master had always rested here during his visits. "The night is dark. You should rest early," the turtle advised. The old turtle coughed a couple of times after speaking, then turned and returned to his own spring to rest. I, feeling weary and achy, lay down on the bed, and as soon as I closed my eyes, I slipped into slumber. When I awoke, the sun was already high in the sky, and the old turtle was nowhere to be found in the spring. I searched around, but could not locate him, so I had no choice but to head home first. That my mother had been bedridden for the past few days, leaving my father to manage all the household chores and meals. My father was so engrossed in picking vegetables in the yard that, taking advantage of his inattention, I dashed into my own room. "Xiaoyu? Little black cat?" I called out a few times, but there was no response. Just as I found this strange, I glanced down and saw the little black cat crouching under the table, licking its front paws, its body and face smeared with fresh blood, and the little feather in the bamboo basket had vanished without a trace. Chapter 29. Cold. So cold on the first day of Xiaoyu's disappearance, I was filled with anxiety and unease. By the second day, I could no longer sit still and decided to take Jingling with me to search for her. Along the way, I recalled that when I bathed the little black cat that day, I had not noticed any injuries, which meant the blood must likely belong to the abductor. Who then could have taken Xiaoyu? Distracted by my thoughts, I almost collided with a man walking towards me. "Watch where you're going," he growled irritably. That I jumped back in surprise. Perhaps I had been walking too hastily and failed to pay attention. Turning back, I noticed that the man was dressed quite oddly. That in October, although the mornings and evenings carried a slight chill, it was by no means cold, yet he wore a winter coat that reached his ankles, topped with a fur-lined hat, and his military boots were caked in mud, rendering them unrecognizable. When he saw me staring, he rummaged through his clothing. That my heart raced with trepidation, fearing he might be reaching for a weapon to silence me. However, the next scene left me utterly stunned. He pulled out an enormous lollipop and offered it to me, mumbling, "Since the creek does not want it, I shall give it to you," as his hand extended towards me. I recognized his face. It was Uncle Wang from the tofu shop at the village entrance. Just last month, my grandfather had taken me to buy tofu from his home, yet in such a short span, he had transformed into this peculiar figure. Uncle Wang, I am Wang Miao Miao. What has happened to you? I cautiously inquired that he held the lollipop in midair, pausing for a long moment before slowly lowering it. Miao Miao, my daughter Xiaoxi has returned to see me, but she refuses to call me father, and she still won't forgive me. As he spoke, he squatted down and began to sob quietly. But your daughter is all ready. I had heard my mother mention this incident point 10 years ago. Uncle Wang had an elder daughter named Wang Yuanxi, who was well-behaved and intelligent, cherished by both him and his wife. However, her grandmother disdained her for being a girl and continually urged Uncle Wang and his wife to have another child. When Wang Yuanxi was 6, Aunt Wang finally gave birth to a son, and Wang's mother was overjoyed, further dismissing Wang Yuanxi. With Aunt Wang occupied caring for the baby, Wang Yuanxi, at the age of 7, began helping Uncle Wang make tofu point one day when a neighboring village was hosting a celebration. Uncle Wang set off early in a horse-drawn cart to deliver several trays of tofu, but he specifically instructed his daughter to care for her mother and promised to bring her back a lollipop. However, upon his return that evening, he received the devastating news of Wang Yuanxi's passing. When Uncle Wang saw his daughter, her lips were purple and her face was pale. Her body had already become stiff from the cold. To preserve his pride, Uncle Wang publicly declared that his daughter had died from illness, hastily burying her without even a proper coffin. Yet, the villagers were not oblivious. They had witnessed how Wang's mother treated Wang Yuanxi with harshness. Especially that morning, someone had seen Uncle Wang leave, only for Wang's mother to shove Wang Yuanxi out of the house, forcing her to grind grain in the yard, a task meant for livestock. How could a 7-year-old girl manage such labor, especially in the biting cold of winter with snowflakes falling? Wang Yuanxi, dressed only in thin clothing, lay exhausted in the snow, watching the flakes cover her. A faint smile gracing her lips. Perhaps for her, death was a form of liberation. You cannot just blame me. It is your entire family that she cannot forgive. I gazed at Uncle Wang, who was now sobbing on the ground. My heart stirred not a single bit, devoid of any sympathy. Miao Miao, I heard your grandfather say you can see spirits. Can you please help me ask your sister Xiaoxi what I must do for her to forgive me? My expression was one of confusion. When had my grandfather become as loose-lipped as my second uncle to share such matters? Seeing my hesitation, Uncle Wang rushed over, grasping my hand in desperation that I felt a chill run down my spine and quickly pushed him away. His hand felt as if it had just emerged from an ice cellar, utterly unlike that of a normal person. That I am so sorry. Since Xiaoxi returned the other night, our home has felt like an ice cellar. No matter how much firewood we burn or how many blankets we pile on, it is futile. If this continues, my mother will freeze to death. Uncle Wang lamented, lowering his head. Fine, I will accompany you back to take a look. But I cannot guarantee I can persuade Sister Xiaoxi. After all, evil begets evil, and good begets good. The old saying holds a kernel of truth. Yes, Miao Miao. You are right. He ceased further conversation and hurriedly led the way towards his home. Uncle Wang's house lay at the southern end of the village. Upon entering the gate, I felt a wave of cold wash over me and regretted not wearing a thicker coat. His home was small. A dilapidated earthen house from over a decade ago, with many walls now mottled and moldy due to years of neglect. It was said that during Wang Yuanxi's lifetime, the tofu business at Uncle Wang's was thriving, making them one of the more prosperous families in the village. However, after the birth of his son, not only did their fortune wane, but the health of the family members also deteriorated. Mother, are you feeling any better? Should I bring you another blanket? Upon entering, Uncle Wang hurried to the side of an elderly woman lying on the kong, incessantly asking, Cold, so cold. The elderly woman, who appeared to be of a similar age to my grandmother, looked much friendlier by comparison. Uncle Wang helped her sit up against the wall and wrapped her in a blanket. Who is this little girl? She asked suspiciously, glancing at me. Mother, this is Wang Miao Miao, the daughter of Wangjia. This little girl can see spirits, and I have asked her to help inquire about Xiaoxi and how we might be spared. Uncle Wang explained softly to the woman. That dead girl Wang Yuanxi. I cannot believe she has not found peace even after so many years and dares to return. Go. Quickly summon a shaman. I will ensure she never reincarnates. The elderly woman leaned against the wall. Her sunken eyes and blue lips contorting into a mean-spirited expression, her increasingly venomous words making me frown. Though I had prepared for some unpleasantness, this scene surpassed my expectations. Perhaps some individuals truly do not deserve sympathy. I cast a glance at the woman on the Kong and turned to leave. Just as I opened the door, a gust of cold wind swept in. Inside, I suddenly noticed a girl with a ponytail. Dressed in a thin shirt, appearing slightly older than me, her frail figure indicative of malnutrition. I asked this Wangjia. I stood there in a daze, uncertain whether to approach or retreat. "Are you here to save them?" she asked, her eyes flashing with menace. No, I vigorously shook my head. Chapter 30. Unfulfilled wishes and lingering regrets. She has come. She has come, hasn't she? The elderly woman, who had just been hurling sharp insults, now wore a face of terror as she looked at me, pleading for help. "Little girl, quickly tell Yuanqi to leave. What happened in the past is bygone. I am her grandmother, and if she dares to harm me, I will spare her even in death." I was utterly astonished. Some people live without accumulating virtue, and even in death, their words remain unrepentant. Atio put it bluntly. This is the essence of being unrepentant. Those who are inherently selfish remain so even in old age. Xiaoxi, are you here? Father acknowledges his mistakes. He knows you have suffered greatly. Whatever you desire, speak to Father, but if you have grievances, you can vent them on me. Please spare your grandmother. She is old. Upon hearing that Wang Yuanqi was in the room, Uncle Wang fell to his knees, crying uncontrollably. Sister Xiaoxi, do you have any messages for them? Noticing the girl standing silently, I sensed her inner turmoil. After all, she had been kind and understanding in life. Even in death, she still harbored a softness within that I came to see if they fulfilled the promises made to me. Unfortunately, they have not kept a single one. That Wang Yuanqi's fists were clenched, her eyes reddened with fury. Sister Xiaoxi, please do not be angry. I will ask clearly on your behalf. I hurriedly reassured her. Uncle Wang, what promises did you and your family make to Sister Xiaoxi that were not fulfilled? I glanced at Uncle Wang, who was kneeling on the ground, anxiously inquiring. Yes, on the morning of Xiaoxi's passing. I promised to return with a lollipop for her, that I brought it, but by the time I returned, she was already. Uncle Wang spoke as he produced a large lollipop from his padded coat and handed it to me. The girl cast a sidelong glance at the lollipop and shook her head. Not this. What else have you failed to do? I glanced at Uncle Wang and then at the elderly woman lying on the Kong, pressing him for answers. The wedding dress. Xiaoxi loves red, that I had promised her that when she turned 18, I would prepare a beautiful red wedding dress for her. At that moment, the door opened, and a middle-aged woman entered, holding the hand of a boy of around 10 years old, whose complexion was pale, indicating he had been gravely ill. Dad, what's wrong? Upon seeing Uncle Wang kneeling on the ground, the boy screamed and burst into tears. The newcomers were Xiaoxi's mother and younger brother. It was said that her brother had been frail and sickly since childhood, frequently requiring hospital visits, which explained the family's dire circumstances. Xiaoxi, Mama has always remembered that promise. In just a month, it will be your 18th birthday. I will surely burn the most exquisite red wedding dress for you then. Xiaoxi, Mama knows you never intended to harm us. It is all my fault, that I'm so sorry. After speaking, Aunt Wang also knelt down and began to weep. That I glanced at Wang Ruashi, whose eyes were now red, trembling all over, softly sobbing. Sister Xiaoxi, Aunt Wang has promised to burn you a red wedding dress next month. Is there any other wish unfulfilled? I quietly asked. She looked at the lollipop in my hand and slowly replied, Actually, that day, I saw Dad come home with a really big lollipop, but I couldn't have it. I thought he would burn it for me, but he didn't. He gave it to my brother. I relayed her words to Uncle Wang, who began to slap himself in regret. Xiaoxi, I was wrong. From now on, I will only buy you lollipops. Each month, I will burn the biggest, most delicious lollipop for you. All right, it's a promise. The girl revealed a faint smile. Sister Xiaoxi, is there more? The girl slowly raised her head, glaring at the elderly woman on the Kong, stating her final wish. I want her to die. Sister Xiaoxi. I shouted in alarm. That a sudden gust of wind arose, and the girl's spirit soared into the air. With a wave of her hand, the elderly woman lifted off the Kong and then fell back down violently. Sister Xiaoxi, why must it be this way? I realized I could not dissuade her. Her resentment had been building for 10 years. Surely, she had endured torment throughout those years, and this emotional knot could not be untied by my mere words. "Mom, are you all right?" Uncle Wang, seeing the elderly woman suddenly lift and then crash down, was frightened and rushed over to check, continuously shouting for Aunt Wang to call an ambulance. Aunt Wang remained indifferent, pretending not to hear. Understandably so, for Aunt Wang was the most heartbroken one, having been the cause of Xiaoxi's death. Aunt Wang stood up from the ground and looked at me, "Meow meow. Tell me where Xiaoxi is now, that I want to hug her." I pointed toward the wardrobe. She wiped the tears from her face, ran to the closet, and retrieved a neatly folded red wedding dress, squatting beside Wang Ruoxi, one hand caressing the wedding dress while the other reached for Wang Ruoxi. Her hand passed through Wang Ruoxi's body, grasping at nothing, and her expression turned desolate as she struggled to control her emotions. "Xiaoxi, look, Mama didn't lie to you. I have never forgotten what I promised you to do. You like this wedding dress." By now, Wang Ruoxi was already in tears, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Simultaneously, Uncle Wang began to weep loudly, as the elderly woman's time had come. Even without Wang Ruoxi's previous actions, she would not have survived much longer. "Sister Xiaoxi, hurry and reincarnate into a good family in your next life." I approached and gently adjusted her wind-tousled clothing, offering soft comfort. "Wang meow meow, thank you." She lowered her head, a tear sliding down her cheek, instantly transforming into a crystal-clear bead. "This tear of a ghost, I gift to you." She handed me the bead, and her spirit turned into a wisp of blue smoke, entering her brother's body. Instantly, her brother's previously pale face turned rosy. "Aunt Wang, I have something to tell you." I whispered a few words in her ear. She looked at me in shock. "Meow meow. Is what you said true?" I nodded and displayed the ghost tear in my palm. "Aunt Wang, look, this was just given to me by Sister Xiaoxi." Aunt Wang's eyes brimmed with tears as she suddenly embraced her child, lamenting, "Xiaoxi, Mama misses you so much." Meanwhile, Uncle Wang sat on the Kong, staring blankly at the elderly woman's corpse. "Uncle Wang, sometimes filial piety needs moderation. Otherwise, it harms both others and oneself." I was surprised at my own wisdom. Perhaps my great-grandfather's enlightenment had indeed elevated my understanding. Upon leaving Uncle Wang's house, I held the ghost tear above my head. Examining it closely, in the sunlight, it refracted a beautiful ray of light. Following the light, I spotted two large-headed birds perched on a nearby poplar tree, one large and one small. "Xiaoyu?" I rubbed my eyes and indeed saw Xiaoyu along with its eccentric father. "Xiaoyu, where have you been? Come back," I shouted towards a poplar tree. Upon hearing my voice, the large owl instantly transformed into human form, flying to my side, and Xiaoyu followed closely, landing on my shoulder. "Did you take Xiaoyu away?" I asked him, somewhat irked. "Indeed, it was I," he replied with a grin. "Why did you silently steal Xiaoyu away?" Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, I clenched my fists in frustration. "Steal? That term is quite inappropriate. To be precise, I borrowed it, or to put it bluntly, I abducted it," he chuckled, extending a fur-covered hand to ruffle my hair. "Stop nitpicking over words with me. Did you not think to inform me before taking it? I've been nearly frantic these past few days." I glared at him and then at Xiaoyu on my shoulder, trying to rein in my anger. "That was indeed my oversight. I had intended to leave a note for you, but your black cat was far too ferocious and nearly scratched my face, which is why I didn't manage to." He revealed an arm covered in scratch marks, likely the result of that fierce black cat. "You should have been scratched. Otherwise, did you think my room was a place you could enter and exit at will?" I lifted my chin, huffing dismissively, "You're absolutely right." He nodded perfunctorily. "Now tell me, where have you taken Xiaoyu these past 2 days?" I gently patted the small creature on my shoulder, interrogating him loudly. "With it, naturally. I want to find its mother." This, his previously listless eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. "Didn't you say its mother had already?" "Indeed, she has reincarnated again. This time, she is a beautiful white owl." His eyes turned dreamy as he spoke, that if she is reincarnated, then she should not remember the past. "Why are you still dawdling here? Hurry and chase after her. If you delay, another owl might get to her first." I urged him impatiently from the side. "There's no rush. She has been waiting for me. I believe she won't love anyone else." "What confidence you have!" I rolled my eyes dramatically, mocking him. "You don't understand. We owls share a special signal. Just prepare yourself for the wedding feast. Xiaoyu will return to you first, and I will come to take it when I need it." With that, he transformed into a bird and flew away. What do you mean by I will come and take it when I need it? It's your son, not a tool. I shouted angrily at the direction he flew. But he had already vanished. Xiuyu, did your father really take you to see your mother these past couple of days? I looked at the small creature on my shoulder, asking sternly. It nuzzled my face with its large head, nodding in affirmation. Besides that, did you go anywhere else? Xiaoyu chirped a couple of times and took flight, signaling me to follow. My heart raced, for I had just seen that large owl with a glowing object on its hem. Earlier, the ghost hair had also reflected this same item that if I wasn't mistaken, it should be dragon scales, suggesting they might have encountered Zelene or knew where he was. Xiuyu, slow down. I shouted breathlessly after it. The little creature flew ahead, completely disregarding my attempts to keep up. After a considerable time, we arrived at a desolate ravine. Xiuyu landed on my shoulder, flapping its wings. Have we arrived? I eagerly inquired. It flapped its wings a few times and nodded. However, all I could see were bare tree trunks. I picked up a stick and aimlessly sifted through the dry leaves on the ground, wondering if I might uncover some clue. Yet until the sun set, I found nothing. Xiuyu, are you sure this is the right place? I found myself squatting beside a small dirt pit, sighing deeply. Xiaoyu fluttered to the ground, bouncing around in circles. In an instant, the world spun, and the soil beneath my feet cracked open, creating a long fissure. Then, with a resounding boom, both Xiaoyu and I tumbled into the pit like a pair of balls. I was left dazed and confused, shakily rising to my feet while rubbing my sore knees and surveying my surroundings. The area was shrouded in darkness, accompanied by the dripping sound of water and the occasional clatter of falling rocks. Where was this place? Surely I hadn't fallen into the depths of hell. My legs trembled as I took small steps forward. Xiaoyu, unable to see the way, flew a few steps only to collide with the surrounding rocks, ultimately giving up flying and settling on my shoulder, appearing quite disheartened. Xiaoyu, do you have any idea where we are? I asked anxiously. It chirped a few times, shaking its head vigorously. You don't know. Yet you brought me here. At this point, it was futile to be angry with it. I could only cautiously step forward, hoping to find a way out. The sound of dripping water grew louder, transforming from the initial soft plink-plink to a more pronounced splash-splash. After walking a few more steps, I noticed a beam of light ahead, igniting a spark of hope within me, prompting me to quicken my pace. Xiaoyu, we're almost out, I reassured it, simultaneously boosting my own morale. Upon reaching the source of the light, I pushed aside a rock to reveal a grand underground palace, towering magnificently, its ceiling shimmering with golden brilliance for thousands of meters above. Surrounding me were several statues of peculiar-looking Buddhas, each exuding an air of solemnity and lifelike detail that sent a shiver down my spine. A few steps further revealed a small waterfall cascading from a spring, while a massive plaque hovered in midair, emblazoned with gilded characters, Dragon Ridge Pit. Dragon Ridge Pit? I whispered to myself, puzzled that I had never heard of such a place. This connected to the Dragon Palace? I glanced at Xiaoyu on my shoulder and inquired, Did your father bring you here a few days ago? Its round eyes twirled as it nodded and shook its head in confusion. What does it mean that you nod and shake your head? Have you been here or not? It tilted its head, seemingly recognizing the surroundings, yet uncertain. Never mind, asking you is pointless, I sighed, continuing forward. This place resembled an abandoned palace, yet it was eerily devoid of any presence, not even a ghostly shadow. Is anyone here? I called out, refusing to give up hope. Is anyone there? The echo lingered in the distance. Zelin? I tried again, but there was still no response. With Xiaoyu, I scanned the area for any potential exit. Just then, I turned around to find a chubby little girl standing before me, startling me. Where had she come from? Did she move without a sound? Little sister, is this your home? Do you know where the exit is? I want to return to Wangjia village, I cautiously asked her. She stood motionless for a moment, then finally spoke. You just called my brother's name. Are you looking for Brother Zelin? Chapter 32. I am Wangjia, Zelin's cousin. She introduced herself, a slightly plump girl of short stature. Her hair naturally curly, with a red thread tied high into a bun at the top of her head, resembling a doll from afar. Accompanied by Xiaoyu, I followed the chubby girl into a dilapidated inner hall. As soon as we entered, a wave of fragrance wafted towards us. Inside, a boy clad in a blue long robe, his face and neck adorned with white scales, was crouched by a pot, cooking porridge. The mixture of millet and fragrant oil simmered, with several pieces of sliced cured meat placed beside the pot, the aroma filling the air with a gentle breeze. After running around with Xiao Yu for most of the day, I suddenly realized I was quite hungry. The chubby girl led me to a nearby water basin to wash my hands, and upon returning, I found 3 bowls of millet porridge and a plate of dried fish already set on the table. Zilin, why aren't you speaking? Do you not recognize me? Though my stomach growled, my focus was elsewhere, gazing at the boy before me, whose eyes were vacant and gaze blank, that my heart was torn between joy and sorrow. I was thrilled to have finally found him, yet pained to see him in such a state, unable to recognize anyone. What could have happened during his days of absence? He had completely changed. Little sister, what is your name? I asked the chubby girl beside me, who was eagerly gulping down her porridge that I had been too flustered earlier to ask for her name. That I'm Yuban. My mother usually calls me Yuer, she replied, putting down her bowl and picking up a piece of dried fish, speaking with her mouth full. Yuban? Plump? While I knew it was impolite to think so, it seemed to be the truth. The girl explained that her mother had never liked her, hence the name. Then I shall call you Yuer from now on, I said softly, avoiding her gaze out of embarrassment. Okay, she replied succinctly, returning to her bowl. Yuer, you mentioned you were Zilin's cousin. So, is your father named Tianqi? I recalled a story Zilin had shared about his second uncle. If she was indeed Zilin's cousin, then she must be Tianqi's child. How do you know my father's name? She turned to me, her eyes wide with astonishment, that I'm a good friend of your brother Zilin. He tells me everything, that I also know that he rescued your father, I said, feigning nonchalance. Fine, then I will call you sister from now on, she declared, noticing that I hadn't touched my porridge, and she pushed her bowl towards me. Perhaps due to having gone without food for a day, I lifted the bowl and drank heartily, savoring the taste more than any delicacy I had ever eaten. Seeing me engrossed in my meal, Xiao Yu, in a fit of jealousy, clawed at my shoulder. I set it down and scooped a spoonful of porridge for it, and only then did it contentedly shake its head as it ate. After finishing my porridge, I picked up the 3 empty bowls, preparing to wash them, when the chubby girl grabbed my hand. Sister, leave it to me. With that, she swiftly snatched the bowls away. Yuer, when did your brother come here? Why has he changed so much? After much hesitation, I finally voiced my concerns. The night my brother arrived, it rained lightly at first, then turned into a downpour. His clothes got soaked, and when he entered, he collapsed on the ground, covered in blood. Yet he was the same as before. He even brought me dried fish that I bandaged his wounds and helped him to the inner hall to rest. The next morning, when the sun shone, I ran outside to pick mushrooms. There were so many big mushrooms that day. I filled an entire basket. When I returned, Brother Zilin was gone and came back very late, covered in blood again, some wounds so deep that I could see the bone. Yuer, stop talking. I clenched my fists, feeling overwhelmed as I struggled to hold back tears. Did he change after that second time? I discreetly wiped my tears, attempting to regain my composure and pressing further. Yes, I didn't even recognize him. All he does now is eat and sleep, or call out a name. What was it? Right, Wang Miao Miao. The chubby girl sighed as she looked at her cousin, exasperated. The fact that she hadn't asked earlier allowed me to remain silent. She still didn't know that I was Wang Miao Miao. Hearing her mention my name made my heart ache. That Zilin remembered nothing. Yet he hadn't forgotten my name, that Zilin. I called softly, but he remained seated, staring blankly into space. That Zilin. Do you remember this pearl? I pulled out the water-repelling pearl he had given me and placed it before him. That he glanced up, his eyes lighting up instantly as he snatched the pearl and clutched it tightly. I want it back. He swung a fist at me, knocking me down, screaming Meow Meow S for Meow Meow. In a panic, that I painfully got up from the ground, and the chubby girl hurried to assist me. Sister, are you all right? I managed a nod, though I was shocked by Zilin's force. He truly seemed to have forgotten everyone. To Zilin, it's me, Wang Miao Miao. Do you remember the River God Temple? The first time we met. You were eating chicken legs on a cushion while I hugged a pillar listening to your stories. You promised to bring me rain as a meeting gift, but later, when you were injured, you couldn't control the rain, nearly flooding Wangjia village. I crouched before him, tears brimming my eyes, desperately trying to jog his memory. That he clutched the pearl tightly, repeating Meow Meow S for Meow Meow, over and over. Okay, I want to take it. Just keep it safe and give it to Meow Meow when she comes. Tears streamed down my cheeks as I grappled with my emotions, whether it was sorrow for his sudden change or being touched by his words. You are Wang Miao Miao? The chubby girl appeared slow to comprehend, staring at me in disbelief. Yes, I am Wang Miao Miao. That I wiped my tears from my face and replied softly, so you are my future sister-in-law. The plump girl suddenly raised her voice, barely concealing her excitement as she exclaimed that I felt a twinge of embarrassment as I gazed at her, unsure of what she was about to convey. Sister-in-law, did you know? Brother Zeline often mentioned you. Your name was always on his lips. I had been longing to see you in person, and I never expected it would happen so soon. The chubby girl enthusiastically grasped my hand and spoke loudly. Why don't you just call me sister? I am only a year older than you. Referring to me as sister-in-law feels rather peculiar. I murmured that who has come to our home. A magnetic voice resonated from outside the hall. And I simultaneously turned our gaze towards the door. Father, you're back. The plump girl joyfully dashed towards the man that I stood rooted in place, momentarily dazed. Father? Could this man be Zeline's second uncle? Tianqi, Chapter 33. He entrusted his life to you, Zeline's second uncle. Tianqi was a tall, dark-skinned warrior with thick eyebrows and prominent eyes that at first glance. He had an intimidating presence that I felt a surge of nervousness as I stood there, watching Yuer engaging in lively conversation with him, contemplating whether I should retreat to the back hall to avoid intruding upon their reunion. Just as I was about to take a step, Yuer quickly called out to me. Miao Miao Jie, come here quickly. This is my father. Let me introduce you. I hesitantly approached the father-daughter duo, bowing my head to greet Zeline's second uncle. Are you the one from Zeline's temple? He asked, lifting Yuer effortlessly into his arms as he laughed. What temple? I raised my head, a hint of indignation in my voice. His words implied that Zeline had other acquaintances. Otherwise, why mention a temple and a river? No, I meant you met in the temple. Heavenly River Temple. Zeline mentioned it to me before. I remembered that he clarified briefly before twirling Yuer in circles inside the dilapidated hall that at one moment, she was tossed into the air, and the next, hoisted above his head. Her laughter ringing out like music. Standing aside, I felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Having a tall father seemed wonderful, a luxury I had never experienced, and my own father had always been in poor health. And witnessing this scene filled me with longing that Yuer, how is your brother Zeline? Is he doing well today? After a while, Tianqi set Yuer down and inquired about Zeline's condition. Not really. Today, Brother Zeline took Miao Miao Jie's water-evading pearl and wouldn't he give it back. Because of that, Miao Miao Jie nearly got hurt by Brother Zeline. Yuer shook her curly hair, expressing her lingering fear. What happened to Zeline? Why is he in such a state? I stared at Tianqi, anxiety gnawing at me as I implored for answers. At that moment, I yearned to uncover the truth about Zeline's disappearance. He was injured while rescuing me, caught in a treacherous plot, and poisoned. Fortunately, his injuries are not severe, but the poison, I still do not know how to resolve it. Tianqi spoke, casting a guilty glance at Zeline. Didn't Zeline rescue you long ago? I recall a few days when the osmanthus flowers outside were exceptionally fragrant. Zeline seemed to have saved his uncle after that. I remarked. Indeed, he did save me and place me in Old Turtle's cave. Unfortunately, there was a traitor in the Dragon Palace who not only reported Zeline, but nearly killed me. Zeline fought against the numerous shrimp soldiers to protect me. But ultimately, I was captured and returned to the underworld dragon cave. The next day, Zeline came back with a sword and risked his life to rescue me, sustaining injuries in the process, fearing pursuers. I suggested we split up, but little did I know, he was ambushed on his way back and fell victim to a deadly poison. Tianqi's voice grew tense, his fists clenching tightly, causing the knuckles to crack. Do you know what type of poison it is? Who administered it? Why would someone harm him? How can it be resolved? Anxiously pressed for information, that he glanced at me, clearly overwhelmed by my barrage of questions, and chose to remain silent, continuing with his narrative instead that I have inquired with many, yet no one knows the nature of the poison Zeline has been afflicted with. The assailant seemingly aimed to target me, and Zeline merely crossed paths with him. Suddenly, he slammed his fist onto the nearby table, and the sturdy stone surface crumbled into dust that I jumped back in surprise, quickly turning to see Yuer calmly brushing off the dust from her face and clothes. Rising to fetch a broom to clean the remnants of the chaos that I couldn't help but admire the little girl. She must have grown accustomed to her father's displays of strength. Having witnessed such scenes many times before, Zeline is not in mortal danger, is he? I cautiously inquired, Noticing that Tianchi had not continued his earlier fury, I do not know, but let us hope for the best. He grabbed a nearby wine jar and took a few swigs, his demeanor turning dejected. Let us pray Zilin is unharmed. Although he may not recognize anyone now, as long as his life is not in jeopardy. We must quickly devise a plan to uncover the truth about this poison. That I began to pace restlessly within the inner hall, my mind racing through acquaintances who might possess knowledge about poisons or antidotes. Xiaoyu flitted about on my shoulder, nearly becoming dizzy from my movements as it chirped in discontent. Xiaoyu, do you know what type of poison Zilin has? How can it be cured? I glanced at it, my hopes low, merely asking out of desperation. To my surprise, Xiaoyu twirled its big eyes and nodded with understanding. You know what poison Zilin has and how to resolve it. I could hardly believe my eyes, repeating the question in disbelief. Xiaoyu tilted its head, affirming with another nod, and my excitement nearly propelled me into the air as I hurriedly bid farewell to Yuera and her father. Stating my intention to find an antidote for Zilin, requesting Yuera to lead me out of this Dragon Ridge pit. Meow meow here. The pearl is for you. As I prepared to leave, Zilin, who had been sitting quietly moments ago, suddenly stood up, extending the water-evading pearl he clutched tightly in his hand, repeating the same phrase over and over. I accepted the pearl, my hands trembling with excitement, envisioning the possibility of Zilin recovering and remembering me. Yet, in the next moment, he sat back down on the stool, reverting to his previous dazed expression. That I could not bear to witness his state any longer, swiftly gathering Xiaoyu and following Yuer, eager to find the antidote for Zilin. Meow meow, wait a moment. Just as I had taken a few steps, Zilin's second uncle called out to me. Meow meow, may I see the pearl Zilin just gave you? He approached, his expression unusually grave as he scrutinized the pearl in my hand. Did he tell you this is a water-evading pearl? His voice was somewhat hoarse as he inquired. Yes, he said that with this pearl, one can breathe freely underwater. I reiterated Zilin's words. What is this foolish child thinking? He tossed the pearl back to me, a mixture of anger and helplessness in his tone. What is wrong with the pearl? I asked, puzzled by his reaction. This is our Kylan's life pearl, the dragon pearl. It is our very essence. Zilin, that foolish child, has entrusted his life to you. He shook his head, sighing deeply in resignation. Chapter 34. Is wolf-hearted and dog-lunged an insult? Though the night had deepened, the moon still hung high in the sky. Xiaoyu fluttered in the air, and I jogged to keep up with it. After about half an hour, I found myself utterly exhausted, panting as I called for it to halt. It glanced back at me, finally remembering its owner was trailing behind, and landed on my shoulder. Xiaoyu, how much longer until we arrive? I gasped, leaning on my knees. That it tilted its head, its eyes darting around. That I sighed, knowing that asking was futile. It was still too young to speak, let alone provide a detailed answer to my query. I can't go on. I need to rest. And I wiped the sweat from my forehead and plopped down onto a stone step beside the path. Catching my breath, Xiaoyu flew in front of me, chirping insistently, as if urging me to hurry along before darkness fell. How much longer will it take? I'm almost dead from exhaustion. I complained helplessly, rising to my feet, not knowing how much time had passed. I was met with a vast expanse of white. Everywhere I looked, there was a blanket of pristine snow. Even the surrounding trees donned coats of silver, leaving me utterly bewildered. Xiaoyu flew up to a nearby branch, causing the limb to tremble lightly, and a few delicate snowflakes were swept away by the wind, falling like a gentle snow rain. Xiaoyu, is this the place you wanted to bring me? I looked up at it and shouted. The snow-covered mountain echoed my voice, and as I pondered my next move, an elderly man with snow-white hair appeared behind me, seemingly out of nowhere. Young lady, keep your voice down. You might trigger an avalanche. I jumped in surprise, quickly covering my mouth. That I asked that your bird. The elderly gentleman stroked his grizzled beard, casting a glance at the small bird perched upon the tree branch, and with a hearty chuckle inquired, Indeed, it is called Xiaoyu. I replied with a polite smile. This bird is no ordinary creature, he continued, for it has managed to find its way to the snow mountain. Clearing his throat, the old man went on, My dear, are you aware that there is a renowned healer nearby who can cure poison? I, unwilling to beat around the bush, directly asked, I am not familiar with any healer, but I have heard tales of a wolf demon residing on this snowy expanse. It is said that it has honed its craft for a millennium. Should you encounter it, you might just find an antidote. However, many have ventured here before, and none have returned. With a yawn, the old man turned and ambled towards a small wooden cottage that I presumed to be his home, that I found myself hesitating in place, pondering whether his words were meant to encourage me or to dissuade me from my quest entirely. That be why now. The sky had darkened to the point where distinguishing direction became nearly impossible. I softly called out to Xiao Yu, steeling my resolve to venture forth. Having come this no sooner had I taken a step than I heard the old man's warning echo behind me. Young lady, do not fault this old man for being overly cautious. The snow mountain is vast. Even if you walk for 2 days, you may not encounter that wolf demon, that if fortune does not favor you, you may freeze to death or fall prey to the wild beasts that roam these mountains. With your slight frame, you would hardly fill a bear's belly. Once you enter, it is likely you will not emerge again. The old man's admonitions lingered in my ears as a chill breeze swept past, carrying his voice further away. Clutching Xiao Yu, I resolutely pressed onward into the depths of the snow mountain, driven by a singular purpose, to swiftly locate the antidote and rescue Lin from his affliction. However, 2 days passed without a sight of the wolf demon the old man had spoken of. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of bad luck that led me astray. Or was it possible that the old man was merely spinning tales, and that no such wolf demon existed at all? I brushed the snow from my garments and settled into a shallow patch of snow, retrieving a piece of dried food that Yu had packed for me, nibbling at it slowly. The cold of the snow mountain was biting, leaving my face stinging from the snow and the winds, and I felt the warmth within me gradually ebbing away. Sleepiness began to envelop me. But I fought against it, reminding myself that life and death are but cycles. Moreover, as Xiao Bai had once stated, my name was absent from the book of life and death. Thus, I surely would not perish. Lost in thought, I was suddenly alerted by the sound of footsteps crunching through the snow. Breathing a sigh of relief, I stood and trudged through the knee-deep snow towards the direction of the noise. Under the flickering moonlight, I beheld a massive snow wolf, its size akin to a small mountain, accompanied by several scruffy-looking coyotes. That it is said that coyotes are loyal to but one master throughout their lives. As I approached the snow wolf, they assumed I was a foe and bared their teeth menacingly. In a moment of misstep, I stumbled and fell into the snow, becoming completely buried. Damn it, I muttered under my breath, struggling to free myself when suddenly, a large white head appeared before me, causing me to yelp and tumble back into the snow. Little girl, you possess quite the tenacity, surviving 2 days in this snow mountain, the wolf demon remarked, lifting its head with an air of haughtiness. That I, Wangjia, am indeed a fortunate being. I seized hold of its fur to steady myself as I stood, brushing off the snow and grumbling in dissatisfaction. Oh, you certainly have a grandiose attitude. Have you come to the peak of the snow mountain to seek the hearts and lungs of wolves? It ruffled its fur that I had disheveled, regarding me with a frosty gaze. Isn't wolf's heart and dog's lungs an insult? I replied, somewhat bewildered. The wolf demon shot me a blank stare, but its companion coyotes could no longer contain their laughter. If you are not here in search of a remedy, might you be seeking a husband in this snow mountain? Its large wolf eyes glimmered, and its snowy eyelashes fluttered in the wind. I am indeed seeking a remedy. To be precise, I am in search of an antidote. That a friend of mine has fallen victim to an unknown poison, rendering him unrecognizable, and he has forgotten all that transpired. Thus, I have come to find a cure to save him. I stumbled through my explanation, unsure if my words made sense to it. Is it merely a friend, or perhaps someone you hold dear? It inquired, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of its mouth. That I shot an exasperated glare, taken aback by the wolf demon's inquisitiveness. Had there not been a matter at hand, I would have engaged in a spirited retort. He is simply a very good friend, I mumbled, looking down in reluctance to elaborate further. Is it possible that your friend was poisoned after sustaining an injury? If so, young lady, you should turn back. This poison is incurable. With that, it turned to leave, accompanied by the coyotes. Wolf demon, do not depart. Explain to me why it is so difficult to cure. Is there truly no other way? I hastily grasped the fur on its back, playfully insisting on further explanation. Injured and afflicted with potent poison, it is a dire situation indeed. The poison attacks the heart. I fear the end is near. It rolled its eyes, its expression unyielding. That he is no ordinary person. He is a Jiaolong, the prince of the Dragon Palace. In a moment of desperation, I divulged Lin's identity, hoping that the wolf demon would recognize his significance and perhaps offer a glimmer of hope. Oh, that changes matters entirely. However, if he is a Jiaolong, he should possess a fateful dragon pearl for protection. Why then has he succumbed to such a lethal toxin? It regarded me with curiosity that he has no dragon pearl left. He gave it to me. My heart was a tumult of emotions at that moment. As the moonlight dimmed further, the night grew colder and windier. The air in the snow wolf's den became increasingly frigid. While the howls of wolves and eerie cries echoed in the distance that I curled into myself, my limbs long since numb, and the blood wolf demon, noticing my shivering, arose and moved beside me, enveloping me within its thick fur. This wolf's coat was remarkably warm, and I felt my senses return almost immediately. Gazing out into the starry sky, I found myself wide awake, the long night stretching before me. Wolf demon, have you always resided here? I asked softly, lifting a paw heavy with fur to turn over, seeking conversation. Indeed, it has been several centuries now. I remember when I first encountered Shui. She was no larger than you. The blood wolf demon sighed. Seemingly lost in a bittersweet memory. Shui was your beloved. Pray, tell me more. I mimicked its earlier curiosity, eager to learn. Shui was the daughter of a herbalist from the base of the snow mountain. In my previous life, she was my beloved. It must have been 100 years ago. At that time, our white wolf clan thrived, guardians of the snow mountain, living in blissful harmony, until one day a herbalist came to gather herbs and, by misfortune, encountered an avalanche that I fortuitously saved him, and that herbalist happened to be Shui-er's father. The wolf demon paused, its gaze growing distant. Before it shook its head and continued, the herbalist sought a rare herb known as Qinshan Bingyan. When I met him, he had a few stalks in his basket, which he had painstakingly harvested from the cliffs that as the avalanche approached. Realizing escape was futile, I urged him to abandon the basket. But he refused, declaring that the herbs were his lifeblood. He would rather perish than part with them. The wolf demon chuckled softly at this memory that I took him to this snow den, where he stayed for several days. During that time, other white wolves were also present, and one female wolf gave birth, which he assisted in delivering. Once the avalanche subsided, as the skies cleared, a little girl of about 8 or 9, with a ponytail, ran up the mountain in search of her father. She was as fair as snow, with ruby lips and pearly teeth, reminiscent of a princess stepping from a painting. I was instantly smitten. In the years that followed, whenever her father returned to gather herbs, she would trail behind him, and this continued for a decade. Over those years, we grew close, eventually blossoming into lovers. She would often bring delicacies to the mountain and would sometimes play with the newly born white wolves in the snow den, who adored her company. Had she not taken the little wolf down the mountain that fateful day, perhaps our white wolf clan would still be living peacefully in this snow mountain. Yes, the wolf demon recounted this tale. Its expression grew fierce, and it tightened its grip around my paw. Had I not bitten it, I might have been suffocated by its sudden intensity. My apologies. I was lost in memories. It is late. Let us rest now, and I shall share more when the opportunity arises. It gently patted my back with its thick paw, as if soothing a child. Hey, wolf demon, that is quite unfair. How can you leave a story half told? I protested, shaking its enormous paw vigorously, but in the next moment, its eyes fluttered shut, and it began to snore softly. Frustrated, I pinched it lightly, but it remained unresponsive, and I reluctantly closed my eyes, surrendering to sleep. The slumber was filled with exhaustion. It felt as though I had entered an interminable dream. Did I end this dream? I trudged through the snow with Xiaoyu beside me. Not far off, a girl with skin as pale as snow frolicked joyfully with a white wolf in the snow. The little white wolf would leap into her arms and then dash away again, while she laughed joyfully. Just then, a man clad in a long white coat with striking eyes and sharp brows approached her from behind, extending a slender hand to cover her eyes. Ming, stop your antics. Unhand me. I know it is you. The girl continued to laugh joyfully, while the man released her from his grasp and enveloped her in a warm embrace. The two gazed deeply into each other's eyes, entirely oblivious to the presence of the little white wolf nearby. The small wolf bared its newly grown fangs and glared menacingly at the man, emitting an angry growl from its throat. White Shadow, dear, do not be upset. Come here to your sister. The girl called gently, smiling as she crouched down and beckoned the little white wolf over. However, the wolf's eyes darkened, and it turned away, walking off in a huff that he is jealous. The girl exclaimed with a hearty laugh, prompting the man to playfully pinch her nose. Their eyes locked, and a cascade of kisses followed. As I turned, I noticed the little white wolf standing not far away, its eyes glinting with fury as it watched the scene unfold. In a shift of perspective, the girl descended the mountain with the little white wolf, returning to her home, while I trailed closely behind her. At this point, the little white wolf had already acquired the ability to transform into human form, although the girl remained unaware, seizing the opportunity while she slept. He ventured into the bustling streets, coincidentally arriving at a marketplace brimming with people, that he transformed into a wealthy young master and began to spread rumors that the heart of a white wolf could grant resurrection and eternal life. In truth, it was not entirely false. The white wolf, belonging to the celestial spirits of the snowy mountains, possessed medicinal properties that could cure ailments and even revive the dead. That fateful night marked the beginning of the massacre in the snowy mountains, as countless hunters and townsfolk surged forth to seek the White Wolf clan, with some even offering exorbitant sums for a single wolf heart. The misunderstandings between the man and the girl also began on that very day. For despite the throngs of people, not a single white wolf was spotted. Only the girl and her father knew the way to the snow cave that on that morning, the man witnessed a group of hunters and villagers armed with weapons and firearms storming into the snow cave, led by none other than the girl's father. Upon seeing the man, the father felt a pang of guilt, for it was the man who had once saved his life. Yet, that fleeting sense of remorse was quickly overshadowed when he learned that the bounty had risen to 200,000. The first shot struck the man, but fortunately, he possessed some skill and only sustained superficial injuries. However, the other wolves of the White Wolf clan were not so fortunate. That day, the snow cave transformed into a blood-soaked cavern, littered with the corpses of wolves, as countless white wolves howled in despair. The man's eyes turned crimson with rage, and he transformed into a colossal snow wolf, seizing the hunter by the throat. It was at that moment that the girl arrived, witnessing her beloved choking her father. She cried out and rushed forward, declaring that she would take her father's place. The man, with tears brimming in his eyes and trembling hands, stared at his beloved. Ultimately, love triumphed over all, and gazing at the sea of corpses, the man felt himself to be the sinner of the White Wolf clan. That he trembled as he released his grip. But as he turned away, he saw the hunter raise his gun, and the girl dashed forward to shield him from the shot. Chapter 36. Rather than suffering day by day, I would rather give it to you. The gunfire echoed, jolting me awake from my dreams, drenched in cold sweat. Outside the cave, the moon shone brilliantly, and the stars twinkled in the deep of night that I struggled to pry the wolf's claws from my body. Carefully rising to my feet and stepping outside, the snow-capped mountains glistened under the moonlight, radiating a dazzling brilliance, and the surroundings were eerily silent. I can't sleep? The snow wolf demon inquired softly, having appeared behind me without my notice. I just had a dream about a girl with skin whiter than snow and a man clad in a long white coat, along with a little white wolf that incited people at the foot of the mountain, leading many to seek your wolf heart, I recounted, cautiously observing his reaction. His eyes suddenly flared with fury, and in a fit of rage, he slammed a paw onto the snowy ground, causing the entire mountain to tremble. I instinctively grasped his foreleg, soothingly whispering, "Do not be angry, do not be angry, it's all in the past." After a long while, the ferocity in his gaze gradually subsided, and he lowered his voice, asking, "How could you dream of this?" My great-grandfather bestowed upon me the gift of insight. However, I am still not very adept at using it. Whether it works well depends on fate, but I cannot tell the wolf demon the truth. I cautiously looked at him and reorganized my words, speaking earnestly. "It was that girl who sent me a dream." "Did Snow send you the dream?" His excitement surged at the mention of the girl, nearly toppling me over as he stood up. "Could you please refrain from being so rough?" I stumbled to my feet, feigning anger as I muttered under my breath that I apologize. "I was too excited," he replied, extending his massive paw to pat my back in an attempt to express remorse. "Your name is Shiming, right? I saw everything in the dream, that I witnessed the jealousy in the eyes of that little white wolf named White Shadow, the greed of the herbalist blinded by gold, and finally, I heard the sound of gunfire. As I spoke, I glanced up at him, fearful that he might flare up again, for if he did, the entire mountain could collapse. Fortunately, he managed to contain his emotions, his eyes brimming with tears as he sighed deeply. That my name is Shiming. White Shadow was the name Snow gave that little creature. In truth, the mother wolf gave birth to two pups, one of whom was weak, a younger brother. Fearing that the other pup would steal his love, he suffocated his brother to death. That I have always advised Snow to keep her distance from him. For that creature is inherently vicious. It's also my fault. I knew he would bring disaster, but couldn't bear to part with him. Seeing me spend every day with Snow, he became consumed by jealousy, leading to the annihilation of our white wolf clan. The wolf demon spoke. A look of profound anguish crossed his face, and he pressed a paw hard against his chest, his body starting to tremble. Wolf demon, what is wrong? Are you all right? I asked, feeling a bit helpless as I gently stroked his fur in comfort. It's nothing, just an old ailment. Ever since Snow departed, my heart has ached daily. It may very well lead to my demise. His voice quivered, as if he were struggling to suppress his pain. At the heartbreak that causes the pain. I have often heard people speak of a broken heart, and I suppose this must be what it feels like, living on in a world devoid of the one you love, fearing that you might truly shatter from longing. Indeed, since Snow left, I have been without a heart, drifting through each day in a haze, living a fate worse than death. The wolf demon staggered, his voice trembling with despair. After death, one enters the cycle of reincarnation and can be reborn. I blinked my wide eyes at him. But even if I were reborn, she may not remember me or our past together. And currently, I cannot find her. He patted my head and turned back toward the snow cave. Little girl, come back and sleep. As the wolf demon's voice faded, I quickly followed his footsteps through the freshly fallen snow, tentatively asking, do you have any tokens between you? Upon returning to the snow cave, the wolf demon found a clean spot to lie down. Lowering his eyelids and glancing at me sleepily, he replied somewhat dismissively. She liked the sound of the flute, especially when it snowed. The flute's melody resonates through the vast snowy mountains, echoing beautifully. Can you play the flute? I pressed on, unwilling to give up that I can, but since Snow left, I have not played it again. That he closed his eyes, mumbling his response. That I stealthily approached him. Noticing he had already fallen asleep, that I nestled beside him, finding a comfortable nook, and gently closed my eyes. The night passed quietly, and when I awoke, the wolf demon had vanished. That I called out for Xiaoyu, and the little creature flitted in from outside, landing on my shoulder. Outside, the dawn was still dim. That a melodious flute tune drifted through the air, tinged with melancholy. Xiaoyu, even more excited than I, flapped its wings and soared out, prompting me to follow closely behind. Not far off, atop the snowy mountain, stood a man in white robes, playing a jade flute. Before him stood a beautiful girl with skin like snow, listening intently as he played. This must be the girl named Snow, but she is a ghost. The snow wolf demon cannot see her. So though they are close, their love remains separated by mountains and seas. Xiaoyu flew back to my shoulder, and I approached the girl. She turned, surprised, and gazed at me. Can you see me? You must be Snow's sister. I can see you. Have you been wandering in this snowy mountain for all these years without being reborn? I asked in astonishment. Yes, I feared that if I were reborn, Shiming would not find me. But this mountain is vast, and after becoming a ghost, my energy has weakened so much that I have forgotten, having drifted for decades. Today, I finally followed the sound of the flute to find him. As the girl spoke, large tears fell from her eyes, cascading down in a glistening stream onto the snow below. Do you need me to convey a message to him? I cautiously inquired. Please tell him that I will always be here with him. When he feels the wind brush against him, that will be me embracing him. I relayed her words to Shiming, who looked at me in shock before transforming into a white wolf, staring ahead. After a long silence, he pressed a paw against his chest, and with a powerful effort, revealed a bright red heart in his grasp. That I was horrified and rushed over, thinking, has this snow wolf demon gone mad? Rather than suffering day by day, I would rather give it to you. Take it back to save your beloved. With that, a smile graced his lips as he walked toward the girl. Chapter 37. What on earth are you? The snow blanketed the landscape in a pristine white, transforming the morning into an exquisite spectacle. The snow wolf demon had lost a millennium of cultivation, reduced from a formidable wolf demon to a mere wolf spirit. Although I was still reeling from the astonishing scene I had just witnessed, The thought that he could finally be with his beloved brought me a semblance of understanding regarding his actions. After exchanging brief farewells with the two, I took up the wolf heart and prepared to set off immediately. Shiming summoned several jackals to guide me, and I, along with Xiuyu, hastened to follow them. As we departed, I couldn't help but wonder how Zilin was faring after these 2 days. Was he doing any better? Upon reaching the foot of the snow-capped mountain, I spotted a familiar figure. It was the old man who had advised me against ascending the mountain. A few jackals shook their heads and turned back towards the snow-covered heights, while Xiaoyu and I approached the elderly and, to my astonishment, in just 2 days, he seemed to have transformed into a different person. His eye sockets were sunken, his cheekbones protruded sharply, and his already frail body had become little more than skin and bones, emanating a palpable aura of malevolence. Was he possessed by a ghost? This thought flashed through my mind as I scrutinized him carefully, confirming once more that he was merely an ordinary man. But where had that ominous energy come from? "Old man," I called softly to him. He stared at me in disbelief, his expression morphing into one of sheer shock as he pointed a trembling finger in my direction, his mouth agape as he stammered, Are you human or a ghost?" "I am human, old man. I've returned from the snow mountain." I quickened my pace to stand before him, examining him closely. That my initial guess was correct. The old man had indeed encountered a ghost. And it appeared that he had been drained of his young energy. To his age, his remaining lifespan was already limited, and if this continued, he would likely succumb within 3 days. "You managed to walk out alive from the snow mountain?" "Little girl, that's remarkable. Did you encounter the snow wolf demon?" The old man gazed at me incredulously, clearly confirming his earlier statement that many had ventured to the mountain, yet few returned alive. Since I had gone, it was certain that I had seen the wolf demon, and he had even bestowed upon me the wolf heart. I waved the small wooden box, wrapped in cloth, in front of him, obliviously boasting about my prize. However, the next moment, I regretted my display. The old man's pupils dilated, his complexion turned ghostly pale, and he fixed his unblinking gaze upon the box in my hand, as if he wished to claim it for himself. Startled, I swiftly concealed the box behind me, cursing my own thoughtlessness as I furtively surveyed the escape route, eager to return and present the wolf heart to Zilin for the antidote. What a stroke of luck this is. "Little girl, that wolf heart is of no use to you. Why not give it to me instead?" The old man's lips curled into a sinister and eerie smile that I was terrified and instinctively retreated. Yet my voice remained defiant. "Old man, are you possessed by a ghost? Listen well. No matter what spirit you are, you best not set your sights on me. That I, Wangjia, have even traversed the underworld. The king of the dead is my friend. Should you harm me, he will not spare you. Oh, the little yellow-haired girl has quite the tongue. I care not for your king of the dead. This is my territory, and no one can touch me here." The old man laughed maniacally, his voice piercing and grating. "What on earth are you?" I shouted defiantly. "Quit hiding behind this old man, and face me if you dare." "Little girl, though you possess the ability to see both yin and yang, it may not be a blessing. Have you not heard that meddling in affairs that do not concern you can lead to disaster?" The ghost did not appear angered, but rather engaged me in a verbal spar. "Meddling? This wolf heart was personally given to me by the snow wolf demon. You wish to take it from me and dare to accuse me of meddling? How shameless can you be?" I glared at him, my voice rising in indignation. "And what of it? There is nothing in this world that I cannot obtain. That I advise you to hand it over obediently. Otherwise, both you and your little bird shall perish here today." The old man raised his brow, casting a sidelong glance at me as he spoke nonchalantly. "That I suspect you must be a female ghost. Male ghosts are rarely so verbose. They would have just come to snatch it away." I retorted, my grip tightening into a fist, my tone icy. The small white token left to me by Xiaobai radiated warmth against my neck. "Then do not blame me." The old man's expression darkened as he lunged towards me, his body soaring through the air. Before I could react, his hand had already wrapped around my throat. I was taken aback. Despite his advanced age, the old man possessed considerable strength, and I felt my breath growing increasingly labored as I struggled futilely. Xiaoyu, sensing my peril, took flight and clawed fiercely at the old man's face. But it was to no avail. With a swift motion, the old man flung Xiaoyu aside, sending her crashing against a nearby tree trunk, where she fell to the ground, crying out in pain. That I yearned to rush over to her. But the old man's grip on my neck rendered me immobile. That my vision began to blur, and the warmth around my neck transformed into searing heat that in an instant, the token emitted a blinding light, causing the old man to be thrown back, crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. "Old man, are you all right?" I called out from a distance, my heart racing with concern, yet I dared not approach. In the next moment, a wisp of black smoke escaped from the old man's body, materializing before me as a bloodless, fleshless skeleton. So he was merely a skeleton. No wonder I could not discern what kind of ghost he was earlier. I rubbed my neck, which had nearly been throttled, gasping for breath as I hurried over to check on Xiaoyu. Upon seeing her unharmed, I finally felt my racing heart settle. "What is your true origin, little girl? Who bestowed that magical artifact upon you?" The skeletal ghost hissed, clutching its chest, its voice high and piercing. "That I've told you before, the king of the dead is my friend, although he did not give me this artifact. It is more than sufficient to deal with you." I glared at her, my tone decidedly unfriendly. "The king of the dead likely does not possess such an artifact," she scoffed, turning to kick the old man beside her. The old man coughed loudly, struggling to rise, but spewed blood once more before collapsing to the ground. "Old man, are you all right?" I rushed to him, checking for a pulse at his wrist. There was still a faint heartbeat, though it was alarmingly weak, that he was surely near death. This old fool is utterly useless. Does he truly believe he can attain immortality in this frail form? Such delusions. The skeletal ghost cast a disdainful glance at the old man, scoffing. "Oh, you truly wish to harm him. You are well aware that this old man has little time left, yet you choose to possess him. You realize this will prevent you from reincarnating." Though I had only met the old man twice, witnessing a life extinguished before me stirred something within me. The skeletal ghost let out a cold laugh, saying, "Little girl, matters are not as simple as you perceive. Do you know who I am? In life, I was this old fool's wife." Chapter 38. Do you hate him? The old man's name was Wangjia. He had once been a herbalist in the town, making a living by foraging for medicinal herbs and treating the villagers. Though he was not particularly talkative, his superb medical skills and modest fees earned him the affection of the community, who respectfully referred to him as Mr. Xinghe. Mr. Xinghe had a daughter named Yang, bright and clever, the apple of her father's eye, who had tragically passed away over a century ago. Indeed, this old man before me was Shue's father, who, blinded by greed 100 years ago, had led hunters from the village to slay the Snow Wolf clan. That I could scarcely believe he was still alive. The skeletal ghost had been the old man's wife, but following Shue's death, she fell into deep sorrow, and within a year, she too had departed from this world, fearing that memories would revive his grief. The old man had retreated to the foot of the snow mountain, felled some banyan trees, and constructed the wooden cabin behind him. Thus, he had lived a semi-reclusive life for a century. Now, at over 140 years of age, his body was not particularly robust, yet in terms of ordinary human lifespan, his longevity was remarkable. The only explanation for this was that he had consumed the wolf heart. As I gazed down at the old man, lying on the ground and barely clinging to life, I felt no pity left in my heart. "Do you hate him?" I inquired softly, stepping around the old man to stand beside the skeletal ghost. "Hate? I wish to flay him alive. 100 years ago, if it were not for his gambling addiction and the enormous debts he incurred, he would not have committed such heinous acts, and Shue would still be alive, even if she fell in love with a wolf demon. What of it? I only wish for my daughter to live." The skeletal ghost lamented, covering her face with her hands as she slowly crouched down, weeping quietly. That moment, a radiant white light enveloped the surroundings, and I beheld her youthful visage, tall and fair, with long hair cascading over her shoulders and eyes that sparkled with life and intelligence. In an era devoid of cosmetics, she epitomized natural beauty. That I stood entranced, momentarily lost in thought, until she rose, causing the white light to gradually fade. "Your daughter should be quite happy now. The wolf demon sacrificed his millennium of cultivation for her, even going so far as to extract his own heart. I believe they will find eternal happiness together." I recalled the moment when the snow wolf demon transformed into a wolf spirit and approached Shue, their steadfast gazes intertwining, a smile unconsciously gracing my lips. "You say this wolf heart was given to you by Shiming?" The skeletal ghost regarded me in astonishment. and in the next moment, her jawbone arched into a smile, an expression of unexpected delight illuminating her face. I always knew that Schwer had not misjudged you. Initially, I had intended to seize your wolf heart to enhance my own cultivation and seek out that wolf cub in the snowy mountains to settle the score. He had promised me that he would not let my daughter down, but it seems I have been overly concerned. The skeleton spirit, upon uttering these words, viciously kicked the old man lying on the ground and strode towards me. After taking only a few steps, he halted and continued speaking. Everyone says there is a lady of bones at the foot of the snowy mountains, who specializes in extracting hearts, yet no one understands that I have merely struggled through this 100 years of life seeking vengeance for my daughter. Now that I hear she is doing well, I am free of all burdens. Young one, the matters that follow are of my own family affairs. You need not involve yourself. Quickly take the wolf heart and return to rescue your friend. After saying this, the skeleton spirit suddenly extended its bony hand towards the old man lying on the ground. The old man let out a pained cry and struggled a few times before falling still. When the skeleton spirit withdrew its hand, it clutched a bloodied heart, which it tossed to the ground, and the once vibrant red color instantly turned black. Indeed, his heart was dark. Such a person is a scourge to the world. His death at my hands could only be seen as settling the debts of his past life, now repaid in full. I stood there, transfixed, unable to utter a word. Xiaoyu flapped its wings a few times and flew to my shoulder. Chirping softly, madam, please take care. Young Schwerer is in the snowy mountains. If you have the chance, you may go see her. I must return to rescue my friend, and shall not linger. I nodded towards the Lady of Bones as a farewell, and turned to leave. Hastening in the direction of the Dragon Ridge pit, accompanied by Xiaoyu. Having taken only a few steps, a wave of black mist surged from behind that I swiftly dodged, and Xiaoyu flapped its wings, nearly being thrown off my shoulder. What kind of auspicious ground is this at the foot of the snowy mountains that so many spirits abound? I cursed inwardly while casting a glance toward the source of the black mist. To my dismay, the mist swirled and coalesced, revealing the very same Lady of Bones before me once more. Pray tell, madam, why the urgency to pursue me? Is there something you require? I feigned politeness, though my heart was brimming with frustration, causing my words to carry a hint of chill. Little girl, you mentioned your name is Wangjia, correct? Indeed. I replied curtly, my gaze fixed on the towering banyan tree beside us. That it wasn't that I particularly disliked her. Rather, conversing with a skeletal figure in broad daylight made me exceedingly uncomfortable. Meow meow, I know you are naturally intelligent and kind-hearted. Might I request a favor of you? There is no need for you to assist me immediately. I merely ask that if one day you find yourself in town and encounter a family with the surname Lin, could you please convey a message to their young master? Simply tell him, when the winter sweet blooms this year, I shall surely seek him out. I nodded, somewhat uncertain, and she expressed her gratitude before vanishing into thin air. Who is this young master with the surname Lin? What connection does he have with the Lady of Bones? Where do they intend to meet when the winter sweet blossoms? A flurry of questions raced through my mind, but before I could clarify, she had disappeared. Never mind, I shall inquire with the Lin young master when next I encounter him in town. I sighed, shaking my head in resignation, and patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder, preparing to continue my journey. The wind howled fiercely as I traveled, and Xiaoyu flew a short distance before returning to perch on my shoulder. Before long, a thunderous crack echoed in the sky, and heavy rain began to pour. Xiaoyu, we must reach the Dragon Ridge pit before nightfall. Zilin is still awaiting us. I grabbed a large leaf to shield its head while I braved the downpour. Running ahead, the rain intensified, and within the clouds, something appeared to be twisting and turning. I squinted upward for a long while before realizing it was a massive python, easily over 10 zhang long, rearing its head to gaze at the heavens, issuing a deafening roar, while bolts of lightning erupted around it, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Yet the python remained unperturbed as the dark clouds thickened. The sky grew increasingly dim, and flashes of lightning danced among the billowing black clouds, illuminating the world as if it were day. Suddenly, with a crack, a bolt of lightning struck, igniting several branches, sending plumes of black smoke rising. From a distance, I thought I saw something writhing among the charred branches. With Xiaoyu in tow, I steeled my courage and approached, a pungent smell of charred flesh assailing my senses. There, I beheld a severely burnt python, Barely clinging to life. Chapter 39. Are you a serpent spirit or a serpent demon? Indeed, the world is vast and full of wonders. Within this ever-changing realm, extraordinary events often unfold, much like the scene before me. What transgression could this python have committed to suffer such a fate? I stood rooted in place, utterly perplexed by the sight before me. Could it be that it was attempting to transcend and transform into a dragon? I glanced at Xiaoyu on my shoulder, and to my astonishment, the little creature nodded knowingly, as if it understood my thoughts. Gathering my courage, I inched closer, only to discover that the python's body was as thick as a wash basin. Its head bore 2 antennae, and its entire body was a striking azure, adorned with patterns resembling snowflakes. The recent lightning strike had directly struck its body, leaving the azure scales scorched and in tatters. I approached cautiously, examining it closely. Its eyes were half-lidded, and its breath was faint, having lost the earlier pride it displayed while gazing at the sky. My heart ached at the sight, and with newfound bravery, I knelt beside it, reaching out to stroke its head. This python was no ordinary serpent. It appeared to have cultivated for several centuries. Who could have imagined it would face such calamity today? The python seemed to sense the warmth of my hand, weakly opening its eyes. Just as it attempted to raise its head, the severity of its wounds forced it to relent, and after a prolonged silence, it let out a soft sigh that I was startled and quickly glanced at Xiaoyu on my shoulder, my thoughts racing. Could it be that this python could speak? Xiaoyu chirped a couple of times and nodded in affirmation. My name is Wangjia. You can speak, can't you? Is there any way I can assist you? I cautiously inquired. After an extended pause, the python's voice emerged, raspy and weak. Little girl, could you find me some water to drink? I was so taken aback that I stumbled back a few steps. Though I had been mentally prepared, I was still astonished. I had encountered talking owls before, but a speaking python was a first for me. The voice of the python resembled that of an elderly woman. I recalled glimpsing a book in my grandfather's study, titled something akin to Records of Strange Tales, which chronicled various spirits and creatures, including a story of a python transforming into a dragon after years of cultivation. However, the tales within spoke of ordinary pythons, while this azure serpent before me seemed to possess a far greater level of cultivation. Are you a serpent spirit or a serpent demon? I cautiously inquired, casting a furtive glance at her. I am no demon. I am a serpent immortal residing within this banyan grove, having cultivated for over 900 years. If one were to measure by age, I am likely older than your ancestors honored in the ancestral hall that a python requires 1,000 years of cultivation to undergo the heavenly tribulation. If successful, it can ascend to the celestial realm and transform into a dragon. Should it fail, its cultivation is rendered null. I was merely 10 years shy of a millennium, that my eagerness to see him led me to forcefully attempt the tribulation, resulting in this dire predicament. Fortune and misfortune are decreed by fate. One cannot escape their destiny. The serpent immortal lamented, her voice tinged with sorrow. Wait, serpent immortal! I exclaimed, leaving Xiaoyu behind as I dashed into the grove. Searching diligently until I discovered a small stream that I hastily grabbed an old bottle nearby, filled it with water, and rushed back. The serpent immortal, upon seeing my return, summoned all her strength to lift her head slightly and nodded at me. I hurried over, eager to soothe her. Serpent immortal, do not exert yourself. Drink some water quickly, I urged, presenting the bottle to her. However, she did not open her mouth, but instead requested that I wash away the soot covering her body. It appeared that this serpent immortal had a vanity about her. Even in the face of death, her first concern was her appearance, that I carefully poured the water from the bottle onto her, gently wiping her body. Occasionally, I would inadvertently touch her raw wounds, causing her to shudder slightly. Serpent immortal, why is it so essential for you to cultivate and ascend? Wouldn't it be better to remain an ordinary python? At least then, you would not suffer such calamities, I asked, my voice tinged with confusion. Little girl, you are still young. When you grow up, you will understand that in this world, whether human, deity, demon, or spirit, none can escape the entanglements of love. It is love that brings light to life, that gives hope, and renders existence complete. Though I did not comprehend the nature of love, I had witnessed my second uncle willingly transform into a spirit for Wangjia. And I had seen the snow wolf demon sacrifice a millennium of cultivation to become a wolf soul for Lin Shuer. It seemed these were the very expressions of love that the serpent immortal spoke of. So you wish to ascend to immortality because of love? Is that correct? I queried, my curiosity piqued. Indeed, I have cultivated for over 900 years solely to catch a glimpse of him before his wedding. Alas, I was but a step away and ran out of time that I end this lifetime. I fear I shall never see him again. The serpent immortal closed her eyes tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Serpent immortal, do not despair. Your body is too frail now that it would be wise to focus on healing before you contemplate anything further. Upon witnessing its feeble and waning condition, I found myself compelled to stay and offer assistance. The creature was gravely injured, and leaving it alone in this forest felt unbearable to my conscience. Clumsily, I tore a strip of cloth from the edge of my garment and bandaged its wounds, which were gaping and still bleeding. Then, I hastily made my way towards the direction of the small wooden cabin I had recently visited. The cabin was devoid of life. Madame Whitebones had long since vanished. And even the corpse of the old man that had lain on the ground was nowhere to be found in that moment. I could not afford to dwell on these matters. My priority was to procure medicine to aid the serpent's spirit. I rummaged through the cabin, beneath the bed and inside the cupboards, turning the place upside down until I managed to gather a few scattered herbs. Uncertain of their efficacy, I resolved to apply them to the serpent's spirit nonetheless. Seizing a bamboo frame from the cupboard, I placed the herbs inside and hurried back to where the serpent spirit lay. Serpent spirit, I declared, I must inform you that I have no medical training, and I cannot guarantee that these herbs will staunch your bleeding or alleviate your pain. Come here, little girl, it murmured softly, its eyes barely open. Upon receiving this cue, I immediately grasped several herbs from the basket, chewed them, and applied the mixture to the serpent spirit's wounds. That if it hurts, please cry out, I urged, watching it carefully. After some time, whether due to my good fortune or the serpent spirit's, the bleeding from its wounds miraculously ceased. I wiped away the tears from my face, overwhelmed with joy. Thank you, little girl, the serpent spirit said. According to human reckoning, I should have long been laid to rest. For over 9 centuries, I have yearned to see him once more. It is this belief that has sustained me. Alas, perhaps it is simply fate, and I shall not force it. With that, the serpent spirit displayed a demeanor of serene acceptance. No, serpent spirit, you have cultivated your powers for over 9 centuries. You are on the verge of success. You must not give up, I whispered in a bid to comfort it. Tell me, what must I do to save you? I asserted, standing resolutely. Thank you for your kindness, little girl, but rescuing me is more challenging than ascending to the heavens. That it requires 3 rare medicinal ingredients, each indispensable: the heart of a snow wolf, ghost tears, and a rare herb known as Qianshan Bingyan. I hesitated, standing in place for a long moment, before softly declaring, I possess all 3 of these ingredients. Serpent spirit, I shall save you. Qianshan Bingyan is a precious and rare herb, typically found only once every 100 years. And it blooms in pairs. 2 plants, 1 male and 1 female. The female plant grants longevity, while the male plant heals external injuries. When used together, they possess the miraculous ability to revive the deceased. I had learned about this from a conversation with the wolf demon just days prior, but such herbs generally grow deep within cliffs, making them difficult for ordinary people to find, and no wonder that herbalist had risked his life for it. Earlier, while searching for medicine in the cabin, I had discovered a locked wooden box at the head of the bed. Carefully, I smashed the lock with a stone, revealing 2 neatly arranged green plants within. Plants that resembled grass, yet were distinctly different. At the bottom of the box lay a handwritten note by the old man, boldly inscribed with the name, Qianshan Bingyan. It seemed the old man, having consumed the heart of the wolf, had attained longevity and, realizing he had no further use for this herb, had intended to sell it. However, Madame Whitebones' appearance had cost him his life. Little girl, I have heard that a century ago, the Snow Wolf clan on the snowy mountains faced annihilation, and those who survived seldom venture out. From where did you obtain the heart of the Snow Wolf you carry? As for the ghost tears, they are said to symbolize love and rebirth, purest of all medicinal ingredients, yet elusive. The serpent spirit gazed at me incredulously, recounting its thoughts in fragments that I stood beside it, torn by regret for my earlier impulsive words. The Qianshan Bingyan held no value for me, and I could part with it for the ghost tears, though they were a keepsake from Wang Yuanxi. I believed she would be pleased if I used them to save another. However, the heart of the snow wolf had been intended for Zelene, who, along with Tianqi and Yuer, awaited my return at Wangjia. It seemed the serpent spirit sensed my hesitation and gently reassured me. Little girl, thank you for your compassion. These treasures should be used to aid those in need. Even if you save me today, he is already another's immortal lord. Our fates are no longer intertwined. And I fear not death, serpent spirit, do not lose hope. Perhaps your immortal lord is still waiting for you, that I vowed to save you, and I shall not go back on my word. Resolute, I retrieved the vibrant red heart of the snow wolf from the wooden box. And from my pocket, I produced the ghost tears, along with the 2 Qianshan Bingyan plants, and presented them all to her. Thank you. The serpent spirit exclaimed, I am the last of the ice frost giant python clan. And your generous assistance today is a debt of gratitude I shall repay manifold in the future. After saying this, the serpent spirit expelled a mouthful of blood, and in that instant, the heart of the snow wolf emitted a radiant red light. The ghost tears refracted a pure white glow, and the Qianshan Bingyan cast a verdant hue. Together, these 3 beams of light intertwined, transforming into a brilliant blue luminescence that surged into the body of the serpent spirit. All the wounds on the serpent spirit's back healed completely, and its once azure serpent form was now radiant gold, shining brilliantly towards the heavens, illuminating the sky. In an instant, a pair of magnificent wings sprouted from its back, and 4 claws emerged beneath it, casting golden light throughout the grove. The serpent spirit swayed slowly, and in the next moment, it soared into the sky, spiraling gracefully above the treetops. Has it ascended to become a dragon? It has finally succeeded, I exclaimed joyously, and the little feather on my shoulder joined in my celebration for the serpent spirit. A cascade of golden light descended, and the serpent spirit, having circled once in the air, returned to land before me. In my elation, I had overlooked the delicate, translucent blue serpent skin left behind where it had lain. Little girl, the skin of the ice frost giant python is a spiritual medicine. It can enhance your cultivation and counteract myriad poisons. Take this skin back to save your friend. Is this truly the case? I asked, both astonished and delighted that I had not anticipated that a moment of kindness would not only assist the serpent spirit in its ascension, but also provide a means to save Zelene in another form. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu excitedly darted towards the serpent skin, and in a flash, it swallowed a small piece that I swiftly swatted its head, reclaiming the skin from its mouth. After straightening it out, I realized it was folded intricately and ultimately no larger than a handkerchief. Fearing Xiaoyu would cause further mischief, I hastily stored the newfound spiritual medicine in the small wooden box. Thank you, serpent spirit. I expressed with heartfelt gratitude that it is I who should thank you, Wang Miao Miao. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall repay today as kindness in full. You were right. I have been too pessimistic. Perhaps my immortal lord is indeed still waiting for me. I shall seek him out now. With that, the serpent spirit leapt into the air, soaring once more towards the heavens, circling above the forest before ascending to the higher realms. That I cast a glance at Xiaoyu, who now appeared drowsy and unsteady, resembling its drunken father. Enough of this charade. I didn't hit you that hard, but we must hurry back. Zelene and Yuer are waiting for us, I called out, and the little creature opened its eyes, looking at me timidly before chirping twice and returning to its lively self. Throughout our journey back, I reflected on my great-grandfather's words about how good deeds are rewarded. Initially, I had dismissed them, yet now they seemed to resonate with truth. The events of this period felt like part of a cyclical pattern, indirectly helping Wang Yuanxi to resolve her heartache, leading to her gift of ghost tears, aiding Schwerer in delivering a message to the wolf demon, who in turn provided me with the heart of the wolf, and assisting the serpent spirit in its ascension, which ultimately gifted me the serpent skin that could save Zelene. Perhaps it was a change in mindset, or perhaps Xiaoyu had found a shortcut, but the journey back felt swifter than I anticipated, and soon we arrived at the place where we had fallen into the pit. Xiaoyu, do you not recall the entrance from which you were guided us out? I asked, surprised, wondering if this little creature truly wished to lead me back into the pit once more. As expected, it had completely forgotten. Though I too was unsure, it was a spirit bird after all. Never mind, I would not dwell on it, that I simply wished to return quickly to save Zeline. Once again, the world spun around me, and the ground beneath split open wider than before. This time, Xiaoyu and I landed squarely on the dining table where Yue and her father were having their meal. The previously intact stone table shattered into several pieces, and Yue calmly blew the dust from her bowl before continuing to eat heartily. Tianqi, however, looked at me in astonishment, about to speak when Zeline interjected, "Meow meow. How did you find this place?" Chapter 41. A missing member from the funeral procession. Tianqi explained that Zeline's amnesia was intermittent. Sometimes he remembered Yue as if nothing were amiss, while other times he would forget everyone, only aware of his need for food and sleep. Just moments ago, upon seeing me, he had recalled something, but when I excitedly reached for his hand, he had retreated, frightened and unable to recognize anyone. Sighing, I pulled Tianqi aside and quietly asked, "Have you heard of the ice frost giant python?" He was momentarily taken aback by my abrupt and disjointed inquiry. Before slowly responding, the frost giant python is an ancient divine beast, one of the steeds of the celestial beings from the heavens. That it is said that this serpent is entirely cloaked in a deep azure hue. A rare breed, born with an ethereal form. After a millennium of cultivation, it can ascend to the heavens and transform into a dragon. Furthermore, its skin can be crafted into a spiritual medicine with remarkable properties. Although I have never truly seen one, I have only heard tales. I quickly added, "Indeed, its body is sea blue, but after ascending and transforming into a dragon, it becomes golden." I then asked, "Meow meow, what prompted you to inquire about this? Have you encountered a frost giant python?" My second uncle, surprised by my detailed description, asked me that. I nodded with excitement and gently opened the small wooden box I had brought back. That a delicate, pale blue, gossamer thin, neatly folded square of python skin came into view. "This is the skin of the frost giant python. The snake spirit mentioned that it can antidote Zeline's poison, so I brought it back." I handed the small wooden box to my second uncle, Tianqi, speaking softly, but he took the box and was momentarily lost in thought before gently touching the skin, lifting it to his nose to sniff. Finally, he exclaimed with great delight, Come here. This means your brother Zeline has hope." He rubbed his hands together in excitement, as if he had made an earth-shattering decision. "Sister Meow Meow, you found the antidote for brother Zeline's poison, didn't you?" Yue joyfully rushed to my side, tugging at my sleeve. Noticing the torn edges of my garment, she assumed she had inadvertently damaged it, and immediately released her grip, lowering her head to murmur an apology. I was momentarily at a loss to explain that I had actually torn the fabric myself to staunch the snake spirit's bleeding, so I focused on the crucial points and told her, "Yue, I have found the antidote. Your brother Zeline will recover soon." While she was distracted, I discreetly wiped away a tear from the corner of my eye, not knowing whether it was from excitement or relief. My second uncle, Tianqi, had miraculously procured a small pot for brewing medicine. After placing the frost giant python's skin inside, he added some seawater that Yue set up a fire and sat beside it, beginning the process of concocting the remedy. Before long, a peculiar aroma of seawater mixed with a burnt scent filled the hall, causing Yue to cover her nose and frown, nearly retching several times. That I approached her, intending to suggest she take a break while I brewed the medicine. But she stubbornly refused. After several unsuccessful attempts to persuade her, I relented and focused on keeping Zeline company in the inner hall. By evening, the pungent odor had dissipated, and I went to check on Yue, only to find my second uncle already waiting there. The moment the fire extinguished, he raised his fist and smashed the pot with a loud bang. That I was startled, my first thought being that the medicine for Zeline had been destroyed. Amidst the swirling steam, I noticed a sea blue pill, the size of a pearl, lying conspicuously among the shards of the pot. That I hurried over, and my second uncle picked up the pill, explaining, "This is the essence of the frost giant python skin. Quickly, take it to Zeline." He tossed the pill to me, and I dashed to Zeline, who, with a foolish grin, accepted the pill, mistakenly believing it to be candy. As soon as it touched his tongue, he recoiled, exclaiming, "It's awful, it's awful. No, you must take this medicine," I shouted, and in that moment, disregarding everything else, I summoned an unexpected strength to pry open his mouth and force the pill inside. Zeline crouched down, coughing a few times. In the next moment, he stood up, astonished, gazing at me. "Zeline, do you remember who I am?" I asked tentatively in a hushed tone. That he stared at me for a long while before echoing the same question I had asked upon my return. "Meow meow. How do you know about this place? Zeline, you remember, don't you?" Tianchi Yue, come quickly. Zilin is better, I exclaimed with excitement. Meow meow. What on earth has happened? Why can't I remember anything? Am I ill? Zilin furrowed his brow, standing there in confusion, his eyes wide with trepidation. Just then, Tianchi and Yue rushed over to Yue, ever so candid, recounted everything that had transpired over the past few days to Zilin in one breath. Zilin, with a vacant expression, sat dazed on the stone slab, his hands cradling his head. After a long pause, he gravely said, "Thank you, Meow Meow. Thank you, Uncle Tianchi, and thank you. That I appreciate all the efforts you have made to save me, that there's no need for thanks. We are all family. No need for formality." Tianchi boisterously patted Zilin on the shoulder and, calling for Yue, rushed off to prepare dinner, insisting that everyone must enjoy a hearty meal that evening. That Yue stood there, seemingly pondering her father's words, musing softly, "We are all family." I felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly redirected the conversation, asking Zilin, "The people from the Dragon Palace know that it was you who set Tianchi free, and they are searching for you everywhere. What shall we do next? Can they not find this place? I plan to seek out my master and stay with him for a while. Once things settle down here, I will return," Zilin said, gazing at me with a troubled expression, as if waiting for my response. "Zilin, please take care of yourself, that I have been away for several days, and my family must be worried sick. Now that your poison is resolved, I shall return to Wangjia village. In the days leading up to this, I have been so focused on finding medicine for Zilin that I had not considered these matters. Now that things seem stable here, I realized I had been away from home for several days and worried whether my parents might think I had been kidnapped or if they had reported me missing. Meow meow, I will escort you back," Zilin said, concern evident in his gaze. "That there's no need. Xiaoyu will be with me. Besides, it's not far from Wangjia village. You just recovered from your poison and need to rest. Once things calm down, you can come to see me later," I reassured him, emulating Tianchi's manner of speaking as I patted his shoulder gently. "But enough with the buts. It's not as if we will never see each other again." I called out to Xiaoyu, and after bidding farewell to Tianchi, Yue led me and Xiaoyu towards the exit. That I turned to Xiaoyu, signaling for him to remember this route clearly. That as we emerged from the Longji Tian pit, the moon hung low in the star-speckled sky, and it was already deep into the night. Initially, Tianchi and the others had intended for me to leave the following morning, but I insisted on returning immediately, and they reluctantly acquiesced to my wishes. Xiaoyu flew ahead, guiding me as I jogged along behind him. After a short while, I noticed flickering lights ahead, accompanied by the sounds of weeping and jingling bells. Fear gripped me as I cautiously approached, only to discover that it was a funeral procession. That I counted the participants from a distance, noting that there were 17 individuals in total. 4 people at the front were scattering paper money from bamboo baskets, followed by 2 bell ringers, while 9 others carried a black wooden coffin. The last 2 walked behind, softly weeping. Who had passed away? Why conduct a funeral in the dead of night? I recalled that in recent years, the town had issued strict regulations prohibiting burials in favor of cremation. Explaining their stealthy approach, that I distanced myself from the procession, hiding behind a tree to avoid being seen and attracting unwanted trouble. As the jingling faded into the distance, I felt a slight relief. Just as I was about to move on, I inadvertently turned my head and noticed that one of the 2 weeping individuals had vanished. Turning back, a tall man clad in mourning garb suddenly appeared before me. Chapter 42. The disappearing coffin. The vibrant blossoms of purple and crimson lay scattered amidst the ruins, while the beautiful moments of life seemed cruelly taken by fate. Who among us can savor joy in such desolate surroundings? The dawn of the morning brings clouds that unfurl, while the twilight gathers, painting the skies with hues of crimson. The strands of rain and gusts of wind weave through the misty waters, as the boat drifts along, a mere specter of time. In the dead of night, amidst the desolate wilderness, the haunting strains of opera echoed through the inky blackness, performing a piece from the peony pavilion, filling the atmosphere with an unsettling eeriness. That I recoiled, my neck shrinking at the mournful cries emanating from the performance, and Xiaoyu's feathers bristled, his voice turning hoarse. That a chilling gust swept through, transforming the dark night into a sea of blood-red hues. Thousands of dark red paper lanterns floated in midair, drifting towards the front. Summoning my courage, I walked towards the lanterns and, from a distance, saw yellow paper figures soaring through the sky, orderly and purposeful. As they advanced, This was the first time I had encountered such a spectacle, and my fear mingled with astonishment. The paper figures seemed to possess souls, their expressions imbued with sorrow. Among them, a woman clad in white with neatly arranged hair moved slowly. Her silhouette somewhat familiar. The bells clinked together, producing a melodious chime as the elderly woman proceeded towards the path illuminated by the red lanterns. And suddenly, the sound of horns filled the air, transforming the once solemn procession into a lively affair that I could not restrain myself and, without a moment's thought, chased after the elderly woman, running with all my might, only to feel the distance between us widening. The coldness enveloping me until I could scarcely feel my limbs. The grandmother halted, turning to face me with a vacant gaze. Behind her was a peculiar light that shone oddly that I rushed to her side, only to find that the elderly woman had vanished, leaving me surrounded by an empty expanse, strewn with paper money and various offerings that I stumbled forward, only to realize that the procession of paper figures had long since departed. The silhouette of the elderly woman stood out starkly amidst the throng of short, hunched figures, exuding an aura of profound solitude, akin to a tragic opera, having endured a life of hardship and still standing alone. A mere shadow of her former self, tears streamed down my cheeks, and I was unaware of the reason behind my sorrow. The old woman bore a striking resemblance to my grandmother, although our bond was not particularly deep, and we had scarcely exchanged a few words. The memories flooded my heart with melancholy. As I wallowed in my grief, the elderly woman unexpectedly turned her head and smiled at me. Meow meow. You have finally arrived. Despite the distance, her voice reached my ears as if she were whispering directly beside me. Before I could fully comprehend the moment, the red lantern vanished, along with the procession and the old woman, leaving behind only a scattering of ghostly paper money and joss paper. Meow meow, are you all right? A familiar voice jolted me back to reality. That it was Wang Uncle, the father of Wang Yuanxi, who had called my name. The coffin being carried away was that of Wang Yuanxi's deceased grandmother. And no wonder I had encountered such peculiar occurrences. The old lady must have believed I was the one who indirectly caused her death by delivering a message to Wang Yuanxi, thus seeking revenge on me. Little did she know my ability to see ghosts rendered me unafraid of them. Wang Uncle, ever since the village implemented cremation, haven't all the coffins been sold? How come your family still possesses such a large black wooden coffin? It must have cost a fortune, I inquired curiously, my gaze fixed on the receding funeral procession. Wang Uncle's face flushed, and he stammered that it had been passed down through generations, kept in the backyard, and he had never been willing to sell it, casting a furtive glance at me that betrayed his lie. Wang Uncle, do you remember what happened with Wang Yuanxi? You must not conceal anything. The consequences could be severe and may even implicate your family. Having visited his home previously, I was aware of his Achilles heel. Although Wang Uncle was a kind man, he was overly soft-hearted and somewhat antiquated in his thinking. Otherwise, Wang Yuanxi would not have met such a tragic fate. He stood before me, nervously rubbing his hands, deeply conflicted. Finally, he spoke in a pleading tone. Meow meow, I can tell you, but you must not mention it to Yuanxi's mother. Ever since Yuanxi returned, she seems to have transformed into a different person, opposing me at every turn. All she sees now is her child. All right, I nodded gently. 3 days prior marked the 7th day since my mother's passing. That day, I had been kneeling in front of her memorial, burning joss paper. In the middle of the night, exhausted from kneeling, I unintentionally fell asleep. In my dream, I saw my mother dressed in white, her hair meticulously arranged, tears glistening in her eyes, imploring me not to cremate her, lest her bones remain incomplete, preventing her from reincarnating. I hesitated for a long time. On one hand, the authorities had explicitly forbidden burial, and on the other hand, our family lacked the funds to purchase a coffin. A few years prior, my wife had indeed bought one, but my mother believed it was a curse to hasten her death and had furiously burned it for firewood. Seeing my indecision, my mother sat down, weeping and wailing. She knew that whenever she behaved this way, I would be at a loss. This time, she instructed me to find a 1,000-year-old red pine tree in the woods at midnight and use an axe to carve her a new coffin. She also asked me to gather 9 people to carry it. I complied, but just now I noticed that one person was missing from the funeral procession. There had been 14 of us when we set out. Yet now only 13 remained, all of whom I had hired with money I discovered in a cellar my mother had revealed to me. Meow meow, do you sense anything amiss? Wang uncle feigned calmness, though fear was etched across his face, which explained why he had discreetly distanced himself from the procession to stand beside me. That I shook my head gravely. I do not know. However, I just glanced at the funeral procession and found it peculiar. In an instant, I could not articulate what was wrong, but I counted the procession, and it totaled 13. That where did the missing person go? Could they have been consumed by the occupant of the coffin? Wang uncle trembled, his legs quaking as he gazed at me, stuttering, "My mother. She won't have turned into a vengeful spirit, will she? Your mother has only recently passed. She should not yet have the power to become a vengeful spirit. Come, we must investigate," that I uttered, then dashed towards the distant funeral procession, with Wang uncle hesitating for a moment before reluctantly following. That I ran for what felt like an eternity, the figures of the procession drawing nearer. Suddenly, a flash of light caught my eye, and instinctively, I shielded my eyes. When I reopened them, the living figures had transformed into paper effigies, and the large black coffin had vanished without a trace. Chapter 43. Do you live by the sea? Such meddling is excessive that I followed a faint glimmer ahead, unaware of why Wang uncle had lagged behind. That a few paper figures swayed unsteadily behind me, occasionally emitting eerie laughter. That I suddenly regretted involving myself in this affair. Had I refrained from meddling, I would be at home, nestled in my warm bed. Though my parents might have caught me and scolded me, it would still be preferable to braving the cold winds of this desolate wilderness and facing ghosts. I called out for Xiaoyu, but received no reply, only the sound of the wind howling in my ears. I wondered where that creature had flown off to, abandoning me at such a critical moment. Perhaps I should just let it go. That if Wang uncle, as a son, was not seeking his mother's coffin, what business did I, a mere child, have meddling? Resolving to mind my own affairs, I turned to head home. That as soon as I pivoted, a mist began to envelop the forest, the air thick with moisture as if it had just rained. I sprinted forward, calling out for Xiaoyu, but the silence was deafening. Not a single bird chirped, and the wind roared louder. I felt as though someone were chasing me from behind, but upon glancing back, there was nothing but emptiness. That my scalp prickled, and the hair on my arm stood on end as a bright light approached me, growing ever closer until it hovered above my head. When I finally discerned what it was, I realized it was a milky white lantern floating in midair. The lantern was small, roughly a third the size of an ordinary flower lantern, with an oil lamp inside that crackled and hissed. The wind spun the lantern around before it slowly descended, landing directly in my hands. That I scrutinized the lantern closely, sensing something unsettling about it. Compared to ordinary lanterns, this one was significantly heavier, and its surface felt smooth and icy. An inexplicable sensation. Startled, I quickly tossed the lantern to the ground. The oil spilled onto its surface, and in an instant, the lantern ignited, crackling ominously. This lantern was made of human skin. I could scarcely believe it until the flames illuminated the intricate patterns of skin on its surface. Fear coursed through me. Who could be so cruel as to craft a lantern from human skin? Moreover, it floated effortlessly, landing precisely before me. I was struck by a profound intuition that the spirits in this forest were somehow connected to me. And everything that transpired this night felt like a test or perhaps a provocation. But who would be so bored as to toy with me? I was merely a child, and I believed I had not offended anyone to warrant such treatment. Could it be Wang uncle's mother? No, she had only just passed. She shouldn't possess the ability to torment me yet. Was it that malevolent practitioner? No, if it were him, he would confront me directly rather than orchestrate such elaborate schemes. But who else could it be? My head throbbed with confusion until Wang uncle appeared before me, panting heavily. Meow meow, you moved too swiftly. In the blink of an eye, you vanished, and I chased after you for ages but couldn't catch up. You didn't hear me calling. I scrutinized him skeptically, noticing his steady breath and rosy complexion, which belied his claims of having pursued me for so long. Wang uncle, it's getting late. I must return home, or my parents will worry, I replied coldly, attempting to bypass him. You cannot leave, he suddenly shouted, startling even himself. Meow meow, please help me. I am frightened that we have yet to find Wang grandma's coffin, and those carrying the procession have vanished. Can you bear to leave me alone in this desolate wilderness? Upon witnessing my unwavering determination to depart, Uncle Wang resorted to a feigned display of suffering. Uncle Wang, I implored, I am but a mere child, and I too harbor a fear of ghosts. Concerning the matter of your mother's lost coffin, it would be prudent to engage the services of a ghost hunter, although I possess the ability to see spirits. The specters within this forest are far too formidable for me to confront. With that, I turned once more to leave. Yet, as I attempted to take a step, I felt as though something had ensnared my feet. Looking down, I was startled to discover a bloodied infant clutching my leg. The more I struggled to break free, the tighter the child's grip became, until my pant leg was thoroughly stained with blood. Resolutely, I ceased my struggles and stood my ground, glaring at the little one. It was then that I realized this was a skinless infant, appearing no older than a few months, emitting soft whimpers while its eyes remained slightly closed. Yet it possessed an astonishing strength, clinging to my foot with remarkable tenacity. Could it be that the grotesque lantern I had seen earlier was crafted from the skin of this child? As this thought crossed my mind, Uncle Wang suddenly lunged towards me and kicked the infant away, sending it tumbling to the ground, where it collided with a stone and let out a heart-wrenching wail. "What are you doing?" I exclaimed, anger flaring as I turned to face Uncle Wang. That it's merely a spirit of a child, perhaps trapped in this world due to a wrongful or tragic death. Unable to reincarnate, it poses no threat, so why resort to such cruelty? Yet, a nagging doubt crept in. Uncle Wang lacked the ability to see spirits, so logically, he should not have been able to perceive the infant's presence. Was it possible that the coffin had been empty all along, and Uncle Wang was possessed by his mother-esque spirit? It suddenly made sense why the funeral procession had appeared as mere paper figures, and the missing individual was none other than Uncle Wang himself. Nevertheless, what of it? The old lady had only recently passed. She could not possibly have transformed into a vengeful spirit, that I had no reason to fear her. Wangjia, it is said that you are a ghostly, fated woman. Consuming your soul would enhance one's cultivation. Why not remain in this banyan grove? The little spirit seems fond of you. Perhaps you could keep her company? Is your family situated by the seaside? You are meddling far too much, I retorted. Whether I am a ghostly, fated woman or not is of no concern to you. You, who caused your own granddaughter's demise while living, have the audacity to involve your son, even in death. You epitomize selfishness and greed, deserving of no respect from others. With a dismissive snort, I instinctively took a step back, ready to make my escape. Uncle Wang, sensing my intent, swiftly positioned himself behind me, as if he could read my thoughts. Just as I was gripped by fear, a familiar shadow darted towards me, revealing itself to be the skeletal lady I had bid farewell to just the day before. Before I could utter a word, she scolded me sharply. "Old hag, is Yangshinga's body still of use? Would you care for a taste?" I stood there, bewildered. Yangshinga? But wasn't he that old man dead? How does he connect with Uncle Wang's mother? At that moment, Uncle Wang lowered his gaze, visibly shaken, clearly on the defensive. The skeletal lady scoffed. Had it not been for that old fool consuming the heart of a snow wolf and the heart of a child of pure yang, you would hardly be worthy to stand beside me. And what of it? Just because you no longer desire something, does it mean others cannot claim it? Uncle Wang trembled, his complexion paling, his tone faltering. "Oh, how you and that old wretch are cut from the same cloth, both selfish and ruthless, unconcerned for the lives of others. Do you know what havoc he wreaked upon the Snow Wolf clan? He carries the burden of lives lost, and now that you share a bond with his spirit, possessing your son, it is only a matter of days before he meets his end that I am his mother. How could I harm him? It is merely that he has become useless, marrying an unfilial wife and begetting a daughter who brings misfortune." Uncle Wang's face flushed as he desperately defended himself. The skeletal lady's brow furrowed, her fingers forming a circle as they cracked ominously. "Do you believe I would hesitate to end his life?" She thundered, causing Uncle Wang to flinch. That a wisp of black smoke emerged from his crown, swirling before me and morphing into the likeness of the old lady. Uncle Wang swayed unsteadily before collapsing to the ground, motionless. "Uncle Wang, are you all right? Wake up!" I rushed over, shaking his body while calling out in distress. "Meow meow, do not worry. He has not departed this world yet. His yang energy is merely too weak, causing him to temporarily lose consciousness." The skeletal lady reassured me gently upon seeing my anxiety. Relief washed over me, though not out of compassion for him, but rather for the sake of Aunt Wang and the children, who would endure hardships should he perish. Aunt Wang glanced back at her son, lying on the ground, her lips twitching as if regretting her past negligence that nearly cost him his life. After my death, my soul wandered within Wangjia village that I hold no grudge against Yuanqi. It was only in my final moments that I realized how selfish I had been, leading to the death of my own granddaughter. The Taoist clad in black told me that if I could find a wicked body and unite my spirit with it, I could be reborn. But I must follow his instructions. Aunt Wang confessed, her voice breaking with emotion, that my intentions were merely to atone. I owe Yuanqi a debt, and I wish to live again, even if only for a day, to make amends. Aunt Wang's words grew increasingly implausible, culminating in tears as she reached for my hand. Fortunately, the skeletal lady was swift, delivering a powerful blow that sent her sprawling. With a single strike, I witnessed Aunt Wang's spirit split in two midair. One half remained hers, while the other belonged to Yangxinga. The two spirits then instantly merged, resulting in a burst of light that scattered their essence into fine particles. I was momentarily stunned, only to be jolted back to reality when the skinless infant once again clutched at my pant leg that I stared blankly at the skeletal lady. Meow meow. You must have many questions. The child at your feet is the son of Lin Gongzi, my beloved that we parted ways due to misunderstandings, and in a moment of spite, I married that old wretch Yang Xinghe. After our marriage, Yang Gongzi fell into despair, nearly losing his life. His father sought to lift his spirits by arranging a marriage, supposedly to a woman resembling me, which reignited his hope. The following year, Lin Xiaoguai was born, and Lin Gongzi was overjoyed, throwing a grand feast. However, on the night of the celebration, that old wretch abducted Lin Xiaoguai. What? I gasped in astonishment. The skeletal lady regarded me with a calm demeanor before continuing her narrative. Indeed, Yang Xinghe consumed the heart of a snow wolf. Yet he was oblivious to the fact that the snow wolf clan resides in the mountains, and his greed nearly led to their extinction. The spirits of those wolves would not let him go easily, that in truth. His relocation to the foot of the snow-capped mountains was not merely because Ayan Shui were no longer present, but because he was haunted nightly by the wails of the snow wolf spirits, seeking atonement by vowing to protect the mountains for eternity. Can he truly atone for the countless snow wolves who perished due to his greed? I could not contain my indignation, muttering under my breath that of course not. It is merely self-deception, a quest for psychological solace. The spirits of the wolves appear in his dreams, and the negative energy surrounding him grows heavier, prompting the thought of stealing a child of pure yang to counteract his own darkness. But what of that grotesque lantern? If he has already taken the child's heart, why inflict further cruelty by skinning him? He is but an infant. I trembled, my emotions spiraling. It is likely to bind the soul, that an infant spirit is the purest. Should it become aware of its murder, resentment would transform it into a vengeful spirit, becoming impossible to contain. That he consumed the child's heart, skinned him for the lantern, trapping the pure essence within it, destined to drift in this forest eternally, never to be reincarnated. Upon concluding her explanation, the skeletal lady gazed mournfully at the infant spirit clinging to my leg. Meow meow. It was your act of overturning the lantern that allowed his spirit to glimpse the light of day once more, which is why he clings to you. What? Skeletal lady, do not jest. I do not wish to be followed by a skinless infant wherever I go. The image is far too disturbing. I grimaced, attempting to retract my foot, but the infant tightened its grip, bursting into tears. Skeletal lady, you must find a solution. I implored her earnestly, my face etched with concern. Unless you can help him reincarnate. In truth, this also pertains to the message I requested you convey to young Master Lin last time, regarding a matter I have long yearned to address. I have always harbored a wish to return his son to him. However, the spirit of this infant has been ensnared within a human skin lantern for far too long, causing its soul to scatter in disarray, making the prospect of reincarnation exceedingly difficult, let alone the possibility of it being reborn into the Lin family. By the way, Meow Meow, you previously mentioned that the Lord of the Underworld is your friend. Might I trouble you to assist me with this? If it means ensuring his rebirth into the Lin family, I would be willing to comply with any request you may have. The Lady of Bones grasped my hand, pleading softly. Assistance is indeed possible. I have always felt profound pity for this unfortunate infant. Yet, I am at a loss as to the location of the entrance to the underworld. The last time I ventured there, it was guided by Xiaobai. To re-enter the underworld, I must seek help from Mo Fian at the Ghost Market. Chapter 45. The return of the young lady of the Wang family. I decided to return home briefly before visiting the Wang family ancestral hall to pay my respects to my great-grandfather, and ultimately seek out Mo Fian at the ghost market. The Lady of Bones approached me, gently cradling the infant spirit in a small blanket. The little one flailed its arms in the air, struggling momentarily before succumbing to slumber. Suddenly, I remembered that Xiaoyu was missing and hastily inquired with the Lady of Bones if she had seen him. She lightly clapped her hands, and a magnificent mountain eagle soared over, on whose back sat Xiaoyu. I was filled with indignation. At such a critical moment, this fellow had vanished, only to be found gallivanting elsewhere. I shot at a fierce glare, and it swayed its large head, chirping twice before settling on my shoulder. If I am not mistaken, this owl of yours appears to be a divine bird. Nurture it well, for it may prove invaluable in the future. The Lady of Bones nodded at me, before vanishing into a wisp of black smoke, carrying the infant spirit into the night. Accompanied by Xiaoyu, I made my way home. After a night of toil, as I reached my doorstep, the dawn was breaking in the east, that I stealthily entered through the back door. Treading quietly to my room, where I gently closed the door behind me, the little black cat swiftly emerged from beneath the bed, sniffing at my pant leg, its fur bristling as it meowed. It dawned on me that my pant leg had been smeared with blood from the infant spirit's embrace, prompting me to rush to the bathroom to change into clean clothes and freshen up. In recent days, I had been out and about, not feeling fatigued at the time. Now, lying in bed, I felt the aches throughout my body, especially in my calves, which were sore from excessive walking. The little black cat leapt onto the bed beside me, meowing softly before closing its eyes in slumber, that I gently stroked its fur. Despite my absence, it had not only maintained its weight, but had actually gained a bit, likely thanks to my second uncle and Lin Jejia secretly feeding it. Speaking of my second uncle, I suddenly contemplated how to fabricate an excuse for my absence over the past few days. Perhaps due to the weight on my mind, I had scarcely slept for 3 hours when the clattering of pots and pans from the kitchen roused me. It was now 6 in the morning, indicating that my father was up preparing breakfast. That I quickly dressed and, taking advantage of my father's distraction, stealthily slipped into the backyard, calling out for Wang Quan to rise. After some time, I finally saw my second uncle, appearing quite fatigued, emerging in his pajamas. Who might this be? Our esteemed young lady Wangjia has returned. What a pleasant surprise to have the river goddess herself grace us with her presence today. My second uncle teased, stifling a yawn. Wang Quan, be serious. I have important matters to discuss with you, I said through gritted teeth, seizing his arm and dragging him outside. All right, Wangjia, do not pull me. Your second aunt is still asleep inside. If she wakes to find me missing, she will surely be alarmed, Wang Quan protested, glancing back towards the house, clearly exasperated. Second uncle, during my absence, did my parents inquire about my whereabouts? What did you tell them? I asked him solemnly that of course they did. I informed them that you were about to participate in the town's Oak Mathematics competition and would be undergoing training in the town for the next few days. Confined to the school for accommodations and meals, why second uncle raised an eyebrow, playfully to, how's that for a story? Just remember to be clever and don't accidentally reveal the truth, or you might sell me out. If there is nothing else, I'll return to sleep. And that little black cat has consumed a fair amount of my cat food these past few days. When your father sends you your allowance, remember to reimburse me. My second uncle reminded me before he reached the door, displaying his stinginess yet again. That I muttered under my breath and happily returned inside. Father, I'm back. I greeted him as I approached the kitchen, where he was busy cooking porridge, before slipping quietly into my room. My father emerged, glancing at the door with a puzzled expression. Meow. How has your training been these past few days? Your second uncle mentioned that there would be a vehicle to bring you all back. Yet I did not see one, that the vehicle is parked at the village entrance. I walked back alone. I replied evasively before retreating into my room and closing the door. During breakfast, my grandfather mentioned that the principal had called yesterday, stating that Wang Bingbing's situation had been resolved and she would be returning to school in a couple of days. That I feigned happiness on the surface while feeling a deep sense of urgency within. I knew I must resolve the matter concerning Lin Xiaoguai within these 2 days. Otherwise, once school commenced, I would have no time to attend to it further. In the evening, I pretended to be unhungry, eager to rest early. While everyone was having dinner, I stealthily slipped out of the house with Xiaoyu, taking 2 jars of wine that my second uncle had prepared for my great-grandfather, and hastened to the Wang family ancestral hall to pay my respects. It had been over half a month since I last delivered wine to my great-grandfather. I wondered if he would be displeased with my absence. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, I heard the sounds of clattering and crashing from within. I cautiously opened the door a crack and peered inside, only to find my great-grandfather engaged in a game of chess with a ghostly figure clad in green. The back of this male ghost seemed familiar. I gently opened the door wider and approached, only to realize that this figure was none other than the gambler Qing Xian from the 100 Ghost Forest. That I felt a sudden headache. Why was he not minding his own affairs in the Qing mansion, but instead here? I threw the wine onto their chessboard, exclaiming in frustration, "This is the wine you wanted," before turning to leave. The young lady of the Wang family has returned. Look at that sulky expression. It seems you have encountered some grievances during your time away. Come, share with great-grandfather what troubles you, my great-grandfather remarked, stroking his beard, half jesting and half teasing, which caused Qing Xian beside him to stifle a laugh. "Umph. I refuse to confide in you." I shot a glance at my great-grandfather before directing my gaze at Qing Xian, demanding, "You come outside with me." My great-grandfather and Qing Xian exchanged glances, each with their own thoughts. My great-grandfather must have been pondering how I came to know this old friend of his, while Qing Xian might have been considering that my summons likely boded ill. Since Qing Xian is also a ghostly envoy from the underworld, I might as well enlist his assistance without needing to make an extra trip to seek out Mo Fian. "Qing Xian, do you know where the entrance to the underworld is?" I urgently inquired, clutching the hem of his garment. Chapter 46. The Bridge of Helplessness collapses. Wangjia. You cannot go. The underworld is saturated with Yin energy. Given your inherent affinity for Yin, should anything untoward occur, how would I explain it to Xiaobai? Qing Xian turned his back to me, raising his head high, and despite my pleas and entreaties, remained obstinately silent. I was so exasperated that I began to stomp my feet outside the ancestral hall. Ultimately, it was my great-grandfather who intervened on my behalf, assuring Qing Xian that I had always been blessed with fortune and would come to no harm, prompting Qing Xian to reluctantly divulge the secret to the entrance of the underworld. I glanced at Xiaoyu perched on my shoulder. Since the underworld was rife with Yin energy, Xiaoyu could not accompany me. I entrusted the little creature to my great-grandfather for safekeeping before stepping onto the path beside the main road. While reciting the incantation Qing Xian had taught me, I soon found myself before a shimmering golden portal, cautiously stepping through. The flickering flame surrounding me illuminated the scene before me, transforming my surroundings entirely. The underworld appeared markedly different from my previous visit. The river of oblivion flowed tumultuously, the sounds of rushing water resonating through the air. Upon the bridge of helplessness stood a woman clad in red. Her demeanor transformed from despondency to one of mirthful chatter, successfully coaxing several wandering spirits to drink from the broth she offered. This was all thanks to our new lord's adept governance, allowing the underworld to regain its former splendor. The woman in red greeted me warmly, as if we were old acquaintances, and we exchanged pleasantries. "Where is Wang Xiaoheng?" I had little time for idle conversation. My purpose for coming was singular: to swiftly meet the Lord of the Underworld and beseech his assistance in facilitating the swift reincarnation of the infant spirit into the Lin family. "Wang Miao, you may be the only one bold enough to call me by my full name in this underworld." A familiar voice resonated from behind me. Wang Xiaoheng, clad in a black satin official's robe, adorned with a crown of colorful glass, approached with light steps and a warm smile, engaging me in jest. Ghosts are indeed ghosts. They tread soundlessly. Had he not spoken, I would have been oblivious to his presence. "My lord, do not take offense. I dared to call your full name only because I thought you were absent." With a hint of embarrassment, I explained, "It's no bother. Aside from you, it has indeed been quite some time since I encountered anyone who could put me at ease. In recent days, I have been poring over countless ancient texts daily, eager to glean governance wisdom from my predecessors. As the underworld gradually finds its footing, I find myself unable to sleep through the night. Wang Miao, would you stay here with me? Whatever you desire, as long as I possess it, I shall gladly give it to you." The Lord of the Underworld grasped my hand, his voice tinged with excitement. In that fleeting moment, a strange illusion washed over me, as if the person before me was not the Lord of the Underworld at all, but rather Wang Xiaoheng, the very one who assisted me during my examinations by finding formulas in the texts. Lord of the Underworld, it is inappropriate for men and women to have such close contact. Please maintain your decorum. We are in the outer hall, and all the officials are watching. That it would not reflect well for you to be in such close proximity to a girl from the mortal realm, especially since she is the beloved of young Master Bai. You should keep your distance. The woman in red shot us a disapproving glance, her voice icy, before turning to coax the wandering spirits crossing the bridge with her soup. Laughing lightly, Hongxiu, has young Master Bai explicitly stated that Miao Miao is his beloved? The Lord of the Underworld's expression soured, his fists clenching tightly as though he were prepared to confront the woman in red. It does no good to be angry with me. I have never seen young Master Bai show such concern for any woman. Even amidst the vast waters, I have not witnessed such devotion. The woman named Hongxiu muttered with a hint of reluctance. Just as her words fell, a resounding crash echoed. The bridge of forgetfulness collapsed, as splashes erupted. Hongxiu and the spirits traversing the bridge fell into the river of forgetfulness. Some flailed desperately, while others cried for help. Only Hongxiu remained unfazed, standing calmly and observing the chaos around her, as if she were watching a performance. That it seemed the water had only just reached her waist. And this meager flow could hardly drown those spirits. Wang Xiaohang, the woman in red yelled, soaring from the river of forgetfulness, landing between me and the Lord of the Underworld. Suddenly, the atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. With only a fraction of a centimeter separating the three of us, I quietly took a few steps back, attempting to break the tension. The Lord of the Underworld's hand, which had just shattered the bridge of forgetfulness, remained suspended in midair, as though he too had not anticipated Hongxiu's furious reaction, and now stood there, calling out his name. Lord of the Underworld, Sister Hongxiu, please do not misconstrue our relationship. Xiaobai and I are merely friends. However, that is not the crux of the matter. I have come seeking your assistance regarding something of great importance. That I forced a smile, striving to ease the situation. Yet, I could not shake the feeling that the relationship between these two was rather delicate, though I could not pinpoint what was amiss. Please move to the inner hall. Do not linger here, that so many eyes are upon us. Hongxiu glared at the Lord of the Underworld before turning away, drifting back towards the bridge of forgetfulness, likely to take on the task of repairing it. Come, Miao Miao. The Lord of the Underworld returned to his previous amiability, turning to lead me towards the inner hall. In stark contrast to the opulence of the outer hall, this inner sanctum appeared even more austere than the cave I had previously visited with Zilin. The walls bore no adornments of jewels or opulence. Miao Miao, what brings you here today? Wang Xiaoying seated himself at the judgment table, his expression instantly shifting to one of seriousness. His demeanor made me feel a wave of anxiety. An image flashed in my mind. Should I kneel and implore? Lord of the Underworld, you must take care of Miao Miao. Miao Miao, the Lord of the Underworld called out again, noticing my daze. Lord of the Underworld, I have come to beseech your aid. That a newborn spirit has been trapped within a lantern made of human skin for far too long, to the point where his soul is now fragmented and unable to reincarnate. He is only 6 months old, having hardly had the chance to behold this world before falling victim to malevolent forces. His father, having fallen ill since, has not sought other children, spending his days praying fervently, hoping for his son, who was cruelly taken from him at birth, to be reborn into a good family. Thus, could you please assist in facilitating the rebirth of this infant spirit? Ideally, back into the Lin family, that I in this way, you would be performing a gracious deed, would you not? I recounted the tale with embellishments, even moving myself, unsure if the Lord of the Underworld felt the same. Upon concluding, I cautiously raised my gaze to the Lord of the Underworld, only to find him staring blankly at the wall behind me. Miao Miao, tell me who is so cruel that I shall not let such a vile spirit go unpunished in the Underworld. The Lord of the Underworld seemed to awaken to the gravity of the matter, his fists clenched, eyes reddening as he awaited my response. His name is Yang Xinghe, that he was responsible for nearly annihilating the Snow Wolf clan in the Snowy Mountains and consumed the heart of a snow wolf. Claiming that he needed to balance the Yin with Yang to find this pure Yang child, that I in a fit of cruelty, he skinned the child and fashioned a lantern from his skin, imprisoning his soul within. Had I not accidentally burned that lantern, he might have remained trapped forever, unable to reincarnate. Yang Xinghe, is it? Since he is the one Miao Miao despises, I shall ensure he pays dearly. The Lord of the Underworld's expression turned cold, simmering with anger. Chapter 47. Great-grandfather truly is a gossip that I witnessed the rise and fall of his grand edifice, not long after the Bridge of Forgetfulness collapsed. The inner hall of the Lord of the Underworld crumbled as well. Caught off guard, I was swiftly swept up in the Lord of the Underworld's arms. That moment, the officials and specters from the outer hall rushed in, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the disheveled Lord of the Underworld. Particularly, the two towering specters, whom I found strikingly familiar, stood beside a middle-aged man who caused my heart to skip a beat. Was that not Wangjia's father, Uncle Wang? I suddenly recalled that these two specters were indeed the same ones who had been at the entrance to welcome him that day, judging by Uncle Wang's attire. It seemed he had secured a position in the underworld. The two towering specters were likely his subordinates, that I could not help but marvel at his rapid ascent to management just after arriving. Perhaps I had stared too long, for he caught my gaze and nodded in acknowledgement. Wangjia, Miss Meow Meow, is an old acquaintance of mine. She has come to the underworld not only to visit me, but also to attend to a matter of great importance. This matter falls under your purview, and you must see to it splendidly. Do you understand? The Lord of the Underworld dusted himself off, unabashedly declaring. Uncle Wang sidestepped the specters, approaching the Lord of the Underworld with a bow. Rest assured, my lord, that I shall do my utmost to ensure Miss Meow Meow's matters are handled with the utmost care. I shot him a sidelong glare, muttering to myself as I followed Uncle Wang towards the official hall. This Wang Xiaoying truly knows how to embellish his own reputation. I sought his assistance, not to pay him a visit. Upon reaching the official hall, Uncle Wang promptly produced the ledger of life and death along with the soul-reaping pen. With a few swift strokes, the matter was resolved that I gazed at Uncle Wang in disbelief, asking anxiously, "Is it really that simple?" "You need not worry. The Lin family has served as officials for generations, renowned for their integrity and diligence. The current generation is no exception, known for their benevolence and charity towards neighbors. Good deeds are rewarded. The young master of the Lin family has long since passed, but has since been reincarnated into the Lin family. Now in his 40s and childless, he and his wife often visit temples to pray, thus accumulating much merit. Now, I shall reassign this infant spirit's fate to their family. Within 3 days, they will surely receive joyful news." Uncle Wang explained in detail, preparing to escort me out of the underworld. At the Bridge of Forgetfulness, I spotted a bright circle of light ahead that I turned back to bid farewell to Uncle Wang and hurried towards the Wang family ancestral hall. As night fell, I quietly opened the hall's grand door, discovering great-grandfather asleep with one arm around Xiaoyu, resting on the offering table, while Qing Xian had long since vanished. That I tiptoed over, gently lifting Xiaoyu from great-grandfather's arm. Just as I prepared to leave, Xiaoyu opened his eyes and began chirping. "Xiaoyu, hush. It's me, Meow Meow, but if you keep calling out, you'll wake great-grandfather," that I urgently whispered. "Meow Meow, you're back. How did everything go?" Great-grandfather rubbed his bleary eyes, awakening that it's all taken care of, great-grandfather. "The hour is late. You should rest in the inner hall, that I will take Xiaoyu home now." Just as I was about to slip away, great-grandfather raised his arm, and with a click, the door of the ancestral hall locked shut. That I turned back, puzzled by great-grandfather's actions, unsure of his intentions. "Meow Meow, I heard from Qing Xian that you have a very handsome boyfriend named Xiaobai." Great-grandfather approached me with a knowing smile, his tone dripping with gossip. "What?" I gasped, nearly dropping Xiaoyu in shock. How could Qing Xian be so reckless, spreading rumors? How could he fabricate such tales about me to great-grandfather? I suspect that he is merely envious of me. He harbors a secret affection for Xiaobai, yet Xiaobai does not exhibit any tendencies of a broken sleeve. Consequently, he has directed his ire towards the innocent me. Great-grandfather, you truly are a gossiping old man. How can one trust the words of a gambler like him? I am still a child, devoid of any romantic entanglements. How could I possibly have a boyfriend? I plopped down on the stone steps outside the hall, cradling my chin in my hands, indignantly arguing my case. The great-grandfather joined me on the steps, chuckling as he remarked, "If you're dating, then so be it. Do not feel shy that I have heard from Qing Xian that Xiaobai is exceptional in both appearance and character. That in short, I hope that when Meow Meow grows up, someone will love you dearly. Then I shall be at ease." Great-grandfather, please cease your chatter. I am merely 8 years old, still a primary school student in the 2nd grade. To engage in a romantic relationship at this age would be precocious. I shot him a glare before turning away and retreating to the inner hall. Choosing not to converse further with him, I recall the times when I would often stay with great-grandfather in this ancestral hall. He used to delight in recounting ghost stories to me at night, causing me to shriek in fright. That it was only as I matured that I understood his intentions, that I possessed the ability to see spirits. Thus I inevitably encounter ghosts that great-grandfather merely sought to bolster my courage, ensuring that I would not be overly terrified by any frightful specters I might encounter in the future. That night was far from clear. Around midnight, a thunderclap split the sky, followed by a cacophony of lightning and torrential rain. Startled, I jolted upright, only to find that great-grandfather had not yet succumbed to slumber. Perhaps awakened by the thunder, he turned towards me, gently calling my name. Meow meow. Unable to sleep? I nodded in response. Then tell great-grandfather about Xiaobai. How did you come to know each other? What experiences have you shared? When did you become close? I heard from Qing Xian that he has an important matter to attend to. He wishes for you to wait for him. After 10 years, when you come of age, he will return to find you. Is that not so? Great-grandfather's eyes were dreamy, his voice hoarse, still intent on discussing the latest gossip that I turned away, unwilling to engage him, let alone answer his inquiries. Why does everyone unanimously assume there is something between Xiaobai and me? Qing Xian thinks so. Hongxiu had the same notion back in the underworld, and now even great-grandfather shares this sentiment. I felt a surge of indignation as I pondered this matter, recalling Xiaobai's words that seemed to suggest we had known each other for quite some time. Previously, at the Ghost Market Tea House, he mentioned that I was too young and that I would understand many things in the future. Yet I cannot recall any prior connection with him. That a thunderous clap echoed through the sky, followed by several large bolts of lightning illuminating the night, as if it were day. Struggling to sit upright, I stealthily made my way to the front hall, wishing to ascertain whether the door was securely shut. The thunder seemed so close, as if it were right beside me, that a gust of cold wind swept through, slamming the front door open. Amidst the flickering lightning, I beheld two colossal dragons spiraling through the sky. One golden and the other blue. Chapter 48. A near miss with a car accident. Is that golden dragon the Serpent Fairy? Who is the one beside her? Could it be her beloved, as she had previously mentioned? Ignoring the torrential rain, I dashed outside, calling out, "Serpent Fairy! Serpent Fairy!" Yet, she was high above, and I was on the ground. The distance was simply too vast for her to hear me. In no time, I was thoroughly drenched, and just as I entered the inner hall, Xiaoyu soared out, joyfully flitting about in the rain. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Come back!" I shouted, but that little creature seemed to be on a high, spinning in the air and refusing to return. That I, in a fit of frustration, I stamped my foot. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning illuminated the night sky, and a rumble of thunder followed suit. Xiaoyu shimmered with a radiant light, and with a piercing cry, its form expanded, transforming into a gigantic white owl, several times larger than its father's true form. That I gasped, covering my mouth in astonishment. What has happened to it? Just as I was processing this, great-grandfather emerged from the inner hall, clad in a long black coat. This owl is a being of both demigod and demon. It is considered a superior divine bird. It possesses the divine power of its mother and the demonic strength of its father. Meow meow. Perhaps it will prove to be of great assistance to you in the future. The great-grandfather stroked his chin with a leisurely smile. Demigod and demon. Its father is a spirit. Does that mean its mother is a divine bird? No wonder, the last time, its father appeared so confident when watching over its reincarnated mother from the tree. The white owl belongs to the divine bird of the flower goddess Hall in the celestial realm. Not only beautiful, but innately powerful, unmatched by any earthly spirits. Great-grandfather coughed a few times, adding, its father mentioned that its mother perished while saving it. Now, she has reincarnated as a white owl. That I assisted great-grandfather into the house. Conversing as we walked, the enlarged Xiaoyu was soaring joyfully in the rain-soaked sky, and despite my calls it would not return. I decided to let it revel in its freedom for the time being. The night passed slowly, and it was not until dawn that Xiaoyu returned, soaked to the bone. That moment, it reverted to its previous form, shaking its head as it approached me, as if everything that transpired the night before had been but a dream. I bid farewell to great-grandfather and set off with Xiaoyu towards home. With the matter of the infant spirit resolved, I felt unburdened. That my uncle mentioned that the Oak mathematics competition would commence next month. So I must seize this time to study diligently. Upon arriving home, I spotted my uncle standing at our door with a large backpack, conversing with my father, while Lin Jiejia, dressed simply in a white long dress, awaited him on the road that I dashed over, and Lin Jiejia turned to glance at me, smiling as she said, "Meow meow, my uncle and I are going to Shishan for rock climbing and sketching. We may be gone for about half a month. Please help me look after some of his small animals." Rock climbing and sketching. How dangerous. I almost voiced my concern about the news reports of individuals accidentally falling off cliffs during such excursions. But then I recalled that Lin Jiejia had previously fallen while gathering inspiration, quickly sealing my lips. "Rest assured, with your uncle around, I guarantee that not a single strand of hair will be lost from your aunt." My uncle laughed heartily, then I shot him a glare and turned to Lin Jiejia, saying, "You must be careful. I will wait for your safe return at home." Yes, my uncle held Lin Jiejia's hand and climbed into the car. He waved goodbye to me. The moment he turned, a blinding white light engulfed my vision, followed by a scene of bloodshed that I witnessed my uncle and Lin Jiejia's car being obstructed midway by a white fox. The driver, mistaking it for a dog, cursed and continued driving, crushing the small fox beneath the wheels, a gruesome sight. Lin Jiejia, enraged by the incident, stood up to confront the driver, while my uncle, deeming it best to avoid further conflict since the fox was already dead, leaned back in his seat, unwilling to argue, that "I'm not going. Let's go home. Driver, stop the car. I want to get out." Lin Jiejia shouted from within the vehicle, that in the next moment, the driver turned the wheel and accidentally collided with an oncoming truck, resulting in a scene filled with blood and corpses, none surviving. I gasped in horror, suddenly jolting back to reality. Had I just foreseen a future event? Terrified, I rushed after the car that had already sped away, yelling, "Driver, stop! Quickly stop! Uncle Lin Jiejia, you cannot ride in that car." However, the driver was going too fast, and my cries were lost on them that my father, standing by the entrance, heard me distinctly and rushed over, asking what was wrong and if they had forgotten something. I shook my head vigorously, anxiously stating, "That car is dangerous. They cannot ride in it. You must call my uncle and tell him to get out before they reach that turn. It is imperative." My father was taken aback by my words, staring blankly for a long moment before asking, incredulous, "Meow meow, you are not joking, are you? Dad, quickly call my uncle. It will be too late if you don't." I looked at him with grave seriousness, my impatience causing me to stomp my foot that in the next moment, my father seemed to understand, rushing into the house as I followed closely behind. Beep, beep, time ticked by, and I stood anxiously, my heart in my throat, repeatedly whispering, "Uncle, please pick up the phone. Uncle, please pick up the phone. Beep, beep." After my uncle failed to answer the call, my father redialed, and this time my uncle finally answered. "Xiao Quan, where is the car now? Meow Meow said there is something wrong with your car. You and Lin Jiejia need to get out quickly. You must not make that turn. It will be too late." My father wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice tense as he relayed the message. "Brother, did Meow Meow tell you this directly?" My uncle sounded hesitant on the other end. "Yes, it was me. You and Lin Jiejia must get out now," I urged, my urgency palpable as my father handed me the phone. There was no response from the other end. After a tense silence of about 10 seconds, a deafening crash echoed, "Uncle? Uncle? Are you okay? Please respond." I called out loudly for my second uncle, but there was no sound on the other end of the line that I was on the verge of tears, and my father shouted along with me. Yet the air remained heavy with silence. After what felt like an eternity, just as I began to fear that something terrible had happened to my second uncle and Lin Jiejia, he suddenly shouted from the phone, "Meow Meow, I'm fine, we just got down not long ago," and that car crashed into a large truck. The accident site is only 500 meters away from us. Chapter 49, a shadow appears when my second uncle returned with Lin Jiejia. He was disheveled and appeared utterly drained, refusing to speak no matter how much we inquired. That my father presumed he was in shock, so he instructed Lin Jiejia to take him to rest in his room. During lunch, he refused to come out to eat, and it was only after Lin Jiejia finished her meal that she brought him a portion. After lunch, my grandfather received a call from the principal, stating that school would resume tomorrow. Having been away from school for so long, I felt a mix of anticipation and melancholy. I was eager to return to campus and learn new knowledge alongside my classmates. Yet I lamented that I would no longer see Xiaobai standing at the podium, supporting me, nor could Zelina accompany me to class. Even that down-and-out scholar, Wang Xiaohang, had gone off to the underworld to become a lord of the dead. Moreover, my second uncle seemed genuinely shaken by the morning's accident. Given his current state, I wondered if he would be able to teach normally tomorrow that I picked up the little black cat and hurried to the backyard to check on my second uncle. Just as I reached the door, I heard him shouting, "Get lost! All of you, just leave me alone!" As I pushed the door open, Wangjia rushed out of the room, her eyes red upon seeing me. She grabbed my hand and pulled me toward the front door. "Though what's wrong with my second uncle?" I asked as she dragged me along. "That he has lost his mind. Wangjia has truly gone mad. He insists that there are other men in the house and is convinced that I brought them back. It's infuriating. I'm going back to town and will never return," Wangjia exclaimed, collapsing onto the stone steps at the entrance. Burying her face in her hands and sobbing. "Other men in the house? How could that be possible? Has my second uncle really been scared senseless?" I pondered. "Jia, don't be angry. Perhaps my second uncle was merely frightened. He might be fine in a couple of days. Why don't you stay in my room for now?" I led Wangjia to my room, encouraging her to take a good rest while I took the little black cat and stealthily made my way to the backyard. Peering through the window to see inside, I found my second uncle sprawled on the bed. Sound asleep, I cautiously entered the room and examined every corner, finding nothing unusual. Perhaps he truly was just shaken. All I could do was pray that he would recover by tomorrow. During dinner, my second uncle did not come out to eat, and Wangjia refused to acknowledge him, leaving the task of delivering his meal to me. The room was shrouded in darkness, and before entering, I listened intently outside the door, hearing not a single sound from within. I gently knocked and called out, "Second uncle." The light inside flicked on, and through the window, I saw two shadows reflected on the glass, startling me so much that I nearly dropped the food I was holding at tea that moment. My second uncle opened the door and stepped out, looking disheveled with dark circles under his eyes, as if he had been severely drained of energy. "Second uncle, the principal called at noon and said school would officially resume tomorrow. I couldn't reach you on the phone. Please don't forget, and remember to eat dinner," I said, shoving the food basket into his hands before rushing back to my room. Without looking back, at that time, Wangjia was excitedly chatting with the little black cat. I stared at her in astonishment as she cheerfully explained that they belonged to the same kind, which allowed them to communicate simply under normal circumstances. I nodded numbly, quickly washed up, and lay down in bed. Reflecting on the bizarre scene I had just witnessed, I found it utterly strange. Why had there been two shadows? Whose shadow was the extra one? And why had I seen nothing when I checked earlier? "Meow meow, are you all right?" Wangjia, noticing my silence, lay down beside me and asked softly. "Jia, after you and my second uncle got out of the car, did you encounter anything strange, like meeting anyone? Did you return immediately after the accident?" I sat up and asked her seriously. Wangjia furrowed her brow, seemingly reluctant to recall the bloody scene from the morning. After a long pause, she finally spoke hesitantly. "Actually, Xiao Quan and I didn't get out of the car. When your father called Xiao Quan, it was already too late for us to get out." "What?" I gasped, my eyes widening in disbelief. "Silly girl. How could a spirit die? It's just a matter of losing some energy." Wangjia patted my head and added, "I think Xiao Quan might not be able to cope with what happened, as so many people died in that car, right in front of our eyes, and only he and I survive. He must be under unbearable pressure, which is why he is seeing things and talking nonsense." That I mechanically nodded, realizing that my second uncle and Wangjia hadn't managed to get out of the car in time. He must have said they were safe to avoid worrying the family. Witnessing the death of an entire vehicle full of people, while only he and his beloved survived, was a psychological impact that was hard to bear. But how could I explain what I saw outside his window? I had clearly seen two shadows. "Meow meow, go to sleep." Wangjia, having exhausted herself from the day's events, closed her eyes and drifted off right after giving me that advice. The night was already deep, yet I found it impossible to sleep. Outside, the moonlight was sparse, and the occasional chirp of birds could be heard. I put on a jacket and walked to the window, noticing that the light in my second uncle's room was still on, and the two shadows remained distinctly visible on his window. "Jia, wake up." I rushed to the bedside and gently nudged the deeply asleep Wangjia, determined to tell her what I had seen. Wangjia stirred, her eyes half opened, looking at me in confusion. "Jia, come and see." I pulled her to the window and pointed at my second uncle's room. Wangjia's pupils dilated, and she shouted, "Wang Quan, how dare you sneak around with other women behind my back?" In a fit of rage, she stormed out of my room and headed for the backyard. ignoring my attempts to stop her. Jia, it's not what you think. I called after her, but she ran too quickly that by the time I reached my second uncle's door, she had already burst into the room. As I followed her in, I saw Lin Jia holding a broom raised in the air, while my second uncle lay on the bed, and there was no third person in sight. The shadow had vanished. Who is it? I asked my second uncle, puzzled. What person? What are you two doing here in the middle of the night? My second uncle sat up, bewildered, looking between me and Lin Jia as if he were watching a couple of lunatics. I clearly saw two shadows in your room. Wang Quan, where did you hide her? Lin Jia exclaimed, throwing the broom to the ground and grabbing my second uncle by the collar, slapping him across the face. My second uncle, momentarily stunned by the slap, failed to respond until the lights in the room flickered off that he lit a candle, and a tall shadow appeared behind him. Chapter 50. Entering the 100 Ghosts Forest. Perhaps it was due to my second uncle's unique half-human, half-spirit nature that I had not detected any ghostly energy from him until that shadow appeared, prompting my second uncle to exclaim. Realizing the situation, and oh wonder, I've felt so exhausted since returning from the accident site, as if my body were being torn apart by some force. Even my temper has been rising. It turns out I was nearly usurped. I apologize, brother. I was simply desperate that I never imagined there would be an accident today. My wife is over 9 months pregnant, and I'm about to become a father. I intended to go to town to buy her some supplements, but unexpectedly, under the flickering candlelight, the man's shadow wavered. The room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the crackling of the candle and the man's low sobs. Are you also from Wangjia village? My second uncle asked, somewhat at a loss after hearing the man's words. No, brother. My name is Bai Husheng, from Bai family village, right next to Wangjia village, the man replied with a deep sigh. Then why are you attached to me? Wanting to use me to return to Bai family village? My second uncle questioned, turning to the shadow in the glass with a hint of dissatisfaction. No, brother. Please don't misunderstand that I didn't intend to take over your body. I don't have that capability, that I merely wanted to borrow a bit of your yang energy to see my wife one last time and leave her a message. Or else I would die with regrets. The man's shadow suddenly shrank, likely crouching down, covering his face in anguish. By hushing, please don't be too distressed. Life and death are determined by fate, for tonight. Calm your emotions and consider what you wish to convey to your wife. Tomorrow morning, I will take you back to my family village. How does that sound? Uncle crouched down, gently placing his hand on the shadow's shoulder, whispering words of comfort. The shadow let out a long sigh, stood up, and spoke again. There's a question I'm uncertain whether I should ask. Uncle glanced at Lin Jia and nodded slightly, indicating for him to continue that we all share the same vehicle. Why is it that you and your wife emerged unscathed? All I recall is having my eyes shut the entire way, that we rounded a bend. I heard a loud crash, followed by my head colliding with the glass, and a searing pain coursed through my body. When I regained consciousness, I found myself lying on the ground surrounded by over 20 bloody corpses. Yet you and your wife stood before me, untouched. My only desire was to see my wife, and without a second thought, I quietly followed you back. From his tone, it appeared the shadow had wrestled for quite some time before finally voicing his doubts. Kulong, my friend, your inquiry is rather intricate, and I am unsure how to elucidate. Tio put it plainly. My beloved and I are not of human origin, and my niece, Wangjia, possesses a unique fate and the ability to see spirits. Tomorrow, I shall bring her along. Perhaps she could be of assistance to you. After introducing himself, Uncle did not forget to promote me as well. Wang Quan, I thank you. I shot him a fierce glare and growled. Wang Quan, if you wish to go, then go alone. Do not forget that tomorrow marks the start of the school year, and I still have classes to attend, but I will ask for leave on your behalf tomorrow. Attending school the day after poses no issue. Wang Miao, you must have confidence in yourself. With your intelligence, even if you took a month off, you could still secure the top spot. Wang Quan prattled on about something trivial, and in my frustration, I kicked him in the knee. Uncle let out a pained cry, his expression contorted in agony as he exclaimed, Wang Miao, thank goodness you're short and clumsy. Otherwise, if you kicked a more sensitive area, your aunt would surely be furious with you. Wang Quan, can you not be serious for once? Miao is still a child. How can you speak in such a manner before her? As I contemplated Uncle's bewildering words, Lin Jia, standing beside me, suddenly erupted in anger and lunged at the back of Uncle's head. That my dear wife, I regret my folly. I recognize my mistakes and strive to amend them. Please don't be angry. A girl in rage is not a beautiful sight. Uncle playfully pulled Lin Jiajia into his embrace, whispering something in her ear. Lin Jiajia, her face flushed, retaliated with a kick that landed precisely where I had just struck. Now Uncle had no time for idle chatter. He cradled his knee, squatting on the ground in pain, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Due to the awkwardness of living with Bai Husheng, Lin Jiajia ultimately decided to sleep beside me. The thought of going to Bai family village the next day filled me with ire. Perhaps it was due to Xiao Bai that I held no fondness for Bai family village, especially when recalling Xiao Bai's father and that sinister master, which only intensified my resentment. The night passed in such a manner, and before dawn broke, Uncle rushed to the front yard, urgently calling for me. I sat up abruptly, startling Lin Jiajia, who had been sleeping soundly beside me. Jiajia, I need to accompany Uncle to Bai family village. You can rest a while longer, I tucked her in, and after a brief wash, set off with Xiao Yu and Uncle towards Bai family village. Tio reached Bai family village. We had to traverse the 100 Ghost Forest. Noticing the early hour, I wondered if Qing Xian was awake yet. If I encountered him in the woods, I could express my gratitude for his previous guidance regarding the underworld's secret edict, which had allowed me to successfully resolve matters concerning Lin Xiaoguai. As we walked, a chilling breeze swept through the trees that as expected. Just as I had hoped, I spotted a man in green, holding a red lantern, blocking our path like a specter. Qing Xian, why are you awake so early? I was just thinking whether I might run into you, I said, smiling as I introduced Uncle. This is my uncle. We're heading to Bai family village on urgent business that I won't linger now. But upon my return, I promise to join you for cards and drinks. Whatever you wish to wager, I shall match. Having exhausted my pleasantries, I hope Qing Xian would allow us to pass, considering our prior acquaintance. After all, he was the guardian of this ghostly forest, and it felt somewhat disrespectful to traverse his territory with a spirit in tow. Whatever you wish to wager, he retorted coolly. What if I propose a wager regarding Xiao Bai? If you win, I shall pretend I saw nothing and let you pass. But if you lose, you must return Xiao Bai to me and never see him again. That do you dare? Qing Xian's gaze locked onto mine, his tone icy and challenging. What does this have to do with Xiao Bai? Why must he be dragged into this? I shot him an irritated glare. You still dare to claim you and Xiao Bai are merely friends? Even if you think so, he certainly does not. Qing Xian suddenly turned to Uncle, stating he has lingered among the living for over 12 hours. The soul collectors are searching for him. Unless you personally seek a secret decree from the king of the underworld, he must return with me today. That I hadn't anticipated this gambler would be so obstinate. Typically jovial and lighthearted, he showed no leniency when it came to his duties. Qing Xian, that spirit met with an unfortunate death. His wife is nearly due to give birth that we simply wish to allow him a brief farewell. Afterward, I will promptly return him to you. Please have mercy, I implored, but he remained unmoved that if Xiao Bai were here, he'd surely wish you to show some compassion and assist this poor soul. Qing Xian's lips quirked slightly, and after a long pause, he relented. Very well, I shall grant you 10 hours today, in light of Xiao Bai. Remember, you must return him before nightfall. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Chapter 51. I am 18. The journey from 100 Ghost Forest to Bai family village took 2 hours, leaving little time for Bai Husheng. Uncle and I hurried through the woods, treading on morning dew as we made our way towards the village. Perhaps due to the relentless travel, I felt no fatigue upon reaching the village entrance. While Uncle was bent over, gasping for breath. Bai Husheng, where does your family reside? I inquired softly. Just behind the 100-year-old persimmon tree at the village entrance. The first house, a 2-story building, Bai Husheng replied, his voice trembling. Upon hearing this, Uncle took my hand, leading me around the ancient tree, revealing a splendid white brick, blue-tiled mansion before us. I was taken aback. Bai Husheng's family seemed quite affluent, their neighbors residing in modest red-tiled homes, while his stood as a small villa that I quietly mused to myself. Moreover, as we approached, I noticed their yard boasted an independent garden and pond, filled with a variety of tulips and roses, while several vibrant koi swam in the pond. Is anyone home? Uncle called out tentatively, but after a long moment, no one came to answer. Bai Husheng, is your wife the only one at home? Do your parents live with you? As time slipped away, I pressed him for answers that my parents passed away when I was young. It's only my wife at home. She is pregnant and tends to sleep a lot, so she likely isn't awakened yet. Would you mind using the back entrance? It's not locked, Bai Husheng pleaded softly. Following his guidance, Uncle and I arrived at the backyard, which was high-walled, and in stark contrast to the opulence of the front yard. It appeared quite desolate and peculiar. The 2-meter-high wall was topped with razor-sharp glass shards. Climbing up the wall were formidable climbing vines and other plants. Upon closer inspection, I noticed several small green snakes winding among the vines. I frowned at Uncle, who, unperturbed, brushed aside the vines to find a small door, which he opened without hesitation. Unlike the grandeur of the front yard, the back was eerily quiet, with only overgrown grass towering above my waist. Not a single fruit tree was in sight. Bai Husheng explained, "The yard is too large, and I rarely stay home. That my wife manages everything, but now that she is pregnant, she cannot do heavy work. Hence, this backyard has fallen into neglect." That I sensed a tremor in his voice. Whether it stemmed from excitement at the prospect of seeing his wife, or if he was concealing something from us was unclear. Regardless, upon entering the yard, an unsettling feeling washed over me, as if I had stepped into a place of confinement. Not to mention the flowers and fish in the front yard, the high walls and glass shards in the back resembled a prison. Bai Husheng, what do you do for a living? Your family seems quite wealthy. Uncle, blissfully unaware, began to gaze around, particularly fixating on the sleek black motorcycle parked by the entrance. Such an unsophisticated sight. What a disgrace. I scolded silently in my mind that my ancestors were engaged in the antique trade, commencing with my great-grandfather, and our family business flourished over the years that my father passed away at an early age. And by the time it reached my generation, the craftsmanship handed down from my forebears had fallen into neglect that I now find myself performing odd jobs in the town to make ends meet. Bai Husheng chuckled lightly, his demeanor unhurried as he explained. Make ends meet? My uncle rolled his eyes and chose to ignore him. Indeed, his family's courtyard was vast. It took me and my uncle a good 10 minutes of walking to arrive at his doorstep. My uncle knocked on the door with a series of firm taps that a sweet voice resonated from within, asking, "Who is it?" The voice sounded as though it belonged to someone no older than their teens. After a moment, a girl with 2 ponytails sauntered out from the inner room. That my uncle glanced at me. And in that shared gaze, both of us were taken aback. At first, I assumed this girl was Bai Husheng's daughter. But upon reconsideration, it became evident that the age did not align. Bai Husheng appeared to be of a similar age to my uncle, making it unlikely for him to have a teenage daughter. It was only upon noticing the pronounced swell of her belly that the realization dawned upon me. This girl was indeed his wife. "Are you looking for someone?" she asked, one hand resting on her waist while the other cradled her belly. Her expression innocent as she addressed my uncle and me in a soft voice. "Yali, I am Bai Husheng. These 2 are my friends. The wind is strong at the door. Please come inside, and we can talk." The ghostly figure immediately drifted out from my uncle's body upon seeing the girl, his spirit still newly departed, flickering weakly. However, the girl was entirely oblivious to his presence and could not hear his words. "Miss, you are Yali, correct? This is my uncle beside me. That we are friends of your husband. Bai Husheng, he asked me to convey a few words to you. The wind is strong outside, and considering your condition, let us speak within." Upon hearing Bai Husheng's name, the girl appeared visibly frightened, her expression shifting and her body trembling. That I quickly supported her into the house. The suffocating atmosphere struck me again upon entering. The house was quite spacious, yet it felt extraordinarily dim, possibly due to the lack of lighting, and even the curtains were drawn tightly shut. That I turned to glance at my uncle, who wore a frown of perplexity as he surveyed the surroundings. "Ching, please tell Yali that all the valuables in the house are in the safe on the attic floor. The password is the date we became acquainted. That I regret my past misdeeds towards her and the child. And I implore her to take care of herself and the little one." Bai Husheng knelt before Yali, weeping profusely as soon as he entered, but unfortunately, the girl named Yali could not perceive him. I relayed his words to Yali, whose eyes widened in shock as her speech turned stammering. "Why, you mean he is dead? Is that true?" From her reaction, I discerned not a hint of sorrow, only astonishment and confusion. "Yali, how old are you this year?" My uncle finally posed the question I had been eager to ask. "That I am 18, Yali replied, her gaze lowered as she struggled to control her emotions, her tone subdued. 18? I exclaimed in surprise, then turned to observe Bai Husheng, whose dark skin and stubbled visage suggested he was no younger than 35. If not 40, that could she harbor a father complex? Or was it merely an attraction to his wealth? Please do not question Yali further. This is entirely my fault. I have wronged her, by hushing lamented, his fervor escalating as he began to slap his own face, the sound echoing in the vast living room. What on earth is happening? You ought to clarify things at once. My uncle shouted angrily at him, that in truth, Yali is my adopted daughter. By hushing paused, his hands stilling as he spoke through muted sobs. Chapter 52. Taking away her daughter 10 years ago, I ventured into a remote mountain area in search of old goods when I encountered Yali's father, but he inquired if I was interested in some ancient coins. When I asked which dynasty they belonged to, he stammered and ultimately led me to his home. That Yali's father guided me to a peculiar village, where despite it being midday, not a soul was in sight. Every household was tightly shut that I felt a twinge of fear and feigned a wish to leave, but he laughed heartily, saying, "Do not be alarmed, brother. Our villagers rise early, typically at 3 or 4 in the morning to work the fields, returning only when the sun is overhead. Everyone has already dined and is napping right now, that it will only become lively come evening." With no alternative, I reluctantly followed him, and after walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, he brought me to a mud brick house that appeared relatively decent compared to the others. With a cheerful grin, he announced, "This is my home." I hesitated at the door, uncertain about entering. He did not press me further, opting instead to enter and retrieve the ancient coins. After waiting for half an hour, he emerged with a wooden box the size of a lunchbox, of deep copper hue. "Brother, these are heirlooms. Take a look." He handed me the box, and upon opening it, I found it brimming with coins. Examining a few closely, I discovered they were all copper ingots from the Guangxu period of the Qing dynasty, leaving me astounded that if I sold the entire box, I could indeed become wealthy overnight. Seeing my silence, Yali's father assumed the coins were of little value and urged me not to leave, rushing back inside to fetch more treasures. Moments later, he returned with a small golden bowl, smaller than the bowls we typically use for meals. Holding it in my hands, I scrutinized it for some time. If I was not mistaken, it was likely an artifact from the Qing dynasty's imperial palace. Crafted from pure gold with exquisite workmanship, adorned with intricately carved flowers, birds, and fish, all vividly lifelike. "Brother, what do you think?" Yali's father asked, his forehead glistening with sweat as he sensed my prolonged silence. "You should keep the coins safe. Do not sell them indiscriminately to AS for the bowl. If you wish to part with it, I can offer you this amount," I said, extending my hand to indicate 50,000. His reaction was one of sheer shock. "What? 5,000? Brother, are you jesting? 5,000 is our entire income for several years. It's enough for me to take another wife." Realizing he had misspoken, Yali's father quickly changed the subject. "You may take these ancient coins. They are only worth a few dollars each. Just give me whatever you deem fair. They're of no use lying around in my home that I intended to give them to my son when he grows up to play with. But that insane woman didn't even bear me a child." I was taken aback and pulled out 20,000 in cash from my bag, eager to leave this bizarre village. However, just as I packed the items into my bag, I was plunged into darkness and lost consciousness. "You were set up by them?" I interjected, anxious to seize the moment to inquire. "Indeed, they knocked me out in those days. Many ventured into the mountains for old goods. But gradually, none returned. It wasn't that the industry had declined. I suspected they, too, had encountered unscrupulous individuals. When I regained consciousness, I found myself bound hand and foot in a dark, cramped cellar. The place was dim and oppressive, and had it not been for a single bulb illuminating the space, I might have believed I had descended into hell. Upon regaining my senses, I noticed I was not alone. There was a disheveled woman also imprisoned in the cellar. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with pale skin, large eyes, and hair that hung in disarray over her shoulders. Her expression was vacant and dazed, her hands and feet shackled in chains, as she stared blankly at the moldy, crumbling walls. Who was this woman? Surely she could not be the wife of the unscrupulous man. I pondered numerous possibilities, ultimately dismissing them all, yet the most harrowing truths often lie in what one deems improbable. That night, the man threw 2 buns down through an opening above before turning to leave. I shouted from the cellar, "Let me out! My family has been passed down for 3 generations. If I go missing, my father will undoubtedly report it to the police, and they will find this place. This is illegal detention. You will serve time for it." Moments later, The man returned, squatting at the cellar's entrance to mock me. Young man, there's a woman down here, and food too. What is your name? Why not take the chance to enjoy yourself? He chuckled. But judging by your age, you must still be a virgin. You have the ability to let me go. I continued to shout, unwavering until exhaustion overtook me, and I fell asleep. That I in a drowsy haze, a little girl appeared before me, carrying a bamboo basket filled with buns and 2 apples. Mama, you must try this red apple. It is so delicious. The girl, appearing around 7 or 8 years old, had 2 ponytails and sparkling, adorable eyes. This little girl was Yali. By hushing paused abruptly, staring blankly at Yali seated on the stool, tears streaming down his cheeks and falling to the floor. What happened next? How did you escape, and how did you bring Yali back? Uncle Air, filled with urgency, pressed for answers. Later, Yali confided in me that her mother had originally been a university student from the city. During the summer break, she went on an outing in the mountains with her classmates and was inadvertently captured by human traffickers, who sold her to her father for 2,000 yuan. In that moment, her mother resolutely refused to submit, prompting her father to strike her with a whip. Thus, Yali came into existence. Disdaining her as a girl, her father neglected her entirely, hoping her mother would bear him another child. However, her mother, wielding a knife, inflicted harm upon herself in a desperate bid to preserve her life, thereby forfeiting her ability to bear children. Enraged, her father imprisoned her mother in the cellar, providing only 1 meal a day, while subjecting her to beatings and verbal abuse. Eventually, her mother devolved into her current state, madness. After Yali returned, sleep eluded me. I was astonished to discover that the tale of a university student abducted to the mountains, depicted on television, was true, and I had encountered it firsthand. That I could not remain passive. Otherwise, my own fate would mirror hers. Perhaps wearied, I drifted into a slumber, only to awaken in the dead of night. In a daze, I beheld Yali's mother, her large eyes fixed upon me. That I bolted upright as she gestured for silence, revealing that she was not mad, but merely feigning it. She revealed a hidden path that could facilitate my escape, contingent on one condition: I must take her daughter with me. Chapter 53. He has arrived. Amidst the blossoms before our escape, Yali stealthily retrieved my bag, which contained a golden bowl and a small box of ancient coins. We later sold these items, which enabled us to establish our current livelihood. To be candid, after returning, I did report to the police, but it proved futile. The aging officer sighed, patted my shoulder, and remarked, "Young man, poverty breeds cunning." That I wonder if you've heard that saying. Those people are uneducated brutes. Reason will not prevail with them. Over the years, numerous human trafficking cases have arisen, and I dispatched several officers, yet astonishingly, not even a body was recovered. Son, I am over 50 now, nearing retirement, and lack the vigor for such endeavors. Is the child in Yali's womb truly yours? I asked, my tone tinged with skepticism. By hushing glanced at the weeping girl before him, wrestled with his thoughts, and finally shook his head. The child is not mine, and I do not know whose it is. What? Are you jesting? If you are not the child's father, why do you refer to her as your wife? Uncle Air and I exchanged bewildered glances, both voicing our questions in unison. Perhaps you two should ascend to the upper floor for a moment. I will have a word with Yali, I suggested softly, exchanging a knowing glance with Uncle Air. And by hushing, Uncle Air gently patted by Hushing's shoulder, and the duo ascended the stairs. And no sooner had they left the living room than Yali grasped my hand. Bursting into tears, I comforted her. I quietly inquired, Yali, are you afraid of by hushing? She nodded hesitantly before shaking her head, her voice trembling as she replied, By Papa treats me well. I am grateful to him. It is just that he wants to harm my child, which terrifies me. The child in your womb is? I seized the opportunity to probe further. She vehemently shook her head, exclaiming, No, this is my child. Mine alone. Yali, aside from by Papa, have you interacted with anyone else? I pondered a different approach to my inquiry. She nodded softly, saying, By Papa is often away. A young man in black frequently visits to chat with me. When I fear the darkness at night, he tells me stories to help me sleep. The young man in black? I gasped. Do you know him? Is he from your village? She shook her head again, explaining he claims to live in the mountains, a deity of the hills, and he likes me, wishing for me to bear him a little deity. What sort of deity resides in the mountains? Clearly, Yali had been deceived. I hurriedly called for Uncle Air, and by hushing, recounting the entire matter to them, that it's all my fault. I am to blame. He is here for revenge. By hushing collapsed into a chair, cradling his head in despair. Enough! A grown man crying endlessly. You have 6 hours to clarify matters. We can resolve this together, or we can return to Ghost Forest, where I will turn you over to the spirits. And we part ways. The choice is yours. Unable to contain my frustration at his tears, I shouted at him that he looked at me. Bewilderment etched on his face, and even Uncle Air, standing nearby, was taken aback, discreetly nudging my back, signaling me to temper my tone. Fine, I will tell you everything. By hushing cleared his throat, beginning his tale. Approximately a year ago, while idly hunting in the mountains, he accidentally killed a young fox. He had heard from the village elders that foxes were the guardians of the mountains and should not be harmed, lest one face dire consequences. Terrified, he hurriedly buried the little fox and offered numerous tributes, praying that the matter would be forgotten. However, one day, upon returning from work in town, Yali informed him that many small foxes had come to their yard, colorful and adorable, and she had fed them well. Alarmed, he feared that neighbors would gossip about Yali associating with a horde of foxes. So he filled the front yard with koi fish and planted tulips and roses, believing that these flowers contained toxic alkaloids. Hoping to deter the creatures from approaching Yali, he also raised the back wall to prevent them from slipping in. Since then, the yard had quieted, yet Yali still faced troubles. She frequently dreamt of a handsome man in black, who visited her nightly to tell her stories and lull her to sleep, but he sought the aid of Taoists and feng shui masters, all of whom advised him that the one who tied the knot must also be the one to untie it. A month later, Yali's belly began to swell, and her demeanor shifted dramatically. She became fearful of light, especially sunlight, and even the illumination within their home, that he had no choice but to replace all the lights with dim ones and hung blackout curtains. He wanted to take her to the hospital to terminate the pregnancy, but she adamantly refused. Ultimately, fearing the whispers of neighbors, he claimed she was his wife. As soon as by hushing finished speaking, Yali timidly approached and asked, "You won't harm my child, will you?" Wangjia said my baby is already formed and that he will soon take us home. Wangjia is the fox deity? Stealing a glance at Uncle Air, I noticed him intently gazing toward the yard, so I leaned in to softly ask, "That black fox must be related to Lin Jia, right? Can you sense his presence?" "He is here, amidst the blossoms." A glimmer of light flickered in Uncle Air's eyes that I turned to see what he indicated, yet saw nothing. That it was not until sunset that I caught sight of 2 dark green eyes flickering in the tulip patch. He had truly arrived. In an instant, the living room lights dimmed, and I saw a beam of light filtering in through the blossoms, followed by Yali rising in excitement, exclaiming, "Wangjia, you've come." Uncle Air, by hushing, and I watched Yali with caution, and in the fading sunlight, I beheld a tall man clad in black fur, his skin pale, standing beside Yali. "You are the black fox deity? Why do you wish to harm Yali?" I shouted at him, my voice laced with wariness. The fox deity glanced towards by hushing, scoffing, "He caused my sister's death. Initially, I intended to demand his daughter as retribution. However, Yali is far too kind. I have fallen in love with her. Now that she carries my child, she has become a semi-divine being. Today, I shall take her away to live a divine life in the mountains. You cannot simply take her away. What if you harm her?" I retorted defiantly, "Xiao, let him take Yali. He has given Yali the fox pearl. I am willing to believe he truly loves her. With someone to care for her, I can rest easy." By hushing suddenly rose, sighing deeply. Chapter 54. The eerie affairs of the school. After bidding farewell to Yali, we had less than 2 hours remaining until the appointed time. Uncle Air hurriedly led by hushing and me toward the direction of the 100 Ghost Forest. On the way, I recalled by Hushing's final remarks and, puzzled, asked him, by hushing, "What is the fox pearl?" With a radiant smile, he appeared transformed from the man I had first encountered, replying cheerfully, "The fox pearl is the essence of a fox's cultivation. Because Yali is human and he is a fox deity, their union should not be possible. However, that black fox deity has bestowed a century of cultivation upon Yali, making her a semi-divine being, thus allowing them to be together. And how do you know that the fox deity has given Yali the inner elixir?" As my second uncle walked ahead, he turned back and inquired further. "It was the black fox spirit who revealed it to me. When my grandfather was still alive, he once ventured into the deep mountains to collect antiques and fortuitously encountered a Taoist priest. The priest bestowed upon him a yin-yang bagua mirror, claiming that if it were hung above the door, it would subdue demons and ward off malevolent spirits. When Yali mentioned for the second time that she dreamed of a man in black, I hung the bagua mirror above the door. That very night, the black fox spirit visited me in a dream, professing his genuine love for Yali and beseeching me to assist him. I informed her that Yali had suffered from a chronic illness since childhood, requiring daily medication. Over the past decade of caring for her, the cost of her medicine alone could sustain an ordinary family for a lifetime. The black fox spirit, to demonstrate his sincerity, offered to bestow a century's worth of spiritual energy upon Yali, ensuring that she would no longer suffer from her afflictions, Dais by Hu Sheng recounted the tale. We unconsciously arrived at the 100 Ghosts Forest. That in the distance, I spotted Qing Xian, with his sharp brows and sword-like gaze, standing tall in a robe of blue, reminiscent of an arrogant young lord from a bygone era. Seemingly waiting for quite some time, at least you were punctual. Qing Xian cast a sidelong glance at Bai Hu Sheng, extending a long chain towards him, just as Bai Hu Sheng reached out to grasp it. The chain slithered up his arms like a serpentine creature. With a decisive clink, Qing Xian tugged the other end of the chain and vanished into the depths of the 100 Ghosts Forest without so much as a word. As I followed my second uncle home, I muttered in discontent. It's merely a favor owed to him. Besides, I also brought Bai Hu Sheng back, so why does Qing Xian act as though I owe him 8 million? Lost in thought, I was unaware that we had reached our doorstep. The moon hung high in the evening sky, and as Lin Jia spotted our return, she rushed over, embracing my second uncle and showering him with kisses. Having been apart for just a day, one would think they had been separated for a month. They certainly could be more mindful of their surroundings. After all, I was still standing right there. You two should take it easy. I saw nothing. I shot a disapproving glance at Lin Jia and, taking advantage of my second uncle's momentary distraction, kicked him hard before darting into the house. Inside the living room, my mother was watching television that a brief glance revealed it was a parenting program, while my father sat beside her, peeling fruit that he had removed the skins from the grapes and cut the apples into diminutive pieces. I noticed that my mother's belly seemed significantly larger than before. Ever since I had seen her with 2 ponytails smiling at me from inside her womb, I hadn't caught another glimpse of her and was left wondering if she was receiving adequate nourishment. Just as I pondered this, my mother suddenly exclaimed in surprise, prompting my father to rush over to check on her. She just kicked me. My mother complained playfully, and my father immediately began to fuss over her, feeding her fruit and offering massages. Great. Another wave of dog food. I thought I'd better retreat to my room to study. Upon entering my room and closing the door, the little black cat scampered towards me, meowing, while Xiaoyu climbed out of her basket, flapping her wings and chirping as she landed on my shoulder. You two, it's quite late. Hurry off to bed, I commanded, and the 2 little creatures promptly scurried to their respective places. I freshened up briefly and slipped under the covers, falling asleep in no time. Perhaps the rush and exhaustion from yesterday had taken their toll, had it not been for my father preparing breakfast and calling me. I might have overslept that I hastily consumed a few bites of breakfast, ready to head out when I spotted my second uncle preparing to leave on his bicycle, that I quickly grabbed my backpack and dashed outside, calling out, "Wang Quan, wait for me. I'll go to school with you." However, Wang Quan, reverting to his usual nonchalant demeanor, simply waved at me before riding off on his 28-inch bicycle without a backward glance. Wang Quan, you are such a miser. By the time I arrived at school, there was only a minute left before class started, and Wang Quan had already assumed a serious pose at the podium. Taking attendance, that my great-grandfather often said, it's not about arriving early, but rather arriving at the right time. I felt this saying was particularly applicable to my situation today. Just as Wang Quan called my name, I slipped in through the back door. Before I could settle into my seat, Wang Quan called me out again. Wang Miao Miao, the upcoming AO mathematics competition is just around the corner. I hope you've been diligently preparing during your time at home. Wang Quan's tone was infuriating, and he raised an eyebrow at me as he spoke. Rest assured, Teacher Wang, I've been practicing every day, even studying late into the night. I replied dramatically, aware that Wang Quan couldn't do much about it, and I could lie without batting an eye. Wang Quan shot me a glare but chose not to pursue the matter further and allowed me to take my seat. As I sat down, I noticed that Wang Xiaoyu, the girl in front of me, was completely drenched, as if she had just stepped out of a rainstorm. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and the puddle beneath her seat was substantial. I glanced out the window. It was a bright sunny day. Had she fallen into a river? Strangely, the surrounding classmates seemed oblivious to her plight, fully engrossed in taking notes that I shifted my gaze back to my second uncle at the podium, who was animatedly delivering his lesson, chalk racing across the blackboard, entirely unaware of Wang Xiaoyu's soaked condition. Suddenly, it struck me that this might be my premonition. Could it be that Wang Xiaoyu was on the brink of death? I sat there, dazed, unable to focus on the lesson. At that moment, I found myself missing Xiao by that if he were here, he would surely notice Wang Xiaoyu's drenched state and collaborate with me on a plan. With him around, perhaps we could save Wang Xiao. As it stood, I could only wait for the bell to ring, so I could personally inquire about what had transpired. The 30-minute class felt unbearably long. And at last, when the bell rang, Wang Xiaoyu was called into the office by my second uncle. Chapter 55. Dreaming of messages, I stood at the door of my second uncle's office, anxiously pacing, that I had no idea what my uncle was discussing with her. And until the class bell rang again, Wang Xiaoyu remained inside, that I had no choice but to return to the classroom. And after a lengthy wait, I was met by a teacher from the neighboring class. She was a stunning beauty, skilled at playing the accordion and the guzheng, and had previously pursued my uncle. Though he had never acknowledged her, that as soon as the beautiful teacher entered the classroom, the students erupted with excitement, calling for her to sing or dance. It wasn't until she cleared her throat and sternly announced that we would be having a language class that the class fell silent. Throughout the entire lesson, I was utterly distracted, glancing at the door and peering out the window. When the bell finally rang, I could no longer contain myself, bolting out of the classroom and rushing to my uncle's office door, only to find it locked. "You must be Wang Miao Miao, correct? Your uncle took a leave of absence this afternoon to conduct a home visit, and I'll be covering the class," the beautiful teacher said, approaching with a stack of textbooks in her arms. "Thank you, teacher," I replied, turning to dash towards the school gate, that I suspected my uncle might be visiting Wang Xiaoyu's home. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have disappeared simultaneously. During lunch break, I decided to investigate further. Wang Xiaoyu's home was not far from the school, merely a 10-minute walk. That as I jogged, I spotted a crowd gathered in her yard, a mix of young and old. Police officers and doctors among them. That my father and my uncle were also mingled in the throng, engaged in hushed conversation. That I rushed over, calling out to my father. That my uncle looked surprised to see me. "Why aren't you at school? What brings you here?" I pulled Wang Quan out of the crowd and recounted what I had witnessed in class regarding Wang Xiaoyu. He looked at me in disbelief, whispering, "Wang Miao Miao, are you certain you didn't team Ms. C?" There was indeed a drowning incident, but it wasn't Wang Xiaoyu. It was her newborn brother, Wang Xiaolan. At that moment, my father approached, shaking his head and sighing. "My old classmate has truly suffered. After longing for a son for so many years and finally having one, now he has lost him. How could a perfectly healthy infant drown? Was it Wang Xiaoyu's fault?" On the way back to school, I pressed my uncle with questions. That he admitted he was unaware of the specifics and that we would have to wait for the police to provide an official statement. He had called Wang Xiaoyu to the office to inquire why she had been inattentive in class. She revealed that her parents wanted her to drop out of school to care for her family, as her mother had just given birth to a baby brother, and their financial situation could not support her education. Thus, my uncle took her home to speak with her parents, only to stumble upon the tragic scene. For the afternoon class, my uncle did not attend. Instead, he signed in at school and returned home to spend time with Lin Jiajia. When I came home from school, my father was busy preparing dumplings in the kitchen. I had little appetite, feeling utterly drained, and without changing my clothes, I lay down on the bed and fell asleep. In a hazy slumber, I heard the door creak open, and Wang Xiaoyu, drenched from head to toe, approached my bedside, her hair and clothes dripping with water, just as I had seen her that morning. That I quickly sat up, grasping her hand, eager to find her some dry clothes, but she shook her head in refusal. Her hand felt unnaturally cold, and her complexion was alarmingly pale. "Xiaoyu, what happened to you? Why are you drenched all over? How did your brother meet his demise? So late at night. Have you come to share something with me?" "Meow meow. I recall the year I turned 5, when my mother gifted me a teddy bear for my birthday. You adored it back then, yet I couldn't bear to part with it and kept it tucked away in the cabinet. Today, I have brought it to present to you." Wang Xiaoyu, as she spoke, produced a tightly wrapped plush bear from her clothing and handed it to me. Suddenly, memories flooded back from 3 years ago when my father first took me to her home. She was overjoyed to see me and offered me candy she had secretly stashed away for quite some time. Xiu, what on earth has transpired? Please tell me. Wantiu? I was on the verge of tears, my anxiety palpable. Meow meow. I resent my brother. Before he was born, my parents loved only me, but after his arrival, I could barely attend school. Wang Xiaoyu lamented, tears streaming down her face. Xiaoyu, does your brother's death relate to you in any way? I inquired, my voice trembling with apprehension. She shook her head vigorously, insisting it isn't me. It's my mother. Ever since she gave birth to my brother, her mental state has been precarious. She would sometimes awaken in the middle of the night, crying uncontrollably that my father would often take up his belt to strike her. And when I intervened, he would lash out at me, calling us both worthless burdens, threatening to sell us off. Your mother, I gasped, hastily covering my mouth, terrified of uttering the wrong words that it was my mother. Last night, my father went out drinking and didn't return. In the dead of night, my brother cried out from hunger, which awakened my mother that in a frenzied state. She seized him and threw him into the water tank. In truth, I was awake at that moment. I heard my brother's cries, and I wanted to rescue him. But I hesitated. He only cried a couple of times before falling silent. I never liked my brother, so I pretended I hadn't heard anything. Meow meow, do you think I am cruel, cold-blooded, and wicked? I know I am not a good sister. I indirectly caused my brother's death. Wang Xiaoyu sobbed, her entire being shaking with despair. Xiaoyu, it is not your fault. Please stop crying. It was your mother's unstable mental state that led to your brother's tragic demise. Even if you had saved him this time, what about next time? What if she were to do the same while you were at school? You still wouldn't be able to save him. I patted her shoulder, attempting to offer comfort. Meow meow, I must leave. They're still waiting for me. Wang Xiaoyu whispered, wiping away her tears, glancing towards the window. Who is waiting for you? Who are they? Wang Xiaoyu, please tell me what has happened. Dante frightened me. Let us resolve this together, I pleaded, grasping her damp arm desperately. She did not respond, but turned once more to glance out the window before leaping down. I was horrified. Shouting Wang Xiaoyu, don't! I jolted awake, realizing it was merely a dream. I wiped my forehead, drenched in sweat. Why did I have such a dream in the middle of the night? Was it because I had been preoccupied with these thoughts all day? Rising from my bed to fetch some water, I casually glanced at my bedside and was astonished to find a tightly wrapped plush bear sitting there, identical to the one Wang Xiaoyu had given me in my dream. Chapter 56. Escaping in a dream to play it was not a dream. Wang Xiaoyu had truly visited me. Not only was that bear present, but I also noticed numerous water stains on the floor. She had indeed been here. I hurried to the window to look down, but there was nothing. Could it be that the figure I had encountered was the spirit of Wang Miao Miao? Had she already passed away? I glanced at the clock on the table. It was already 1 a.m. I quickly roused Xiaoyu, dressing swiftly and tiptoeing out the door, that I must go to Wang Xiaoyu's home immediately. Otherwise, it might be too late by morning. Xiaoyu, still bleary-eyed, grumbled a few discontented sounds, but followed me outside. November was nearing winter, the midnight air still and bitterly cold, the moon pale. I wore only a thin jacket, and the chilly breeze sent shivers down my spine. Xiaoyu flapped her feathers, soaring towards Wang Xiaoyu's house, while I jogged closely behind. As we approached Wang Xiaoyu's home, about 200 meters away, I spotted 2 tall figures wielding iron chains waiting at the entrance, while sounds of argument erupted from within the yard. I heard a middle-aged man bellowing, "Why don't you go die? You killed my son, and now you've killed my daughter. You vile woman, just wait until I beat you to death," followed by the crack of a belt striking skin and the sound of a woman's cries. As I attempted to slip into her yard, the 2 figures called out, "Meow meow, why are you awake at this hour? Have you wandered out in your sleep to play?" Who said I was sleepwalking? I am fully awake. Wang Xiaoyu is my dear friend. If you 2 are here for her, you might as well turn back. I want to allow you to take her. I glared defiantly at them, retorting without courtesy. The 2 figures exchanged glances, one of them chuckling, "Meow meow, you are aware of our lord's temperament. The Naya Bridge has yet to be repaired since it collapsed last time. The red-sleeve lady is always at odds with him. Our lives as lowly messengers have indeed become arduous. Please don't make it difficult for us. That girl's fate has already arrived. You may say your goodbyes now. and we can wait for another half-hour at most." After speaking, the specter led the other away in another direction, that I paid them no mind and rushed into Wang Xiaoyu's yard. That at this point, the quarrel inside had ceased, replaced by the piercing cries of the middle-aged man. "Xiaoyu, you will be all right. I have come to rescue you," I prayed as I ran. Upon reaching her door, a bloodied kitchen knife suddenly flew out, that I barely reacted in time. My feathered companion flapped her wings, redirecting the knife to strike the door frame instead. That I gasped, my heart pounding fiercely, shaken by how narrowly I had escaped. "Wangjia, what brings you here?" The middle-aged man emerged from the house, his eyes swollen and red, his gait unsteady, displaying a look of utter astonishment. "Where is Wang Xiaoyu?" At that moment, I could no longer care about anything else and dashed into his home. Under the dim light, I saw Wang Xiaoyu, her complexion ashen, her body soaked, floating in the water tank, her eyes rolled back, lips blue, and breath long gone. I screamed in horror. "You wretches, Xiaoyu is your daughter. How could you kill her? Are you even human?" I sobbed as I rushed towards Xiaoyu. I grasped her hand with all my strength, attempting to pull her from the tank, but no matter how hard I tried, it was futile. She had been submerged for too long. Her body and features had already distorted. I collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "Xiaoyu, I'm so sorry. I was too slow and couldn't save you in time." At that moment, a woman emerged from the kitchen, wielding a fruit knife, her hair disheveled and her gaze vacant. She was Xiaoyu's mother, the one who had caused her demise. "What is your relationship with our Xiaoyu? She used to be so well-behaved. Is it you who led her astray? It was you who caused her to harm her brother. Speak. You killed my child. I will kill you," the deranged woman shrieked, charging at me with the fruit knife raised. Terrified, I scrambled to my feet and bolted into the yard. Wang Xiaoyu's father stood frozen at the entrance, having lost both his children, and the perpetrator was none other than their own mother. The weight of such a blow was unbearable even for a middle-aged man. The two figures approached me leisurely, their gazes fixed not on me, but rather behind me. That I turned to see Wang Xiaoyu emerging from the house, her body dripping with water, walking towards the two specters. "Xiaoyu, don't come any closer. You cannot go with them." I intercepted her, hoping that if her spirit were not taken, there might still be hope for her revival. "Meow meow. It is futile. I know she is your friend. Rest assured, I will report to the Lord of the Underworld and ensure she is treated well, that if you wish to see her in the future, you may visit her in the netherworld. The Dio not make it difficult for us tonight." One of the specters bowed respectfully. That I glanced at Wang Xiaoyu. With her head bowed, let tears fall to the ground with a soft patter. "Might I have 10 more minutes to speak with Xiaoyu? Just 10 minutes, please?" I pleaded softly. "Very well, but please be quick. We must return before dawn." The two specters exchanged knowing looks before wandering away. I rushed to Wang Xiaoyu, tears streaming down my face uncontrollably. "Xiaoyu, thank you for the plush bear. You gave me something dear to you, and I will treasure it always. Xiaoyu, I am so sorry. It is my fault for not noticing sooner, for not warning you. Perhaps then you would not have perished. Meow meow. Please do not weep any longer, that I fear not death. Indeed, this outcome serves as a form of liberation for me, for I have lived too exhaustingly. Only moments ago, I overheard your conversation with Lord Inchai. You are truly remarkable, meow meow, for you have made the acquaintance of those from the underworld. Throughout my life, I believe I have committed no grievous sins. Save for that day when I failed to save my younger brother, I acknowledge my mistake. Meow meow, could you kindly convey to Lord Inchai not to consign me to the depths of hell, where I might be fried in boiling oil? I dread the pain." Upon uttering these words, Wang Xiaoyu began to sob softly. "Xiaoyu, do not fear. You shall not descend into hell. Just moments ago, the two Yin officials assured me that they would report to Lord Insi, advocating for your gentle treatment, that I shall strive to save you." Chapter 57. I hear you can see ghosts? I stumbled my way home, collapsing onto my bed, reflecting on the events of the day. Had I called my second uncle outside during class to clarify matters, he would not have taken Wang Xiaoyu away after class, and we could have conferred on how to rescue her. Tears cascaded down my cheeks, and I clutched the small bear that Xiaoyu had given me tightly to my chest. That night, I could not find solace in sleep at T5 in the morning. I could slumber no longer. I hastily rose, dressed, and rushed towards Wang Xiaoyu's home. From a distance, I observed a throng gathered at her doorstep, more numerous than the previous day, with several police cars parked nearby. The newlywed, plump wife of Wang Taijian was engaged in a heated discussion with several middle-aged women. She truly relished in the commotion that I recalled her presence during the incident at the neighboring Wang Yang's home. I stealthily approached, overhearing them claim that Wang Xiaolin had been thrown into the vat by Wang Xiuyu, ultimately leading her to succumb to the pressure and take her own life. The Dio not speak such falsehoods. It was not Xiaoyu who caused her brother's demise. Unable to restrain myself at their unjust accusations, I shouted at them, "Dada, is that not the river god's daughter, Wang Miao Miao? Let me enlighten you. We are not fabricating tales." This was directly relayed by Xiaoyu's father to the police, and he possesses a confession penned by Xiaoyu herself. The plump wife cast a derisive glance at me, speaking in a mocking tone. What confession? Xiaoyu is but in second grade and scarcely knows a handful of characters. How could she write a confession? Moreover, that vat is so high that it is impossible for her to climb it alone, let alone commit suicide. Then on what grounds does her father cast all blame upon her? My indignation surged, and I dashed through the police cordon towards Xiaoyu's courtyard. Several officers, noticing my approach, hurried to intercept me, shouting, "Whose child are you? The police are conducting an investigation. Do not cause a ruckus. Hurry to school." They were lying. Wang Xiaolin was not killed by Wang Xiuyu, nor did she take her own life. They both met their end at the hands of their mother, who cast them into the vat to drown. You cannot unjustly accuse the innocent while allowing the wicked to roam free. A police officer in his 40s seized my arm, attempting to drag me away as I struggled and shouted at that moment. Wang Xiaoyu's father emerged from the house, startled upon seeing me, and he whispered urgently to two of the officers. The officers approached me, sneering softly. "We have already investigated the matter and concluded it earlier this morning. The report has been submitted. Do you truly believe a few words from you can alter the outcome? Young lady, heed my advice and go to school promptly. Wang Xiaoyu's mother's cousin is the deputy director of the province. Do you think your words bear any weight?" The older officer, still holding my arm, pulled me aside and said quietly, "Young lady, you are still quite young. The world is not as simple as you perceive, especially in the face of power. The depths of this matter can drown you, and at times may even implicate your family. Listen to your uncle and hurry to school." That I scoffed in response. Is there truly no sense of justice? The cycle of cause and effect exists. The debts incurred must eventually be repaid. Tears once again betrayed me, and I turned away, no longer wishing to hear their words, and fled towards the school. Upon arriving at the classroom, I found Wang Quan introducing new classmates that I slipped quietly through the back door. Just in time to see Wang Quan point to a seat in front of me, beckoning a boy to sit there. He wore glasses, was tall, and had fair skin, and as he approached me, he offered a friendly smile. "Hello, I am Lu Rong, a transfer student from the town. This is for you. I hope we can be good friends." During recess, the new student carried a tote bag, distributing gifts to classmates. I stole a glance at the exquisitely packaged pencil case he handed me. When it reached my hands, he suddenly scratched his head, awkwardly explaining, "I apologize, the pencil cases ran out. Please take this instead." I thanked him and quickly stowed the box in my desk, fearful that my peers might mock me for receiving something different from theirs. Only after all the classmates had left the classroom did I surreptitiously hide the gift, which was twice the size of a pencil case and adorned with a ribbon, into my backpack that I had no idea what lay within, only that it felt heavy in my hands. Stepping out of the classroom, I noticed the evening had grown dark. Just as I shouldered my backpack and exited the school gate, I heard someone calling my name from behind. "Wang Miao Miao, wait for me. I will walk with you." I turned to see Lu Rong, and a sense of awkwardness washed over me. He must have perceived my discomfort, as he quickly explained, "I hadn't arrived when you introduced yourself this morning, so you did not hear. Actually, I am a relative of the family next door. Wang Yang is my cousin, and his mother is my aunt. I live in town, but since my parents are often away on business, I have no one to care for me. Recently, my uncle passed away, and my father sent me here to stay for a while to keep my aunt company. That he will send money regularly." Throughout our walk, Lu Rong spoke freely, but I quickened my pace, wishing to return home as swiftly as possible. For some inexplicable reason, from the moment I laid eyes on him, I felt an overwhelming discomfort, unlike anything I had experienced before with either Xiaobai or Zilin. My steps quickened, and he matched my pace, cheerfully asking, "Miao Miao, shall we walk to school together from now on? I will wait for you at your door every morning." Dada. That would not be appropriate. It is best not to. I promptly declined. "And no worries, Miao Miao. I shall assume you have agreed. I will come by tomorrow morning, that he grinned, walking alongside me and continuing our conversation that I was overwhelmed, unable to focus on a word he said. Only desiring to escape home quickly, I had never disliked someone so intensely. Though he had not wronged me and had even given me a gift, merely seeing him or speaking to him filled me with a profound sense of suffocation, igniting a fierce ember within me that you wrong. We have only just met, that I am not accustomed to walking closely with unfamiliar people, so please do not wait for me tomorrow that I wrestle with my thoughts until. Nearing my front door, I finally voiced my feelings that he remained silent, standing there in a daze. And just as I opened the door, I heard him call after me, Wangjia. I heard from my cousin that you can see ghosts? Chapter 58. A meeting in the small grove. I hurried home, skipping dinner, and after a brief wash, collapsed onto my bed, yearning for a restful sleep, having scarcely closed my eyes the previous night. Today, I had endured a day of classes in a daze, and my body was simply unable to withstand it. Upon my return, the little black cat greeted me as if I were an enemy, its fur bristling as it circled around me, meowing incessantly. Last time, when Wangjia conversed with it, she had bestowed upon it several names. Wiyun, Xiao-Mo, Luna, and Coalball, finally settling on Wiyun. I could not discern its gender. But based on its chosen name, it likely was a male cat. Wiyun, what troubles you? I asked, somewhat perplexed, trying to recall that besides my encounter with Wangjia last night, I had not engaged with anything untoward. Wiyun, cease your meowing. I feigned annoyance, scolding it, and just as I was about to turn off the light and rest, a voice called my name from downstairs, sounding somewhat familiar, that I dashed from my bed, opened the window and peered outside, only to find Lu Rong standing below. I was filled with indignation, hastily dressing and rushing downstairs, shouting angrily, Lu Rong, what do you think you are doing? Yelling in front of someone else's home at such an hour is incredibly impolite. I apologized, I did not think it through. I am new here and have no friends, that I heard from my cousin that you are different from others, so I was curious and hoped to befriend you. Lu Rong scratched his head, grinning, that in what way am I different from others? Do I have an extra eye or an extra hand? Lu Rong, I have made my position clear. I do not wish to be your friend. And I kindly ask that you refrain from shouting beneath my window in the future that my mother is currently pregnant and needs peace, that I shouted at him in frustration, turning away without sparing him another glance as I returned indoors. In my haste, I had not noticed that my father, mother, and even my grandfather were in the living room watching television. Meow meow. Who was just calling for you? My father cast a curious glance at me and inquired. Is it a new classmate who has transferred here? He wishes to accompany you to school tomorrow. After a brief explanation, I retreated to my room. Upon my return, the cat, Wu Yun, fluffed up all its fur and incessantly called out to me. Is there something amiss with Lu Rong? Otherwise, why would Wu Yun react so dramatically? Could he be a ghost? Yet today, all my classmates can see him. I slapped my forehead in frustration, unable to untangle my thoughts, and decided to set them aside until I woke up. Little did I expect that I would sleep until noon the next day, when I finally arose and glanced at the clock. It was already 12 o'clock, and I thought to myself, oh no, I'm late. Alarmed, I hurried to get dressed, and as I stepped out of my room, I bumped into my father, who looked at me in astonishment and asked, Meow meow, why didn't you go to school today? I'll be there right away. I replied casually, grabbing my backpack and rushing out. Today my backpack felt extraordinarily heavy, as if it contained a stone. It was then that I recalled the gift Lu Rong had given me yesterday still lay within. I hastily retrieved the box, untied the bow, and discovered a thick notebook inside, accompanied by a note that read, Tonight, meet me in the small grove. That I quickly stuffed the notebook back into my backpack, intending to return it to him later, and tore the note into shreds, discarding it in the trash. Who exactly is Lu Rong? I find myself utterly perplexed by him, as he inexplicably intrudes into my life, insisting on being my friend, perhaps solely because I can see ghosts. By the time I arrived at school, the morning classes had already concluded. Some classmates had gone home for lunch, while others were playing on the playground. In the vast classroom, only Lu Rong and I remained. At that moment, I felt an indescribable discomfort. There is an idiom that describes my current feeling, like sitting on pins and needles, that I had just stood up, intending to take a walk outside, when Lu Rong turned around and called out to me, Meow meow, did you see the note I left for you? I struggled to control my emotions, striving to keep my tone gentle as I replied. I didn't notice. I thought it was just scrap paper and tossed it away. Here, take your notebook back. Well, it's okay if you didn't see it. Wangjia, I'll be waiting for you in the small grove behind the school tonight. I have something to tell you. You must come, he said with a grin as he took the notebook from me and turned back to his studies. That I tried to reason with him calmly. Lu Rong. Did I fail to express myself clearly? If I didn't articulate it well, let me reiterate today. We will not become friends, never, so please do not seek me out again. That it would be best if you refrain from speaking to me altogether. All right. After saying this, I stormed out, glancing back once to find him staring blankly ahead, as if frozen in place like a character in a historical drama who has been struck mute. That I have encountered those who are friendly and familiar, such as Mo Fian, but I have never met anyone as persistently shameless as him, who, despite countless rejections, fails to comprehend my words. That it leaves one utterly speechless. That on the nearly empty playground in early winter, only a handful of boys were playing soccer in the open space ahead. That I wandered aimlessly, my mind consumed with thoughts of what to do if Lu Rong continued to misunderstand me and persistently cling to me. Just as I was lost in contemplation, I lifted my gaze to see my second uncle holding hands with Lin Jiejia as they entered through the school gates. Lin Jiejia clutched a string of candied hawthorn, and the two of them were engrossed in sweet nothings. Exuding affection, I called out second uncle and dashed towards them. Lin Jiejia, thinking I was about to snatch her candied hawthorn, quickly hid it behind her back. Eyeing me suspiciously, "Oh, Jiejia, don't worry, I won't take it. I promise I won't. That I'm here to ask my second uncle for help," I reassured her, shaking her arm before turning my attention to my uncle. "Oh, our little Miss Wang has come to seek my assistance. Speak up. What do you need help with? But let me make it clear, I won't help you for free. You must give your second aunt all your pocket money this month to buy candied hawthorn," he added with a playful raise of his eyebrows. "All right," I agreed. It's not a significant favor, really. I simply dislike the new classmate, Lu Rong. That I request a change of seats. Either move him away or move me away, preferably as far apart as possible. Wait, Wangjia, what has the new student Lu Rong done to offend you? He has only just arrived, and you're already causing division in the class. Asa teacher, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to indulge you. I don't care. You must move him today, I shouted vehemently. Chapter 59, A Fiery Temper. That my second uncle and Lin Jiejia were taken aback by my reaction, although I often bicker with him. My assertive tone was unprecedented. Fine, I'll make the change. My uncle quickly relented upon seeing my fierce expression. That I sighed in relief, feeling like a wilted eggplant as I made my way back to the classroom. Lu Rong, noticing my return, was about to greet me when I shot him a menacing glare that silenced him. The bell rang for class, and Wang Quan entered the office, immediately instructing Lu Rong to move his seat forward. He was now sitting in the position previously occupied by Wang Bingbing, with Wang Xiaoyu in front of him. That I glared at my uncle, as my intention had been to have Lu Rong relocated to a corner or for me to be moved there instead. I simply wanted to be as far away from him as possible. But now, there was only one seat separating us. Forget it. As long as he doesn't sit too close, it's fine. I mentally blocked him out and took out my textbook to focus on the lesson. Just as I was calculating a problem, a crumpled piece of paper hit the top of my head. I looked up to see Lu Rong grinning at me. I was instantly furious, picking up the paper and throwing it back at him. That Lu Rong, oblivious to my anger, thought I was playing a game and tossed the paper back at me. This scene was unfortunately witnessed by Wang Quan, leading to both of us being summoned to the office after class. "What on earth is going on with you two? You think you can score 100 by not paying attention in class?" Wang Quan reprimanded sternly, reclining in his chair with an expression of disapproval. "Teacher, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have passed notes to Wang Miao. You can just scold me," Lu Rong anxiously explained. Wang Quan snatched the crumpled note from my hand, which clearly read in neat handwriting. "Wang Miao, let us walk home together after school." That I felt my patience had reached its breaking point. If anyone stoked the flames further, I was likely to combust. That Lu Rong, in the future, if you have something to discuss, say it face to face after class. Don't pass notes during lessons and disturb others. Understood? Wang Quan merely admonished him a couple of times before allowing us to leave. That as I pushed open the office door, I encountered the attractive teacher who had previously helped with the class. She approached me with a textbook in her arms, smiling sweetly. Turning to tease my uncle, she remarked, "Ching, Your niece is so young and already in a relationship. If it gets serious, you might want to invite that boy's parents for a discussion. At their age, they should focus on their studies. It's not what you think. I brought them in for academic reasons. My uncle replied with a serious expression that, oh, is that so? The beautiful teacher glanced at the note discarded in the trash, smiled and fell silent. Hurrying down the hallway, I made my way back to the classroom, but Lu Rong caught up to me, grabbing my arm and whispering an apology. Wang meow meow, please don't be angry. I didn't mean it. I really just want to be your friend. Let go of me. I could no longer contain my frustration, shaking off his grip and shouting, Lu Rong, I'll say this one last time. We will not become friends. Please keep your distance from me. Farther away the better. I don't wish to have any further association with you. During the subsequent classes, he did not turn around again, remaining in his seat even during breaks. Seemingly affected by my warning, I breathed a sigh of relief. However, as I stepped out of the school gate after classes, I heard someone calling out to me from behind. Upon hearing that voice, my scalp tingled. He clung to me like a stubborn adhesive, refusing to detach. Wang meow meow. Wait for me. Let us go home together. Lu Rong, panting, ran up to me, grinning as he attempted to grasp my hand. But I swiftly dodged. Lu Rong, do you have a memory issue? I told you to stay away from me. Can't you understand? Wang meow meow. Do you truly dislike me that much? I just want to be your friend. Is that so difficult? His expression suddenly shifted to one of anger. Lu Rong, this is called coercing someone to be friends. Both parties must be willing. You are now seriously disrupting my life. I warn you one last time. Stay away from me. After speaking, I strode towards the Wang family ancestral hall without looking back. Behind me, I heard Lu Rong's sarcastic voice. Wang meow meow. It's the first time I've encountered a girl with such a fiery temperament and a bad temper. Yes, I do have a bad temper. What can I do if I can't be provoked? If it comes to it, I simply won't attend the school anymore. Fuming, I kicked open the door to the ancestral hall. Inside, my great-grandfather was engaged in a game of chess with Qing Xian while sipping alcohol. Upon seeing Qing Xian, I was filled with unbridled fury, recalling how he had left without a word after I introduced him to by hushing last time. Now, he was acting as if nothing had happened, even greeting me with a playful demeanor, two-faced indeed. It seems all men possess dual natures. He does, and so does Wang Quan. I placed my backpack in the inner hall and settled onto a stool beside them to watch the game. My great-grandfather turned to me with a grin and asked, who has made our meow meow unhappy today? Speak up, so Qing Xian can help you vent your frustration. Huh? Qing Xian, surprised at being called out, lifted his head to glance at me, shaking his head and sighing, your great-granddaughter is quite a character, wanting to meddle in everything at such a young age. She displays a fearless demeanor, quite reminiscent of that fellow. Qing Xian, you yourself told me that I wanted you to take good care of Meow Meow, that if anything happens to her, you cannot stand idly by, my great-grandfather admonished, giving Qing Xian a stern pat on the shoulder. Ah, you've misunderstood me, old Wang. Just a few days ago, she and your grandson swaggered through the 100-ghost forest with a ghost, and I let them pass, that I nearly got scolded to death by that girl and read from the underworld for that. You can't say I haven't looked after her. Qing Xian replied, cleverly putting my great-grandfather in check. My great-grandfather chuckled, exchanging glances with me, that I sighed deeply and began to air my grievances. They both laughed heartily, seemingly unable to empathize with my plight. Especially Qing Xian, who was adamant that Lu Rong was infatuated with me, hence his relentless pursuit. Indeed, the paths of humans and spirits are distinct, and their joys and sorrows cannot be understood by one another. It appears I must devise my own means to address this matter. While Qing Xian and my great-grandfather enjoyed their drinks, I had already dozed off in the inner hall. Upon awakening, I found Qing Xian had departed, leaving my great-grandfather alone on the front steps. Gazing at the moon, I donned my coat and quietly approached him. Sitting down beside him, great-grandfather, what would you do if you truly despised someone? If I detested someone, I would keep my distance, he replied, affectionately patting my head. Chapter 60, capturing the little weakness of Lord Mingjun rather than face the people I loathe each day. I would rather seek the company of those I wish to see. I bid my great-grandfather farewell in haste and set off towards the river god temple. The night breeze was biting. I should have worn a thicker coat before stepping out. I hurried along, and by the time I arrived beneath the locust tree in front of the river god temple, my hands were nearly frozen. Today is neither the Ghost Festival nor the Qixi Festival. I wondered if the ghost market would be as lively as when I had taken me there. Just as I pondered, a fragrant aroma of wine wafted through the air, followed by the appearance of a figure in red. The newcomer was still clad in satin garments, with hair as dark as ink and a pair of peach blossom eyes that appeared slightly weary, as if they hadn't closed for several days. Fian, do you walk without making a sound? You startled me, I exclaimed, a hint of guilt flickering in my eyes as I quickly lowered my gaze. This individual was undeniably stunning. Had I not possessed the ability to see spirits, I feared my soul might have been captivated long ago to a little girl. This is all thanks to you and Bai. If you two and conspired to steal my soul-drawing pen, I wouldn't have to endure the misfortunes of this lowly ghost official, Fian complained, seizing my collar and pulling me into the ghost market. I awkwardly forced a smile. It's been quite some time since that incident. Haven't you regained your position yet? 1,000 souls, Fian sighed. Lord Mingjun said that I must ferry 1,000 souls before I can resume my duties as a judge. 1,000 doesn't sound too bad. How many do you still need? I inquired, chasing after him as he strode purposefully through the ghost street. Still 999, upon finishing his sentence. He burst into laughter. What? Aside from the soul of Wang Bingbing that I helped you capture last time, you haven't caught any others during this time? I was incredulous, unable to believe my ears. This fellow, who usually appeared carefree, was unexpectedly so lax about his responsibilities. Isn't it strange? All the spirits I encounter are female. Every time I'm about to act, they cry so pitifully that I can't bring myself to do anything but let them go, ultimately leading them to other messengers that I listened, my expression darkening that hadn't I mentioned that this guy only cared for his drink and had no interest in women. It turned out he was quite the soft-hearted one. The tea house in the ghost market was bustling, and Fian instructed the server to arrange a secluded table in the corner, ordering a pot of wine and some snacks that as he sipped his drink. He lamented the difficulties of being a ghost messenger. Several times, I nearly burst into laughter, but I managed to contain myself. This hour, the ghost street was lively, from the second floor of the tea house. I gazed down at the throngs of spirits, realizing that the ghost market was bustling even outside of festivals. I absent-mindedly observed. Two familiar figures caught my eye that I watched as they selected a red string from a vendor and tossed coins onto the old locust tree. The woman smiled sweetly while the man took her hand, leisurely wandering through the ghost street. In my moment of confusion, Fian noticed my fixation on the window and teased, "Which handsome ghost are you watching? The most dashing ghost in the market is right in front of you. Yet you're looking at someone else. Be careful. I might tell by you're a fickle-hearted flower." I chose not to respond but pointed towards the couple who had just purchased the red string and asked, "Do you know those two ghosts?" Fian squinted in their direction for quite some time before shaking his head. "No way. That's your Lord Mingjun and Lady Mingpa from the underworld. And you don't recognize them?" I exclaimed, astonished at his ignorance that I've never seen them in their true forms. "But then again, how do you know them?" Fian asked, gazing at the two with disbelief. "I certainly know them. Don't you remember? Bai took me to the underworld before, and I met Lord Mingjun even before he became Lord Mingjun." Without waiting for his reply, I grabbed his sleeve and dashed towards the ghost street. "Wangjia, what are you planning to do? You're not thinking of seeking them out, are you?" Fian protested, trying to pull back. "That if you want to regain your position, come with me," I retorted as I tugged him along. When we reached the stall where I had bought clay dolls last time, I spotted Lord Mingjun purchasing a clay toy for the girl in red. "Wang Xiaoying, long time no see. I didn't expect such fate would bring us together here," I called out, clearing my throat. The entire ghost street turned to look at me in surprise. Both Lord Mingjun and the girl in red were startled to see me, particularly the latter, who quickly pulled away from Lord Mingjun and averted her gaze. I approached them, pretending not to notice anything, and greeted Lord Mingjun. He smiled sheepishly at me, clearly flustered, completely lacking the imposing aura he had displayed when he shattered the Naya Bridge. "Lady Hongxiu is here as well. Has the Naya Bridge been repaired?" I feigned ignorance of her presence. "Almost, it's nearly done, meow meow. Do come visit when you have the time," Lady Hongxiu replied, her cheeks flushed. "Sure, I promised a friend I'd visit her in a few days. And what better time than now? Let us go at once." I playfully followed her lead. "Meow meow, how about another day? Can we postpone it?" Wang Xiaoying interjected with a pleading smile. "That won't do. My friend is also a companion of this ghost messenger behind me. He is only free today, and it's impossible to delay. After all, the merciless Lord Mingjun assigned him a task of ferrying 1,000 souls. If he can't complete it, we won't be able to visit that friend together. Hence, I must go today, I insisted firmly. Knowing he had been caught in a bind, Lord Mingjun could only grit his teeth and agree to my terms, no matter how unreasonable they were. What 1,000 souls? That's just a joke. I'll rescind that order tomorrow. Lord Mingjun begrudgingly relented, contradicting his earlier decree. All right, then kindly inform your subordinates to reinstate Mo Fian's position as a judge tomorrow. We'll visit that friend in a few days, and rest assured I'll pretend I saw nothing today since I had too much to drink. Suppressing my laughter, I bid farewell to them and pulled Mo Fian back towards the tea house. Unable to contain my amusement any longer as I burst into laughter. Chapter 61. Oh no, the wind is rising in truth. My intention for coming to the ghost market was to have Mo Fian take me to the underworld. I wished to see Wangjia to my surprise. What began as an unintentional act not only restored his official position, but also earned him the title of a messenger from the underworld. In the tea house of the ghost market, Mo Fian noticed my hands, reddened from the cold, and called for a waiter to fetch me a red hooded cloak from the street that I draped it over my shoulders. An immediate warmth enveloped me, prompting a hasty expression of gratitude. He leisurely sipped his drink and mentioned that he had been tasked by someone to take good care of me. I said, "Shall buy?" I inquired with curiosity. He nodded and began to recount an embarrassing incident involving Xiao Bai, expressing his gratitude for my defense of him before Lord of the Underworld. That my curiosity piqued. I swiftly moved from across the table to sit beside him, straining my ears to listen intently. This tale, he explained, dated back several decades to that time. Xiao Bai was far more aloof than he is now, presenting an icy demeanor to everyone he encountered, despite knowing him for centuries. I had seldom seen him smile, that I recalled a particular winter evening when I had dragged him to the tea house for a drink, that a little girl selling flowers had appeared on the ghost street. Her age similar to mine, dressed in tattered clothes with several holes in her shoes, her hands tucked in her sleeves as her little face turned crimson from the cold. Strangely enough, Xiao Bai had never paid such encounters any heed before. But that day he insisted on purchasing every flower from the little girl's basket, and even took her to buy new clothes. Initially, she stubbornly refused to accept his kindness, but after he whispered something in her ear, she joyfully accepted his gifts. From that moment onward, Xiao Bai became a frequent visitor to the ghost market, and due to his generosity, many vendors referred to him as Young Master Bai. Each time he encountered that little girl, her face would blossom with joy, and he would purchase all the flowers in her basket to distribute to passing couples. The girl would stand beside him in the white cloak he had gifted her, resembling a pair of loving siblings from a distance. Eventually, the girl revealed her past to Xiao Bai. In her previous life, she was a wealthy young lady with the surname Liu, cherished by her parents until a brother was born, causing the family to revolve around him, neglecting her care. Tragically, she fell gravely ill at the tender age of 7 and passed away. Upon crossing the bridge of forgetfulness, the river deity's old woman informed her that if she sold 1,000 flowers, she could reincarnate into a warm and loving family. Thus, she had come to the ghost market every night to sell flowers. After hearing her story, Xiao Bai, upon returning to the underworld, stole the Book of Life and Death to facilitate her reincarnation. He had also intended to follow her to the human realm for a lifetime. However, I had intervened that night, drunkenly engaging him in conversation until the next day when he attempted to reincarnate, only to find that the girl was already 3 years old. How absurd! As he finished his tale, he could not help but burst into laughter, while I fell into deep contemplation, realizing that Xiao Bai harbored a secret affection for someone. Mo Fian, noticing my silence, hastily clarified, "Meow meow. Please don't misunderstand, otherwise Xiao Bai will come after me. Just assume I was merely jesting to amuse you. That on second thought, let Xiao Bai tell you himself that I wasn't displeased. Rather, I was contemplating when I could visit my friend in the underworld. Now that I possessed a token allowing me to traverse freely into the realm of the dead, I yearned to see her as soon as possible. I quietly suggested, let us go tomorrow. Perfect, I shall accompany you. He replied that I nodded, pondering the forthcoming meeting with Lord of the Underworld and the Red Sleeve Maiden, uncertain of what to expect. But I couldn't help but wonder how the two had come together. Was it after the last collapse of the Bridge of Forgetfulness? Lost in thought, I suddenly heard an elderly man in the tea house exclaim, "Oh no! The wind is rising." Startled, I glanced back at Imofian, only to find he had succumbed to his inebriation, slumped over the table in slumber. "Miss, you must flee quickly. The wind is rising. If you don't leave now, it may be too late," a kindly middle-aged ghost from a nearby table warned me. "What do you mean? The wind is rising. Where should I run to?" I was utterly bewildered, watching as the patrons of the tea house scattered in panic, leaving only Imofian, myself, and an elderly gentleman behind in the vast hall. "Old sir, this is my first visit to the ghost market, and my friend is inebriated. What exactly is happening? Where has everyone gone?" I urgently inquired. "Little girl, judging by your appearance, you are not a ghost." "Are you? Mortals should avoid such places filled with heavy energy. It may shorten your lifespan," the old man replied, his response somewhat evasive. "Old sir, I was born with the fate of a ghostly maiden, so my presence here is harmless. Yet you still haven't explained what is going on." I pressed, my impatience rising. "Look there." The old man gestured towards the window, and I turned to see a massive whirlwind rising from the ground, swirling up countless grains of sand into the air. That a funnel cloud descended from the clouds, and as the wind intensified, the funnel spun faster and grew larger, connecting to the ground and lifting a vast amount of dust, debris, and rubble on the ghost street. Numerous spirits were fleeing in terror, trying to escape. Some were slower and were immediately consumed by the funnel, their screams silenced as they turned to ashes. That I in a panic, I rushed to awaken the inebriated Imofian, lamenting how he always chose to drink at the worst moments. That Imofian, if you don't wake up now, I will have no choice but to leave you behind," I exclaimed, kicking him with frustration, but he remained unresponsive. "Little girl, he must have drunk the lotus wine. Its potency is formidable. He likely won't awaken any time soon. You should take him with you to the human realm for safety," the old man advised while closing the window. That I wished to carry him away, but he was far too heavy for me to manage alone. Just then, a large white bird appeared outside, flapping its wings and circling above. "Xiao Yu, what brings you here?" I cried out joyfully, my heart swelling with relief. The bird swooped down, one wing landing on the window ledge. Summoning all my strength, I dragged Imofian towards the window, finally managing to hoist him onto Xiao Yu's back. The old man also hurried out, eager to join us. Time was of the essence. As soon as the old man climbed onto Xiao Yu, I swiftly followed suit. That I in the distance, the funnel cloud approached us at an alarming speed, yet Xiao Yu soared into the sky, flapping its wings to carry us far away. Before long, we found ourselves back beside the ancient locust tree in front of the river goddess temple. Imofian remained blissfully unaware of his surroundings, and the old man thanked me before vanishing in a flash. That I stood there, still shaken, and inadvertently glanced back at the river goddess temple. Ever since Zilin went to seek his master, the temple has been devoid of offerings for quite some time. Yet now several lights are illuminating the interior. Chapter 62. The Bridge of Forgetfulness has collapsed again. I dashed into the river goddess temple, scanning the interior, but found not a single soul present. "Zilin, is it you who has returned?" I called out tentatively, but received no reply, just as I pondered whether someone had come during the day and forgotten to extinguish the lights. I noticed a still-burning pot of charcoal at my feet. That I couldn't have been mistaken. Someone had indeed been here recently. I hurried towards the back hall, where the door stood wide open, and a gust of north wind rushed in, causing the candles on the incense table to flicker wildly as the door banged against its frame. Who was just here? Why did they flee? Do they recognize me? I wondered, perplexed, when suddenly Imofian, his eyes clouded, stumbled into the hall, staggering towards me. "Oh dear, Lord Judge, you've finally awakened. If you and I would had to report you to Lord of the Underworld." I shot him a glare, sarcasm dripping from my words. "Sorry, meow meow. I got a bit carried away with joy today and drank a little too much. That I didn't anticipate the potency of that wine," he said, scratching the back of his head, flashing a charming yet foolish grin. "You know how strong lotus wine can be. Have you forgotten the last time you got drunk and stole the soul-pulling brush? You seem to be relishing your days as a lowly, ghostly envoy too much, hoping for more experiences." I scolded him mercilessly. "Honestly, I can't be blamed for this. Who knew you'd get drunk at such a crucial moment? If it weren't for Xiao Yu's timely appearance, I wouldn't be here to talk about it." "Wait, meow meow, wasn't the soul-pulling brush you're doing?" Xiao Bai told me all about it. You can't shift the blame, he pouted, looking like a sulking child. Oh, so Xiao Bai threw me under the bus, did he? I glared at the handsome drunkard before me, my irritation boiling over. How dare you? Do you realize that if it hadn't been for my spirit bird's timely intervention, we both would have been turned to dust in that whirlwind? He blinked, confusion etched on his face as he gazed at me. Do you know that the wind is rising? A vast funnel cloud looms ominously, advancing towards the tea house at a speed of several dozen, even hundreds of kilometers per second. All the spirits have fled, leaving only an elderly gentleman and the inebriated you sprawled unconscious on the table, alongside the exceptionally kind-hearted me, who cannot bear to abandon you, that I bellow a string of words in one breath. Uncertain if this fellow has sobered up or comprehended my words, that M.U. Fian's eyes widen in surprise as he asks me, with a mix of affection and confusion, "Are you saying the wind has risen?" Indeed, the tea house was once bustling with lively conversations over drinks, when suddenly an old man shouted, "Something is wrong. The wind has risen." Instantly, all the spirits fled, and even the tea house owner and the waiter vanished without a trace. I continued to ponder, could it be him? That shouldn't be the case. Has his power grown stronger? Mu Fian furrows his brow, mumbling incoherent phrases that I cannot comprehend. Just as I was about to inquire, he spoke first. "Meow meow, let us head to the underworld now. I have urgent matters to discuss with Lord Yama. Then let us go. I am equally eager to see Wang Xiaoyu and to check whether the Naiha Bridge has indeed been repaired." Upon exiting the River God Temple, I had yet to thank Xiaoyu when Mu Fian swiftly pulled me into a beam of white light that Lord Yama had predicted with this envoy token. We encountered no obstacles. Every underworld messenger we met greeted me with bows and deference. Initially, I felt somewhat out of place, but seeing Mu Fian's pleased demeanor, I began to follow his lead. 2 minor spirits led us to the grand hall of the underworld, where I stealthily glanced at the Naiha Bridge over the Wanchuan River, and as Hongxiu had mentioned, it had indeed been repaired, appearing even more magnificent than before that moment. Hongxiu sat at the bridge's edge, serving bowls of steaming soup from the pot before her to the souls crossing the bridge. "M.U. Fian, you must have tasted Meng Po's soup. How does it fare?" I inquired, both curious and gossiping while we awaited Lord Yama. Considering we've met several times, it struck me that he had never spoken of his origins, that I've never drunk it, nor do I wish to. Mu Fian shot me a glare and, casting a sidelong glance at Hongxiu, turned his face away in apparent sulkiness, taking an interest in the fish in the Wanchuan River. And oh way, if you haven't consumed it, how could you become a spirit? Do you still retain memories of your past life? Or were you born a spirit? That can't be. I unleashed a barrage of questions like a machine gun, but he remained silent. This guy is even less responsive than Xiao Bai, although Xiao Bai enjoys playing coy. At least he answers my questions. Mu Fian, on the other hand, simply chooses to ignore me, that I decided not to engage further, and, noticing the hall was unguarded, quietly dashed over to the door, calling softly. "Lord Insi," no response came, so I tried again, "Uncle Wang." Only then did he lift his gaze towards me. "Meow meow. You've come so soon? I didn't expect you to arrive for your appointment right after Lord Yama's edict was issued. It is evident that Lord Yama holds you in high regard. After all, it is rare for mortals to serve as officials in the underworld, though. Is that so?" I found it somewhat amusing. What regard could that possibly be? I had merely caught him in a bind. I had never intended to be any sort of ghostly official. I simply accepted reluctantly due to the envoy token granting me free passage to the underworld. "Uncle Wang, let's discuss the appointment later. I actually have something very important I wish to ask for your assistance with today." That I lowered my head demurely, pleading softly. "Oh, what is it?" Uncle Wang inquired, smiling as he gestured for me to sit. "Uncle Wang, have you seen Wang Xiaoyu? She was brought here a few days ago by 2 of your underlings. I came today specifically to see her." I whispered that my underlings. "Meow meow, are you sure you didn't mistake this? I haven't seen Wang Xiaoyu's soul brought here. You can ask Hongxiu," he replied, pointing towards the Naiha Bridge. Just then, with a thunderous crash, the Naiha Bridge collapsed. Uncle Wang's pupils dilated in shock, his mouth opening and closing in terror as he looked at me, his hands flailing helplessly. "It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't." Chapter 63. The old king of the underworld has disappeared. I never expected that the newly repaired Naiha Bridge would turn out to be such a shoddy construction, collapsing just days after its inauguration. Amidst the curses of Hongxiu and the floundering souls, I saw Lord Yama's hand still suspended in the air, frozen in shock, while Mu Fian gazed at me in disbelief, seemingly attempting to convey with his eyes that it was not he who had angered Lord Yama. Meow meow. We should return, Mu Fian signaled to me, urging me to leave hastily. Did I glance back at Uncle Wang, who was beckoning me over, whispering in my ear, "A few days ago, my two underlings accompanied me on another errand and were gone for several days, so if you say you saw them bring Wangxia's soul back, this matter is indeed peculiar. I just checked the Book of Life and Death. Wangxia's lifespan is not yet expired, that I will promptly report this to Lord Yama and clarify the situation before explaining it to you. The underworld may descend into chaos once again in the coming days. Perhaps it would be best for you to return home for now and come back in a few days." I nodded numbly. At this point, there was little else I could do as I walked back. I trailed behind Mu Fian, my heart heavy, and regardless of his attempts to cheer me up, I remained silent. He pulled me into the river god temple, closed the door, and with a serious expression, said, "Wang Miao Miao, I need to tell you something. Do not be afraid. The wind from yesterday is connected to a disaster in the underworld." At that time, the old king was still present, and the underworld was peaceful, with the waters of the Wanchuan River abundant and the souls within thriving. The Naya Bridge was well constructed, nothing like the dilapidated state it is in now. All the turmoil began with a traitor in the underworld. Xiaobai and the old king became estranged due to this traitor. This traitor, named Lu Luo, was originally a minor spirit who accidentally spilled the bowl while crossing the Naya Bridge to drink Mang Po's soup. At that time, Hongxiu was furious and nearly caused his soul to disperse. The old king, being kind-hearted, happened to witness this and saved him from Hongxiu's wrath, granting him a lowly ghostly position. Lu Luo proved to be exceptionally clever and diligent, mastering nearly all the underworld's affairs within a year. Ordinarily, a lowly official would have no access to upper-level underworld duties, but his charm lay in his exceptional interpersonal skills that he treated everyone as family. Enjoyed conversing, and even the old king praised his abilities, promoting him as the next successor to the position of Yin Si, encouraging us to learn from him. To my shame, I must admit I was rather impressed. Within just a year, he had risen from an unknown spirit to the rank of Yin Si. It can be said that in the entire underworld, apart from Xiaobai and Hongxiu, everyone adored him. Xiaobai frequently argued with the old king, believing Lu Luo to be shrewd and not as simple as he appeared, warning that he might pose a future threat, but nobody listened. When the soul storage incident was revealed, everyone, including the old king, was left dumbfounded, unable to sleep through the nights, for the old king had governed the underworld for centuries and had only made this one grave mistake. But it was too late for regrets. At that time, Xiaobai mocked him, asking if he was truly concerned about a traitorous little spirit. Initially, there was no fear, but we had underestimated the situation. Lu Luo absconded with all the souls of the underworld, nurturing them into vengeful spirits and creating a formidable soul storage facility. Should the vengeful spirits within the storage ever rebel, the entire underworld would face destruction. Subsequently, I do not know what means the old king employed, but the soul storage vanished, Lu Luo disappeared, and even the old king himself left the underworld in disgrace, whereabouts unknown. The underworld remained desolate for a long time, only improving slightly with the emergence of the current Lord Yama. We thought everything had returned to normal, but unexpectedly, he has resurfaced. The wind from the ghost market that day was formed from countless vengeful spirits. Therefore, the situation is perilous. I must return to the ghost market to assess the situation. Mu Fian, I will accompany you. I clung to his sleeve, softly seeking his consent. Meow meow, I still do not know what the situation is like over there, that I fear for your safety. Lord Yama has already dispatched Yin Si to the ghost market to investigate. I will check the situation first and then contact you. Just as I was about to say more, Mu Fian had already vanished from sight. To be why now, the sun had risen high, and I trudged homeward, despondent, only to collide with Lu Rong coming towards me. Wang Miao Miao, how did you come from that direction? Where have you been? He asked, astonished. I went to see my great-grandfather. I replied absently, hastily opening the door and rushing inside. Meow meow, has your great-grandfather's wine been sufficient lately? If not, I'll go buy a few jars from Wang Keizi's place. Grandpa inquired with concern as he emerged from the study upon seeing me return. It should be running low. Perhaps we should buy some more. I simply responded with a sentence and returned to my room. That moment, the dark clouds were still in slumber. Xiao Yu, upon hearing the sound of the door, opened its large eyes wide and fixated on the entrance. Seeing me enter, it joyfully fluttered onto my shoulder, chirping. Xiao Yu, thank you for last night, I said, gently stroking its round little head, expressing my heartfelt gratitude. However, I couldn't help but wonder, how did you know I went to the ghost market, and how did you know I was in danger? I asked, somewhat perplexed that IT is a divine bird, and you are its master. Having followed you for so long, it can naturally sense when you are in peril. A familiar voice chimed from outside the window. Suddenly, a shadow darted into the room. It was Xiao Yu's rather irresponsible father. What brings you here? I exclaimed while quickly shielding Xiao Yu behind me, watching him warily. Benefactor, what are you doing? He replied with a sly grin. Though I have given it to you, I am still its father. Is it not permissible for me to check on my son? The large owl nonchalantly perched itself on my desk, grabbing an apple one had left there, and began to munch on it. While it may be permissible for you to see it, who knows if you will sneak away with it like last time without informing me? I shot him a glare, retorting, Sneak away? At most. I will borrow it, he laughed heartily, adding, Actually, I have come today with both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Let us start with the good news, I replied succinctly. The good news is I am getting married. Yes, to Xiao Yu's mother. Once this month passes and the first snow falls, we shall hold the wedding that time. I would like to borrow Xiao Yu to be my best man. The bad news is when I arrived just now, I noticed a boy next door who has been peering into your home. That fellow is not to be trifled with. Chapter 64. Lu Rome's secret. I observed that the boy exuded a heavy aura, indicating he was no virtuous character. Benefactor, it would be wise to keep your distance from him, the large owl advised before turning and flying out the window. I sat there, lost in thought, the owl's words amplifying my worries. Lu Rome, that fellow, truly would not leave me be. I felt utterly helpless against him and could only attempt to maintain my distance. Yet, despite my desire to avoid him, the school was still in session, and I was due to attend a mathematics competition in town next month, providing me with a temporary reprieve from his presence. I slung my backpack over my shoulder and stepped outside. I spotted my uncle preparing to leave on his bicycle. I hurried over, grabbing the back of his bike and leaping onto the rear seat. He glanced back at me, muttering, 10 yuan for a ride. Pay me tonight. Taking a trip to town costs only 5 yuan, and our home is but a short distance from the school. Charging me 10 yuan for a bicycle ride is outrageous. 10 yuan for a monthly pass would be more reasonable, I protested, pinching his waist in indignation. My uncle, in high spirits, hummed a tune as he pedaled swiftly. Indeed, the bicycle was considerably faster than walking. By the time we arrived at the school gate, the duty officer was just opening the door. Wang Quan secured his bicycle and headed straight to the office without a backward glance. I thought it too early to head to the classroom, so I made my way toward the playground. As the sun rose, a beam of sunlight illuminated the playground, and I seemed to catch a glimpse of Granny Wang, who had previously cleaned the area, sweeping away dust in a flurry. I also imagined Wang Yuanxi, clad in a red wedding dress, joyfully singing and dancing nearby. There was also Wang Xiaoyu, blinking her large eyes and saying she had brought me delicious treats made by her father. Tears streamed down my cheeks as I momentarily envisioned two diminutive ghostly figures approaching me with a thick chain, intent on taking me away. Who are you? You are not the minions of the underworld. Where do you come from? Why are you masquerading as ghostly messengers? Where have you taken Wang Xiaoyu's soul, and what do you intend to do? I cried out, my emotions unraveling. Miss Wang instructed us to take good care of Miss Wang Xiaoyu, for she misses you dearly. Thus, we have come to escort her for a visit. One of the apparitions replied respectfully. Though his words were eloquent, I understood clearly that they were not denizens of the underworld, but mere impostors disguised as Wang Uncle's subordinates. What on earth is happening? Could it be related to that gust of wind from the ghost market that day? Is it connected to that traitor from the underworld named Lu Luo? As I pondered, the two figures had already shackled my hands with chains that I struggled vigorously, but the chains tightened painfully, drawing blood from my wrists. Miss Wang, please accompany us for a moment, one of the figures said with a smirk, extending his hand in a gesture of invitation. With my hands bound and unable to move, I could only kick at him with my legs. He deftly dodged, avoiding my attempt. Cease your futile struggles. If you delay further, you shall never see Wangjia again, that he knew how much Wangjia meant to me, and sought to use her as leverage against me. Very well. Let us go. I am curious to see what you impostors plan to do with me, I fumed, following one of the figures. Just as we were about to exit the school gate, I heard someone call my name from behind. Wang Miao Miao, do not go with them. I turned to see none other than the one I despised the most, Lu Rong. The two false messengers visibly froze at the sight of him, their hands trembling as they gripped the chains. Release her, Lu Rong said coolly, his gaze icy. The two impostors exchanged glances, and one of them extended his hand, causing the chains binding me to retract like a nimble serpent into his sleeve. They bowed to Lu Rong and vanished in a thin air, that I stared at Lu Rong in astonishment, a flurry of questions swirling in my mind. Who exactly is he? Why were those impostors so afraid of him? Wang Miao Miao, I imagine you have many questions. Shall we walk home together after school? I will share everything I can with you, Lu Rong said sincerely as he approached me. I nodded, thanking him softly. Thank you just now. Before returning to the classroom, I noticed that every time Wang Quan taught, the students were engaged, except for me. I often drifted into my thoughts until he called my name, prompting me to solve a problem on the blackboard, jolting me back to reality. The second-grade math problems were still quite manageable for me, to the point where my uncle began to assume that my daydreaming was simply my usual state of attentiveness in class. And he gradually ceased to call on me. That evening, remarkably, I did not leave early. Instead, I waited until Lu Rong, who sat in front of me, shouldered his backpack and exited the classroom before I grabbed my own and slowly followed him. Once outside the school gate, he paused to wait for me. Let us go, I whispered. Wang Miao Miao, I hardly know where to begin, so I shall start with the passing of my parents. Lu Rong began to recount his story as we walked. Throughout my childhood, my parents often traveled for business, seldom spending time with me. As a result, my classmates viewed me with only 8 words: wealthy, generous, taciturn, and reclusive, until the year before last, when they were returning from a business trip. A torrential downpour caused them to lose control of their vehicle on a mountain road. My father's sudden turn sent the car tumbling off the cliff, and when the rescue team arrived, they reported that not even their remains could be found, as the area was teeming with wild beasts. I sobbed uncontrollably. Although my parents had left me a considerable fortune, I was now without a mother or father. I had become an orphan. I knelt at the morning hall for 7 days and nights. On the 7th night, exhaustion overtook me, and I fell into a troubled slumber. In my dream, I saw my parents returning hand in hand, dressed in the same clothes they wore when the accident occurred, looking perfectly fine. But as they turned around, I saw their backs covered in blood. I was terrified and stuttered, Dad, Mom, where have you come from? Foolish child, your father and I just returned from the market. Look, we even brought you a toy, they replied, withdrawing a paper-crafted little card from a shopping bag. I was paralyzed with fear, trembling all over. Rong, we have been away for too long, leaving you alone at home. This time, let us all go together. Once there, Mom will find you a new school. My mother smiled warmly. I screamed in terror, waking with a start, realizing it had merely been a dream. Initially, I thought it was just a figment of my imagination, but the following night, I had the same dream once more. Chapter 65. The Cave of Dark Souls. Lu Rong spoke with a chilling detachment, as if recounting a tale that belonged to someone else. The next day, my parents were still intent on taking me away. I fought desperately, shouting, Mom and Dad, I don't want to go. I'm fine here. My father's eyes suddenly turned crimson as he lunged at me with his maw wide open. I fled in terror, collapsing to the ground as he bit down on my leg, causing blood to flow profusely. I cast a pleading glance at my mother, but her expression was cold, as if she no longer recognized me. My mind went blank. Pain coursed through my legs and body as the blood within me trickled away. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, I succumbed to a faint. Believing myself to be dead, I was startled to awaken and find myself lying within a pitch-black cave. A man draped in a dark cloak had somehow rescued me. And subsequently, he became my mentor, nurturing me and imparting his skills. What about your parents? Have they not appeared since then? I inquired, my curiosity piqued. After my master saved me, I never saw them again. Yet that night remains etched in my memory. Lu Rong replied, suddenly fixing me with a gaze so intense it seemed as though he wished to silence me, taking deliberate steps closer. Lu Rong, what are you doing? We were not acquainted before, and I believe I have never wronged you. Why do you persistently pursue me?" I retreated step by step, fearful that he might lunge at me without warning. "Wangjia, I truly have no intention of harming you. It's just that my master has declared you to be an omen, a fated one with a peculiar destiny, the only one capable of saving my junior disciple." Though he spoke as if in casual conversation, his words only heightened my trepidation. "What of your master and your junior disciple? I do not know them at all. Am I to sacrifice my life simply because of my extraordinary fate?" I exclaimed, my voice tinged with indignation. Previously, Xiao Bai's father had behaved similarly, seeking out a malevolent master to torment my family. Now another, Lu Rong's master, had appeared. Was it truly the case that my unique fate rendered me unworthy of existence? "Wangjia, I apologize for my previous insistence on befriending you. That I heard from my cousin that you possess the ability to see spirits," he explained. "Once, he dreamt of my uncle, who mentioned he serves as a wraith in the underworld, advising that for any family matters, I could seek assistance from you. The child next door to my cousin and aunt are doing well, so they have not sought you out. However, I need help relaying a message to my uncle. Yet I felt embarrassed to ask you directly. Thus, I wrote my request in a diary and presented it to you as a gift, hoping to discuss it in a more private setting. I fear that my cousin's dream might merely be a figment of imagination, hence my desire to confirm whether you truly can see spirits and convey messages that I never anticipated that you would return the gift. Every time I attempted to approach you, you fled as if you had seen a malevolent ghost, making it difficult for me to find the right moment." Lu Rong sighed, casting an awkward glance at me. Realization dawned on me. There was a reason behind his persistent pursuit, and reflecting on our past interactions now felt somewhat embarrassing. "What message do you wish for me to deliver to Uncle Wang?" I asked softly. Did I wish for my uncle to investigate the fate of my parents? After their demise, their souls ought to have been claimed by the underworld, and they committed no wrongs in life. Even if they did not reincarnate, they should not have transformed into the vengeful spirits I have encountered. This matter had long been a source of anguish for me. In truth, I had seized the opportunity of aiding my master to slip away. My master desired for me to bring you back to the Black Soul Cave, but my heart was not in it. I merely sought to uncover the truth about my parents. "What is this Black Soul Cave? Is your master a demon?" I inquired, astonished. "My master is the lord of the Black Soul Cave. He is not a demon, but a remarkably formidable individual, the best person in my life besides my parents." "Very well. Since he is unwilling to elaborate, I shall refrain from pressing further. Although I am unaware of the Black Soul Cave's location or the identity of your master," Lu Rong's tone suggested he would not abduct me. "Granting me a temporary sense of safety, that Lu Rong, after school this evening, I shall visit the underworld to relay your message to Uncle Wang. However, in return, I have a favor to ask of you. Would that be agreeable?" I whispered that of course. "As long as I can assist, do not hesitate to ask." He replied with great enthusiasm that if I am not mistaken, those two false emissaries were also from the Black Soul Cave. "Correct? They are subordinates of your master, are they not?" I queried softly. That he nodded gently. "I have a dear friend named Wangjia, the girl who previously occupied your seat a few days ago. She was murdered by her mother, and her soul was taken by those two false emissaries. Yesterday, when I visited the underworld, I inquired with Uncle Wang. He stated that Wang Xiaoyu's lifespan had not yet expired and expressed confusion as to why this had occurred. He mentioned he would report it to Lord Yama and inform me once the situation was clarified. Therefore, Lu Rong, could you assist me in uncovering why Wang Xiaoyu's soul was taken despite her unfulfilled lifespan, and where they have brought her? I long to know her condition and, if possible, to rescue her." Having finished my plea, I gazed at him with urgent eyes, hoping he would provide me with information regarding Wang Xiaoyu. Considering I could help him relay his message to Uncle Wang, he cast his gaze towards the distance, time seeming to freeze for an eternity before he slowly turned back to me. Letting out a gentle sigh, "Wangjia, I am sorry if it is indeed true that Wang Xiaoyu's soul was taken by those two dark spirits." He hesitated momentarily, exhaling a long breath before continuing. "I must caution you not to be disheartened. Even if her lifespan had not ended, once she reached the Black Soul Cave, it is unlikely she could survive. Furthermore, I am unable to rescue her. However, if you wish, I can find an opportunity to let you see her." Really? I felt a surge of excitement. Even if I could not save her immediately, merely catching a glimpse of her would suffice. Knowing her whereabouts would allow me to devise other plans that I cannot guarantee it, but I will do my utmost to try. Wangjia. After school tonight, I will return to gather information and provide you with an answer by tomorrow morning. Lu Rong approached and gave my shoulder a reassuring pat, offering quiet comfort. Chapter 66. The truth begins to unravel throughout the day. My mind was far from focused on the lessons at hand. Wang Quan assumed I was deep in thought, mistaking my distraction for dedication to my studies, and thus refrained from further commentary. That as soon as the school bell rang, I seized my backpack and dashed out of the classroom. The first to escape, Wang Quan called out to me, offering to ride home together on his bicycle. That I waved him off, declaring my intention to visit my great-grandfather before returning home, and sped towards the school gate with remarkable haste. I wondered about the situation at the ghost market. That Mo Fian had yet to seek me out, perhaps hindered by pressing matters or complications that I could not afford to dwell on him. Clutching the emissary token given to me by Lord Yama, I began to recite the secret incantation for the underworld. That a flash of white light illuminated my path as I sprinted toward the underworld, where the numerous ghostly emissaries I encountered bowed deeply in my presence. But I had no time to acknowledge them. Heading straight for the hall, by the banks of the River of Oblivion, I observed several ghostly emissaries busily constructing a new Niha bridge within the grand hall of the underworld. A flurry of emissaries rushed to and fro, engaged in some unknown tasks. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, I hurried to find Uncle Wang, who sat at the ghostly desk, furrowing his brow over a stack of documents. I gently knocked on the door. Upon seeing me, Uncle Wang looked astonished and rushed over, pulling me inside and swiftly shutting the door behind us. Perplexed, I gazed at him and quietly asked, "Uncle Wang, what is happening? Meow meow. Did I not advise you to wait a while before visiting again?" Lord Yama has been in a foul mood lately, finding fault with everyone and berating all who cross his path. "I feared you would be caught in the crossfire," Uncle Wang replied, visibly anxious. "Do not worry. I did not come to see him. Uncle Wang, I am here specifically to speak with you." After ensuring no emissaries were eavesdropping outside, I whispered, "Lu Rong has entrusted me with a request for assistance to Lu Rong. You mean my lady's nephew?" Uncle Wang gazed at me incredulously, questioning my words. "Yes, that very Lu Rong. His parents have passed away." "Haven't they?" "Yet it seems that after their death, they transformed into malevolent spirits, returning to seek him out on 2 occasions, claiming they wished to take him away and even drinking his blood. Fortunately, he was rescued by his master." I recounted the story that Lu Rong had shared with me, emphasizing the key points as I related to Uncle Wang. Noticing that Uncle Wang did not interject, I continued, stating that Lu Rong wished for your assistance in investigating the fate of his parents, whether they had been reincarnated or consigned to hell. He simply desires to have some clarity, for without it he remains perpetually unsettled. Upon finishing, I observed that Uncle Wang remained silent, and thinking he had not comprehended, I softly called out to him. That he gestured with his hand, shaking his head and sighed, saying, "Meow meow, please inform Lu Rong that his parents' lifespans have indeed reached their end. However, their souls have not traversed to the underworld. Instead, they have gone missing. This matter even graced the list of eerie occurrences in the netherworld back in the day. I recall that the former king of hell dispatched several emissaries to search for them, but to no avail. When I first assumed my position in the realm of the dead, I perused the relevant files, perplexed and hesitant to speak too freely before the Lord of the Underworld, given my familial ties to them, fearing accusations of favoritism. Recently, however, the Judge of Flowers returned to the Underworld and shared an incident with the Lord of the Underworld, which illuminated my understanding that I suspect this incident may be connected to the traitor from the Underworld years ago. I have always felt that the matter regarding the soul repository was not concluded, but merely commenced, including the disappearance of Wang Xiaoyu, which I believe is also related. After finishing his statement, Uncle Wang clenched his fists and struck the table with force, causing it to tremble and then shatter into pieces. Startled, I quickly retreated to the doorway. What kind of volatile energy resides in this realm? It seems everyone who arrives here becomes increasingly irritable, both the Lord of the Underworld and Uncle Wang himself. I recall that when the Lord of the Underworld was still known as Wang Xiaohang, even when reproached, he would merely slip away through the back door of the classroom. Now, as the King of Hell, he is perpetually filled with rage. Just the other day, he collapsed the Naya Bridge with a single blow. "Uncle Wang, Please do not be angry that I have come merely to convey a message from Lu Rong. Once I deliver it, I shall take my leave. If you happen to uncover any leads, you could send a dream to your son, Wangyang, to relay it to Lu Rong or inform me directly. If there is nothing pressing, I shall depart now. Seeing that Uncle Wang did not respond, I hurriedly exited his inner chamber, eager to return home, that I wished to update Lu Rong on the situation and ascertain if there were any developments concerning Wang Xiaoyu, particularly if I could visit him. However, as I approached the banks of the Wangshuan River, I spotted Hong Xiu standing across the water, gazing in my direction. That I waved my hand in a dismissive gesture and swiftly fled the underworld. I dashed home, only to be called to a halt by Lu Rong. Wang Miao Miao, I will be waiting for you at the River God Temple in an hour. That I nodded lightly and hurried inside. Upon seeing my frantic return, my father assumed something was amiss. I informed him that great-grandfather's wine had run out and that I needed to deliver more. He did not press further. I in a flurry. I tossed my backpack onto the desk, took Xiaoyu with me, and raced out the door towards the River God Temple. All the while, Xiaoyu chirped incessantly, concerned that I had encountered trouble. I gently stroked his head and whispered, "Xiaoyu, I may need to go to a certain place to rescue a friend. Please wait for me here, that if I return safely, I will come to retrieve you. But if I find myself in danger, can you sense it and come to my aid?" His large eyes twirled around before he finally nodded gently. "Thank you, Xiaoyu. The girl I am going to save is also named Xiaoyu. You both share the same name but different characters, so you must protect me as I endeavor to bring her back. Even if she cannot return to life, I do not wish for her soul to fall into the hands of evil." I adjusted his feathers and spoke softly. Earlier, when Uncle Wang mentioned the traitor from the underworld, I had my suspicions. That I sincerely hoped I was mistaken and that Lu Rong's master was not the traitor Lu Luo. Yet, the mounting evidence supported my fears. Moreover, if I harbored such thoughts, so too did Uncle Wang. What about Mo Fian and the Lord of the Underworld? They must have known long before now. Regardless, I was determined to find a way for Lu Rong to take me to the Black Soul Cave today, so that when the Lord of the Underworld wished to take action, he would know its location to ask for Wang Xiaoyu. I sincerely hope to rescue her today. Chapter 67. Entering the Black Soul Cave, I arrived breathlessly at the River God Temple, where Lu Rong had already been waiting. That Lu Rong, how are things on your end? I inquired anxiously, catching my breath. Wang Miao Miao, please do not rush. Allow me to explain, he said, reaching out to pat my head but hesitating before lowering his hand. This evening, when I returned to the Black Soul Cave, I indeed saw Wang Xiaoyu. She was taken to another location by those two black souls. However, you must brace yourself, even if her lifespan is not yet exhausted. It is likely. As he spoke, he raised his gaze to gauge my reaction, fearful that I might act impulsively. That Lu Rong, where have they taken Wang Xiaoyu? I wish to see her. Can you take me to the Black Soul Cave? Just a glimpse. Only a glimpse is all I ask. Please, I pleaded, shaking his arm in desperation. Lu Rong appeared conflicted, standing there in turmoil, unable to voice a word as I clung to his arm. I have relayed your message to Uncle Wang, and he assured me he would investigate thoroughly. Once he has news, he will send word to your cousin or pass a message through me. I said, my anxiety palpable. Wang Miao Miao, thank you. It is not that I do not wish to take you to the Black Soul Cave, but it is perilously dangerous. That my master has a rather volatile temperament, and I fear that if he becomes aware of your presence, it could pose a threat to you. That it is all right, Lu Rong, that I am not afraid of danger, that I promise not to be a burden. I just want to see Wang Xiaoyu for a moment, to say a few words, and then I will return. That I asked that all right? I continued to beseech him earnestly. That I noticed Lu Rong's fists were clenched tightly, and after a long pause, he finally relented. Very well, Wang Miao Miao, but you must remember, upon arrival, no matter what you see or hear, you must remain silent and act as if you have seen nothing. We will discuss any matters upon our return. Can you do that? I can, Lu Rong. That I will follow you closely, and I promise I will not make a sound regardless of what I see or hear. I only wish to see Wang Xiaoyu and speak to her for a moment. Seeing him relent, I was overwhelmed with joy, yet a sliver of concern lingered in my heart. That if that person truly was the traitor Lu Luo from the underworld, what would I do? Lu Rong led me to the rear mountain of the school and halted. That I glanced around, recognizing the place as the site of Wang Bingbing's tragedy, where I had once encountered her headless spirit. Have we arrived? Why are we stopping? I softly inquired. Wang Miao Miao, close your eyes. Lu Rong said with utmost seriousness. Nodding obediently, my curiosity got the better of me, and I did not fully shut my eyes but kept them half closed. Cautiously observing Lu Rong as he proceeded ahead, that I saw him raise a hand, holding a peculiar black token adorned with intricate patterns, though the distance prevented me from discerning the words inscribed upon it. In the next instant, a cloud of black mist enveloped us as Lu Rong took my hand, and we ventured into the darkness, that I could hear the rush of wind and the fluttering of countless wings nearby. Within mere seconds, Lu Rong whispered in my ear, "We have arrived," and I opened my eyes, and in that moment, my soul nearly left my body. Before me lay not a path but a profound chasm, a bottomless abyss that was alarmingly steep, with small stones occasionally tumbling down the sides. Surely, Lu Rong did not intend to bring me here to harm me. My legs trembled with fear as I shouted at him. "Lu Rong, what are you trying to do?" "Miao Miao, do not speak." He gestured for silence, signaling me to refrain from shouting. Sweat trickled down my forehead and back, that Lu Rong placed 2 fingers to his lips and whistled. I heard a flurry of sounds rising from the depths of the chasm, and in the next moment, a massive black eagle soared out, landing at the edge of the cliff that Lu Rong pulled me onto its back. I was astonished. I had thought only I possessed a divine bird, yet Lu Rong had one as well, and it belonged to the same lineage as my Xiaoyu, both being eagles. The black eagle soared lower and faster, and I clung tightly to its feathers, terrified that a sudden gust of wind might send me tumbling off its back into the abyss below. Lu Rong must have sensed my anxiety, signaling me with his eyes to hold onto his arm. The eagle was spiraling downward, and in that moment I dared not loosen my grip, shaking my head vigorously. "Wangjia, you need not be afraid. The black eagle is a spirit bird. It will not let you fall." As he spoke, he relentlessly pried my fingers from the feathers on the back of the black eagle and clasped them in his own. At that moment, I cared little for anything else, consumed by the singular desire to reach our destination without plummeting into the abyss. "Wangjia, open your eyes. We have arrived," Lu Rong said, shaking my arm with a semblance of a smile. I strained to open my eyes, and a vast cavern came into view, its walls adorned with unknown black flowers, each one huddling closely to the others. The sight of such exquisite blooms in this eerie locale evoked an indescribable sense of unease. "Wangjia, do you recall my warning? No matter what you see or hear, remain silent. Act as if you neither see nor hear anything. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves unable to escape this place." I nodded. Accepting the long black robe he handed me, which concealed all but my eyes, he then plucked several of the black flowers, crushing them in his hands and tossing them haphazardly upon me. "This flower is called Hei Chiju, unique to our Black Soul Cave. It serves not only as a spice but also masks human scent." I stood obediently as he completed his tasks, my heart racing at the sight of the immense cavern. However, retreat was no longer an option. For Wang Xiaoyu, I had no choice but to press forward. Quietly, I followed Lu Rong, discovering that every individual within the cave donned garments akin to mine, their faces obscured, revealing only their eyes, rendering gender and age indistinguishable. I noted that each person bowed respectfully to Lu Rong, yet not a single word was uttered. Lu Rong remained silent as we traversed the cave for what felt like an eternity. Until at last, a peculiar white edifice, towering several stories high, came into view. My curiosity piqued. I gazed intently, only to notice it shrouded in layers of black mist. As I drew closer, I was horrified to discern that the structure was entirely constructed from human bones. Chapter 68. The Abyss of Bones. The realization that this multi-story white building was comprised solely of human skeletal remains left me trembling in fear at the sheer number of bones. How many lives have been sacrificed to create such a macabre sight? I quickly clasped my hand over my mouth to stifle a gasp, terrified of making a sound. Sensing my shock, Lu Rong hurriedly took my hand and led me away. My legs felt weak as I allowed him to guide me to a secluded corner of the cave, where he finally released my hand, his palms clammy with sweat. "Wangjia, rest here for a moment, do not wander off, I will go scout the situation and return shortly." Lu Rong, where are you going?" I asked, clutching his sleeve in trepidation. "Miao, do not fear, I am merely going to the Bone Abyss. I shall return swiftly." The Bone Abyss? Was that the bizarre white structure I had just seen? My thoughts raced as Lu Rong slipped away into the shadows. I anxiously scanned the dim surroundings, illuminated only by a few flickering candle flames and the distant sound of water bubbling from a spring. Sitting on a nearby stone, I had never felt time stretch so painfully. Lu Rong had been gone far too long. My anxiety mounted as I paced, contemplating whether to venture out in search of him. When he finally returned, jogging back to my side, Lu Rong, are you unharmed? I rushed towards him, my voice barely above a whisper. Meow meow, I have gathered information. Wangjia was brought to the Bone Abyss yesterday. For now, she is safe, but in 3 days, when the guards of the Black Soul are less vigilant, I will take you to see her. Lu Rong whispered urgently. What will happen in 3 days? I pressed, desperation creeping into my voice, in 3 days, her soul will be sacrificed to the spirit of the Bone Abyss. At that point, her essence will merge with the others, and she will be unable to reincarnate. Lu Rong confessed, his expression fraught with conflict. Merged, is that the black mist I saw enveloping the white structure? I struggled to comprehend, reeling at the enormity of the Black Soul Cave's sinister plans that if so many souls were fused together, their collective power would be formidable. What intentions did the master of the cave harbor towards the underworld? Would Lord Mingjun be capable of countering such a threat? My mind raced, and I knew that my only course of action was to see Wangjia and ascertain her condition before devising a rescue plan. With only 3 days remaining until her fate intertwined with the others, time was of the essence. Lu Rong, tell me truthfully, is there a way for me to rescue Wangjia from here? I asked, my gaze unwavering. Meow meow, please do not frighten me with such thoughts that if you entertain such ideas, not only will you be in peril, but I too will become one with the souls you just witnessed. Lu Rong replied, his face pale, as if I had presented him with an insurmountable challenge. Rest assured, I will not endanger you. Just provide me with the routes here, and leave the rest to me. I insisted, maintaining my resolute gaze. After a long pause, he sighed and murmured, meow meow, I knew you would not be content with merely a fleeting glance. Take this. It is all I can offer to assist you. The rest is up to your fortune. Lu Rong handed me a black token from our arrival. Its cool surface reminiscent of the one Xiao Bai had previously given me, though this one bore the inscription, Black Soul Envoy. Lu Rong, thank you, I exclaimed, tucking the token into my pocket, overwhelmed with gratitude. Lu Rong shook his head in resignation, offering me a plate of fruit. Eat something. I will take you to see Wangjia later. I absently picked up an apple, my mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to rescue Wangjia, that I realized that my own abilities might not suffice, and I would need to seek out Emofian. The night dragged on interminably until the piercing cry of an eagle broke the silence. Lu Rong signaled for me to follow him as we exited the secluded cave. Upon emerging, I saw the black eagle that had guided us earlier. Perched at the entrance, Lu Rong patted its back, and with a few powerful flaps of its wings, it soared towards the Bone Abyss. The eagle let out a thunderous cry, and suddenly, flames erupted around the Bone Abyss. Drawing countless black souls towards the inferno, Lu Rong grasped my hand, leading me down a narrow path toward a white entrance. My heart raced with anxiety as I allowed him to pull me forward. Upon entering the cave, I was struck by the resemblance to an ancient prison. Rows of diminutive cells lined the walls, each containing a faintly glowing soul that I estimated there to be thousands of them. Where had these souls come from? Were they all destined to merge with others like Wangjia? My legs trembled, not from fear, but from the sheer shock of the scene before me. Lu Rong, where is Wangjia? I asked, my voice barely a whisper as I scanned the area. Wangjia is in cell number 9999. Lu Rong replied, urging me to move quickly. I observed the passing souls, wondering if they understood that they were about to dissipate into nothingness, never to be reborn. Did you deliberately lead the black eagle to distract the guards? I inquired softly. Yes, the black mist can only divert their attention for a brief moment. Wangjia is just ahead. Meow meow, we have limited time. Speak quickly, Lu Rong urged, pointing toward a cell marked 9999, within which sat a pale girl with disheveled hair. Wangjia, are you all right? I called out, rushing towards her. The girl struggled to sit up, her eyes brightening momentarily upon seeing me, before dimming once more. Meow meow, how did you get here? You must leave at once. It is perilous here. Wangjia, do not be afraid. I am fine, and you will be too. I will find a way to rescue you, I reassured her, tears streaming down my cheeks as I witnessed her lips quiver. With all her strength, she managed to look at me and shook her head. Wang Miao Miao, hurry! They are searching for you. You are the 1000th. Chapter 69. The 1000th soul. I was the 1000th soul. I gazed at Lu Rong in disbelief. His complex expression confirmed my worst fears without a word. His silence was an acknowledgement, indirectly validating Wang Xiaoyu's claims that he had known all along but had chosen to withhold the truth from me. Wang Xiaoyu, do not panic that I am acquainted with Lord Mingjun. They will not dare to harm me. Endure for 2 more days, and I promise to return and rescue you. I endeavored to grasp her hand, yet the moment I made contact with that ebony cage, my body recoiled as if jolted by an electric shock. Lu Rong hastily approached, steadying me as he whispered, "Meow meow, you must not touch this cage." That I just heard the cries of the black smoke. The time should be about right that we should hasten back, or we shall be in trouble if the black soul returns and sees us. That I was nearly dragged back to the side cave by Lu Rong. Along the way, I caught sight of 2 black soul soldiers approaching. Their gazes towards me were rather peculiar, and thankfully, with Lu Rong by my side, they did not come over to interrogate us. Meow meow, you cannot linger here any longer. Every extra minute poses a greater danger. I shall take you out immediately, though we must return to Wangjia village and discuss our strategy, Lu Rong urged, gripping my arm earnestly. I nodded numbly, having absorbed none of what he had just said. Navigating past the bone cave, Lu Rong led me to the entrance of the Black Soul Cave, where the Black Eagle awaited us. I glanced over casually and noticed that the feathers atop its head were matted with blood. That Lu Rong, is it injured? I asked, a hint of concern in my voice that IT may have sustained a minor injury while trying to divert those black souls. It is a divine bird. It will heal swiftly. Do not worry, meow meow. Lu Rong reassured me, patting my back before urging, "Meow meow, we must hurry back. We can discuss everything upon our return." That I nodded and grasped the hem of his clothing as I climbed onto the back of the Black Eagle. The creature flapped its wings a few times, spiraling upwards, while Lu Rong tightly held my hand, fearing I might be frightened. That moment, the sheer cliffs appeared less daunting to me. What truly terrified me were the bone cave I had just seen and the cage's imprisoning souls within. Compounded by the presence of the cave's master, Lu Rong, is your master named Lu Luo? I finally mustered the courage to ask after much internal deliberation on the back of the Black Eagle. Meow meow, do you know my master? How do you know his name? I don't recall ever mentioning it, Lu Rong exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock that IT was indeed him. My heart raced uncontrollably, urging me to seek out Mo Fian in the ghost market to share everything with him. Lu Rong, I apologize, and I thank you for bringing me to see Wang Xiaoyu. However, she is my friend, and I cannot forsake her. That I must rescue her. If my future actions jeopardize you, I hope you will take measures to protect yourself and distance yourself from me, I said sincerely, gazing into his eyes. Wang meow meow, it is my fault. I cannot assist you in rescuing her. That I have yet to uncover the truth behind my parents' matter, and besides, my master has treated me well. I cannot betray him, Lu Rong replied, his head bowed, guilt etched across his face. Do not say such things, Lu Rong. You have already helped me immensely. What you must focus on now is ensuring your own safety. Otherwise, I shall never find peace, I quietly comforted him. Just then, the Black Eagle swooped down, landing on the ground. That I stumbled, nearly falling, but Lu Rong managed to catch my hand, preventing me from tumbling down. Meow meow. Hurry home, that I have matters to attend to in the Black Soul Cave and cannot accompany you back, Lu Rong said before taking flight with the Black Eagle. That I staggered to the old locust tree in front of the River God Temple. The night had deepened considerably. With the token Xiao Bai had given me, I successfully entered the ghost market at this time. The ghost market lay in ruins, desolate and dilapidated. The once bustling stalls were now in disarray, and the tea house had collapsed. Mo Fian, clad in a red robe, was overseeing disaster recovery with several ghost officers. Mo Fian, I called out. Several ghost officers, including Mo Fian himself, looked up in astonishment. Wang meow meow. What brings you here? Do you miss me? That one do. If Xiao Bai finds out, he will kill me. Mo Fian teased, his thick skin evident as he approached me. Mo Fian, enough of your banter. I have urgent matters to discuss with you today, I retorted, glaring at him in frustration. Could it be related to the recent wins in the ghost market? he inquired, intrigued that I nodded vigorously and grabbed his sleeve. Pulling him towards the tea house. Since the tea house had become a ruin, I hastily found 2 bricks to serve as makeshift seats. Once seated, I began to recount the events regarding the Black Soul Cave and the Sea of Bones. Wang Miao Miao, don't frighten me. Swear that everything you say is true. Mo Fian suddenly leapt up, exclaiming that I was taken aback by his reaction, and quickly pulled him back down, whispering, I suspect that the Sea of Bones was a formation set by Lu Luo. But do not worry for now, as he has yet to complete the formation. He currently only possesses 9,999 souls. The final soul is me. Miao Miao, I can assist you in rescuing Wangjia. But this matter concerns the safety of the underworld. I must first inform Lord Yin Jun, so he can be prepared that I fear that once Lu Luo's soul formation is complete, it could spell disaster for the underworld. Mo Fian said, his brow furrowed with concern. That is precisely what I intend to do. Mo Fian, please hurry to the underworld and inform Lord Yin Jun about this event. Let us see what he plans. I will wait for you here. Tomorrow night, shall we venture into the Black Soul Cave to save Wangjia? I urged, grasping his clothing anxiously for his agreement. All right. Miao Miao, wait for me here. I will return swiftly. Mo Fian replied before swiftly disappearing. That I stood up and wandered through the ruins of the tea house, momentarily lost in thought when I suddenly caught a glimpse of Xiao, but he appeared in a pristine white robe. His smile bright and pure, the faint birthmark beneath his eye accentuating his handsome features. Xiao Bai, I called out, but the surroundings were eerily silent. There was no trace of him. It was merely a figment of my imagination. Perhaps since the incident with Wang Bingbing, I had begun to rely on him, always thinking of him first in times of trouble. Yet he would not return for another 10 years, given the current circumstances. Could I truly survive until then? Chapter 70. Second entry into the Black Soul Cave. Mo Fian returned shortly after, his demeanor frantic and disheveled that I rushed over to inquire about the situation. Wang Miao Miao, the situation is far more dire than you can imagine. Lord Yin Jun stated that all the souls within the Black Soul Cave are equivalent to vengeful spirits, and the over 9,000 souls within the Sea of Bones are almost all wronged souls. The malevolent energy from these vengeful spirits is exceedingly potent that if all the souls were to unite, their power would be formidable. Not only would the entire underworld face catastrophe, but the human realm might also be affected. So we must act before Lu Luo's formation is complete, Mo Fian explained, his brow furrowed in worry. Did Lord Yin Jun mention any plans of action? I pressed anxiously. Yes, Lord Yin Jun stated that he would not allow the underworld to fall into ruin at his hands. He intends to seek out the old underworld king, as he was the one who resolved the soul warehouse issue single-handedly, but he wishes to consult the old underworld king for possible solutions. But isn't the old underworld king missing? Where shall we find him? I asked, perplexed. Indeed, which is why Lord Yin Jun has dispatched hundreds of ghost officers to gather information, that we can only hope they can locate the old underworld king. Mo Fian sighed, sitting down on the stone steps beside Ghost Street, a look of despair on his face. That Mo Fian, will you still accompany me to the Black Soul Cave tomorrow to rescue Wangjia? I inquired softly, sitting beside him. Yes, Miao Miao, you should return home and rest tonight to prepare. Tomorrow night, we will set out for the Black Soul Cave, Mo Fian replied, his expression suddenly serious, each word pronounced with conviction. I nodded obediently and made my way towards the entrance of the ghost market. That moment. The ghost street was devoid of any spirits, an eerie silence enveloping the area, which lay in shambles. Far from its former vibrancy, all of this was the handiwork of Lu Luo. This must be one of the reasons Mo Fian was willing to accompany me to rescue Wangjia. The ghost market was his favorite place to visit. Throughout the journey home, I felt disoriented, arriving late at night. My family had long since retired. Xiaoyu and Wuyun were asleep, that I quietly changed my clothes, washed up briefly, and collapsed onto my bed, falling into a deep slumber. That night, my sleep was restless. I awoke every hour, plagued by several terrifying dreams that I dreamed of Xiaoyu lying motionless in a black cage, drenched in blood, unresponsive to my calls. That I also dreamed that Lu Rong's secret assistance on my behalf had been discovered by his master, who in a fit of rage hung him on the wall of the bone cave to serve as an example. I dreamt that the ghost officer sent by Lord Yin Jun, to find the old underworld king had all been captured by the inhabitants of the Black Soul Cave, becoming part of the Sea of Bones. Upon waking, my head felt heavy and muddled. I hastily consumed half a bun before grabbing my backpack and heading to school. As I passed by the gate next door, I was unexpectedly greeted by Wangjia emerging from his home. "Hey there, don't you usually head to school quite early? Did you oversleep today?" With a concerned tone, I inquired. "Wang Miao Miao. Last night, I dreamt of my father that I in my dream. He told me that he had uncovered the truth regarding my cousin's case. My uncle and aunt's demise was linked to a person named Lu Luo, and their souls were taken to a place called the Black Soul Cave." He lowered his head and murmured, "What? Are you saying that Lu Rong's parents' souls are in the Black Soul Cave?" I was taken aback, nearly rendered speechless that if his parents' souls were indeed in the Black Soul Cave, then why had Lu Rong not discovered this despite being there for so long? He nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that is precisely what my father told me yesterday. You should head to school. I have a few matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you." After I finished speaking, I dashed towards the back mountain of the school, feeling an urgent need to inform Lu Rong. If it were true that his parents' souls were captured by Lu Luo, then he would indeed be Lu Rong's parents' murderer, compelling Lu Rong to call him master and assist him in his schemes. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Breathless, I reached the back mountain, retrieving the black token Lu Rong had given me. Instantly, a cloud of black smoke enveloped me, and I quickly shut my eyes in fear that I could hear the rush of wind and the chirping of birds. When I opened my eyes, I found myself standing at the edge of a cliff, where a massive black eagle, entirely dark in hue, soared up from the abyss and landed at my feet. "Black Eagle?" I attempted to call out to IT. IT responded with a few coos before crouching down. I climbed onto its hind legs, then leapt onto its back. The black eagle dove down the cliff, and I shut my eyes tightly, gripping its feathers for dear life, terrified that a gust of wind might send me plummeting into the depths below. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, the black eagle gradually descended. And when I opened my eyes, I realized I had arrived at the entrance of the Black Soul Cave. IT appeared identical to my previous visit, save for a few black flowers at the entrance that were still in slumber. After depositing me on the ground, the black eagle let out a loud cry before soaring off to an unknown destination. I stealthily approached the cave entrance, plucking several black flowers and, mimicking Lu Rong's earlier actions, crushed them and sprinkled the remnants over myself. With everything prepared, I retrieved the black attire Lu Rong had lent me from my backpack and donned it before quietly entering the cave. Perhaps due to my early arrival, the patrolling Black Soul soldiers were few in number. I maneuvered cautiously and finally reached the secluded cave where Lu Rong had taken me before, only to find several Black Souls guarding the entrance. Panic washed over me. Could it be that Lu Rong's assistance yesterday had led to my discovery? Was he now in danger? Just as I was about to draw closer for a better look, a hand suddenly grasped me from behind. Lu! Before I could utter a sound, Lu Rong covered my mouth and led me into a dim corner. "Wang Miao Miao, what are you doing here alone? Are you trying to get yourself killed? You know my master is searching for you everywhere, and you dare to show up?" Lu Rong scolded me sharply, knocking my head lightly in his urgency. "Lu Rong, I came to share some crucial information regarding your uncle and your parents." I whispered urgently. "Is what you're saying true?" Lu Rong's eyes turned bloodshot as he grasped my shoulders excitedly. I nodded, contemplating for a moment before speaking. "Lu Rong, if the news from the Lord of the Underworld is accurate, your parents might be in the Black Soul Cave, and their deaths are likely connected to the master you mentioned." "Impossible. If they were here, I would have sensed that my master would never harm my parents." "He wouldn't deceive me," Lu Rong replied, his eyes reddening, his body swaying slightly as he collapsed to the ground, murmuring to himself. "Lu Rong, your master is a very dangerous individual if his grand formation of the 10,000 Bone Cave succeeds. It won't just affect the underworld. The mortal realm will suffer too. You must cease assisting him," I urged, grasping his arm anxiously. "That won't happen. My master would never deceive me. I must confront him immediately," Lu Rong declared, rushing towards the cave entrance. I attempted to stop him, but it was too late. Chapter 71. Wang Xiaoyu, I have come to rescue you. After Lu Rong rushed off to find Lu Luo, I stood anxiously, fearing for his safety and regretting my hasty revelation. Time passed agonizingly slowly, and I could no longer wait. Heart pounding, I followed the path Lu Rong had taken, only to encounter two black souls along the way. They merely glanced at me without uttering a word. Then I sprinted to the vicinity of the bone cave, where I found a throng of black souls gathered. Thousands of them, a dark mass stretching as far as the eye could see. My legs trembled in fear as I cautiously approached the white cave where Lu Rong had previously led me to see Wangjia, without the black eagle to divert the patrolling black souls today. I had to tread carefully. However, upon entering, I discovered that there were no black soul soldiers guarding the cave, and even those spirits previously confined in cages had vanished. Terrified, I quickly headed towards the cage numbered 9999. Repeating in my mind, Wang Xiaoyu, please be safe. I have come to save you. 9996. 9997. My heartbeat quickened as I neared the cage where Wang Xiaoyu was held. Suddenly, a black soul appeared before me that I nearly cried out in fright. But seeing him standing still, silent, I forced myself to remain calm and approached cautiously. As I passed by him, my heart raced, and suddenly he turned, seizing my arm. My legs turned to jelly, and I trembled uncontrollably. Little Black, didn't I tell you to wait for me at the entrance? Why did you come in alone? Just as I thought my end had come, Lu Rong appeared at the entrance, quick to call out to me and rescue me from the predicament. Upon seeing Lu Rong, the black soul released my arm, bowing to him before turning to leave the cave. Lu Rong approached me, his expression grave. Wang Miao Miao, didn't I tell you to wait in the original spot? What possessed you to come here alone? This is incredibly dangerous. Lu Rong, I'm just relieved you're safe. That I was terrified when you rushed out just now. Your master hasn't harmed you, has he? I asked, feeling a weight lift as I saw him return unharmed. I'm fine. I didn't see my master. He was out today and not in the Black Soul Cave, Lu Rong replied. Looking somewhat dazed at Lu Rong, you said Lu Luo wasn't here today, right? Does that mean I have a chance to rescue Wang Xiaoyu? I asked, my excitement bubbling over. Wang Miao Miao, I understand your thoughts, but you must listen to me. Do not act recklessly on your own. Although my master is absent today, the Yuanyang Guardians are present, and they are even more fearsome than my master. If you are discovered by them, you might vanish in an instant. They won't take care whether you are the first 1,000 souls my master is seeking. If you provoke them, there will be no second chances. Yuanyang Guardians? Who are they? Are they more formidable than your master? I inquired, astonished. My master is often preoccupied with other matters, so he entrusts the affairs of the Black Soul Cave to the Yuanyang Guardians. They are peculiar in nature, and all black souls fear offending them. Lu Rong explained with utmost seriousness. To Lu Rong, I only came to inform you about your parents that I will head back shortly. You must not act impulsively. Consider your next steps carefully and gather information about your parents' situation before taking action. I advised him quietly. Upon hearing that I intended to return, Lu Rong exhaled in relief. Rest assured, Miao Miao, I will not act rashly. I will have the black smoke escort you back. With that, he took my hand and led me towards the entrance of the Black Soul Cave. As we departed, I glanced back at the Bone Cave. Noticing that the black souls who had been gathered there were now nowhere to be seen, Lu Rong explained. The Yuanyang Guardians were convening a summons. Now that it's over, everyone has returned to their respective duties. I nodded absently, my mind racing as I thought about returning swiftly to the ghost market to find Mo Fian. Since Lu Luo was absent today, it presented the perfect opportunity to act. Lu Rong signaled, and the black eagle swooped down before me. In a matter of moments, I climbed onto its back, and it carried me all the way to the back mountain of the school before soaring back into the sky. I wasted no time pondering anything else. Hastening towards the River God Temple, I produced the token given to me by Xiao Bai. A flash of white light appeared, and I dashed towards Mo Fian, who was directing the ghostly officials in post-disaster reconstruction from a distance. Mo Fian, come quickly. I have something important to discuss with you. I called out even before I reached him. Wang Miao Miao, didn't I ask you to come in the evening? What has happened? Mo Fian approached me with an expression of astonishment, inquiring as he drew nearer. I took him aside and quietly recounted everything that had transpired in the Black Soul Cave. Furrowing his brow, Mo Fian transformed into a wisp of red smoke and darted away, his anxious voice echoing in the air. Wang Miao Miao, I am going to seek Lord Mingjun now. You wait here for me. I shall return shortly. I anxiously remained in place. And within a mere minute, Mo Fian returned to the ghost market, bearing the insignia of Lord Mingjun and accompanied by hundreds of Inkai. I hurried over to inquire. And Mo Fian reassured me with a pat on the shoulder. Do not worry. Lord Mingjun has dispatched Insi and 1,000 Inkai to that location. We shall act a little later. No, Mo Fian. Since Lord Mingjun has already sent Inkai there, we must hurry too. I do not wish to wait any longer. Perhaps amidst the chaos, we can find an opportunity to rescue Wang Xiaoyu. I exclaimed with great urgency. Wang Miao, you bear an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Bai, both exuding an air of fearlessness in the face of danger and adversity, that he said, "Come, Wang Miao, let us proceed to the Black Soul Cave. Should a confrontation arise, we might yet lend assistance and have a chance to save Wang Xiaoyu." I nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains, then tugged at the hem of his garment, dragging him outside. The Inkai trailing behind him regarded me with astonishment, perhaps bemused by the sight of a human child pulling along a judge that I led Mo Fian to the back mountain. Then retrieved the black token given to me by Lu Rong, that I in an instant. A plume of black smoke enveloped us, and I heard the rushing sound of wind beside my ears. Wang Xiaoyu, I have come to rescue you, I silently chanted in my heart. Chapter 72. The rescue operation is successful this time. There were no cliffs before me. Instead, we arrived directly at the entrance of the Black Soul Cave. I stealthily approached the cave's mouth, skillfully plucking a few black flowers and crushing them in my hands to sprinkle upon myself. These flowers are called black chidwa. They mask one scent, I explained softly to Mo Fian, who nodded in understanding. With a wave of his hand, the hundreds of Inkai behind him came trotting over, awaiting his command. Wang Miao, I just received a signal from Lord Insi. They have managed to control the Black Soul soldiers inside. But 2 leaders have escaped, that we must enter and assist them now. Upon hearing that all was proceeding smoothly, I excitedly nodded. The Inkai, upon hearing his orders, lined up and surged inside, with me following closely behind Mo Fian. Pondering whether the 2 fleeing leaders were indeed the ones Lu Rong had mentioned, the Yin and Yang Guardians, that if so, they would undoubtedly seek to report to Lu Luo immediately, and once Lu Luo returned, a bloody battle would be inevitable. That I shared my thoughts with Mo Fian, who nodded in agreement. He stated he would consult with Lord Insi immediately and urged me to check on Wang Xiaoyu's situation. Promising to join me shortly, that I nodded and dashed toward the entrance of the Bone Cave, along the narrow path Lu Rong had previously shown me. Today, the Bone Cave seemed somewhat different. From a distance, I spotted a black soul standing at the entrance, its eyes glazed and body swaying, feigning vigilance while on the verge of dozing off. That I tiptoed past him, and he failed to notice me. I let out a sigh of relief and sprinted toward cage number 9999, my heart racing as if it might leap from my chest, my legs trembling with anxiety. Along the way, I saw many empty cages. Worrying that Wang Xiaoyu might no longer be there, the closer I drew to that number, the more my heartbeat intensified. Wang Xiaoyu, Wang Xiaoyu, I fervently prayed in my heart. Finally, I spotted cage number 9999, where Wang Xiaoyu lay motionless, her breath faint. Wang Xiaoyu, are you all right? I dashed over, calling her name, but there was no response. Panic gripped me. I called out several more times before her hand stirred slightly. Wang Xiaoyu, it's me, Miao. I have come to rescue you. Please wake up. You can return home soon, I pleaded, trying to reach through the cage's gap to grasp her hand. She appeared pale, her eyes vacant, and with a feeble voice. She murmured, Wang Miao, did I not tell you not to come? It is too dangerous here. Wang Xiaoyu, I promised I would rescue you. I have brought a friend this time. He is a judge from the underworld. Outside, Lord Insi and many Inkai are here to capture those black souls. That do not worry. We will soon escape, I said, my heart aching as I gazed at her tear-filled eyes. Wang Miao, I cannot get out. Only the Yin and Yang Guardians of the Black Soul Cave possess the key to this cage. No one else can open it. Wang Xiaoyu said, struggling to sit up, her voice trembling, that I have the key. At that moment, a figure entered from outside the cave. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Lu Rong, that Lu Rong. Where did you get the key? You did not steal it from the Yin and Yang Guardians. Did you? I asked in astonishment. That is not your concern. Wang Miao, quickly rescue Wang Xiaoyu and take her out of here. Otherwise, once the cave master returns, it will be exceedingly difficult to leave safely. Lu Rong urged, tossing the key to me in a state of urgency. That I caught the key and hurriedly unlocked the cage door, helping Wang Xiaoyu out. That Lu Rong led the way, while I supported Wang Xiaoyu from behind. Just as we exited the mouth of the Bone Cave, I spotted Mofian and a throng of Inkai rushing toward us. Then Mofian, I have brought Wangjia out. What about your side? I asked anxiously. That we have captured the Black Souls, but they seem to lack awareness, like mere automatons. Mofian said, his expression grave. That is because they only heed the words of the Yin and Yang Guardians. Though you have captured them now, it is futile. Once the Guardians return, with but a signal, all the souls will rise as death warriors and resist fiercely. The Black Soul Cave holds nearly 10,000 souls. At that time, it may be impossible for you to escape. Lu Rong stated with a serious demeanor. Are you suggesting that these souls have had their minds controlled? Mofian asked, incredulous. Indeed. Therefore, you must leave at once. I believe the two guardians have gone to confront the cave master. They will return before long, and you will have no chance to flee, Lu Rong said, whistling sharply. Before long, a black eagle swooped down from the distance, flapping its wings before landing at my feet. Wangjia, you should take Wangjia back first, Lu Rong said quietly, glancing at me. That I looked at Mofian, signaling my desire for him to accompany me. We could deliberate on matters here later. Otherwise, once Lu Luo returned with the Yin and Yang Guardians, we might genuinely find ourselves unable to leave. That Mofian squatted down, lifting both Wang Xiaoyu and me onto the back of the Black Eagle, gently saying, Wang Yao, you take Wang Xiaoyu back first. I will join you once I have resolved matters here with Lord Insi. That if, by misfortune, I am unable to return, when you meet Xiaobai in the future, please convey to him that he still owes me a favor. Do not forget to remind him. Mofian, what nonsense are you speaking? Please return with me now. I beg you. You have but a handful of Inkai. You are no match for Lu Luo. Do not do anything foolish, I shouted desperately from the eagle's back. However, in the next moment, Mofian exchanged glances with Lu Rong, who whistled once more, prompting the Black Eagle to flap its wings and take flight. I strained to call after them, urging them to come with me, but the eagle soared higher and higher, my voice dwindling until they became mere black dots in my vision. That I instructed Wang Xiaoyu to hold on to me while I grasped the feathers on the eagle's back. In just 10 minutes, the Black Eagle transported us to the back mountain of the school. That I supported Wang Xiaoyu as we made our way toward the Wang family ancestral hall, intending to seek assistance from my great-grandfather to care for her, while I resolved the matters of the Black Soul Cave, before taking her to the underworld. Halfway there, I encountered an elderly man standing before me. Confused, I approached and recognized him as the old man I had met at the tea house in the ghost market when Xiuyu had come to rescue me. Chapter 73. A lunar eclipse tonight. I gazed at the elderly man in astonishment. That I remembered that he had accompanied us to Wang family village when Xiuyu came to save me, after which he had vanished. Little girl, where are you hurrying off to? He inquired, glancing at Wang Xiuyu beside me with a knowing look. I am heading to the Wang family ancestral hall. This is my dear friend. And she is injured. I must take her there to rest, I replied candidly. This young lady beside you does not appear to be merely injured, having been confined in a dark place for too long. Her spirit has been suppressed. You must allow her to bask in the moonlight. Only then can she recover, the elderly man said calmly. Grandfather, is that truly the case? Will she improve if she simply gets more moonlight? I eagerly pressed on with my questions. Indeed, but this young girl does not possess a favorable fate. Her lifespan was not yet extinguished. However, she was seized by vengeful spirits, leading to her premature demise. Fortunately, you rescued her in time. Otherwise, she would have merged with those souls, resulting in her complete obliteration. The old man added that I was both astonished and curious, wondering how this elderly gentleman knew so much. Who exactly was he? As I contemplated this, the token around my neck, given to me by Xiao Bai, suddenly radiated an intense heat that I had not encountered any peril today. So why was the token warm? I removed it from my neck to examine it, only to discover that the once gilded token had transformed into a blood-red hue. Panic gripped me as I thought, it won't explode suddenly. Will it? My dear girl, where did you acquire that token? The old man inquired, his surprise evident upon seeing it in my hand that a friend gifted it to me, claiming it would grant me free passage in the ghost market, and that other spirits would not dare to harm me. I replied obediently that a friend. He must be a young man, yes. Did he mention where he was headed or when he would return? The old man suddenly appeared agitated. Indeed, he is a young man that he said he had matters to attend to and instructed me to wait for him for 10 years. He promised he would come for me after that. I replied, gazing at the old man with curiosity, my instincts telling me that he was not a simple figure, yet I could not discern his true identity. 10 years. Splendid. Very well, he said, his expression dimming as he began to mutter to himself. Old man, if there's nothing else, I shall take my friend to the ancestral hall now. Please take care of yourself. I bid him farewell, preparing to escort Wangjia to find my great-grandfather. Just as I took a couple of steps, the old man called out to me, Young lady, might you pause for a moment? I halted in surprise and turned back to regard him. He gestured for me to approach before striding into the river god's temple. Intrigued, I followed him inside. Upon entering, he ignited a charcoal brazier and seated himself on a cushion, clearing his throat twice. Might you lend an ear to an old man's tale? After observing his actions, a memory surfaced. On the day I sought Mo Fian in the ghost market, I had noticed the river god's temple ablaze with light, likely due to this old man being present within. But why was he now seeking to evade detection? I was utterly perplexed that I temporarily settled Wang Xiaoyu in the back hall of the river god's temple, ensuring she could rest well while I took a seat beside the old man, ready to listen to his story. Actually, it is not a story per se, dear girl, but rather a family matter. Allow me to ramble a bit that I have a son, somewhat older than you. Our relationship has never been particularly good, yet not entirely bad either. Once, I inadvertently saved a boy. He was intelligent, diligent, well-liked by everyone, except for my son. This led to numerous quarrels between us, as he often claimed that the boy had ulterior motives. Regrettably, I did not heed his warnings and continued to favor the boy's son, even went so far as to sever ties with me, disappearing without a trace that I in the end, just as my son had predicted. The boy betrayed me, and by the time I learned of it, it was too late. The old man concluded, striking his head with frustration, that I've grown old and useless. I once refused to accept my age, convinced I was correct, until I made an irreparable mistake, now regrettably unchangeable. Old man, no one is infallible. Since the events have transpired, it is best to face them with optimism and seek solutions that I believe your son will understand you one day. I softly consoled him. You are right, young girl. When a mistake is made, one must actively seek to amend it rather than evade responsibility and pass it on to others. Alas, such a simple truth, and yet this young girl perceives it more clearly than I, who have been in avoidance. I am truly ashamed that I often visited this river god's temple, sitting here for entire afternoons, reflecting on my past errors, always seeking opportunities for atonement. It dawned on me that he merely wished to be alone, not wanting anyone to witness his vulnerability, which is why he had fled through the back door last time. Old man, do not be saddened. Mistakes can be corrected, as long as one reflects on their issues and makes the necessary changes. It will suffice that I firmly believe your son will come to understand, and I encouraged him gently. You speak truthfully, young lady. Tonight, at midnight, there will be a lunar eclipse, during which the energy of souls will be significantly weakened, particularly for vengeful spirits. Thus, this time is also a bountiful period for the ghostly messengers that on this day, they can capture many souls simply by venturing out. Moreover, that token you possess may prove invaluable. The old man concluded before heading towards the back hall of the river god's temple without looking back. Remembering that Wang Xiaoyu was still there, I hurried to follow him, only to find the old man giving Wang Xiaoyu a mysterious pill. A radiant white light emanated from her, and miraculously, she sat upright, appearing much better, with a rosy complexion, and was able to converse with me once again. That I rushed over, grasping her hand in astonishment, just as I intended to thank the old man, only to realize he had vanished. Reflecting on his words, I recalled that tonight's lunar eclipse would render the powers of vengeful spirits weakest, indicating that it was indeed the most opportune time to venture into the Black Soul Cave. Furthermore, that token might serve further purposes that I instructed Wang Xiaoyu to rest for the time, being while I swiftly made my way towards the entrance of the underworld, concerned for Mo Fian and the others in the Black Soul Cave. I needed to urgently inform Lord Jun, requesting him to send more ghostly messengers to assist in rescuing Mo Fian. Chapter 74. Do you know he is your son? The underworld was far more chaotic than I had anticipated. Within the outer hall, numerous ghostly messengers scurried about, and the Naiha Bridge, damaged by Lord Jun, had yet to be repaired. Even Hong Xiu had vanished without a trace. That I seized a nearby ghostly messenger in desperation, asking, "Is Lord Jun here?" Terrified by my sudden approach, he stammered in response, Lord Jun is resting in the inner hall. No one is permitted to disturb him. Releasing him, I dashed towards where Lord Jun was resting. Calling out loudly as I ran, Wang Xiaohang, come out quickly. I have urgent matters to discuss. Upon hearing me address the Lord so directly, the ghostly messengers quickly stepped aside, fearing they might be implicated. Wang Miao Miao, what brings you here? As I reached the entrance of the inner hall, the Lord emerged, looking utterly dejected. Wang Xiaohang, what on earth is wrong with you? Are you aware that Mo Fian and many ghostly messengers are in the Black Soul Cave right now? They are in danger, and you have the leisure to sleep here. I shouted in frustration that I cannot locate the old underworld king, and I cannot think of any other means to break the Thousand Corpses cave. The underworld is on the brink of collapse under my watch. What must come will come, and any struggle on my part is futile. Lord Jun appeared utterly lost, sighing deeply. Wang Xiaohang, are you truly giving up? How can you know without trying if there are no other solutions? I retorted angrily, Do you have a solution? You, a mere child from the mortal realm, should refrain from meddling in our underworld affairs. He retreated into the room, retrieving a jug of wine to drink, casting a disdainful glance at me. Wang Xiaohang, look at what you've become. Tonight, at midnight, there will be a lunar eclipse, during which the powers of the souls and vengeful spirits in the Black Soul Cave will weaken. This is a golden opportunity to save the underworld, and Mo Fian is still there. Fate is uncertain, and you still have the leisure to drink and sleep. I seized the jug from his hands and smashed it to the ground. What do you suggest I do now? He stumbled to his feet, his eyes reddened as he stared at me. Dispatch 1,000 ghostly messengers immediately to accompany me to the Black Soul Cave. If we delay any longer, Mo Fian and the others may not withstand it. I insisted urgently. Very well, we shall proceed as you say. Wang Miao Miao, you should return home. It is too dangerous here, that I will personally lead them. He declared with newfound determination that I nodded in agreement. But as I exited the underworld, the skies suddenly darkened, that a fierce wind began to howl, and I hurried towards the river god's temple. What is happening? How can it be dark already in the middle of the day? Could it be due to the lunar eclipse? But didn't the old man say it would occur at midnight? I pondered anxiously. Could it be that Lu Luo has returned to the Black Soul Cave? Is Mo Fian in danger? The old man mentioned that Xiaobai's token could aid me greatly in critical moments. I must see for myself. Although the lunar eclipse obscured the sunlight, I navigated my way to the back mountain. Retrieving the black token Lu Rong had previously given me, that a surge of black smoke enveloped me. And I felt myself spinning violently, plummeting downward, that a piercing scream shattered the night as a black eagle seized my clothing with its talons and hurled me at the entrance of the Black Soul Cave. Struggling to my feet, I found the cave eerily quiet, devoid of even the patrolling souls that usually roamed. Wang Miao Miao, did I not instruct you to return home? What brings you back here? A familiar voice echoed behind me. And when I turned around, I discovered it was Lord Mingjun accompanied by tens of thousands of ghostly emissaries, come to support Mo Fian, that I was worried about you all. So I came to have a look. I whispered. Lord Mingjun sighed and strode directly into the cave, while I followed closely behind. But as we passed through the bone cave, I noticed the surrounding dark mist had thickened considerably since my previous visit. It seemed that during the rescue of Wang Xiaoyu, I had observed numerous empty cages, and the souls that once resided within must have been taken to merge with the souls here. Is this the infamous bone cave of 1,000 souls? However, the formation has yet to be completed. Wang Xiaoyu is the 9,999th soul, and I am the 10,000 that I pointed at the white structure and addressed Lord Mingjun. This bone cave is constructed from human bones, surrounded by vengeful spirits. Once this formation is fully realized, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lord Mingjun's brow furrowed as he spoke in a hushed tone. Lord Mingjun, what brings you here? Mo Fian approached us swiftly upon seeing our arrival. The closer he drew, the more I felt the necklace around my neck grow uncomfortably warm. Stay back. You are not Mo Fian. Who are you really? I shouted in panic that I in an instant. The newcomer transformed into a middle-aged male spirit clad in a black robe, his features radiating malevolence. Little girl, you must be the fated ghostly maiden. Aren't you? You have interfered with my plans by rescuing my 9,999th soul. The do not blame me for what happens next. With that, a wave of black smoke enveloped the area, and a shadow lunged towards me. Lord Mingjun swiftly pulled me behind him, engaging the black-robed spirit in combat. Soon, nearly 10,000 dark spirits surged forth behind the black-robed figure, and the emissaries following Lord Mingjun joined the fray. Resulting in a chaotic clash, it appeared that this figure in black was indeed Lu Luo, the traitor from the underworld and the master of Lu Rong, that I anxiously took cover, and before long, Mo Fian and the Lord of the Underworld returned with a host of emissaries, joining the battle. Seeing that Lu Luo was at a disadvantage, he staggered backward, but suddenly, with a battle cry, two oddly dressed spirits descended from the sky, landing before me. Before I could comprehend the situation, they seized me and dragged me before Lord Mingjun. I struggled fiercely, but their grip on my throat left me gasping for air. Yuan Yang Guardians. Release Wang Miao Miao at once, Lu Rong shouted, his eyes pleading as he stood before Lu Rong. Was it not you who aided in the release of that young girl a few days ago? How dare you betray the Lord of the Cave? I shall eliminate you first as a means of ridding the Black Soul Cave of traitors. The male guardian shouted coldly, before I could react. The male guardian released me, darting to Lu Rong's side and seizing his throat. With a sickening crack, Lu Rong's neck was severed from his body, and I gasped in horror, collapsing onto the ground. In that moment, a terrifying thought struck me. Could the Yuan Yang Guardians possibly be Lu Rong's parents? If that were true, then they had just taken the life of their own son. Do you realize he is your son? I ventured cautiously. Chapter 75. After the rain, the sky clears. The Yuan Yang Guardian regarded me with an expression of disbelief and incredulity. That in truth, I was merely speculating that if Lu Rong had never felt the presence of his parents in the Black Soul Cave over the years, the only explanation would be their infrequent contact. That he had previously remarked that the Yuan Yang Guardians were even more terrifying than his master, suggesting he rarely interacted with them, which explained the male guardian's brutal actions. What are you saying? He is my son. The male guardian glared at me fiercely, though his hands trembled slightly. Indeed, Lu Rong's parents brought him to the Black Soul Cave after a car accident several years ago. He has been searching for them, completely unaware that they were right beside him, ultimately leading to his own demise at their hands. I exclaimed. You are speaking nonsense. My son died years ago, taken by the emissaries of the underworld. He cannot possibly be my son. The female guardian, now distraught, rushed to Lu Rong's lifeless body and scrutinized it for a long moment before erupting into anguished cries. Isn't it clear to you? You both killed your own son, and it was all because of this person. I pointed emphatically at Lu Luo. Meow meow, get over here. It's dangerous. Mo Fian, sensing my harsh words, quickly pulled me behind him, Lord of the Cave. Is Lu Rong truly our son? The male guardian, now emotionally shattered, collapsed to the ground, while the female guardian gazed at Lu Luo with tear-filled eyes, demanding answers. So what if he is? I raised him, taught him skills, and yet he turned against me. You two are the ones who killed him. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Luo sneered at the female guardian, but a swirl of black mist surged forth, engulfing both guardians. That I heard a few blood-curdling screams, followed by the sound of bones clattering as they fell from the mist. The dark smoke roiled as it consumed their souls, rising ominously into a cloud that darkened the sky above. Fortunately, Mo Fian held on to me, or I would have been swept away by the wind. This is dire. I suddenly recognized the gravity of the situation. Lu Luo's formation for the Bone Cave of 1,000 Souls was now complete with the addition of the Yuan Yang Guardians. Though the female guardian was not the fated ghostly maiden, having just witnessed her husband slay their child, her anguish would surely transform her into a vengeful spirit, an immensely powerful force not to be underestimated. Wang Xiaohang, be careful, I shouted to Lord Mingjun, who stood ahead. Wang Miao Miao, move to the side, it's dangerous here, Mo Fian urged, pulling me to safety in a recess of the cave before rushing back out. Mo Fian, be careful, I called after him. I could hear the wind howling outside as raindrops pelted the ground, the sky darkening until all visibility was lost, leaving only the sounds of battle echoing around me. Suddenly, someone seized my arm from behind, dragging me out of the recess and toward the site of the conflict. Who are you? Let me go, or I will not be kind, I shouted, struggling fiercely, but he showed no signs of stopping. I felt my body growing lighter, as if I were being lifted into the air. That I screamed desperately, surrounded by impenetrable darkness, my mind growing heavier as two forces clashed within me. Wang Miao Miao, are you all right? A large hand pulled me close, cradling me protectively. Straining to open my eyes, I realized it was Mo Fian. Mo Fian. I'm fine. I was just dragged back here from the recess by someone unknown. I coughed, attempting to reassure him. Could Lu Luo have accomplices? Mo Fian set me down, his expression grave. Another gust of wind swept through, tightening around my neck and nearly robbing me of breath. The token around my neck became intensely hot. And then a blinding light shot up into the sky, causing the hand gripping my throat to be violently flung away, and suddenly dawn broke. All the dark clouds dissipated in an instant, revealing a clear and bright scene before me. I saw that Lord Mingjun appeared gravely injured, slumped on the ground, while Mo Fian had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and the once thousands of ghostly emissaries were now scattered and wounded. Looking toward Lu Luo, he too was in disarray, particularly the black-clad figure who had just seized my throat, now lying motionless on the ground, blood pooling around him. Was it him? I realized with shock that the person who had dragged me here was the sinister master sought by the village chief. How had he allied himself with Lu Luo? Lu Luo, in disbelief, pointed at me and stammered, "You little girl, how do you possess the underworld's gold medal?" "What underworld gold medal?" I replied, bewildered, glancing at Lord Mingjun. "He refers to the token you hold. It is a treasure passed down from the 7 generations of underworld kings. With this token, one can command both souls and ghosts, and its power is such that no vengeful spirit or malicious ghost can harm its bearer." What? I was astonished. How could such a significant artifact have come into the possession of Xiao Bai? And why had he given it to me? "Lu Luo, your formation has failed. You should accept your fate. I have been too lenient with you in the past, but now I shall rectify my mistake." A voice rang out from behind me, drawing the attention of all present. The old underworld king? Mo Fian was the first to speak, and then countless ghostly emissaries, including Lord Mingjun, knelt in reverence. The old underworld king. So this elder is the old underworld king. No wonder he knows so much. A flash of white light erupted, and the old underworld king soared into the air, heading straight for Lu Luo. Then a thick black smoke enveloped the area, and I heard Lu Luo's desperate cry before the smoke dissipated. After the rain, the sky had cleared. Both the old underworld king and Lu Luo had vanished, along with the towering structure made of bones and countless dark spirits. That it is all over. Let us return. Lord Mingjun, assisted by the emissaries, rose to his feet and spoke softly to everyone. Mo Fian took my hand, leading me out of the Black Soul Cave toward the Ghost Market. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I quietly asked Mo Fian, "Who exactly is Xiao Bai? How did he come to possess such an important token, and why did he give it to me? Who he is, you may inquire upon his return. As for the matter of entrusting you with such a significant item, it is perhaps due to his concern for your safety, wishing the token to serve as your protector." Mo Fian's complexion was pale, yet she maintained her playful demeanor as she spoke. Chapter 76. The clouds have dispersed after this night. The affairs of the underworld seem to have reached a temporary conclusion. That I entrusted Wang Xiaoyu's soul to Lord Yin, ensuring that he would find a suitable family for her reincarnation, while I dragged my weary body in the direction of home. Passing by the entrance of my neighbor's house, I spotted Brother Wang Yang squatting on the stone steps. Lost in thought, I approached him and softly asked, "Brother Wang Yang, why are you sitting here?" He lifted his gaze to me, his eyes weary, and replied, "Wang Miao Miao, it seems I have forgotten something. There is a shadow of someone in my mind, accompanied by a series of peculiar fragments. Yet I cannot recall anything clearly. Brother Wang Yang, if you cannot remember, then do not dwell on it. Perhaps it was merely a dream. What matters most is your happiness." I gently reassured him. "You are right, Miao Miao. Happiness is indeed the most important." With that, Wang Yang smiled and made his way back inside. Watching his retreating figure, I finally exhaled, knowing that his bond with Lu Rong had always been strong. Thus, for Uncle Wang to erase that portion of his memory was, in a sense, a form of protection for him. That'd be why the time I returned home, dusk had settled in. That my father, thinking I had just gotten out of school, urged me to wash my hands quickly for dinner. That my mother, whose pregnancy had been unstable these past few days, lay in bed, her face pale. That I tiptoed over and was startled to see the little girl with 2 braided pigtails, peacefully sleeping atop my mother's abdomen. That I quietly retreated to my own room, careful not to wake her. Xiaoyu, upon seeing my return, fluttered her wings and landed on my shoulder, while the aloof Wu Yun lay beneath the bed, casting a brief glance at me before dozing off again. That night, my slumber was relatively undisturbed, and I was awakened by my father the next morning. I hitched a ride with my second uncle to school. He solemnly warned me that the competition was approaching next week, and if I failed to bring glory to the school, I would face the prospect of repeating the year in defiance. I pinched him sharply at his waist. To frighten me, he deliberately swayed the bicycle left and right, but suddenly, the bike collided with something, producing a loud crash, sending both my uncle and me, along with the bicycle, tumbling to the ground.